300 years ago, chaos descended upon the world as secret kingdoms and dungeons suddenly appeared, bringing with them an army of terrifying demons. These creatures declared the end of humanity, plunging the world into an age of destruction. But amid the turmoil, a new power emerged, those known as job changers. These awakened individuals possessed incredible abilities, allowing them to fight back against the monstrous invasion and push humanity away from the brink of extinction. Over time, job changers became the backbone of society, venturing into hidden kingdoms in search of wealth, resources, and greater power. Nations prioritized their training, ensuring that every person had the chance to awaken their class at the age of 18. The long-awaited day of awakening arrived for a group of students. To awaken a class, each student had to touch a magical blue crystal. One by one, they stepped forward. Some succeeded, like Li Wei from Class 3, who awakened as a swordsman, and Wang Hao, who became a crafter. But not everyone was so fortunate. Wang Wei from Class 2 failed to awaken any class, earning the dreaded label of classless. Awakenings were divided into three main categories: combat, support, and creation. The combat category was the most sought after, as it provided the strength to fight monsters directly. Meanwhile, the creation category was considered the weakest, as those who awakened it lacked direct combat ability and were often looked down upon. As more students took their turns, excitement and disappointment filled the room. A purple-haired student celebrated after unlocking the powerful magic swordsman class, while another student broke into tears upon receiving a creation-based class, knowing it would make him an outcast. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for, Jiang Chen's turn. As he placed his hand on the crystal, something incredible happened. A blinding light erupted from the stone, sending a wave of energy soaring toward the sky. The other students watched in stunned silence. Someone pointed at Jiang Chen, calling him the prodigy of the academy, while whispers spread. Was this the awakening of a divine rank class? The crystal's glow intensified, and in mere seconds, a massive tree of light materialized in the sky, towering over the entire city. This was no ordinary awakening. Throughout history, every divine class awakening had caused a phenomenon capable of shaking the world. And yet, as all eyes fixated on Jiang Chen, he remained unfazed. With one hand still on the crystal, he casually slipped the other into his pocket and simply gazed at the sky, calm, composed, and completely indifferent to the spectacle he had just created. At that moment, Director Wang stepped forward, making his way toward Jiang Chen with a proud expression. He congratulated him, calling him the pride of the academy. While he had always believed Jiang Chen would awaken a combat class, he never expected something as rare as a divine rank awakening. Curious about the details, Director Wang asked Jiang Chen what class he had received. Jiang Chen turned slightly toward him, a small smile playing on his lips. With a hint of surprise, he admitted that his class wasn't combat-related. The director's expression froze. His confident smile wavered as he processed Jiang Chen's words. Unable to hide his shock, he quickly followed up, asking if it was at least a support class. Instead of answering right away, Jiang Chen turned fully toward the director. Extending his hands to the sides, he summoned a set of ethereal, glowing plants that hovered in his palms. He then revealed his class, the Divine Rank Creation class, Spiritual Master. He explained that his abilities were centered around enhancing the growth of plants and nurturing small creatures. Silence filled the room. The shock on Director Wang's face deepened. The excitement from moments ago was suddenly replaced with concern. He sighed, explaining that this was bad news. No matter how rare, a creation class without combat ability would always be seen as useless. One of the professors standing beside the director quickly stepped in, trying to reassure Jiang Chen. He advised him not to be discouraged. After all, spiritual masters were highly valued in research fields. However, he hesitated before mentioning that the special recommendation they had planned for him was no longer possible. Instead, he suggested that Jiang Chen consider a research career, offering to help him get a different letter of recommendation. Before the professor could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen cut him off with a polite smile. Thanking him for the offer, he casually slid his hands into his jacket pockets and turned to walk away. He had other things to do. Meanwhile, the murmurs among the students grew louder. Laughter broke out as one student turned to his friend, shaking his head. What a joke, he scoffed. I thought he awakened some kind of overpowered divine combat class, but it turns out it's just a creation class. His friend smirked, placing a hand near his face. Life's full of surprises, he mused. Everyone thought the academy's prodigy would become a powerhouse. But now, no matter how smart he is, he's just another nobody. Jiang Chen paid no attention to the growing mockery around him. Hands still in his pockets, he walked toward the exit without a word. The taunts continued as students whispered behind his back, enjoying the irony of the situation. Can you believe this? One student chuckled. Jiang Chen has been the king of hard work since he got here. And for what? A useless class? Another student nodded. Meanwhile, school beauty Lin, the academy's second-ranked student, just awakened a secret combat class. Talk about a twist. Despite the ridicule surrounding him, Jiang Chen simply smiled. Just moments ago, those same students had treated him with admiration, yet now they mocked him without hesitation. It was clear strength was all that mattered in this world. As he pondered the situation, he couldn't help but question why the creation class was looked down upon. Raising his hand, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him. A notification confirmed that he had successfully awakened his divine rank spiritual master class. But that wasn't all. His awakening had also triggered the activation of something unexpected, the natural calamity insect system, unlocking the initial mother of insects. Jiang Chen turned his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the system window, and a smirk crept across his face. This class was a perfect fit for him. His name was Jiang Chen. In his previous life, he had died, only to be reborn in this world, one where strength dictated everything. After the Dark Era ended, monsters and dungeons reshaped the world, and humanity had no choice but to respect power above all else. Born an orphan, Jiang Chen had struggled to survive, knowing he had nothing but his own determination to rely on. Then, a month ago, everything changed. Out of nowhere, a mysterious system window appeared before him, stating that the insect calamity system would merge with his class upon awakening. It promised great power, but only after a successful class transfer. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his chin as he analyzed the system window. The insect race, a species that had once brought humanity to the brink of destruction, was feared as one of the most powerful forces in history. It was said that during the last natural calamity, 9 of humanity's 12 kings had sacrificed themselves just to seal it away. His expression hardened as he clenched his fist. In this world, strength was everything. There was no room for hesitation. If he could harness the power of the insect race for himself, then instead of being humanity's greatest threat, they would become his greatest weapon. Without wasting another second, Jiang Chen activated the system. Instantly, his surroundings changed. He found himself in a strange space, blinking in confusion. Looking around, he raised a hand to shield his eyes as he tried to take in the unfamiliar environment. This place, was it his sea of consciousness? Before him stood an enormous spiritual tree, radiating an overwhelming presence. He hadn't expected his talent to manifest as a tree. More system windows popped up, revealing details about his abilities. Jiang Chen had multiple class talents, each tied to the evolution of all things and requiring sacrifices to activate. These abilities could be used once every 10 days and were limited to 1 use per target. The first talent, Fruits of All Things, allowed him to accelerate the growth of fruits through sacrifice. In return, a special fruit with unknown effects would randomly appear. The second talent, Improved Growth, increased the growth rate of all living beings by 10%. With this ability, Jiang Chen could enhance the speed of development for anything he chose. This talent had a cooldown of 8 hours. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought as he analyzed the system window. The system had even proactively assessed his talent, which was impressive. While his abilities didn't seem suited for direct combat, they could still be integrated into his system. Just as he was considering his options, a new system prompt appeared, asking if he would like to summon the mother insect. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen confirmed the summoning. Immediately, an ominous energy surged from the ground. A system notification flashed, informing him that the mother insect was being summoned. Jiang Chen watched as the sinister aura intensified, and he couldn't help but acknowledge its overwhelming presence. Seconds later, another system window appeared. Summoning complete. Natural calamity rank mother insect, 9 miasma wing, has been successfully summoned. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as the enormous creature took form. The mother of insects was a towering, monstrous being, its sheer size forcing him to instinctively take a few steps back. His system interface displayed her status. Name, 9 miasma wing. Title, Sovereign of Death. History, once a catastrophic calamity, she had brought destruction on the scale of a natural disaster before vanishing during the Third Era. Devouring value, 0%. Affinity with host, 100%. Jiang Chen quickly realized that in order to unlock her full abilities, he would need to begin the devouring process and start breeding the next generation of insects. As he stood there, still processing everything, the mother insect turned her piercing gaze toward him. To his surprise, instead of attacking, she lowered her head and addressed him as master. She introduced herself as Little Nine and immediately voiced her hunger, expressing a strong desire to devour fierce beasts to grow stronger. A system window popped up, confirming that her growth rate had increased by 10%, and Jiang Chen was given an opportunity to enhance her using a sacrificial object. However, thanks to his talent, the first enhancement wouldn't require a sacrifice. Raising his head slightly, Jiang Chen glanced at the system window. If he could enhance her immediately without using any resources, then there was no reason to hesitate. Without wasting a second, he commanded the system to begin the upgrade process. A radiant green light engulfed the mother insect's body, pulsating with intense energy. As Jiang Chen observed the transformation, he quickly realized something: she needed to devour in order to grow stronger. This meant she would always be hungry, and keeping her satisfied wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, an immense aura erupted from her form, forcing Jiang Chen to instinctively take a defensive stance. Slowly, her grotesque insect body began to change, her limbs reshaping, her exoskeleton shifting. And then, in mere seconds, she was no longer a monstrous beast. The mother insect had evolved. Her new form was that of a white-haired woman clad in dark armor, exuding a terrifying presence. Her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Chen, and with slow, deliberate steps, she began advancing toward him. Above her head, a system window appeared, revealing her new abilities. 1. Feed allows her to share 10x experience with the host. 2. Poisonous Mist grants her the ability to transform into deadly miasma, corroding everything in her path. 3. United enhances all of the host's abilities by 20%. Jiang Chen stared in disbelief at the newly evolved mother insect. Her transformation had been drastic, but before he could fully process it, she suddenly lunged forward and wrapped him in a tight hug. Beaming with excitement, she announced that Little Nine had evolved. Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily stunned. He wasn't sure how to react. As he glanced at her, now in human form, he couldn't help but blush slightly. This was not what he had expected. Sensing his confusion, Little Nine finally let go and looked up at him, her expression filled with admiration. Without thinking, Jiang Chen reached out and gently patted her head. She closed her eyes, clenched her fists with excitement, and once again referred to him as master. With a small, almost playful smile, she eagerly declared her hunger for flesh and blood. As Jiang Chen absent-mindedly stroked her head, a status window appeared above her. Name: 9 Miasma Wing. Abilities: Poisonous Mist, Feed, Fury, and Unity. Devouring value: 0%, needs to be filled before she can start producing offspring. Passive abilities: Experience Return, Attribute Enhancement. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he analyzed the interface. His spiritual master talent could accelerate Little Nine's devouring growth and experience gain, which in turn would make him stronger at an incredible rate. Not only that, but her passive ability boosted all of his attributes by 20%. His class and the insect calamity system were a perfect combination. A smirk crossed Jiang Chen's face. Who needed a combat class when he had this? Raising his hands, he activated his abilities. Instantly, countless insects began crawling out from his palms, skittering forward in droves. Watching them move, Jiang Chen felt a rush of excitement. As long as he could devour and grow quickly, he would soon command an unstoppable army. He then turned his attention toward the great spiritual tree. The system had referred to the insects of the abyss as a catastrophe on par with a natural calamity. Though the details remained unclear, one thing was certain: this was not something that could be revealed to the world. If anyone found out, he would instantly be seen as a threat to humanity. Jiang Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets and stared at the spiritual tree in deep thought. For now, he decided it was best to hide his true abilities. He would use his creation class identity as a cover, while secretly using Little Nine's poisonous miasma and devouring abilities to hunt monsters and grow stronger. However, hiding forever wasn't his style. One day, he would become so powerful that he wouldn't need to hide anything. Before he could think further, the waters of his sea of consciousness suddenly began to ripple. Sensing danger, Little Nine instantly leapt into the air, wings spread wide. She scanned the surroundings, then turned back toward Jiang Chen with a mischievous grin. Her golden eyes gleamed with anticipation. She could sense it. A threat was near. A moment later, Jiang Chen snapped back to reality and exited the system space. The moment he returned to the real world, his breath hitched. Standing in front of him was a man, much taller than him. He had jet black hair, a rugged beard, and a long scar over one eye. His powerful presence was suffocating. Slowly, the man stepped forward, locking eyes with Jiang Chen, his piercing gaze cold and unreadable. Jiang Chen's instinct screamed at him. This man was dangerous. For several seconds, the towering man remained silent, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chen. Then, in a calm but firm voice, he finally spoke. Was the awakening phenomenon that the entire city had witnessed caused by him? Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He could tell immediately this man was at least master rank, if not higher. His presence alone was suffocating. Instinctively, Jiang Chen became alert, trying to figure out why he was being approached. Meanwhile, the crowd around them had started paying attention. Even though the man stood at a distance, his sheer aura was palpable, radiating with a powerful green energy. Whispers spread among the onlookers as they speculated about his rank. Why was someone so strong speaking to Jiang Chun? Was there some kind of conflict? The man remained silent, his gaze unwavering, pressuring Jiang Chun without a single word. The intensity of his stare made Jiang Chun uneasy. Was he testing him? Just then, Little Nine appeared, casually licking her finger. The moment she laid eyes on the man, her expression darkened. She leaned in close to Jiang Chun and, with a voice dripping in murderous intent, declared that this man was a threat. To her, he looked delicious. Jiang Chun's heart pounded. Something was very wrong. His system immediately reacted, flashing multiple warning windows. The insect mother had identified a high-value target for devouring. Before Jiang Chun could process what was happening, Little Nine prepared to attack. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's aura exploded outward, spreading in all directions. The sheer force of it sent a chilling wave through the area, reaching the same students who had mocked him earlier. They instinctively shielded their faces, their expressions shifting from amusement to fear. Why does Jiang Chun's aura feel so cold and sinister? One student stammered. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He had just realized a critical flaw. When the insect mother's devouring value was low, her aggressiveness increased. If he didn't find monsters for her to consume soon, she would start targeting people. Meanwhile, the man in front of him did not look intimidated. Instead, he simply smiled. Jiang Chun immediately understood. This guy was testing him. But in the process, he had accidentally triggered Little Nine's instincts. The situation was dangerous, but thankfully, Jiang Chun was still able to suppress her. With a deep breath, he forcefully calmed the insect mother, and a system notification confirmed her temporary suppression. However, this was only a short-term solution. If he didn't begin devouring and breeding soon, this would keep happening. The man, hands tucked casually into his jacket pockets, studied Jiang Chun with keen interest. Then, with a nod of approval, he congratulated him. Despite just finishing his awakening, Jiang Chun had already managed to face his test and even fight back. That was impressive. You truly are worthy of a divine awakening, the man said. Your future is limitless. Jiang Chun remained silent, carefully processing every word. He felt relieved. The man hadn't discovered his true abilities. Taking a cautious step forward, Jiang Chun met the man's gaze and finally asked, "Who are you?" The man's smile widened. He extended a hand and introduced himself, Ji Gang, leader of the Night Watch. With a glint of admiration in his eyes, he then made an offer. "Jiang Chun, how about joining us?" Jiang Chun's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Ji Gang to be part of the Night Watch. The Night Watch was a special task force under Long Xia, responsible for resisting demon invasions and beast hordes. Whenever a beast tide struck, or a new dungeon or secret realm appeared, they were the first to investigate or eliminate the threat entirely. However, being on the front lines came with a price. The mortality rate among Night Watch members was alarmingly high, which was why most people avoided joining. But for Jiang Chun, this was an opportunity. The insect mother needed a constant supply of monster flesh and blood to accumulate devouring value and begin reproducing. Once that process started, no one knew how much chaos it would cause. A wild, monster-infested battlefield was the perfect breeding ground. As Jiang Chun stared at Ji Gang's outstretched hand, a small smile formed on his lips. The Night Watch was the perfect cover for him. Meanwhile, the students watching from afar whispered among themselves. "Is he crazy? No one volunteers for the Night Watch." One of them muttered. "The death rate is insane," another agreed. "There's no way he'll actually join." Ji Gang overheard their murmurs and let out a forced smile. Hoping to persuade Jiang Chun, he assured him that the rumors were outdated. Things had changed, and to sweeten the deal, he offered Jiang Chun comprehensive training and exclusive resources, privileges granted only to divine rank awakeners. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun grasped Ji Gang's hand and firmly called him leader. There was no need for further discussion. Looking directly into Ji Gang's eyes, Jiang Chun spoke with conviction. "To restore the glory of the Night Watch, our generation must not shy away from its duty." With that, he officially agreed to join. Ji Gang blinked, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such an easy acceptance. What he didn't know was that Jiang Chun had his own reasons. He intended to use the Night Watch to breed his insect army. Still, Ji Gang couldn't help but ask, "Are you serious?" Before Jiang Chun could answer, a system notification popped up. Then another, and another. The insect mother had appeared, and she was furious. Her golden eyes burned with rage as she stomped toward Jiang Chun. "Master, I am not happy about this," she declared, crossing her arms. She shot a murderous glare at Ji Gang. "I wanted to eat him." Jiang Chun internally panicked. Suppressing a sigh, he closed his eyes for a moment, then turned back to Ji Gang. "Yes," he reaffirmed. "I meant what I said. Before Ji Gang could question him further, Jiang Chen quickly excused himself, claiming he had an urgent matter to attend to. As he walked away, he glanced over his shoulder, giving Ji Gang a casual wave. In 3 days, I'll report to Night Watch headquarters. Don't be late, leader. Ji Gang watched Jiang Chen disappear into the distance, standing there in silence. This was too easy. He had expected negotiations, hesitation, maybe even some resistance. But Jiang Chen had agreed immediately. Something didn't add up. And then before Ji Gang could think further, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside him. One of them was a high-ranking elder from the martial arts academy. Ji Gang turned his head, his expression unreadable. If you're here to steal talent from the Night Watch, he said, his tone flat, then you're already too late. The 8th elder ignored his remark and got straight to the point. Where is the boy who awakened a divine rank creation class? Ji Gang furrowed his brow, clearly confused. He turned to the 8th elder and asked what he was talking about. The old man took a step closer, locking eyes with Ji Gang. His expression carried a mix of shock and disbelief. You're seriously planning to let a divine rank creation class awakener join the Night Watch? The elder scoffed. You're just sending him to his death. Ji Gang's eyes narrowed. Divine rank creation class? It suddenly clicked. Jiang Chen had awakened a divine rank creation class. At the same time, elsewhere in the city, Jiang Chen made his way through the streets when an older man named Wang Yi spotted him. Kid, were you the one who caused that phenomenon in the main city? Wang Yi asked, his voice carrying a mix of excitement and curiosity. Jiang Chen simply nodded. Yeah. Before Wang Yi could say anything else, a young woman with purple hair approached. She placed a hand on her waist and sighed. Lower your voice, old man, she warned. If the wrong person hears, you might bring trouble down on yourself. Wang Yi chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Ah, don't mind her. I just talked too much. Jiang Chen closed his eyes briefly, then smiled. It's fine, Wang Yi. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Wang Yi studied him for a moment before letting out a small sigh. Well, even if the creation class can't fight, I've heard that companies are always looking for people to cultivate spiritual plants. If your parents were here, they'd be so proud of you. Jiang Chen's expression softened. Over the years, the people in this building had helped him survive. With a sincere smile, he reassured them, I won't forget you all in the future. Wang Yi waved him off. Don't sweat the small stuff, kid. Then, his eyes lit up as if he had just remembered something. Actually, you came at the right time. We're about to head into a beginner-level secret realm to pick up some gear. Why don't you join us? You'll level up faster. Jiang Chen nodded. Sounds good. I appreciate the invite. Just then, a system notification popped up, confirming that the team formation was complete. Minutes later, inside the secret realm, Jiang Chen and the others stepped through the portal, entering the secret realm. With his hands in his jacket pockets, Jiang Chen glanced around, taking in his surroundings. Was this really the interior of a secret realm? Before he could process it further, torches around the area suddenly ignited, signaling that the matchmaking process was complete. At that moment, the monsters inside the dungeon turned toward them. The Temple of the Dead, a C-rank secret realm, was now officially open. A system notification appeared. Guaranteed 100% drop rate for items and equipment. Experience points will be calculated upon dungeon completion. Leaving voluntarily means forfeiting both experience and loot. Wang Yi's expression tensed as he examined the enemies ahead. These are undead soldiers. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as realization hit him. Wait, why did the secret realm system match us with this level of dungeon? Jiang Chen scanned the horde of undead soldiers and quickly understood. This wasn't going to be easy. The purple-haired girl stepped forward, crossing her arms. It's because Jiang Chen is a divine rank awakener, she explained. The celestial system automatically adjusted the difficulty. Wang Yi turned slightly toward her, raising an eyebrow. Did you forget? Jiang Chen awakened in the creation category. The brown-haired girl stepped forward as well, her gaze locked on the undead soldiers ahead. Shouldn't we just abandon the dungeon? She suggested cautiously. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yi cut her off. He unsheathed his sword, a glint of excitement in his eyes. There's no need to run. We don't come across secret realms of this level every day. Then, with a smirk, he added, besides, thanks to Jiang Chen, we're about to hit the jackpot with equipment drops. The moment Wang Yi unsheathed his sword, the undead soldiers roared in fury. Their hollow eyes flickered with eerie light as they prepared to strike. Wang Yi, however, was unfazed. Gathering momentum, he lunged forward and called out to Jiang Chen. These undead are stronger than your average C-rank monsters. Stay back for now. With that, he and the others rushed toward the core of the dungeon. Wang Yi's sword swung down in a brutal arc, landing a direct hit on the skull of one of the undead soldiers. The impact sent cracks rippling through the creature's decayed armor. Without missing a beat, he turned his head and called out, Luing, boost me now. In response, Lu Ying clasped her hands together, activating her ability. A faint golden glow surrounded Wang Yi as his talent was enhanced. With his strength amplified, he delivered a final blow, completely shattering the undead soldier's skull. The monster collapsed lifeless. While Wang Yi and the others fought fiercely, Jiang Qun simply stood at a distance, observing. He watched as they risked their lives against monsters every single day, all just to survive. It suddenly made sense why they always returned covered in wounds. His gaze flickered toward Lu Ying. He had heard that she became an adventurer to earn enough money to heal her brother's eyesight. Jiang Qun clenched his fists. He needed to grow stronger quickly. Once he had the means, he would properly repay those who had helped him. Lost in thought, he didn't immediately notice that little Nine had materialized beside him. With her hand under her chin, she studied the fallen undead soldier's corpse. "Master, there's so much blood and flesh here," she murmured, her voice filled with hunger. "I want to devour them." Jiang Qun, still calm and composed, slid his hands into his pockets and turned toward the undead corpse. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Little Nine had already detected the bodies. Given the situation, Jiang Qun decided it was time to test her abilities. Extending his hand to the side, he activated the level 1 poison barrier skill, Corrosion. A thick, dark green fog swirled in his palm, pulsating with deadly energy. "Go ahead," Jiang Qun commanded. Little Nine's eyes gleamed, and she let out a pleased hum. The poisonous fog surged forward, creeping toward the undead corpses. The moment the mist made contact, the bodies began to corrode at an alarming rate. Within seconds, the decayed flesh melted away, leaving behind nothing but a blackened stain on the dungeon floor. Jiang Qun narrowed his eyes. The skill was far more potent than he expected. A system notification popped up. Devouring successful. Devouring value +10. But there was a downside. Since the undead were low-level monsters, the growth rate was painfully slow. Little Nine needed to consume stronger prey. Jiang Qun glanced back at Wang Yi and his group. They had already pushed deeper into the dungeon, their teamwork seamless, a sign of partners who had fought together for years. His only concern was his poison mist. Since it was an area of effectability, he still couldn't control it properly. If he wasn't careful, he could accidentally injure his own allies. To avoid any collateral damage, Jiang Qun decided to follow from behind and quietly dispose of the fallen monster corpses. But then, Little Nine tensed. Her expression shifted. She suddenly turned to Jiang Qun and whispered, "Master, I sense something." Jiang Qun followed her gaze. The ground began to tremble. A chilling presence spread through the air as dark silhouettes emerged from the shadows. More monsters were appearing. Little Nine's lips curled into a hungry grin. "They're fresh," she purred, "and their blood smells delicious." A system notification appeared. New enemy identified. Level 10 Shadow Lurkers. Strength, 20. Agility, 15. Defense, 10. Stamina, 5. These creatures were specialized in ambushing their prey. Hiding in the darkness, they targeted the weakest stragglers. As Jiang Qun locked eyes with the Shadow Lurkers, he noticed that their names were displayed in red. He wondered, was it because their level was much higher than his? However, when it came to raw attributes, these monsters were far inferior to him. A status window appeared before him. Name, Jiang Qun. Title, Lord of Insects. Occupation, Divine Rank Spiritual Master. Devouring Value, Level 1. Talents, O Growth of All Things, LV.1. O Divine Evolution, LV.1. O Ancestral Tree of All Things, LV.1. Equipment, none. Companion, 9 Miasma Wing, Natural Calamity Level. Stats, O Strength, 35. O Agility, 31. O Endurance, 27. O Constitution, 20. O Combat Power, 41 stars. Abilities, O Experience Return, Passive. O Attribute Enhancement, Passive. Current Devouring Value, 100. Current Experience, 0. Jiang Qun smirked. It was time to test his abilities. Turning slightly, he gave Little Nine a simple command. "Transform into poisonous mist and follow me." Without hesitation, she obeyed. Her body dissolved into a thick, eerie fog, slithering along the ground like a living entity. At that moment, the Shadow Lurkers lunged. Jiang Qun barely moved. His expression remained calm as he brought his hand up, allowing Little Nine's poisonous mist to swirl around his palm. He was waiting. The moment the monsters got close, he dashed forward. The Shadow Lurkers struck first, but he effortlessly dodged, weaving through their attacks with precision. As he moved, he brushed his hand against their bodies. A second later, the monsters froze in confusion. They turned their heads, looking at the spots where Jiang Qun had touched them. The poisonous mist had already started spreading. Jiang Qun paused, smirking. Then, he slowly extended his hand toward them. and with a single deliberate motion, he clenched his fist. The poisonous mist around the monsters thickened in an instant, sinking deep into their bodies. They screeched in agony as their flesh began to corrode. Their forms withered away, melting into nothingness. Jiang Chun didn't react. He simply turned his head slightly, watching in silence as the mist consumed them. A series of system notifications popped up. Shadow Lurker defeated. Special points plus 200. Devouring value increased. Jiang Chun glanced at the pile of corpses and chuckled. They were no match for me. His devouring value was increasing rapidly, far faster than before. This was exactly what he needed. Just as he was lost in thought, Little Nine reappeared, materializing from the mist. Her golden eyes gleamed. Master, she purred, more blood food has appeared. Jiang Chun turned, his smirk fading. From the darkness, more shadow lurkers emerged. He stood still, hands in his pockets, unmoving. His gaze darkened as he studied the approaching creatures. But then a thought struck him. Wang Yi and the others. His eyes narrowed. If there were this many hidden monsters here, how many more were lurking deeper in the dungeon? A sliver of concern crept into his mind. He needed to check on them. Without hesitation, he decided to finish off these monsters quickly. Little Nine, he called out, can you handle them? In response, Little Nine grinned. Slowly, she began to manifest herself from the poisonous mist, her figure taking shape once more. Extending a hand toward the approaching monsters, her voice was filled with pure amusement. Leave them to me, master. These creatures are nothing but small prey. Several minutes later, Jiang Chun arrived at Wang Yi's location. The moment he laid eyes on the scene, his expression darkened. Wang Yi was badly injured, blood dripping onto his face. He and Lu Ying were completely surrounded by monsters. Wang Yi stood firm, gripping his sword with both hands, while Lu Ying had both arms raised, ready to activate her ability. But the monsters weren't giving them a break. They continued advancing, their numbers overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yi stared at the approaching monsters. They're getting stronger, he muttered. At this rate, there's no way we're getting out alive. He then turned to Lu Ying, his expression grave. Find Jiang Chun and get out of here. I'll hold them off. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. What are you saying? She protested. Before he could respond, a sudden movement caught his attention. An undead soldier had broken through their defenses. Its rusted sword gleamed, slicing through the air as it lunged straight for Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi sensed it immediately, but it was too fast. As he whipped around, his heart clenched. It was too late to block. But just before the attack landed, a dense, dark mist erupted. The poisonous fog wrapped around the undead soldier, corroding its body in an instant. The monster let out a ghastly screech, its form melting away as if swallowed by an unseen force. Wang Yi's breath hitched. He spun around stunned. And there, standing before him, was Jiang Chun. Are you two okay? Jiang Chun asked, his tone calm. Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chun, he muttered. Jiang Chun stepped forward, unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded Little Nine's mist to spread further. The remaining undead soldiers barely had time to react before the corrosive mist engulfed them all. Their decaying bodies dissolved, disintegrating into nothingness. Silence fell. Wang Yi gripped his sword tightly, his face a mix of shock and confusion. How? His voice was barely above a whisper. You're an awakener from the creation class. How can you do this? Jiang Chun stopped in front of him. His body pulsed with energy as he turned his gaze toward Wang Yi and gave a knowing smile. I have a hidden ability called Poisonous Mist. To demonstrate, he extended his hand once more. A thick, lethal fog coiled around his palm before rushing out, consuming the remaining undead in its path. But Jiang Chun wasn't done yet. He turned toward Lu Ying and Yi Qian. Take Wang Yi and head to the portal. He's too injured to keep fighting. I'll stay behind and cover you. The entire group froze. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. Wang Yi's jaw tightened. Even if you have a divine class, this is too dangerous. Jiang Chun. Wang Yi snapped. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. You should come with us, not stay behind to fight alone. As they pleaded with him, Yi Qian simply pressed a hand near her mouth, remaining silent. Jiang Chun turned his back on them. His aura surged, waves of power rippling around him. Then, without turning fully, he glanced over his shoulder. Don't worry, he said smoothly. I'll be fine. And with that, he walked forward alone. His body radiated power, his energy intensifying as he approached the oncoming monsters. Just then, a system notification echoed through the secret realm. Alert! The final level conditions have been met. The boss of the secret realm is now being summoned. Wang Yi's eyes widened. At the same time, he watched as Jiang Chun moved further away, advancing toward the horde of undead soldiers. His instincts screamed at him to stop the boy, but just as he opened his mouth, Lu Ying cut him off. She turned to him, her expression calm yet firm. Jiang Chun isn't reckless, she reminded him. Trust him? Wang Yi hesitated, but after a moment of deep thought, he sighed and made his decision. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed his sword toward Jiang Chun. Take this, Wang Yi said, but don't forget to return it later. Jiang Chun effortlessly caught the weapon, gripping it firmly. With a smirk, he nodded. Don't worry, he replied. I'll bring it back. A system notification appeared. You have obtained the Novice Conqueror's Sword. Plus 25 speed. Plus 30 strength. Plus 2% attack speed bonus. Passive ability activated. Jiang Chun lifted the sword, studying its gleaming edge. This was perfect. With a blade in hand, he could extend the range of his poisonous mist. As the undead soldiers lunged toward him, Jiang Chun activated the mist, allowing the toxic fog to coil around the blade. The moment the first monster attacked, he dodged with ease, then countered. In a blink, his sword sliced through them, leaving their bodies corroding in blackened mist. One by one, the undead fell, disintegrating into nothing. They were no match for him. After all, Jiang Chun was the best swordsman in the entire school. But then, something changed. A powerful presence surged through the battlefield. Before Jiang Chun could react, a much stronger monster appeared, rushing toward him at high speed. Its blade gleamed as it closed in. Jiang Chun hadn't sensed the attack at first, but as he turned his head, his instincts flared. The monster was already too close. Thinking fast, Jiang Chun leapt into the air, dodging just in time. The monster's blade struck the ground with explosive force, shattering the earth beneath it. Jiang Chun landed safely, but the enemy wasn't done. With burning red eyes, the monster locked onto him, gripping its sword even tighter. Then, in a split second, it attacked again. Jiang Chun barely managed to block in time, but the sheer force of the impact sent a shockwave through his arms. A sickening crack echoed through the battlefield. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in horror. The Novice Conqueror's sword had snapped in half. The sheer difference in strength was staggering. Jiang Chun was sent flying backward, but he quickly twisted his body midair and landed, skidding to a stop. His grip tightened as he glanced at the broken blade in his hands. He wasn't worried about the boss. He was more worried about how to explain this to Wang Yi. Then, another system notification appeared. Boss monster. Undead King, level 15. Jiang Chun slowly lifted his gaze. Standing before him was the Undead King. A towering figure. Its skeletal frame was clad in dark armor, its grip firm around its massive sword. The boss locked eyes with Jiang Chun, radiating killing intent. Then, its body vibrated. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Jiang Chun's heart pounded. Where did it? Before he could react, a chilling aura appeared behind him. His instincts screamed in warning. Jiang Chun whipped around, and his eyes went wide with shock. The Undead King was right behind him. Sword raised. Attack incoming. For the first time, Jiang Chun felt a flicker of fear. How, he muttered. How did it move so fast? His body tensed. His mind raced. Then, with gritted teeth and a fierce glare, he shouted one name. Little Nine! Just as the Undead King's sword was about to strike Jiang Chun, Little Nine appeared. With one swift motion, she caught the blade in her bare hand. Her golden eyes locked onto the Undead King, unblinking. A dangerous glint flickered across her face as she turned to Jiang Chun. Master, can I eliminate him? She asked, almost too eagerly. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Do it. Upon hearing his approval, Little Nine grinned. Then, without even flinching, she shattered the Undead King's sword with her bare hand. A massive shockwave rippled through the battlefield. Little Nine extended her arms to the sides, her body radiating an overwhelming aura that surged in all directions. Sensing the danger, the Undead King tensed. Now that it had lost its weapon, it had no choice but to fight with its fists. Taking advantage of Little Nine's momentary distraction, the Undead King lunged forward at full speed, aiming to strike her down. But just as its attack was about to land, Little Nine's eyes snapped open. Her entire presence shifted. Her murderous intent flooded the battlefield. With razor-sharp tentacles bursting from her back, she instantly switched to an offensive stance. The Undead King never stood a chance. Her tentacles lashed out like swords, striking with deadly precision. First, she severed its left arm, then its right arm. Finally, she decapitated it in one clean strike. With one final motion, she impaled the Undead King's severed head on a tentacle. Then, without a second glance, she turned her back to it. Behind her, the headless body collapsed to the ground. Silence. Jiang Chun stood there, watching in awe. Little Nine, in front of a secret realm boss, had remained completely calm. He couldn't help but smile. At this point, he was certain she was an absolute monster. Just as he was about to relax, a bright energy crystal materialized in front of him. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. What is this? The crystal floated upward, and suddenly, it began absorbing magic from the corpses scattered across the battlefield. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Seconds later, the crystal pulsed violently. A massive, towering figure materialized. It was 20 times bigger than both Jiang Chun and Little Nine. A system notification flashed. True boss identified. Undead Tyrant. The undead tyrant slowly lifted its head, its glowing red eyes locking onto Jiang Chun and Little Nine. Its sheer presence sent a chilling wave through the air. Jiang Chun clenched his fists. This was the real boss, all along? Realizing the crystal was the key, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Little Nine, destroy the energy crystal inside it." But before she could move, the undead tyrant let out an earth-shaking roar. Then it swung its massive mace downward. The attack was aimed directly at Little Nine. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Using the momentum from the attack, she launched herself off the wall, dodging effortlessly. The undead tyrant's mace slammed into the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Jiang Chen watched as the colossal beast raised its weapon again. It struck once more, aiming for Little Nine. But she leapt into the air, dodging again with perfect timing. The ground split apart from the sheer force of the blow. Still airborne, Little Nine's expression turned cold. With a murderous gleam in her eyes, she extended her tentacles forward. Sharp as blades, they shot toward the undead tyrant, aiming to tear through its massive body. But it dodged, effortlessly. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. This thing is massive, yet somehow, it was moving at impossible speeds. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, his mind racing for a plan. His eyes darted to the ground, where several plants lay among the debris. A chance. This was his only shot. The undead tyrant was too fast, its attacks devastating. Every swing of its mace carried enough force to shatter the earth. Right now, it was like a raging bull completely out of control. But that also meant it had a weakness. Little Nine lashed out with her razor-sharp tentacles, but the undead tyrant spun at high speed, effortlessly dodging her attacks. Then, using the momentum, the colossal beast charged forward, its massive form barreling toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. It was coming too fast, and then it leapt. Jiang Chen's head snapped up, eyes locked onto the airborne monster. His instinct screamed this was bad, but then he sensed it. Beneath the battlefield, hidden roots lay dormant in the soil. This was it. The undead tyrant clutched its mace in both hands, its descent toward Jiang Chun unavoidable. Jiang Chun remained calm. He waited, just a little closer, closer, and then, now, Jiang Chun thrust his hand toward the ground. A glowing green symbol flared in his palm as he activated his spiritual master talent. In an instant, the hidden spiritual roots surged from the earth. From massive roots shot upward, piercing straight through the undead tyrant's body, trapping it midair. The monster let out a deafening roar, struggling violently. But it was too late. It was immobilized. Jiang Chun, his hand still raised, radiated pure dominance. His aura flared, his eyes burning with calculated fury. Then, without turning, he spoke. "Little Nine, it's your turn." In the blink of an eye, Little Nine moved. She landed on the undead tyrant's head, one hand pressing down firmly. With her other hand, she extended her claws, their edges gleaming menacingly. Her eyes locked onto the helpless creature, filled with murderous intent. "Understood, Master." The undead tyrant's eyes widened. It realized what was coming. Panic flickered across its twisted face. It struggled, trying desperately to break free. But it was in vain. Before it could react, Little Nine attacked. With a feral grin, she drove her claws deep into the undead tyrant's chest. Then, with a flick of her tentacles, she tore its body clean in half. The spiritual roots shattered, their purpose fulfilled. The undead tyrant's remains plummeted to the ground. Jiang Chun, his hands still extended, exhaled slowly. He gazed at the fallen boss, and for the first time he felt proud. He had done it. This battle had proven something crucial. His abilities were more than just support. If he used them correctly, he could dominate any battlefield. Just as he was lost in thought, a system notification appeared. Growth acceleration is now on cooldown for 8 hours. The spiritual roots slowly faded away, sinking back into the earth. And then, a core emerged from the undead tyrant's corpse. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. Before the core could escape, he snatched it in his grasp. With a tightened fist, he crushed it into dust. As the fragments scattered to the ground, Jiang Chen stared at his hand, his eyes cold and resolute. This battle was over. As soon as the battle ended, a series of system notifications popped up. "Congratulations! You have cleared the C-rank secret realm, Temple of the Undead." The system then began calculating individual contributions. A few seconds later, the final secret realm rankings were generated. Jiang Chun, level 0, spiritual master, S rank. Wang Yi, level 12, swordsman, B rank. Lu Ying, level 11, warlock, A rank. And Lin, level 10, boxer, B rank. Following this, the heavenly system started generating team rewards. A glowing reward window appeared in front of Jiang Chun, displaying his options. A few moments later, the system finalized the team rewards, and the window expanded. Jiang Chun could now choose from several weapons. 1. Dagger. 2. Scepter. 3. Heavy axe. 4. Light axe. 5. Hammer. As the spiritual roots slowly sank back into the ground, Jiang Chun studied the system window, lost in thought. After a few seconds, he reached inside and selected the dagger. A system notification popped up. You have obtained Edmu's Swift Dagger, rank D. Plus 50 attack points. Plus 5% speed bonus. Bonus. 2 professional attributes related to swords. Jiang Chun examined the dagger's blade, testing its sharpness. Not bad. This would make a decent replacement for Wang Yi's broken sword. However, his eyes flicked back to the system window. There was still a lot of equipment left. He quickly realized something. All of it was geared towards combat. He frowned slightly. Wasn't there anything suitable for creation class awakeners? Curious, he reached back into the system window and decided to check the stats of each weapon. His gaze landed on the hammer. The moment he pulled it out, it slammed into the ground with a loud thud. It was unbelievably heavy. A system notification appeared. You have obtained Call of the King, Legendary Hammer. Plus 100 strength, minus 100 agility, due to extreme weight. Effect, 10% chance to trigger 5x critical damage. Jiang Chun tried to lift it, but even with both hands, it barely budged. Just then, a new system notification flashed before him. Experience rewards calculated. Distributing earned experience. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. The system was now rewarding him with the experience points from the secret realm. As the experience flowed into his body, something changed. The once heavy hammer felt lighter and lighter, until in just a few seconds, he was able to lift it effortlessly. Another system notification appeared. United ability activated. All attributes increased by 20%. A surge of powerful energy enveloped Jiang Chun's body. With one hand, he easily held the massive hammer, while his other hand casually slipped into his pocket. He turned his gaze toward the hammer, studying its new weight in his grip. Under Little Nine's passive ability, his level had skyrocketed to level 6. With that, the effects of United became even stronger. Not only had his overall attributes increased, but he now realized that his physical combat ability was rising alongside his level. As Jiang Chun stood lost in thought, Little Nine tugged at his shirt, snapping him out of his trance. She pointed at the system window, eyes gleaming with curiosity, and asked if she could eat everything inside. Setting his hammer down, Jiang Chun met her gaze and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He explained that the equipment was meant for Wang Yi and the others to exchange for money. If she ate it, she'd end up with a terrible stomachache. Hearing this, Little Nine pouted, placing one hand behind her back while touching her lips with the other. Her disappointment was short-lived, though, as she turned her attention toward the massive corpse of the undead tyrant. With hopeful eyes, she asked if she could devour that instead. Jiang Chun had completely forgotten about the boss's remains. The devouring value was too precious to waste. His powerful aura flared slightly as he turned to look at the towering corpse before giving Little Nine the go-ahead. It belonged to her, after all. Wasting no time, she approached the monstrous body. Jiang Chun couldn't help but wonder if this thing was a bit too big. If she used her poisonous mist to break it down, it might take a while. Then, without warning, Little Nine stretched out her arms, closed her eyes, and muttered something about digging. Her body trembled for a moment before she reverted to her natural form. Now, in her true state, she fixed the undead tyrant's remains with a predatory glare, opened her maw, and lunged forward. Despite the tyrant's colossal size, it was nothing compared to the sheer scale of her true form. Seeing this, Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. With a deafening roar, Little Nine sank her fangs into the corpse, devouring it at an alarming pace. The force of her feeding created powerful gusts of wind, sending debris flying. Jiang Chun took advantage of the chaos to quickly remove all the equipment from the system window. Holding his hammer in one hand, he shielded his face with the other. Her roar was deafening. If they had been in the main city instead of this secret realm, there would have been no hiding from the commotion. As the last remnants of the undead tyrant disappeared, a system notification appeared, rewarding Jiang Chun with 400 devouring points. Peeking out from behind his arm, he noticed the devouring value was skyrocketing. As expected, boss-level creatures provided a huge boost. They needed more of these monsters if they wanted to push it even further. But before he could think too much about it, the sound of footsteps snapped him back to reality. His expression tensed. Wang Yi and the others were heading their way, drawn by the ruckus Little Nine had caused. The devouring value was now at 8,876 points, so close to being filled. Rushing over to Little Nine, he urged her to revert to her other form immediately. Grinning playfully, she nodded. Understood, master. Jiang Chen sighed. What a pity. If only they had a little more time. A few seconds later, Wang Yi and the others arrived. Their eyes immediately fell on the scattered equipment, confirming that Jiang Chen had indeed cleared the level. Jiang Chen explained that his sword had broken during the fight, but to make up for it, he handed Wang Yi a dagger. Without hesitation, Wang Yi took it. The moment he realized it was a rare item, he waved off the issue of the damaged sword. This was more than a fair trade. Meanwhile, Luing examined a necklace among the loot and pointed out that it was also a rare item, something that could fetch a high price. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was still in shock. She demanded to know how Jiang Chen had managed to take down the boss all on his own. Scratching the back of his head, Jiang Chen gave a casual response. His poison seemed to work particularly well against monsters like this. But as he spoke, his expression turned serious. The secret realm was now fully cleared, meaning it wouldn't refresh again. If he wanted to continue increasing his devouring value, he'd need to hunt down another boss. With that in mind, the desert seemed like his next destination. Wang Yi studied Jiang Chen for a moment before sighing. It was a shame that he was heading toward the research department. Someone with his talent, who could defeat a boss monster despite not even reaching level 1 yet, would become incredibly powerful once he started leveling up. Curious about his next move, Wang Yi asked about his plans. Jiang Chen turned to him with a smile and admitted he hadn't mentioned it before to avoid worrying him, but he was preparing to join the Night's Watch. This revelation stunned Wang Yi. He immediately questioned if Jiang Chen was serious about enlisting in the Night Watch. Jiang Chen simply placed a hand on his head and confirmed it. He would be leaving in 3 days. But before that, he wanted to increase his level, so he planned to head into the wilderness soon. The response shocked everyone. Yi Qian covered her mouth in disbelief, and Luing reached out, her expression stern. She warned him that the wilderness was incredibly dangerous, but before she could finish, Jiang Chen cut her off. Clenching his fist, he let a trace of Little Nine's poisonous mist seep through his palm. His voice was calm, but firm. He knew what he was doing. Instead of worrying about him, they should be worrying about the real threat, the monsters out there. Later that day, a few hours after their conversation, Jiang Chen boarded a train heading toward the outskirts of the city. As it slowed to a stop, the conductor announced that those heading into the wilderness should disembark. Jiang Chen stepped off the train, now wearing a cloak to avoid drawing attention. He scanned his surroundings and stood still for a few moments. In front of him, a bridge was packed with awakeners, all preparing for their journeys. Ever since awakening his system, his appetite had grown significantly. But what was even stranger was that despite the instability of his devouring value, he noticed a small increase, just from eating. Pulling out a loaf of bread, he took a bite, and sure enough, his devouring value ticked up by 2 points. At that moment, Little Nine materialized beside him. She put a hand near her mouth and grimaced at the sight of the bread. With an unimpressed look, she informed Jiang Chen that his food didn't look tasty at all. Hearing Little Nine's complaint, Jiang Chen decided to find something better for her to eat. He reached out and summoned a map, opening it with Little Nine by his side. He hadn't expected Wang Yi to be so generous. Aside from most of the equipment, he had also given Jiang Chen an important storage ring and a detailed map of the area. Considering he was heading into the desert, these items would be invaluable. As he walked across the bridge, he recalled Wang Yi's warning. The wilderness was heavily influenced by the power of the Heavenly Way, which meant all electronic devices would be rendered useless. It was almost like an apocalyptic wasteland where monsters constantly migrated between their nests. These maps had an extremely short lifespan. Without up-to-date intelligence, tracking down monsters, let alone boss creatures, was nearly impossible. According to the map, firebirds and thunder rhinoceroses were the most common creatures in the area, easily identifiable when they moved. There was also a section marked with a question mark, something Wang Yi had explicitly warned him to avoid, as it housed an extremely dangerous nest. However, the Goblin Dungeon seemed like the perfect spot for him. It had low-level monsters, decent numbers, and very few people exploring it. Clenching his fist with determination, Jiang Chen smiled. With a map in hand, finding the dungeon would be easy. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, ordering him to stop. Instantly on alert, Jiang Chen turned his head to see who it was. A cloaked man had approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, staring at him aggressively. The man had apparently been calling for him for a while and demanded to know why Jiang Chen had ignored him. He insisted he only wanted to ask a question. Had Jiang Chen seen a girl with golden hair in the area? Jiang Chen turned to him, his gaze cold and dangerous. Without hesitation, he replied that he hadn't seen anyone matching that description. Then, narrowing his eyes, he added a sharp warning. The man should be careful with how he spoke. At that moment, a faint trace of Little Nine's poisonous mist began seeping from Jiang Chen's shoulder, sticking to the man's hand. The man quickly yanked his hand back, his expression shifting to confusion. He clenched his teeth and examined his hand, clearly wondering if this was poison. It didn't make sense. Jiang Chen hadn't even reached level 10 yet. How could he possibly wield such a dangerous ability? But despite the man's strength, being a level 27 main defense warrior, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. Without looking back, he calmly advised the man to find a healer quickly, as his poison wouldn't be easy to cure. Then, with a smirk, he added that the man should also take better care of his brain. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked away. The man's face twisted in anger. Gritting his teeth, he barked at Jiang Chen, demanding to know who had given him permission to leave. Jiang Chen paused and slowly turned his head, his gaze now carrying a murderous intensity. The air around them grew heavy. The man stepped forward, his body radiating a powerful aura. Locking eyes with Jiang Chen, he sneered and demanded, "How dare you lay a hand on the Shao family?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Was this man referring to that Shao family from the Battle of Heaven? He barely had time to process the thought before the man lunged at him with full force. But Jiang Chen had already anticipated the attack. Just as the man's fist came crashing down, Jiang Chen swiftly sidestepped, leaping away in one fluid motion. The impact shattered the ground, sending debris flying. Still airborne, Jiang Chen raised a hand in front of his face, his expression darkening as he studied his attacker. What exactly did the Shao family want? The man, clearly seething, clenched his teeth and charged forward at high speed. Unsheathing his sword, he couldn't help but acknowledge Jiang Chen's agility. "Not bad," he muttered. Seeing the fight escalating, Jiang Chen pulled back his hood and stretched his hand to the side. In an instant, Little Nine's poisonous mist swirled around him. His gaze sharpened as he gave her a simple command. It was no longer necessary to hold back. Little Nine materialized within the mist, her eyes locked onto the man with a murderous glint. "Understood," she replied. But instead of backing off, the man became even more aggressive. He let out a furious shout, mocking Jiang Chen for trying the same trick again. Did he really think this poison would scare him twice? Just as Jiang Chen was about to teach this guy a painful lesson, a voice cut through the tension. "Zheng Tai," someone called out sharply. The sudden interruption made Zheng Tai freeze. His expression changed in an instant. His rage was replaced by something close to fear. Slowly, he turned his head, his jaw clenched so tightly it looked painful. Jiang Chen remained silent, watching intently. Who was this? A man with striking blue hair, dressed in a hooded cloak, had appeared behind Zheng Tai. His presence alone exuded authority, and his expression was nothing short of furious. His gaze locked onto Zheng Tai like a predator eyeing weak prey. "What the hell are you doing here?" the blue-haired man demanded, his voice filled with irritation. "I told you to find someone, not start a damn scene." Zheng Tai visibly trembled. He tried to explain, but before he could get a single word out, the man turned away slightly and scoffed. "Trash," he muttered coldly. "All you do is cause problems." Zheng Tai's fear spiked. He barely had time to react before the blue-haired man delivered a brutal uppercut to his chin. Blood spurted from his nose as he stumbled back, gasping in pain. Jiang Chen observed the exchange, realizing that this man wasn't just part of the Shao family. He was someone with serious authority. The blue-haired man turned his head slightly, his energy flaring ominously. Fixing Zheng Tai with a deadly glare, he reminded him, "You're nothing but a dog of the Shao family. You have no right to even speak our name." Zheng Tai, still reeling from the punch, could do nothing but tremble in fear. Zheng Tai immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head in submission. He apologized profusely, swearing that he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Now that the confrontation had de-escalated, Jiang Chen calmly pulled his hood back on, turning his gaze toward them in silent observation. Strangely enough, he had never sensed the presence of the blue-haired man before. It didn't take long for him to realize that this guy was far more dangerous than the so-called warrior he had just dealt with. As Zheng Tai shakily got back on his feet, the blue-haired man approached Jiang Chen, his tone surprisingly polite. He offered an apology, explaining that his dog had a bad habit of biting things. As compensation, he was willing to make amends. Jiang Chen waved it off. "No need," he replied simply. The man smiled and took another step closer. "Are you heading to the desert?" he asked, his aura subtly intensifying as he locked eyes with Jiang Chen. "Want to travel together?" Jiang Chen met his gaze but remained silent for several moments. Then, without a word, he turned his back on them and started walking away. He preferred to go alone. The blue-haired man watched him go, saying nothing. But in his mind, he found Jiang Chen very interesting. He already knew that Jiang Chen had awakened the divine class ability, known as Spiritual Master. Once Jiang Chen was far enough away, Zheng Tai cautiously approached the man and hesitantly asked if he should continue searching for the target they had been after. The man barely glanced at him before shaking his head. "No, By the time you find her, it'll already be too late. His tone was cold yet assured. Besides, I already have a clue. The girl escaped the city. She's probably trying to cross the desert to reach the next station. With that, he raised a hand and pulled down his hood, revealing his full face. As he began walking away, he gave a final order. Make sure she never arrives. Zheng Tai pressed both hands against his chest, lowered his head, and closed his eyes in submission. Understood, he responded solemnly. The world had changed. Humans had once spread across this planet, building countless cities. But with the arrival of the awakened era, waves of beasts, secret realms, and dungeons had invaded their homes. Ancient human settlements had been remodeled and repurposed to withstand the chaos. Now, only the awakened, those who sought power, dared to return to these places, battling monsters to level up and claim wealth. These perilous zones were now known as the Wild Lands. Jiangchen advanced through the desolate area, coming across a few scattered mutant rats along the way. Hours passed, and eventually, he arrived at a remote and ruined part of the city. He paused, glancing around. Did I get lost? He had been heading toward the goblin beast's nest, but after walking for what felt like forever, the sun had already set, and he still hadn't arrived. Little Nine, who had been growing increasingly hungry, decided to take matters into her own hands. She hunted down a rat, hopped onto Jiang Chen's head, and bit into her prize. But the moment she tasted it, her expression soured. Chewing slowly, she came to a tragic realization. Not all food was worth eating. As Jiang Chen traveled through the area, he had encountered plenty of monsters, but none of them were strong. The creatures here granted only a tiny boost to his devouring value. If he didn't find a proper beast boss nest soon, it would be a waste of time. And with his impending entry into the Night Watch, he couldn't afford delays. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen gazed ahead with a serious expression. Then, without warning, the sky darkened as heavy storm clouds rolled in. Within seconds, rain began to fall. At that moment, a giant spider lurking nearby sensed his presence. Moving slowly, it descended from the shadows, its many eyes locking onto him with murderous intent. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, letting raindrops gather on his palm. Immediately, he noticed something unusual. The rain carried traces of magical fluctuations. His eyes lit up. This meant he had wandered into an area where beast slayers operated. A mistake in navigation had actually turned into an unexpected stroke of luck. They had found the beast nest after all. Now, all that was left was hunting down a powerful enough monster to finally fill his devouring bar for the first time. Sensing movement behind him, Jiang Chen turned his head and met the spider's piercing gaze. The two stared at each other in silence for several seconds. Little Nine manifested beside him, her sharp eyes fixed on the creature. Do you want me to handle it? She asked. Jiang Chen lifted his chin slightly and studied the monster. Despite its intimidating size, its actual level wasn't high. It was just big. Without breaking eye contact, he responded, no need, as if taking that as a challenge. The spider landed on the ground with a heavy thud, its sharp legs flexing as it prepared to strike. Its beady eyes glowed with predatory hunger. Then, without hesitation, it lunged. The spider's razor-sharp legs slashed toward him, but Jiang Chen barely exerted any effort. His movements were swift and precise, dodging each attack with effortless jumps, as if he was dancing through the rain. Sensing an opening, he suddenly gathered momentum and leaped high into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was above the monster. The spider's head tilted back, its eyes widening in panic. What is he doing? Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly, then brought it down with devastating force. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering the stone beneath them and crushing the spider instantly. Its lifeless body collapsed, sprawled out in the destruction. Jiang Chen remained standing on top of the fallen monster, momentarily lost in thought. Then, Little Nine appeared beside him, placing a hand on her forehead as if sensing something. More monsters are coming, she informed him. Her voice snapped him out of his trance. He turned his head and was immediately surprised. The sound of his strike had drawn the attention of the other creatures lurking in the area. All around him, giant spiders began creeping closer, their gleaming fangs ready to strike. Still standing atop the fallen beast, Jiang Chen calmly stretched his hand to the side. With a swirl of poisonous mist, he summoned the dagger he had obtained earlier from the secret realm. As he and Little Nine stared at the oncoming horde, a smirk tugged at his lips. It's time for a good meal. Jiang Chen and Little Nine locked eyes with the approaching giant spiders, their expressions sharp and deadly. He turned to her. Ready? Without hesitation, she nodded. Always. With that, Jiang Chen activated Little Nine's poisonous mist and lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the spiders, his dagger slicing through their bodies with ruthless precision. The mist seeped into their wounds, corroding them from the inside. As they advanced, their levels climbed rapidly. If they kept fighting monsters at this rate, they could easily level up 2 more times on their way back. The battle was over in seconds. Those that hadn't died immediately collapsed moments later as the poison finished its work. In an instant, the battlefield was reduced to a massive pile of corpses. Jiang Chen approached the remains and gestured toward them. "Go ahead, little nine. Devour them all." Her eyes sparkled with delight. Stretching her arms out, she beamed at him. "Thank you." Just as she was about to begin, she suddenly froze. Tilting her head to the side, she focused on something in the distance. "Something big, powerful, and delicious is coming," she murmured. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. If she was this excited, then there was no doubt. It had to be the boss. Turning toward the approaching presence, he extended his hand, poisonous mist swirling around him. "Prepare to attack," he ordered. Through the thick fog, a shadowy figure emerged. Little Nine, obeying without question, lunged forward. A sharp cry of pain rang through the air. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. That didn't sound like a monster. Glancing toward the source of the scream, he was met with an unexpected sight, a woman. Little Nine had miscalculated. Instead of attacking the boss, she had struck an unknown woman, tearing part of her clothing in the process. Within seconds, the stranger collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Jiang Chen remained still, studying her. What kind of magical creature is this? Several seconds later, the woman stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, filled with confusion as she gazed up at the sky. "Where am I?" she wondered. Slowly, she pushed herself upright with one hand while placing the other on her head, trying to regain her bearings. She had no memory of coming to this place. Jiang Chen approached and casually sat beside her, resting his elbows on his knees. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he then flashed a relaxed smile. "You're awake." The sound of his voice jolted her alert. Her body tensed as her mind raced. Who is he? Without hesitation, she jumped to her feet, instantly creating distance between them. Adopting a defensive stance, she kept her eyes locked on him. "Who are you? Don't come any closer." Jiang Chen stood up as well, but remained calm. Facing her directly, he spoke in an even tone. "Relax. I'm just a job changer. I came to the desert to hunt monsters." He paused before adding, "I have no intention of harming you." As the woman looked at Jiang Chen more closely, a spark of recognition flashed in her eyes. Her expression shifted, and she placed a hand on her chest while pointing at him with the other. "You? I know you. You were the one who attacked me," she exclaimed, staring at him intently. Jiang Chen let out a small, nervous chuckle. Closing his eyes briefly, he flashed a polite smile and apologized. "That was my mistake. I thought you were a monster." Hearing this, she pouted and turned toward him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "How could you mistake a beautiful girl like me for a monster?" she huffed. "That's just presumptuous." Then, as if the thought had just hit her, panic set in. She frantically touched her face, feeling her nose and ears, checking to make sure everything was still in place. Jiang Chen simply observed her in silence. He had used all his strength when he attacked, yet here she was, standing in front of him as if nothing had happened. His curiosity grew. Who exactly is she? After confirming that she was unharmed, she finally relaxed. With a quick motion, she extended her hand to the side, causing the golden ring on her finger to glow and emit a faint green energy. A holographic display appeared, revealing the time. The moment she saw it, her expression darkened. Too much time wasted, she muttered under her breath. Without another word, she turned her back on Jiang Chen and started walking away in a hurry. Jiang Chen didn't stop her, but his sharp gaze followed her every move. Why is she in such a rush? More importantly, who is she running from? The woman had almost completely distanced herself from him when, suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she covered her mouth and began nervously biting her nails. Jiang Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, he approached her. "Is there a problem?" he asked, studying her closely. Her posture stiffened. With her back still turned, she slowly glanced over her shoulder, forcing an obviously fake smile. "Oh, yeah, there are monsters up ahead," she stammered. "Since I'm not very good at fighting, I decided to turn back and let you handle them." The moment those words left her mouth, her nervous demeanor disappeared. Turning away once more, she casually waved over her shoulder. "Well, that's that. See ya." And just like that, she took off again. Jiang Chen stood still, his expression blank. Then, after a brief pause, he sighed. Her acting skills are truly pathetic. At that moment, the rain intensified, and the woman disappeared into the downpour. Jiang Chen resumed walking, his thoughts shifting. If there were monsters up ahead, then good. He wanted more monsters. They weren't a threat to him, and every battle meant more devouring points. But there was another problem. He turned his head slightly, his eyes darkening with a serious expression. Dealing with other job changers? Now, that could be tricky. The desert had always been a lawless place. Many who came here weren't just hunting monsters. They were hunting people, looting and killing without consequence. His thoughts circled back to the woman from before. Would it be a good idea to capture her and question her properly? While Jiang Chun was deep in thought, Little Nine suddenly materialized beside him, pointing ahead with a serious expression. A lot of monsters are coming from that direction, she informed him. Far from feeling alarmed, Jiang Chun was thrilled. He turned slightly toward her, a grin forming. That's great news. But his excitement was short-lived. As he shifted his gaze forward, his eyes widened in shock. Emerging from the darkness were hundreds of giant spiders, identical to the ones he had just defeated. But among them was something even more terrifying, an enormous spider, much larger than the rest, its many eyes fixed on him with a murderous glare. Jiang Chen's energy flared around him as he took in the situation. This isn't good. Fighting a handful of them was one thing, but taking on an entire swarm? That was another matter entirely. As the spiders inched closer, he couldn't help but recall the woman's warning. So she wasn't lying after all. Despite being surrounded, he felt oddly relieved. He'd much rather deal with monsters than get caught up in battles with ruthless job changers. Then, without warning, the swarm charged. Their enraged screeches filled the air as they lunged toward him, their monstrous bodies moving at terrifying speeds. Jiang Chen's excitement returned. Why would he ever run from something so valuable? Each of these creatures meant more devouring points. Without hesitation, he unsheathed both daggers, his energy surging as a suffocating aura enveloped him. Little Nine, he commanded, activate the poisonous mist. Understood, she responded instantly. A thick, venomous mist poured from the daggers in his hands. In a blink, the first wave of giant spiders reached him. They bared their fangs, their grotesque mouths widening as they prepared to strike. Jiang Chen didn't move. For several tense seconds, he remained still, letting the mist coil around him like a living entity. Then, one of the spiders lunged. In an instant, Jiang Chun vanished, moving at blinding speed. Reappearing midair, he slashed through the spider's body in a single motion, cutting it clean in half. Poison seeped into its wounds as the severed pieces hit the ground with a sickening thud. Still airborne, he turned his head slightly, his fierce gaze locking onto the rest of the swarm. Something's off. These spiders were faster than before. Why? Before he could dwell on it, another spider shot toward him at incredible speed, aiming to take him by surprise. Jiang Chen immediately sensed the attack. He glanced back, slightly startled by how quickly it had closed the gap. But unfortunately for the creature, Jiang Chen wasn't one to be caught off guard. Just as it lunged, he moved. In one fluid motion, his daggers flashed, slicing through its body effortlessly. The spiders remained scattered across the ground. Seconds later, Jiang Chen landed, his stance firm, both daggers dripping with venomous mist. His gaze flickered to the lifeless bodies around him. But something felt wrong. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a faint stinging sensation. A thin cut ran across his abdomen. It was barely a wound, but the fact that one of them had managed to land a hit at all meant something had changed. Suddenly, the smaller spiders surged forward, moving in perfect coordination. Jiang Chen quickly realized something was different. These monsters weren't acting randomly. They're cooperating. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the swarm. Then he spotted it, a massive spider, far larger than the rest, with 6 glowing eyes that burned with intelligence. The boss. It didn't take long for Jiang Chun to come to a conclusion. This spider was controlling the others. And then, as if summoned by the boss's will, thousands of spiders emerged from the darkness, surrounding him on all sides. Jiang Chun remained completely still, his body shrouded in Little Nine's poisonous mist. Now it all made sense. The creatures in this area didn't just rely on sheer numbers. They had strategy. This was why no one dared enter this place. Fixing his gaze on the boss, Jiang Chen knew the only way to win was simple. Kill the leader, and the swarm would fall apart. But with this many enemies, even though it was easier said than done. As he weighed his options, Little Nine materialized through the mist, placing a hand on his shoulder. Her expression was serious as she locked eyes with the boss. I understand now, she said. These creatures, they're trying to challenge their master. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, turning toward her. Challenge? What are you talking about? Little Nine scoffed, folding her arms. How arrogant. Without another word, she extended her arms to the sides, tilted her head back, and let out a thunderous roar. The effect was instantaneous. The spiders, previously moving with terrifying unity, suddenly froze. And then, complete chaos. The swarm panicked. Spiders scattered in every direction, their formation crumbling as they desperately tried to flee. Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily stunned. Wait, they're running? His mind raced. Could it be that these creatures, despite being monsters, were also insects? If that was the case, then Little Nine turned to him, a smug expression on her face. I severed the connection between the boss and its swarm, she announced. Jiang Chun hadn't expected her abilities to work like this. But now, with the horde in total disarray, the battle had just become a lot easier. He tightened his grip on his daggers, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Nice work, he praised. Now let's end this. Little Nine began shifting back into her true form, her predatory gaze locked onto the boss. Understood, master. With his body still radiating poisonous mist, Jiang Chun gathered momentum and launched himself forward. In a blur of movement, his daggers sliced through the chaos, cutting down the now disorganized spiders with ease. Without the boss controlling them, they were nothing more than scattered prey. And Jiang Chun? He was the predator. Jiang Chun moved at lightning speed, slicing through the scattered monsters with his daggers. Now that they were disorganized and no longer a threat, he wasted no time. In just a few swift movements, several monsters fell before him. Without hesitation, he gathered momentum, leaped high into the air, and locked onto his final target, the boss. The monstrous creature let out a deafening roar, its murderous gaze fixed on Jiang Chun. But he didn't flinch, meeting its stare with unwavering confidence. He knew this was the last obstacle standing in his way. More importantly, this boss held the highest devouring value. The beast attempted to defend itself, but before it could even react, Jiang Chun struck. With both daggers, he landed a precise and deadly blow to its head, infusing the wounds with Little Nine's poisonous mist. Despite its overwhelming size, the boss crumbled in seconds, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chun landed smoothly atop the fallen creature, his dagger still in hand as the venomous mist swirled around him. Staring at the lifeless corpse, he knew it was time. The moment had come to breed the swarm of insects. As he stood there, a system window flashed before his eyes, announcing his victory. He had leveled up. Now at level 14, his power evaluation soared to 127 stars, and his passive abilities and level-up effects remained active. Clenching his fist, he felt the surge of newfound strength flowing through his body. A smirk formed on his lips. With 127 stars, his combat power was already approaching that of a level 25 professional in the combat class. But there was still more to gain. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, he realized the remaining small spiders had begun to flee. They weren't foolish creatures. Recognizing Jiang Chun's overwhelming strength and the terrifying aura of the mother insect, they knew they stood no chance. Though he could have hunted them down for more points, he decided against it. There was something far more important at hand. It was time to begin the process. Stepping toward the fallen monsters, the poisonous mist thickened. Little Nine slowly emerged, her presence exuding an eerie, lethal energy. Fixing his gaze on the boss's corpse, Jiang Chun clenched his fist tightly, then raised the other toward the sky. With a firm declaration, he granted the remains to Little Nine. Hearing this, she acknowledged him with gratitude before reverting to her true form. With a single leap, she lunged toward the massive corpse, sinking her fangs into its flesh. As she began devouring the body, another system window appeared. The reward? 600 devouring points. While Little Nine feasted on the fallen boss, Jiang Chun turned to the side, deep in thought. Elite monsters like this one were on a completely different level from regular creatures, providing a much higher devouring value. It didn't take him long to realize that hunting more of these powerful foes and rapidly breeding his swarm of insects was the most efficient path to gaining strength. Just moments later, a system notification popped up in front of him. The devouring value had reached its maximum. The system prompted him to begin the insect breeding process. As Jiang Chun stared at the notification, he couldn't help but be impressed by how quickly the value had filled up. It confirmed what he had suspected. Elite monsters were far more rewarding than ordinary ones. Seconds later, Little Nine returned to her human form. Kneeling before him, she placed one hand on the ground and lowered her head in respect. She informed him that she was ready to reproduce and requested permission to continue following him, now with even greater strength. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment, his powerful aura radiating around him as he processed everything. Then, with a faint smile, he decided it was time to begin. Right on cue, another system notification appeared, confirming that Little Nine had initiated the first generation of mass insect breeding. Suddenly, both of their bodies emitted waves of energy, and the system informed him that his passive abilities, accelerated growth of talents and blessing of the growth of all things, were now in effect. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward Little Nine, realizing just how effective his abilities were in accelerating the process. Then, a strange mark appeared on his hand. He didn't have to think too hard to understand what it meant. A system notification quickly confirmed his suspicion. He had unlocked 2 new exclusive abilities, Insect Nest and Dominion. Before he could fully process this, another message appeared. The breeding process had been accelerated, and only 8 seconds remained. Lifting his head toward the sky, Jiang Chun's eyes widened in shock. What he saw was nothing short of astonishing. Little Nine stood with her arms spread wide, and in the blink of an eye, an overwhelming swarm of insects filled the air around them. The system congratulated him. The first insect swarm had been successfully bred. The total? 2,300 insects. Jiang Chun turned to the side, watching the massive colony in awe. A grin spread across his face. He hadn't expected the first breeding cycle to produce over 2,000 offspring. And this was just the beginning. If this was a result of the first generation, what kind of numbers would he see by the third or fourth? One of the newly born insects fluttered toward him. Feeling its presence, Jiang Chun reached out and gently stroked its head. He actually liked these creatures. However, their abilities were quite different from Little Nine's. As if responding to his curiosity, a status window appeared, revealing the swarm's name. Son of Nine, Wings of Miasma. It had 4 powerful abilities. 1. Poisonous Mist, a corrosive toxin that could devour anything it touched. 2. Camouflage, a skill that allowed the insects to blend into their surroundings by reflecting light off their wings. 3. Fury, an ability that consumed devouring value in exchange for temporarily boosting strength and speed. 4. Self-destruction, a last resort attack where the insect would detonate its body, unleashing deadly toxins and causing massive damage. Jiang Chun analyzed the newly acquired abilities, particularly camouflage and self-destruction. Both seemed incredibly useful. Lost in thought, he barely noticed when Little Nine silently approached him from behind. With a gentle hug, she closed her eyes and smiled, drawing his attention back to the moment. Hearing her soft voice, Jiang Chun snapped out of his trance. Turning his head slightly toward her, he couldn't help but smile. A rare sense of ease washed over him. Facing her fully, he reached out and lightly ruffled her hair. Something about her felt different, yet in many ways she was still the same. With a bright, joyful expression, Little Nine placed her hands on her chest and informed him that the insect breeding process was complete. Then, without hesitation, she clasped Jiang Chun's arm with both hands and requested to rest. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow at her words. Rest, he thought. Before he could ask for clarification, Little Nine's body began to fade. Startled, he turned his gaze toward his hand, watching in confusion as she completely disappeared. A system notification popped up at that moment, explaining what had happened. Little Nine had returned to the insect nest. Jiang Chun examined his hand, and, realizing she was safe, let out a small chuckle of relief. The system space was truly remarkable. It could house entire insect swarms, meaning he no longer had to worry about them being discovered by outsiders. The insect nest ability was a powerful tool, granted at its maximum level, meaning it couldn't be leveled up any further. Curious about his other newly acquired skill, Dominion, Jiang Chun decided to test it. Extending his hand to the side, he activated the ability. Immediately, a suffocating aura exploded from his body, his eyes glowing ominously. The insects surrounding him reacted instantly. One by one, they turned toward him, their gazes filled with an eerie, murderous intent. Jiang Chun met their stares with equal intensity, instinctively understanding the nature of the skill. Raising his hand to the sky, he activated Dominion, and the swarm began to absorb into his control. A realization struck him. Manipulating this ability was as effortless as moving an arm. But what truly amazed him was the extent of his connection. Not only could he command the insects, but he could also see through their senses. As his perception expanded, he became aware of the hidden dangers lurking in the area. The entire place was teeming with monsters, lying in wait for their next prey. Turning his head slightly, he observed his insects' behavior and smirked. They were just as eager as he was. With a deadly glint in his eyes, Jiang Chun locked onto the monsters. The poisonous mist of Little Nine swirled around him as he issued a simple command, attack. Without hesitation, thousands of insects surged forward, their first act of destruction, reducing a nearby building to rubble. The deafening collapse echoed through the area, successfully drawing the attention of every lurking monster. As expected, the creatures turned their heads toward the disturbance, their curiosity piqued. One by one, they began to close in, eager to investigate. Jiang Chun saw no reason to wait any longer. With Little Nine's poisonous mist swirling around him, he advanced toward the monsters. They quickly realized what was about to happen and attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Before they could make a move, the deadly mist surged forward, engulfing them in seconds. The corrosive toxin clung to their bodies, eating away at their flesh as they let out agonized cries. One by one, they collapsed, their bodies dissolving into nothingness as the mist continued its relentless feast. Jiang Chun walked up to the fallen creatures, his gaze fixed on their remains. With the swarm of insects at his side, there was barely any need for him to lift a finger anymore. The range and potency of the poisonous mist had increased significantly, devouring its targets faster and more efficiently. On top of that, with Dominion, he now had shared vision with his swarm. Common monsters had nowhere to hide. As he observed the mist breaking down the corpses, a satisfied smile crossed his lips. Soon, he would be able to breed even more insects. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked how much devouring value was required for the next breeding cycle. Opening the system window, his eyes widened in shock. Something unexpected had appeared on the interface. What was this? Before he could process it, the scene shifted. Not far from Jiang Chen's location, inside an abandoned warehouse, a hooded man with green hair had just returned, his face pale with fear. Gasping for breath, he hurried over to his leader and reported his findings. The tall, braided-haired man narrowed his eyes. "You're late," he snapped. "Now, tell me, what's really going on in the spider's nest?" The green-haired subordinate swallowed hard before speaking. His voice trembled as he revealed the unbelievable truth. The entire spider's nest had been annihilated. A complete, merciless massacre. Not a single monster had survived. Silence filled the room. The leader's eyes widened in shock. "You think this is some kind of joke?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Another man standing nearby stepped closer, equally stunned by the report. The green-haired man shook his head. "It's the truth," he insisted, his expression deadly serious. "The city of monsters, it's in ruins." The leader placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. How is this possible? The nest had been reduced to ashes, completely wiped out. It was terrifying to even imagine. His first suspicion was that the Night Watch might be responsible. However, he quickly dismissed that theory. This wasn't their style. That meant only one thing: a hidden force was at work. Perhaps a secret operation from a powerful family or a highly skilled assault squad. Either way, one thing was clear: they needed to retreat. For them, this mission had ended in utter failure. They had been tasked with collecting venom from a wolf spider, but now that was out of the question. Frustrated, the leader decided they would recoup their losses another way, by robbing some unfortunate souls on their way back. Hearing this, one of the men beside him stiffened, breaking into a nervous sweat. Something about this felt off. Just as they were discussing their next move, the door to the abandoned warehouse suddenly creaked open. The sudden creak of the door sent a jolt through the three men. Instinctively, they snapped their heads toward the entrance. The green-haired man tensed, immediately warning the others. They had an unexpected visitor. Their minds raced. Who could it be? A figure stepped forward, pushing the door open with a deliberate slowness. His calm voice echoed through the dimly lit warehouse. "Finally, I found some professionals." The leader narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" The newcomer, Jiang Chun. Without hesitation, he strode toward them, his movements confident and unhurried. Dropping a severed arm to the ground, he extended his hand toward them, his expression unreadable. In a composed tone, he assured them there was no need to be alarmed. He had only come to level up. He even added that he was looking to trade some food. The leader exhaled slightly, relieved to see Jiang Chun had arrived alone. Studying him closely, he smirked and agreed to an exchange, remarking that food in the desert wasn't cheap. With a casual air, he asked Jiang Chun what he had to offer. But not everyone was convinced. The man standing beside him tensed, his demeanor shifting into an aggressive stance as he locked eyes with Jiang Chun. Undeterred, Jiang Chun stepped closer to the leader, maintaining steady eye contact. A faint smile played on his lips as he calmly reassured them. There was no need for hostility. He claimed to have some truly valuable items for trade. At this, the tense man's expression flickered, first with doubt, then with intrigue. He couldn't help but wonder what Jiang Chun was hiding. The leader, equally curious, ordered him to reveal his so-called trade goods. The moment the words left his mouth, the two men beside him subtly adjusted their grip, their hands drifting toward their swords. Then, with eerie smiles, they slowly began unsheathing their blades. Jiang Chun barely reacted. He simply turned his head slightly, watching them from the corner of his eye, and let out an amused chuckle. As expected, he had never trusted them to begin with. Without hesitation, he activated the ring. Raising his hand, he released its contents. In the blink of an eye, several wolf spiders emerged, their gleaming eyes locking onto the men with piercing, predatory intent. Jiang Chun turned his back on them, his tone dripping with mockery. "So, do my products interest you?" The effect was immediate. The men stiffened, their smirks vanishing. Panic set in as they sheathed their swords and instinctively stepped back, their bodies now rigid with tension. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. They knew exactly what these spiders were: wolf spiders. But that didn't make sense. Hadn't the entire spider's nest been annihilated? A terrifying realization struck them all at once. Was Jiang Chun the one responsible for the massacre? Jiang Chun, now at level 17, turned his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with an overwhelming, almost suffocating presence. With a knowing smirk, he addressed them once more. "Don't think I don't know what you were planning. Then, with complete nonchalance, he sat down on a nearby rock, resting one arm on his knee. After a brief pause, he spoke again, his tone far too calm for comfort. I'm in a bad mood right now. So, I'd suggest you pick up your things and get lost. The three men didn't need to be told twice. Grabbing their belongings, they spun around and bolted for the exit. As they ran, they yelled apologies over their shoulders, swearing they meant no trouble and promising to leave immediately. Minutes later, once the warehouse had fallen silent again, Jiang Chun stretched out his hand. Little Nine's poisonous mist seeped into the air. He issued a command, summon the swarm. Still seated on the rock, he casually lifted an arm and let the mist release 2 of his insects. They fluttered into the air, their murderous gaze scanning the surroundings for any hidden threats. Jiang Chun casually sipped the leftover soup from the men who had fled earlier. His hunger was getting worse, and he realized he should have expected this. When he first obtained Little Nine, he never imagined that leading a swarm of insects would have side effects like this. As he drank, a system notification suddenly popped up. His devouring value had increased. Devouring value, 2,768/1 million. The system advised him to increase it as soon as possible. Jiang Chun frowned. Originally, he thought that once his insect swarm doubled, the devouring value would increase much faster. However, what he hadn't expected was that the cost of the next reproduction cycle had also doubled. This complicated things. At this rate, even if he wiped out every beast nest outside the city, it wouldn't be enough to reach the required devouring value. Even elite monsters were now just a drop in the bucket. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, lost in thought. He recalled hearing rumors that the Night Watch controlled powerful beast nests and secret realms, but they weren't made public. That meant if he truly wanted to rapidly strengthen his swarm, he would have to join the Night Watch as soon as possible. As he sat there, he glanced at his hand, where Little Nine still hadn't woken up. Seeing this, he quickly concluded that the burden of reproduction was immense. Just then his instincts flared. Someone was approaching. His expression darkened as he snapped his head to the side, his entire body tensing. Clenching his fist, he adjusted his stance, muscles coiled like a spring. The air was thick with the scent of battle. Someone was being pursued. Seconds later, a girl using an invisibility spell stumbled into the warehouse and crashed directly into him. The sudden impact knocked her to the ground. It was her. Supporting herself with one hand, she winced, pressing the other against her aching head. Jiang Chun turned to her, his brows furrowing in confusion. Why had he encountered her again? The girl, still on the ground, lifted her head and locked eyes with him. Recognition flickered across her face. She knew him. Her gaze immediately filled with fear. Don't tell anyone you saw me here, she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Chun was taken aback. He turned to her, his expression shifting into one of shock. She had been so close, and he hadn't even sensed her presence. It didn't take him long to piece it together. The person being hunted, the one that blue-haired man had been chasing, was her. He quickly decided to get her out of there. But before he could make a move, he felt it. Another presence. Jiang Chen's body stiffened as he turned his gaze toward the warehouse entrance. It was too late to leave. Moments later, several figures entered the warehouse. Among them was Jing Tai, accompanied by a man with striking blue hair, a member of the Shao family. As they advanced toward Jiang Chun, Jing Tai quickly recognized him, and a chill ran down his spine. Panic flickered across his face as he pointed at Jiang Chun, urgently informing his leader that this was the same person they had encountered before. The blue-haired man casually slipped a hand into his pocket, studying Jiang Chun with a smirk. Amused, he praised his subordinate for having a sharp sense of smell. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun remained unfazed, sitting back down on a nearby rock, resting his hands on his knees, and maintaining his silence. Taking a closer look around, the man realized the warehouse was deserted, aside from Jiang Chun, who seemed to be camping alone. Jing Tai's expression darkened as he glared at him, his anger barely restrained. Without wasting time, he demanded to know if a girl had entered the warehouse moments ago, warning that if Jiang Chun didn't answer immediately, this time he wouldn't be so forgiving. Before Jing Tai could escalate the situation, the blue-haired man raised a hand to stop him, signaling for patience. He took a seat on a rock in front of Jiang Chun, his interest piqued. From the energy Jiang Chun radiated, he could tell he belonged to the spiritual master class. But what surprised him even more was the rapid increase in his level. It had been less than a day since their last encounter, yet Jiang Chun was already at level 16. Intrigued, the man set that thought aside for now, shifting his focus back to the matter at hand. Leaning slightly forward, he drew his sword and casually aimed it at Jiang Chun's neck, his expression turning serious. Without hesitation, he asked if a girl with black hair had passed through this area. His subordinates, now gathered behind him, remained silent, awaiting Jiang Chun's response. Jiang Chun, however, remained calm, locking eyes with the man. In that instant, he could tell This person's aura was overwhelming, far surpassing level 30. The accuracy with which the man had assessed his class and level made Jiang Chun suspect he possessed some sort of detection artifact. After a brief pause, Jiang Chun turned his head slightly and pointed toward the back door of the warehouse. He explained that he had seen a shadow moving in that direction, but admitted he wasn't sure if it was the person they were looking for, as he wasn't of the perceptive class. The blue-haired man considered his words for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. Though still skeptical, he chose to believe Jiang Chun for now. However, he left him with a warning, advising him to be more honest in the future. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the remark. The man then turned his back to him, but cast a final glance over his shoulder, his gaze laced with silent threat. With an unmistakable sense of menace, he warned Jiang Chun that if he found out he had helped that girl, the Shao family would make sure he paid the price. Jiang Chun, unfazed, simply smirked. A few moments later, the man and his subordinates exited the warehouse. As Jiang Chun watched them fade into the distance, a thought crossed his mind. The Shao family might be dangerous, but in Jiang City, the Shao family was the true powerhouse. Jiang Chun fixed a penetrating gaze on the blue-haired man, his mind racing. The city's clans had deep roots, their history stretching back to ancient times. Each of them operated like feudal lords, shrouded in mystery, rarely emerging unless disaster loomed. Some of their strongest warriors were said to wield power great enough to tear the heavens apart. This man, he was even more formidable than Jiang Chun had expected. And being remembered by someone like that? Definitely not a good thing. After a few silent moments, Jiang Chun subtly turned his head toward the warehouse exit. Seeing that the men had already left, he decided there was no reason to linger. Just as he was about to leave, the girl emerged from her hiding spot, hands on her hips, and shot him a grateful smile. She thanked him for saving her. Jiang Chun stood up, turned to face her, and said nothing. Then, without warning, he grabbed her arm. The sudden action made her panic, her mind racing with thoughts of what he was planning. His sharp gaze locked onto hers as he leaned in slightly, his tone firm. She had almost tricked him the last time. Since he had helped her again, he wanted to know exactly how she had gotten into trouble with those men. With Jiang Chun standing so close, she felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. Looking away for a moment, she hesitated before finally explaining. Her family was drowning in debt. That man had tried to take the valuables they were transporting, and intended to kill them all to keep the secret buried. But she had managed to escape. Now, he was after her to make sure no one found out. After finishing her explanation, she glanced at Jiang Chun warily. Her voice dropped slightly as she asked if he was planning to silence her too. Jiang Chun let go of her arm, turned his back on her, and started walking away. Seeing him leave, she placed a hand over her chest, then reached out toward him. Her voice carried sincerity as she told him she would always remember what he had done for her, and that she would be forever grateful. Jiang Chun kept walking, his eyes closing as he clenched his fists. He had no intention of getting tangled in her affairs. But just as he was distancing himself, something felt off. His instincts flared. He abruptly stopped, eyes snapping open. The girl noticed it too. Her face paled as she whispered in alarm. Someone had just cast a barrier spell around the warehouse. Outside, an unseen figure gave the order. Within seconds, movement stirred in the shadows. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward the warehouse entrance. Escape was now impossible. Even if the girl claimed she didn't know him, their enemies wouldn't believe her. Activating his insect perception, Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings. A cold realization settled in. There was no way out. They were completely surrounded. His expression darkened as he slowly turned toward the entrance, bracing himself for the fight ahead. The girl, sensing the incoming danger, clutched her chest in fear. Then, like a storm rolling in, the blue-haired man and his subordinates reappeared. Their presence was suffocating, an unmistakable killing intent radiating from their bodies. The blue-haired man locked eyes with Jiang Chun, his expression twisted with anger. He had seen through the lie. Without hesitation, he demanded that Jiang Chun hand over the girl. His voice dripped with venom as he called him a bastard, making it clear he knew Jiang Chun had deceived him. Raising a hand, he gave the order. His subordinates lunged forward, their sights set on the girl. Jiang Chun stood motionless, his gaze locked onto the blue-haired man, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the girl's face drained of color the moment she saw him. Panic set in, fear gripping her as she turned to Jiang Chun. Her voice trembled as she revealed the truth. This man had already stripped the Luo family of everything they owned. And yet, that still wasn't enough for him. Summoning what little courage she had left, she demanded to know why he was so determined to kill her. The blue-haired man regarded her with an eerie calm. Then, with an almost mocking tone, he asked if he really needed a reason. Jiang Chen's attention shifted to the girl upon hearing that she belonged to the Luo family. His gaze deepened, studying her intently. From their position on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, Jiang Chen and the girl watched as the man and his subordinate stood below on the first floor. She clenched her fist, extending the other arm defensively as she faced him. With unwavering resolve, she warned that if he killed her, the Luo family would never forgive him. They would hunt him down, ensuring he never lived in peace. Jiang Chen, standing just behind her, simply let his arms fall to his sides, silently watching. The man with blue hair, however, threw his head back and erupted into laughter. His subordinates quickly followed, smirking at her words. Mocking her, he asked if she truly believed that a family like the Luo family had the power to seek revenge. With one hand on his waist, he lowered his head, covering his face with the other as his laughter echoed through the warehouse. The very thought that a second-rate family with a bit of wealth considered themselves a threat was hilarious to him. Then his tone darkened. He revealed a truth that made the girl's blood run cold. Without the protection of the Shao family's ancestors a century ago, the Luo family would have been wiped out long ago. One of his subordinates unsheathed his sword, while the others continued to sneer. Zheng Tai folded his arms, glancing at Jiang Chen with amusement. Lowering his hand from his face, the blue-haired man raised his head and fixed the girl with a serious look. In the eyes of the Shao family, she and her kin were nothing more than lowly peasants. To him, they were cattle, meant to be slaughtered at the Shao family's will. Jiang Chen's expression hardened. His gaze turned sharp, filled with raw hatred. The sheer arrogance of this man was beyond belief. With a smirk, the blue-haired man lifted his hand, his palms suddenly surging with a powerful red energy that crackled and pulsed toward the sky. His eyes locked onto the girl as he taunted her. What could the Luo family possibly investigate if there was nothing left to find? In an instant, the unleashed energy formed a powerful barrier around the abandoned warehouse. The Dragon Prison Formation, an ability unique to the Shao family. The girl's eyes widened in horror. As she looked up at the sky, the realization hit her like a crushing weight. She clutched her chest, her fingers trembling. Panic overtook her. There was no way out. Jiang Chen lifted his head, his eyes narrowing as he took in the barrier surrounding them. Despite the looming danger, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This blue-haired man was truly an interesting opponent. From their vantage point on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, Jiang Chen and the girl watched as Zheng Tai unsheathed his sword below. His gaze locked onto the girl, his intent clear. With a cold, ruthless tone, he ordered his men to obey the young master's will. No one was to be left alive. His subordinates responded in unison. Understood. The blue-haired man stood beside Zheng Tai, observing in silence. Seconds later, Zheng Tai prepared to strike. But before he could make a move, the man with blue hair stepped forward and raised a hand, signaling him to stop. His gaze shifted back to Jiang Chen, and a smirk crept onto his face. The girl from the Luo family must die today, he declared. But his attention remained fixed on Jiang Chen, his interest in him only growing. He had long since realized that Jiang Chen wasn't just any fighter. He possessed the divine rank creation class. Still watching him, the man casually explained that the spiritual master, Jiang Chen's class, was an exceptionally rare profession. Unlike most people, he understood its true value. With that, he extended a hand to the side and made an offer. If Jiang Chen captured the girl and handed her over, he would spare his life. Not only that, but he would allow him to serve under the Shao family, an opportunity to obtain everything under the sky. With a confident smile, he asked, "So, what do you think?" The girl, who had her hands on her waist, froze in shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen simply let his arms fall to his sides, his expression unreadable. For a few moments, he said nothing. Then a chuckle escaped his lips. He lowered his gaze to the ground, shaking his head slightly before letting out a mocking remark. The bastards of the Shao family sure were good at making offers. The girl immediately turned to look at him, her heart pounding. Was Jiang Chen actually considering it? Panic filled her eyes as uncertainty gripped her. Then, Jiang Chen's demeanor shifted. His gaze snapped back to the blue-haired man, sharp and murderous. "Take your Shao family and go to hell." His voice was laced with contempt. His fists clenched tightly, and in an instant a thick, poisonous mist began to seep from his body, Little Nine's venomous aura spreading into the air. His expression remained cold as he made his stance clear. "I refuse." Then his tone grew even sharper. "If you want to fight, come and get it." The girl gasped as she stepped back instinctively, bringing her hands close to her chest. The venomous mist curling around Jiang Chen sent a shiver down her spine. She had no idea what was happening, but one thing was certain. This was no ordinary ability. The blue-haired man's smirk vanished. His expression twisted with anger. To reject his offer so blatantly, this was an insult. His voice darkened as he barked a single command. "Kill him." Without hesitation, his subordinates sprang into action. Swords were unsheathed, feet pounded against the ground, and within moments, they leaped into the air, surging toward Jiang Chun with deadly intent. Amidst them, Zheng Tai locked his eyes on Jiang Chun and gave a sharp warning to his comrades. Be careful. This one won't go down easily. As the enemies closed in, Jiang Chun remained perfectly still, his sharp eyes tracking their every move. He made no attempt to flee, no sign of fear, just silent observation. Within seconds, they reached the second floor. Zheng Tai's eyes widened as he noticed the poisonous mist surrounding Jiang Chun's body. Wasting no time, he warned his comrades that Jiang Chun could use poison and cautioned them not to attack directly. Realizing the fight was inevitable, the girl quickly hid behind Jiang Chun. At that moment, Jiang Chun deactivated the poisonous mist. Instead, he extended his hand, and a vibrant green energy surged around his body. His gaze locked onto Zheng Tai, his expression unwavering as he revealed a startling fact. Not only could he wield poison, but he also possessed a powerful talent ability. The girl, still behind him, took a few steps back, clutching her chest. Her confusion grew. She had no idea what this ability was. In an instant, green spiritual roots erupted from the ground, spreading rapidly like living vines. Zheng Tai gripped his sword with both hands and lunged forward, preparing to strike. But the moment he looked down and saw the massive roots twisting toward him, he froze in shock. Well, what is this? Before anyone could react, the roots surged forward and coiled tightly around Zheng Tai and his subordinates, trapping them in place. Panic erupted as they struggled against the sudden entanglement, completely bewildered. Jiang Chun, his hand still outstretched, calmly explained. This was his ability, the evolution of all things. The spiritual roots constricted tighter around Zheng Tai's body, squeezing with increasing pressure. He gritted his teeth, gripping the roots in an attempt to break free. His mind raced. A divine rank class? His confusion deepened. He knew Jiang Chun could use poison, but this was something else entirely. Realizing he couldn't afford to hesitate, Zheng Tai gripped his sword with both hands and, using all his strength, slashed through the roots binding him. The others followed his lead, hacking away at the vines. Attack the roots! They're fragile, Zheng Tai shouted. One by one, the severed roots collapsed to the ground, near where the blue-haired man stood. Annoyed, he casually pushed them aside with his hands. But as he did, something clicked in his mind. His expression shifted. You idiot, he suddenly shouted at Zheng Tai. This is just a distraction. But it was too late. While they had been preoccupied cutting through the roots, Jiang Chun had already made his next move. A swarm of insects emerged, their piercing gazes locking onto their prey. Poisonous mist began to swirl around Jiang Chun once more as he extended his hand to the side, his intent clear. His voice carried an air of finality. You're already too late. The girl, still on the ground, leaned back on her hands and lifted her head. Upon seeing the insects, her eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Zheng Tai's subordinates remained focused on cutting the roots, completely unaware of the looming threat. Then, Zheng Tai turned his head slightly, only to freeze. His breath hitched, his eyes widened. As he took in the sight of the approaching swarm, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What were those things? The swarm of insects surged forward at blinding speed, launching a relentless assault on Zheng Tai and his men. Reacting quickly, Zheng Tai raised his sword to block the attack, but his confidence shattered just as quickly as his weapon. Within seconds, the insects tore through the blade like it was made of paper. He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Chun had just destroyed his sword. A cold sweat formed on his forehead as he took a closer look. That wasn't poisonous mist at all. It was something far worse. These weren't just toxins. They were summoned creatures. His stomach dropped. Before he could process what was happening, one of the insects crept up behind him, its mandibles opening wide, ready to strike. He barely had time to react before he felt its presence looming over him. His instincts screamed at him. His head snapped upward, and the moment he saw it, sheer panic took over. He let out a desperate scream, warning his comrades. This isn't poison, it's monsters. But it was too late. Jiang Chun, still controlling the creatures with his outstretched hand, watched Zheng Tai with a cold, murderous gaze. A slow, knowing smile spread across his lips. He had him right where he wanted him. Just as the insect lunged for its prey, a sudden force crashed down onto Zheng Tai's shoulder. A foot. A voice followed, dripping with contempt. Trash. Get lost. Zheng Tai barely had time to turn his head before confusion overtook his face. Jiang Chun, too, was momentarily stunned. The man standing over Zheng Tai was none other than the blue-haired leader of the Shao family. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword with a single hand. Gathering momentum, he leaped into the air, his aura flaring as he closed in on Jiang Chun. As he advanced, his body was engulfed in a fierce, orange glow. This was the first form of the king's 9 forms. Jiang Qin remained silent, his body still shrouded in little Nine's poisonous mist. The girl, still sitting on the ground nearby, gasped. She covered her mouth with both hands, eyes wide with fear. Jiang Chun lifted his head. In that instant, he realized something. This man was faster than a mist. His expression tensed. His teeth clenched. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. There was no time to hesitate. Summoning his power, he activated one of the Shao family's most feared techniques, chasing dragons. A massive dragon, forged from pure spiritual energy, materialized in an instant. Its eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, burning with raw intensity. Then it struck. The sheer force of the attack obliterated the area where Jiang Chun stood, reducing it to rubble. A dense cloud of smoke and dust filled the warehouse, masking everything from view. The blue-haired man stood at the center of the destruction, his sword extended, unwavering. His gaze remained fixed on the swirling smoke. A smug grin spread across his face. Bastard, he muttered. He knew Jiang Chun would be a challenge. But fortunately for him, Jiang Chen's level wasn't high, and his speed wasn't fast enough to keep up. With this blade alone, he was confident he could finish the job. But then, as the dust began to settle, his expression changed. His body stiffened, his breath hitched, because once the smoke cleared, he saw something that made his blood run cold. As the dust settled, Jiang Chun remained standing, alive, but only thanks to the girl. She had used her hidden profession ability, Earth Eternal Shield, to conjure a barrier just in time. But now, with her hands still outstretched toward the shield, cracks spread across its surface like shattered glass. Her body trembled, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she turned to Jiang Chun, her voice strained. It hurts? Jiang Chun, standing behind her, stared in shock. Until now, he hadn't realized. She was a defensive type. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man, who had all but forgotten about her, now burned with fury. His attack had been blocked. His teeth clenched as his gaze darkened, and without hesitation, he prepared to strike again. Jiang Chun, however, saw an opportunity. Without wasting a moment, he extended his hand to the side, releasing a thick poisonous mist. Then, with a swift movement, he landed on the ground, ready to counterattack. Just then, a panicked voice called out. One of the blue-haired man's subordinates, lying on the ground, reached out to him in desperation. Be careful. Turning his head slightly, the man caught sight of what the warning was about. Dozens of Jiang Chen's summoned insects were closing in fast. Reacting instantly, he grabbed the nearest subordinate by the hood. The man barely had time to register what was happening before he found himself yanked forward, used as a human shield. The swarm of insects, too simple-minded to realize the trick, sank their fangs into the unfortunate subordinate instead. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the warehouse. The sheer force of the attack sent both bodies flying backward. As the chaos settled, the blue-haired man dropped to one knee, his sword pressed into the ground for support. Blood trickled from his mouth as he coughed, his gaze lowered. From the second floor, Jiang Qin watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. But internally, he could only think, what a disgusting bastard. Sacrificing his own man without hesitation. The fallen subordinate, now lying in a pool of his own blood, coughed weakly. His chest had been torn open by the attack, yet somehow, he was still clinging to life. The blue-haired man turned his head slightly, acknowledging him. You endured well, he muttered. Slowly, he stood up and approached Jiang Chun, but not before glancing back at his dying subordinate. I didn't train you for nothing, he added coldly. You truly are strong. But strong wasn't enough. Within moments, the man breathed his last. Ignoring the corpse, the blue-haired man reached into his pocket, pulled out a dragon yuan pill, and swallowed it in one swift motion. He hadn't expected to be pushed this far. But now, Jiang Chun had forced his hand. The moment the pill took effect, his energy surged. With slow, deliberate steps, he advanced toward Jiang Chun, dragging his sword along the ground. The blade scraped against the stone, causing small rocks to lift into the air, as if responding to his aura. Jiang Chun, sensing the shift, immediately assumed an offensive stance. Nearby, the girl remained seated, one hand clutching the wound on her arm. She didn't dare move. The blue-haired man lifted his sword, pointing it directly at Jiang Chun. His eyes burned with murderous intent. This next strike, he growled, will take your head. Jiang Chun remained calm, his eyes locked onto the blue-haired man. He stood firm, ready for whatever came next. The Dragon Yuan pill had fully taken effect. Behind the blue-haired man, the elemental energy dragon surged in size, its glowing eyes flaring as if acknowledging its master's intent. It was ready to strike. With a thunderous stomp, the man shattered the ground beneath him, his energy so intense that the surrounding rocks floated in response. His grip tightened around his sword, his gaze burning with determination. This time, he would end Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's eyes flicked toward the dragon, and for the first time, a trace of unease crossed his mind. Could he withstand this attack? Without hesitation, the blue-haired man unsheathed his sword. This time, he activated the second form of the Nine King Styles, Descending Dragon's Cut. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from his body as he swung his blade. In an instant, the elemental dragon lunged forward, its massive form tearing through the air, mouth open wide, ready to consume Jiang Chun in a single devastating strike. At that moment, the girl suddenly stepped in front of Jiang Chun. Extending her hands toward the incoming attack, she activated Earth Eternal Shield once again. Jiang Chun instinctively raised an arm to shield his face from the incoming impact, but his eyes widened as he turned toward her. Despite her injuries, she was still willing to block another attack. A brilliant green shield materialized around them just as the dragon struck. The sheer force of the impact shattered the ground, kicking up a thick curtain of smoke. With her arms still outstretched, the girl clenched her teeth, her body trembling. Gritting through the pain, she turned to Jiang Chun, her voice strained. The Dragon Yuan pill. It's made the Shao family's technique several times stronger, she gasped. My shield, it won't hold. Cracks began to spread across the protective barrier. Realizing the inevitable, she pushed herself to her limits, determined to buy as much time as possible. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, tightened his grip on his cloak, his gaze locked onto the energy dragon. He couldn't help but be impressed. Each strike from that beast was lethal. The previous attack had already been overwhelming. Yet this man had even more power to unleash. Above them, the blue-haired man leaped forward, his sword raised high. As soon as he saw the shield cracking, a cruel smirk crossed his lips. Without wasting a second, he unleashed multiple descending dragon's cuts in rapid succession, each strike hammering against the already weakened shield. Jiang Chun exhaled sharply and turned his gaze upward. No more hesitation. He raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm of insects mark. Against an enemy this ruthless, this powerful, there was no room for mercy. A moment later, the shield shattered completely. Then, a deafening buzz filled the air. From Jiang Chen's outstretched hand, thousands of insects burst forth, swarming into the sky like a living storm. The blue-haired man's eyes widened as he looked up, his arrogant smirk vanishing in an instant. His teeth clenched as a sudden, sinking realization hit him. What is this? Thousands of insects poured out of Jiang Chen's hand, filling the air with a deafening buzz. His gaze remained fixed on the blue-haired man, his voice calm yet menacing. Get ready. The girl, still sitting on the floor behind him, clutched her wounded shoulder, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had assumed Jiang Chun was from the creation class, but now, she wasn't so sure. Surrounding Jiang Chun, several insects turned their piercing gazes toward the blue-haired man, their bodies tensed, ready to strike. Jiang Chun took a step forward. Attack! At his command, the swarm surged toward their target. For the first time, the blue-haired man clenched his teeth, a flicker of panic flashing across his face. He knew one thing for certain. If this many insects attacked at once, survival would be impossible. Still, he refused to back down. Unsheathing his sword, he assumed a defensive stance, his eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. With a deep breath, he activated Descending Dragon Cut. A wave of energy exploded from his blade as he swung furiously, determined to slice through the approaching swarm. They're just disgusting little bugs, he spat, cutting down insect after insect with each strike. But Jiang Chun remained unmoved, his body still cloaked in the poisonous mist of Little Nine. He extended a hand, his tone laced with mockery. Do you really believe that's enough? A horrifying sight unfolded before the blue-haired man's eyes. The severed insect bodies began to regenerate. His breath hitched. What? The insects reformed almost instantly and resumed their relentless assault. Realizing he couldn't stop them, panic set in. He swung again, slashing more insects in half, but each time, they regenerated and came back stronger. Jiang Chun observed him with cold amusement. Let's see how long you can last. The girl, still behind Jiang Chun, turned her head toward him, astonished. Just how powerful was he? The blue-haired man, now furious, tightened his grip on his sword. With a roar, he unleashed another Descending Dragon Cut, this time targeting a large insect directly in front of him. The spiritual dragon materialized once more, its mouth opening wide as it devoured the creature's midair. Unlike his sword, the dragon's energy continuously consumed the insects, preventing them from regenerating. For a moment he smirked, but in that brief moment of confidence, he let his guard down. One of the insects seized the opportunity, lunging from behind and sinking its fangs deep into his arm. A sharp pain shot through his body. His sword slipped from his grip. His head snapped to the side, eyes wide with horror. This isn't good. Poison was already spreading through his veins, numbing his right hand. Without his sword, his situation had gone from bad to worse. Realizing he had no other choice, he reached into his robes with his uninjured hand. The insect saw the opening and surged forward, closing in on him. But just before they could land another blow, he yanked a small red object from his clothes, raising it high into the air. J protection of life. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his body, forming a protective aura around him. With a sneer, he turned to Jiang Chun, his voice dripping with arrogance. Did you really think a few pathetic insects could kill me, the great Xiao Yuanwu? Jiang Chun stood still, his gaze locked onto Yuanwu. He made no move, nor did he speak, just silently observed. Then, he extended a hand toward Yuanwu, his expression unreadable. What kind of treasure is that? He asked calmly. How does it hold such power? Without waiting for an answer, he gave a simple command. Devour him. The swarm responded instantly, surging toward Yuanwu like a tidal wave. But the moment they reached him, they were stopped cold. A translucent shield, glowing faintly with an ancient aura, surrounded Yuanwu's body. The insects attacked relentlessly, yet no matter how fiercely they bit and clawed, they couldn't leave so much as a scratch. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. This wasn't normal. Yuanwu, still pressing a hand against the wound on his arm, turned his head slightly, his lips curling into a smirk. You're wasting your time, he said. This is the Jade Treasure, an inherited relic of the Xiao family. It possesses divine power. Jiang Chun refused to back down. Attack again? The insects obeyed, launching another frenzied assault. But once more, the shield held firm. Yuanwu slowly stepped forward, completely unfazed. I'll admit, you've impressed me, he said, his tone almost amused. To think you could push me this far, even forcing me to use an ancestral treasure. His smirk widened. But even if you throw everything you have at me, it won't make a difference. As long as the shield is active, you can't lay a finger on me. Jiang Chun remained silent, his eyes unreadable as he watched the insect struggle against the barrier. Meanwhile, the girl beside him hesitated, then grabbed onto Jiang Chun's sleeve. Yuanwu, wiping the blood from his lips, let out a low chuckle. You're strong, but you lack vision. He took another step closer, confidence radiating from him. I'll make you one last offer, he said smoothly. Join me. Swear loyalty to the Xiao family, and I'll grant you the Xiao surname. An honor countless men would kill for. His eyes gleamed with superiority. Think carefully, he added. This is an opportunity you won't get twice. Jiang Chun didn't react right away. Instead, he simply stared at Yuanwu, his expression calm, almost as if he were considering it. For several moments, he remained deep in thought. Then his gaze darkened. A quiet anger bubbled beneath the surface as he looked at Yuanwu, at the sheer arrogance of a man so blinded by his own power that he couldn't even recognize the danger he was in. The girl glanced at Jiang Chun, noticing the subtle shift in his demeanor. Her brows furrowed in confusion. What was he planning? Yuanwu extended a hand toward Jiang Chun, his smirk unwavering. Enough with the pride, he said. Whether you accept or not doesn't really matter. Even if I don't kill you today, the Xiao family's influence stretches across the entire country. You can't run. You can't fight us. Sooner or later, we will. Jiang Chun suddenly cut him off, his voice smooth yet sharp. Didn't you say something earlier? Yuanwu frowned slightly. Jiang Chun's lips curled into a smirk. You said one can't investigate something if there's nothing left to find. Yuanwu's expression flickered. Jiang Chun tilted his head slightly. So tell me, what happens if you die here, leaving no trace behind? Boom! A thunderous impact shook the ground. Yuanwu's eyes widened as he instinctively turned his head. From the depths of the insect swarm, something massive emerged. A grotesque, towering tentacle slammed into the ground behind them, leaving deep cracks in the stone. His breath hitched. What? His body stiffened, his pulse hammering in his chest. Then slowly he looked up. Towering above him, emerging from the writhing swarm, was the insect mother. She was monstrous. Her massive, twisted form cast a shadow over the battlefield, her many eyes glistening with a predatory hunger. The girl gasped, her knees giving out as she collapsed onto the ground, staring in pure horror. Yuanwu's entire body tensed. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he realized, for the first time in his life, he was afraid. Jiang Chen's gaze remained cold and steady as he gave the command. Devour him. At his words, Little Nine let out a delighted hum, slithering forward with eerie excitement. Finally, she purred. I'm starving. Yuanwu's expression twisted in pure terror. A fear unlike anything he had ever known gripped him as the monstrous creature loomed over him, her massive tentacles writhing hungrily. Then, with a wicked smile, she struck. Her powerful tentacle smashed into Yuanwu's shield with overwhelming force. The impact sent him flying, his body crashing violently through the warehouse wall, shattering it into rubble. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. This can't be real, he gasped, his voice shaking. What kind of monster is she? Jiang Chun, completely unfazed, simply answered with calm indifference. She just finished reproducing. You, and that jade treasure of yours? You're exactly what she needs to satisfy her hunger. Yuan Wu's breath hitched. Little Nine wasted no time, her tentacles striking him over and over again, each blow creating shockwaves that kicked up thick clouds of dust and debris. The warehouse trembled under the sheer force of her relentless assault. Within seconds, cracks splintered across Yuan Wu's so-called impenetrable shield. His confidence shattered along with it. No, no, this is impossible, he choked, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. His mind raced in denial. The Shao family's jade treasure, an ancient relic said to be unbreakable, was crumbling before his eyes. If the shield failed, if he fell here, the Shao family would lose everything. As the last fragments of the shield disintegrated, Little Nine loomed over him, her predatory gaze locked onto her prey. With slow, deliberate movements, she raised her tentacle for the final blow. Jiang Chun remained motionless, watching silently. Then, a devastating strike. The ground beneath them shattered into countless pieces, and when the dust finally settled, nothing remained of Yuan Wu except a pool of blood. Little Nine lifted her tentacle from the ground, her expression satisfied. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly. No one could ever find out about this. With that thought, he raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm mark. Little Nine's body shimmered. Then, within seconds, she transformed back into her human form. Smiling sweetly, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Jiang Chun in an affectionate embrace. Delicious, she murmured, closing her eyes. Thank you, Jiang Chun. You really are the best. Then, with a playful smirk, she added, and don't forget, I'm the one who loves you the most. From a few feet away, the girl on the ground turned her head toward them. The sight of Little Nine in her human form left her utterly bewildered. A mixture of confusion and fear flickered across her face. Jiang Chun said nothing. He simply turned his back to her and started walking away. But then, after a brief pause, he glanced back at her. He had unfinished business. The girl tensed immediately. Her heart pounded as a cold realization hit her. She had seen everything, and now that she knew his secret, the question was, would he let her live? Jiang Chen's gaze darkened as he looked at her, deep in thought. His body tensed slightly, releasing faint traces of Little Nine's poisonous mist. Behind him, several insects emerged, their sharp eyes locking onto the girl. Their intent was clear. Jiang Chen took a slow step toward her. Give me one good reason, he said quietly, his tone unreadable. Why I shouldn't kill you right now. The girl's breath hitched. Panic took over. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees, trembling. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a handful of gold coins, her entire fortune. Head bowed, she held them out with both hands, her voice shaking. This is everything I have, she stammered. It's worth millions, practically my entire life. Please take it. Take all of it. Just let me live. Jiang Chen picked up a gold coin, rolling it between his fingers as he studied the girl. She seemed sincere, but sincerity wasn't enough. She had seen too much, lied too many times. Eliminating her would be the safest option. Sensing the danger, she suddenly stood up, eyes shut tight. With one hand raised toward the sky, she swore by her name, Luo Sandow. If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down with 5 thunders. Jiang Chun arched a brow, slightly amused yet skeptical. Luo Sandow. He wasn't sure if that was even her real name. After all, lying seemed to be second nature to her. Without hesitation, she stepped closer, holding out an identification card. Her gaze was steady, her expression serious. I'm telling the truth, she insisted. I don't know what my parents were thinking when they gave me this name, but I'm not deceiving you. Jiang Chun took the card, lifting it for a closer look. His eyes landed on the image. A round-faced, chubby girl stared back at him. He blinked. Then, his gaze flickered between the photo and the girl standing before him. Are you sure this is you? Luo Sandow sighed dramatically. She grabbed strands of her hair, twisting them into makeshift ponytails. Puffing up her cheeks, she closed her eyes and struck a pose. That was 2 years ago, she exclaimed. I hadn't grown yet, and I hadn't lost weight either. Jiang Chen stared at her for a moment. Then, a deep laugh erupted from him. He turned away, shaking his head as he laughed out loud. Even the insects hovering behind him seemed momentarily confused. After regaining his composure, Jiang Chen looked at her again, his expression turning serious. Still, he said, his voice calm yet firm, I can't trust you. His gaze darkened. This secret is something only the dead can keep. Before he could finish a sentence, Luo Sandow suddenly leaped forward. A portal appeared beside her as she activated her storage ring. Without hesitation, she reached inside and pulled out a scroll. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as she approached him, her face unusually serious. "Don't worry," she said. His gaze flickered to the scroll in her hands. "What is that?" Luo Sandao carefully unrolled it, gripping it with both hands. "This is a sealing scroll?" Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. She continued, her voice unwavering. "If I reveal your secret, I will die immediately." Jiang Chen studied her carefully. There was no trace of hesitation in her eyes, only fear. She wasn't bluffing. Then, a system window appeared before him. "Luo Sandao has sworn to protect your secret with her life. If she reveals it, she will be executed immediately." Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Something like this actually existed. He picked up the scroll, closing one eye as he inspected it with the other. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Fine, she had signed a literal life-binding contract. For now, he would let her live. Hearing Jiang Chen's decision, Luo Sandao let out a deep breath of relief and quickly thanked him. Jiang Chen, however, turned his head toward her, his expression unreadable. "How much does this scroll cost?" he asked. She tapped a finger on her cheek, thinking for a moment before responding. "I'm around 10 million. Jiang Chen's grip on the scroll tightened. His eye twitched. This meant she had just used the most valuable item in her storage ring. Luo Sandao noticed his sudden shift in demeanor and immediately panicked. She waved her hands frantically, her voice filled with nervous laughter. "But if you take me home, my parents will definitely reward you. They'll treat you really well and give you way more than just 10 million. Jiang Chen turned his back on her, uninterested. "I don't have time for that," he said flatly. "Tomorrow morning, I need to report to the night watch. I can't waste any more time." With that, he started walking away. "Good luck." Luo Sandao scrambled to her feet. Watching him disappear into the distance, she quickly called out, Wait. At least take me home." Jiang Chen stopped but didn't turn around. "My house is much closer than the night watch headquarters," she explained. "And there's a teleportation station nearby. You'll still make it on time." At first, he refused, but after considering her words for a moment, he changed his mind. Several hours later, they arrived at the Luo family mansion. It was breathtaking, massive, elegant, almost like a castle. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, a solemn atmosphere filled the grand hall. Hooded men knelt in submission before a regal woman seated on a grand throne. A man approached her and bowed deeply before delivering urgent news. "Your daughter has returned." At first, the woman was shocked. Impossible. The Xiao family was ruthless. They didn't just steal, they killed without hesitation. Yet now, they dared to spread lies as well. As fury boiled within her, the man quickly interjected, urging her to contain her rage. "Please, my lady, I am merely the messenger. I am not the one who caused you suffering." Minutes later, Luo Sandao entered the hall. Without hesitation, she ran to her mother, sat beside her, and buried her face in her lap, sobbing uncontrollably. Her mother gently placed a hand on her head, comforting her daughter. But as her gaze shifted toward her subordinates, her expression hardened. This would not go unanswered. She made up her mind. She would not let the Xiao family get away with this. Just then a man, her husband, stepped forward. Placing his hands to his sides, he spoke with a firm, level voice. "For now, we must remain calm." His gaze met his wife's, steady and unwavering. "The most important thing is that Luo Sandao has returned safely." He took a deep breath before adding, "The Xiao family is one of the most powerful forces in this country. We cannot afford to act recklessly. We are merchants, not warriors." Jiang Chen stood silently to the side, watching everything unfold. So, her real name is Luo Sandao after all. Moments later, Luo Sandao's father turned toward Jiang Chen. With a respectful nod, he handed him a black card. "Take this." Jiang Chen examined the card as the man closed his eyes and smiled. "This is our token of gratitude," he said warmly. "Thank you for saving our daughter." He then added in a firm tone, "Do not lose this card. It may come in handy in the future." At that moment, Luo Sandao's mother turned to face Jiang Chen. Her previous fury had faded, replaced by a graceful, almost motherly warmth. With a kind smile, she said, "You are our benefactor. As thanks, I have prepared a meal for you. Eat, rest, and then you may use our teleportation station to continue your journey." Jiang Chen accepted the black card with a nod, closing his eyes briefly as he smiled. "I won't be staying to eat," he said casually. But the moment he finished speaking, growl, a loud stomach growl echoed through the room. Jiang Chen froze. A faint redness crept up his ears as he awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. With a sheepish grin, he quickly changed his mind. "Actually, maybe just a little." Luo Sandao's father chuckled, pointing him toward the dining area. "Right this way. We'll have everything ready shortly." Meanwhile, her mother covered her mouth with a hand, closing her eyes as she smiled knowingly. Within minutes, the best chefs in the Luo family prepared an extravagant feast. Jiang Chun wasted no time digging in. Plate after plate, dish after dish, he devoured everything in front of him with surprising speed. Before long, he had stacked the empty plates into a precariously high column. A passing waiter, bringing another dish, paused mid-step. His eyes widened at the sight. Was Jiang Chun building a tower out of his plates? Unbothered, Jiang Chun leaned back slightly, resting one hand on the table while the other held a massive meat thigh. As he continued eating, a thought crossed his mind. The more my insects grow, the hungrier I get. Beside him, Luo Sandow sat quietly, watching him with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Slow down, she laughed. No one's going to take your food away. Seated next to her, her parents exchanged a glance. They simply smiled, sipping their tea as they silently observed Jiang Chun. As he continued eating, Luo Sandow found herself staring at him, her cheeks warming slightly. Her mother, gently swirling her cup of tea, finally spoke. Sandow mentioned that Jiang Chun is from the creation class and even possesses a divine rank. She glanced at her husband. It's quite fascinating, isn't it? Her father, resting his chin on his hand, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he mused, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chun. Though our daughter hasn't said much, I suspect Jiang Chun has hidden abilities. He's not as simple as he seems. After a brief pause, he added, and he's quite handsome too. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. If Jiang Chun was capable of standing against the Xiao family, if he could protect their daughter for a lifetime, then perhaps he was the perfect person. Luo Sandow's mother suddenly leaned forward, her eyes twinkling as she smiled warmly at Jiang Chun. Tell me, Jiang Chun, she asked, her voice pleasant. Do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Chun, mid-bite, nearly choked. Before he could even process the question, she continued cheerfully. You see, our Sandow doesn't have a boyfriend either. Luo Sandow visibly tensed. She's quite talented, her mother added smoothly. An expert in business, a skilled financial manager, and, of course, very responsible. Her father, standing behind Jiang Chun, gave him a very enthusiastic thumbs up. And her body is quite... Wait, what? Jiang Chun turned his head slightly, sensing something very wrong. Very sexy, her father finished proudly. Her measurements are 36-24-36. Luo Sandow practically exploded. Father. He, however, was not done. In fact, he continued excitedly. We've already thought of names for your future children. Jiang Chun, who had just taken a sip of water, immediately spat it back out. Coughing violently, he slammed his glass onto the table, eyes wide in pure shock. Meanwhile, Luo Sandow's face turned as red as a tomato. Her hands shot up to her burning cheeks as she shrieked internally. What is even happening right now? Without a second thought, Jiang Chun bolted from the dining hall. Thank you for your hospitality, he called over his shoulder. His excuse? He was full and had urgent matters to attend to. Truthfully, he just needed to escape. Luo Sandow's father watched him disappear and quickly called out, Wait, we still need to talk. Before he could finish, Sandow rushed forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. Quiet, she hissed, her face still burning with embarrassment. Her mother, however, simply turned to her daughter, eyes narrowing slightly in disappointment. Calmly, she sat down in her chair, letting out a small sigh. Meanwhile, her father pried Sandow's hand away and muttered, Our son-in-law ran away. Then, with a teasing smile, he added, As his wife, shouldn't you go after him and say goodbye? Sandow's entire body stiffened. Before she could protest, her mother chimed in. No need to worry, she said with a knowing smile. He has the black card. No matter where he runs, we can track him. Sandow immediately grabbed her knees, clenched her eyes shut, and let out a frustrated scream. Just be quiet. Lowering her head, she groaned, her mind swirling with thoughts of Jiang Chun. Yes, he was strong. Yes, he was handsome. But he was also terrifying. Then again, even though he was terrifying, there was no denying how strong and handsome he was. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family's estate, Xiao Yuanshan, the head of the family, sat rigidly in his chair, his fingers gripping the armrests. His expression darkened as he received the news. His grandson, Xiao Yuanwu, was dead. Fury ignited in his eyes. His voice was cold and sharp as he issued his command. Find out who did this. Immediately, his suspicion fell upon Xiao Jinluo, another powerful figure within the family. Without hesitation, he ordered his other grandson to send men to investigate him. As one of his subordinates knelt before him, another figure entered the room. A man named Xiao Beihan, hands casually tucked into his pockets, stepped forward. With an amused smirk, he extended one hand to the side and spoke. Grandfather, let's be honest. Yuan Wu was already over 20 years old and had only reached level 30 of the second transformation. His tone was indifferent as he continued. He was useless. He then glanced toward his grandfather and shrugged. Is his death really something to grieve over? Xiao Yuanshan, still seated, rested both hands on his knees and observed Xiao Beihan carefully. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You're right. Yuan Wu was mediocre. Nothing compared to you. He leaned forward slightly, his voice cold. But in the end, he was my grandson. His eyes flickered with menace. Even when beating a dog, one must consider who its owner is. His fingers curled slightly. I want to know, who in this country dared to kill someone from the Xiao family? Hearing this, Xiao Beihan's smirk widened. He stepped forward, extending his hand. A sinister, dark energy swirled around his palm. Grandfather, there's no need to concern yourself with this trivial matter. He turned his hand slightly, watching the dark energy shift between his fingers. Once we're finished dealing with the Tianjiao camp, it won't matter who the culprit is. His smile sharpened. I'll handle it for you. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already arrived at the Night Watch office. Pushing open the heavy doors, he stepped inside. Inside the dimly lit room, several figures stood waiting, including Ji Gang and a group of high-ranking officers. Ji Gang turned slightly, surprised to see Jiang Chun had arrived. Jiang Chun introduced himself as the newest member of the Night Watch, casually scratching the back of his head. Curiosity crept in as he wondered why so many people had gathered. Ji Gang, always the charismatic one, approached Jiang Chun with a welcoming gesture, placing a hand on his shoulder and extending the other dramatically to the side. With a warm smile, he revealed they had all been waiting for him. Jiang Chun was taken aback by this unexpected reception. Ji Gang wasted no time introducing Jiang Chun to the group's key members. First up was Yun Xiaoku, a level 45 healer in the second stage. Ji Gang teased that she used to be the youngest until Jiang Chun stole her title. Flustered, Yun Xiaoku blushed as her eyes lingered on Jiang Chun. She couldn't help but think he was the most handsome teammate she had ever worked with. Next was Duan Feng, a level 49 archer, also in the second stage. He was stoic and somewhat full of himself, but with a confident pose. One hand on his hip, the other saluting his forehead. He politely welcomed Jiang Chun to the team. Then came Chu Bulang, a level 49 warrior, whose small frame betrayed his remarkable strength. A talkative soul, he stood proudly before Jiang Chun, grinning with his eyes closed. He enthusiastically declared it a lifetime achievement to have someone of Jiang Chun's divine-level expertise join their ranks. Finally, there was Tan Jin, the sub-commander of the group, a level 61 master in the third stage and a formidable fire class expert. She radiated authority and warmth. She approached with a motherly demeanor, playfully ruffling the heads of both Chu Bulang and Jiang Chun. Flashing a pleasant smile, she insisted they call her Aunt Tang from now on, promising they'd enjoy meals together daily. Jiang Chun humbly introduced himself as a spiritual master from the creation class, modestly downplaying his worth. Despite his divine-level power, he was well aware that the creation class was often undervalued. Sensing his self-doubt, Ji Gang dismissed such concerns, waving off the opinions of narrow-minded critics. He assured Jiang Chun that everyone here respected his abilities. Tanjin chimed in with her usual cheer, emphasizing that Jiang Chun was special because he chose to join the Night Watch. She warmly declared that this group was now his family. The mood shifted as Ji Gang addressed a pressing matter. If Jiang Chun wanted to enroll in the prestigious Tianjiao training camp, he needed to reach level 20. Ji Gang hesitated, unsure of Jiang Chun's current status. Calmly, Jiang Chun revealed he was already level 17, despite having only switched jobs 3 days earlier. Ji Gang was visibly impressed, gripping Jiang Chun's shoulders with excitement. He burst into hearty laughter, convinced he'd made the right choice in recruiting him. Ji Gang declared with confidence that Jiang Chun's divine talent would make reaching level 20 in 3 days a breeze, immediately deciding to enroll him in the Tianjiao Genius Camp. Ji Gang slowly opened his eyes and turned his head, noticing that everyone around him had suddenly gone quiet, their expressions unusually serious. Sliding a hand into his pocket, he shifted his gaze to Jiang Chun, his tone turning grave. He asked if Jiang Chun had gotten himself into trouble with someone dangerous in the past 3 days, revealing that an unknown third-grade master was currently using their divine class abilities to investigate his whereabouts. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, his mind racing at the possibility. Could it be someone from the Xiao family? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Ji Gang, ever the leader, crossed his arms and instructed Yun Xiaoku to handle the situation. Without hesitation, she acknowledged his command and raised her hands toward the sky. Almost instantly, a surge of green energy spread out, forming a protective barrier around their headquarters. Turning to the group, she calmly explained that this would prevent any form of espionage, allowing them to speak freely without the risk of being overheard. Jiang Chun stood motionless, observing the power unfolding before him. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of ability Yun Xiaoku possessed. Her energy expanded rapidly in all directions, strengthening the barrier until it encompassed the entire area. Ji Gang then approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With a warm smile, he gently asked if there was something Jiang Chun was hiding, reminding him that they were all here to support him. The rest of the group listened intently, waiting for his response. Jiang Chun exhaled deeply, lowering his head as his fingers ran through his hair. His expression darkened before he finally revealed the truth. Just yesterday, he had killed Xiao Yuanwu from the Xiao family. Though he had meticulously erased all traces of the event, he wasn't certain whether the Xiao family had other means of tracking him. Silence fell over the room, but the shock on everyone's faces spoke volumes. Tanjin's expression stiffened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Chun, her voice laced with urgency as she asked if he had truly eliminated a member of the Xiao family. Ji Gang's reaction was no different. His eyes widened as he reached out toward Jiang Chun, his voice filled with surprise. He asked if Jiang Chun had actually killed Xiao Yuanshan's grandson, a cultivator whose strength was at the terrifying 8th stage of cultivation. The weight of the revelation hit the group hard. Just how powerful was Jiang Chun to have pulled off such a feat? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, seeing their stunned reactions, ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Had he just dragged all of them into trouble? But Ji Gang, rather than showing fear, folded his arms and addressed the group. He reminded everyone that the Xiao family had long been infamous for their corruption, with their younger generation causing countless problems over the years. In his eyes, Jiang Chun had done the world a favor by taking out someone like Xiao Yuanwu. His expression remained serious as he acknowledged the power of an 8th stage master. But from what he had heard, Yuanwu was the weakest and least favored among Xiao Yuanshan's descendants. That being the case, there was a chance that the old master wouldn't personally intervene. Tanjin, who had one hand on her waist, extended the other toward Jiang Chun with a determined look. With unwavering confidence, she assured him that if the Xiao family came seeking revenge, the Night Watch would stand by him. After all, they were far from weak. Jiang Chun looked at Ji Gang with warmth in his eyes, a rare smile forming on his lips. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of belonging. He had grown up as an orphan, relying on the kindness of neighbors. But this was different. This felt like home. Ji Gang, however, had other concerns. Turning his back to Jiang Chun, he took a few steps away, deep in thought. Even if Xiao Yuanwu had been incompetent, reaching the 2nd level of cultivation meant he wasn't entirely weak. Suddenly, Ji Gang spun back around, grabbed Jiang Chun firmly by the shoulders, and locked eyes with him, his expression filled with disbelief. He demanded to know how Jiang Chun, a level 17 awakened to the creation class, had managed to kill someone of level 30 in the combat class. Jiang Chun hesitated, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. A nervous sweat broke out as he lifted a hand in a calming gesture, urging Ji Gang not to get too excited. He admitted that, at that crucial moment, someone had helped him. Ji Gang immediately pressed him for details, wanting to know who had been his ally. With a forced smile, Jiang Chun finally confessed. It was the 3rd daughter of the Luo family from Jiangnan. She had awakened a hidden defense class. The entire group fell silent, their gazes locked onto Jiang Chun in shock. The Luo family? The wealthiest merchant family in Jiangnan? Could he possibly be talking about Luo Sandao? Ji Gang wasted no time. He grabbed Jiang Chun by the shoulders again and started shaking him, laughing heartily. Even though the Luo family wasn't known for producing warriors, their wealth alone made them a powerful force. If Jiang Chun ever found himself in trouble, having the Luo family on his side would be no small advantage. Jiang Chun, still being shaken, could only sweat nervously, wondering what on earth Ji Gang was doing. But then, something changed. A powerful surge of purple energy began radiating from Jiang Chun's body. Ji Gang, mid-laugh, suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as he instinctively pulled his hands away. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he stared at Jiang Chun, his mind racing. If Luo Sandao had awakened a defense class, then her offensive abilities were minimal, which meant the one who had actually killed Yuanwu was Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, as if confirming Ji Gang's thoughts, extended his palm forward. A sinister mist of dark poison appeared, swirling ominously in his hand. The air around him grew heavy as he finally revealed the truth. He wasn't just an awakened to the creation class. He was also specialized in a 2nd, hidden class, poison. Duan Feng, who had been silently observing from behind, took an involuntary step back, his expression filled with disbelief. He wasn't the only one. The entire group stared at Jiang Chun, processing what they had just learned. Ji Gang, however, wasn't done yet. He reached out again, attempting to shake Jiang Chun's hand, half laughing as he asked just how many more secrets Jiang Chun was hiding. But Jiang Chun quickly moved his hand aside, warning that the mist in his palm was highly toxic. If Ji Gang wasn't careful, even he might not be able to withstand it. The group remained silent, watching with wary fascination. But before Jiang Chun could finish explaining, Ji Gang suddenly grasped his hand without hesitation. Closing his eyes, he smiled reassuringly and told Jiang Chun not to worry. He knew how to handle poisons. As the venomous mist of Little Nine made contact with Ji Gang's skin, Tanjin's gaze sharpened. She studied the interaction carefully, her expression tense. What kind of poison was this? A few seconds later, Ji Gang finally let go of Jiang Chen's hand and pulled back, only to realize that his own hand had already been poisoned. His expression stiffened as the toxic mist began to spread across his skin. This was bad. Jiang Chen placed a hand on Ji Gang's shoulder, shaking his head with his eyes closed. He sighed and told Ji Gang that this time, he had really overdone it. But Ji Gang didn't seem the least bit panicked. Instead, he grabbed his own wrist, stared Jiang Chen down, and snapped at him, demanding he stop acting like this was a big deal. He hadn't even attempted to defend himself against the poison in the first place. Behind him, Tanjin chuckled, closing her eyes as if entertained by the whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Chu Belang crouched near Ji Gang's poisoned hand, studying it with intense curiosity. What kind of poison was this? Realizing that the situation was getting out of hand, Ji Gang turned sharply toward Yun Xiaoku and called her over to help remove the poison. Without hesitation, she deactivated the protective barrier, allowing its green energy to slowly dissipate. Placing a hand near her mouth, she laughed lightly before agreeing to assist. Jiang Chun, however, couldn't help but remind Ji Gang, again, that this poison was no joke. As he sat down on the couch, he rested one hand on his knee while extending the other to the side, showing the poison's lingering effects. Yun Xiaoku approached him with a calm smile, closing her eyes before placing both hands near his affected hand. A soft glow radiated as she used her abilities to cleanse the poison. As she worked, Ji Gang turned his head toward Jiang Chun, his expression unreadable. Then, with a forced smile, he admitted that the poison was actually quite impressive. He added that the more skills Jiang Chun had, the better it would be for him in the long run. Chu Belang, who had been silently observing from a distance, moved closer. He placed both hands on the arm of the sofa and watched Jiang Chun intently, analyzing him without a word. Once Yun Xiaoku had completely removed the poison, Ji Gang's demeanor shifted. His usual confidence gave way to a more serious expression as he locked eyes with Jiang Chun. Despite recognizing his talent, Ji Gang advised against enrolling in the Tianjiao camp. With the Xiao family now involved, it was simply too risky. The camp might offer valuable resources, but there was no doubt that a prodigy from the Xiao family would be participating as well. It wasn't worth gambling their safety for a few benefits. Behind him, Tanjin crossed her arms, nodded in agreement, and closed her eyes as if sealing the decision. But Jiang Chun wasn't convinced. A confused look crossed his face as he asked Ji Gang what exactly he meant by resources. Ji Gang, still rubbing his wrist, explained patiently. The camp provided access to rare materials, fierce beast blood, advanced equipment, and other valuable items. For those who ranked among the top participants, there were even greater rewards, mysterious fruits and scrolls leading to hidden realms. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Was Ji Gang serious? As his mind raced, he couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. If what Ji Gang said was true, then these resources were far superior to simply hunting fierce beasts in the wild. Perhaps the insects could even reproduce again. With that thought lingering in his mind, Jiang Chun, still surrounded by a faint trace of the poisonous mist, met Ji Gang's gaze with unwavering determination. He insisted on enrolling in the camp, declaring that he wasn't afraid of danger. He had full confidence in his abilities and knew he could protect himself. Ji Gang studied him carefully before sighing. He raised a hand, signaling Jiang Chun to wait. He needed some time to think this through. In the middle of the vast West Lake, a grand temple stood in isolation, its presence commanding respect. Suddenly, the calm waters began to shift as someone entered, using their immense power to part the lake, revealing a deep crack in the ground. The water trembled as the figure moved forward, making his way toward the temple. This was Xiao Beihan, the grandson of Xiao Yuanshan, and the undisputed strongest genius of the Xiao family. His combat prowess had reached a terrifying new level, leaving onlookers in silent awe. As droplets of displaced water fell around him like rain, Beihan stood tall, gripping his sword with one hand. Without turning fully, he cast a sharp gaze over his shoulder and ordered his subordinates to stop their pointless chatter. Then, with a serious tone, he demanded to know if they had found what they were looking for. 3 hooded men, standing respectfully before him, placed their hands on their abdomens and bowed their heads. One of them spoke, revealing that they had uncovered crucial information. Young Master Yuan Wu had been pursuing a woman named Luo Sandao before his disappearance. Moreover, she hadn't been traveling alone. She was accompanied by someone named Jiang Chun. Hearing this, Beihan's eyes darkened as he processed the information. He knew that the girl from the Luo family wasn't a combat class warrior, which left one question. Who exactly was Jiang Chen? His subordinate quickly answered. Jiang Chen had awakened a creation class ability of divine rank, and the latest reports indicated that he had gone to the Night Watch headquarters. Another hooded man stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest in a formal gesture. With his head still lowered, he disclosed even more information. Both Jiang Chen and Luo Sandao had recently enrolled in the Tianjiao camp. However, there was still no direct evidence linking them to Yuan Wu's death. A slow, sinister smile crept across Beihan's face. His gaze turned sharp as he stared into the distance. Evidence? That didn't matter. To him, these two were already prime suspects. What intrigued him even more was Jiang Chen's divine rank awakening. Someone like that was worth his attention. But now that they had joined the camp, there was no need for him to personally track them down. A cold resolve settled in his mind. After 3 days, he would simply eliminate them both at the camp. Inside Ji Gang's office, the atmosphere was heavy with thought. Both he and Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, the weight of their earlier discussion still lingering. Ji Gang, resting one arm on his knee, extended his other hand to the side as he studied Jiang Chen carefully. Despite having already enrolled Jiang Chen in the Tianjiao camp, Ji Gang couldn't shake his concerns. However, he had taken precautions. He had secured a powerful ally for Jiang Chen, someone who could provide both protection and valuable connections. That person was Mu Hanxiu, the little princess of the Mu family. At the 7th level of transformation, she was an elite cultivator and widely regarded as one of the strongest among the camp's participants. But before heading to the camp, Jiang Chen would need to accompany her on a mission to explore a secret realm. Not only would this help him increase his level, but it would also allow him to establish relationships with potential allies before entering the camp. Jiang Chen, seated across from Ji Gang with his elbows resting on the arms of the sofa, remained silent, listening intently. Then, with his usual playful smirk, Ji Gang leaned in, took Jiang Chen's hand, and grinned. He mentioned that Mu Hanxiu was not only incredibly powerful, but also known for her stunning beauty. Since she was the same age as Jiang Chen, Ji Gang suggested, with a mischievous glint in his eye, that Jiang Chen should use his charm to win her over. Jiang Chen, caught completely off guard, instantly broke into a nervous sweat. His expression tensed as he forced an awkward smile. Unsure of how to respond, he scratched the back of his head and hesitantly replied that he'd give it a try. As Ji Gang and Jiang Chen sat in the office, a sudden knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Ji Gang casually granted permission to enter, and soon, 2 figures stepped inside. One of them was a young woman, Mu Hanxiu. She rested her elbow on one hand, propped her chin on the other, and studied Jiang Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Without wasting time, she stated that Ji Gang had asked her to accompany someone to a secret realm. Beside her, a man with a relaxed demeanor placed his hand behind his head, closed his eyes, and smiled as if he found the whole situation amusing. Mu Hanxiu, however, turned to Ji Gang with an impatient look, questioning whether he had changed his mind. Ji Gang responded with his usual charm, saying it was an honor to meet her in person. Mu Hanxiu crossed her arms, glancing at the ground in mild confusion, while the man next to her continued to touch his head, still smiling, as if he was enjoying the moment. Seeing their strange reactions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder what exactly was going on. Both he and Ji Gang stood up, and without hesitation, Ji Gang draped an arm over Jiang Chen's shoulder, his other hand resting on his waist. With a confident stance, he explained the reason for his delayed response. Apparently, he had been angry with Mu Hanxiu's grandfather yesterday, which was why he hadn't answered. But today, he was willing to accept the arrangement, with one special condition. Mu Hanxiu would have to take Jiang Chen with her. Jiang Chen's expression shifted immediately. Surprise flashed across his face as he wondered what was happening. Mu Hanxiu placed a hand on her hip, then walked toward them with a confident stride. She reminded Ji Gang that she had already given him a level 30 secret realm scroll. Then, with a raised brow, she asked if he still wanted to add more conditions. Ji Gang, still relaxed, shrugged slightly and told her that everyone had their own conditions. Mu Hanxiu thought about it for a moment, then came to a conclusion. Ji Gang was simply looking for someone reliable to help Jiang Chen level up. Since Jiang Chen couldn't enter a secret realm lower than level 50, it made sense why they were pushing for her assistance. Meanwhile, the man behind her placed his hands behind his back, still smiling silently as he walked toward them, observing the interaction with quiet amusement. Mu Hanxiu then turned her full attention to Jiang Chen. Staring into his eyes, she asked what level he was and what class he had awakened. Jiang Chen met her gaze with a calm expression and answered that he was level 17 and had awakened the creation class. Upon hearing this, Mu Hanxiu placed a hand on her waist, pointed at him with the other, and openly scoffed. With a look of complete disdain, she dismissed him as trash. Jiang Chen's patience wore thin. His irritation flared as he immediately labeled her a spoiled brat in his mind. But before he could say anything, Ji-gang's mood changed in an instant. His face darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. Rage filled his eyes as he prepared to teach her a lesson. With an unfiltered burst of anger, he called her an empty-headed brat and demanded that she show some respect, reminding her that Jiang Chun had awakened a hidden divine rank ability. The tension in the room escalated, but before Ji-gang could act, the man accompanying Mu Hanxiu quickly stepped in. Moving swiftly, he grabbed Ji-gang by the waist, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, urged him to calm down. He explained that Mu Hanxiu's outburst wasn't personal. Her boyfriend had just dumped her, and she was taking out her frustration on others. Upon hearing this, Mu Hanxiu flinched slightly. She turned her head away, and for the first time, uncertainty flashed in her eyes. She realized she might have gone too far this time. Jiang Chun, still processing Ji-gang's intense reaction, felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Since when did Ji-gang get this worked up on his behalf? Feeling a wave of nervousness, Mu Hanxiu quickly turned her body toward Ji-gang, closed her eyes, and extended both hands in a gesture of apology. With a noticeably softer tone, she sincerely asked him to calm down. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, finding the entire situation rather strange. Despite the tension, their main task still lay ahead. The secret realm they were headed to was known as the Village of Light. It was a level 30 realm with strict entry conditions. Only 5 people below level 50 could enter. The objectives to clear the realm were straightforward: eliminate all the monsters, defeat the boss, or destroy the sacrificial altar. Several hours later, the group finally reached the portal leading to the Village of Light. Standing at the front, Duan Feng placed a hand on his waist and turned to face everyone with a serious expression. He wasted no time asserting his authority. This time, he would be the leader. His instructions were clear. If anyone got separated or found themselves in danger, they were to return immediately to this teleportation point. While the chances of the secret realm becoming unstable were low, they couldn't afford to be careless. If anything went wrong, retreating was the priority. Mu Hanxiu, arms crossed, listened silently with a faint, amused smile on her lips, as if the whole situation entertained her. Meanwhile, Chu Bulang stepped toward Jiang Chun, reaching a hand toward the portal. With a smirk, he closed his eyes and casually mentioned that a level 30 secret realm scroll was worth at least 1 billion. A reminder of just how valuable this opportunity was. Yun Xiaoku, standing nearby with one hand resting on her elbow, also remained silent, listening. Mu Hanxiu, however, had other thoughts. Turning her head toward Jiang Chun, she shot him a smug look before calling him a newbie. With a condescending tone, she warned him not to start crying like a baby once they entered, as she didn't want him holding the team back. Jiang Chun simply stared at her without saying a word. With that, the group stepped into the portal. As they disappeared into the swirling energy, Chu Bulang turned back with a reassuring grin, telling Jiang Chun not to worry. He'd protect him. Jiang Chun took a step forward, but despite the fact that this was only a level 30 secret realm, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Something about this place felt off. After several minutes, the group emerged in a vast, open landscape. They stood atop a lush green mountain, surrounded by thick forests and rolling hills. In the distance, nestled between towering snowy mountains, was a mysterious village. The sight was breathtaking, almost too peaceful. Standing at the back of the group, Chu Bulang admired the scenery, commenting on how beautiful the village looked. But as his gaze wandered, he couldn't help but ask, where were the monsters? Jiang Chun remained silent, simply observing the eerie village below. Duan Feng, his hand still resting on his waist, stared down at the village as well. After a moment of thought, he made an unsettling observation. The monsters were probably hiding inside the villagers' houses. Without wasting time, he decided they would need to search each house individually. The group carefully made their way down the mountain, approaching the village cautiously. As they walked, Duan Feng reassured the others not to worry. He quickly assigned roles. Chu Bulang would act as the vanguard, attracting enemy attention. Duan Feng himself would focus on dealing damage. Yun Xiaoku would be responsible for healing. Jiang Chun and Mu Hanxiu were instructed to stay close behind them and not fall behind. Everyone nodded in agreement, responding with a firm, understood. Deeper within the village, a strange stone sat atop a large rock. Inscribed upon it were the words, Guangming Village. However, instead of radiating light or warmth, the stone exuded a strong and evil aura. Duan Feng, Yun Xiaoku, and Jiang Chun approached the mysterious rock. Sensing something was off, Duan Feng immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. His instincts told him this was no ordinary rock. There was something deeply suspicious about it. He urged everyone to proceed with extreme caution. Yun Xiaoku, standing beside him with her magical staff in both hands, frowned. She admitted she hated the atmosphere of this village, going so far as to say it felt dark, as if something unnatural lurked beneath its surface. Jiang Chun remained silent, his eyes fixed on the unsettling scene before them. After a brief pause, Yin Xiaoko made a decision. Before going any further, she would apply a purification buff to the entire village. Closing her eyes, she extended a hand toward the sky. Instantly, blue magical energy erupted from her palm, spreading like a mist throughout the village. The entire area was bathed in shimmering magical dust. Jiang Chun instinctively raised a hand to his face, watching as the sparkling particles danced around him. A look of surprise crossed his face as he quickly realized something. This buff was incredibly powerful. Not only did it clear the mind, but it also significantly increased attributes and energy. Suddenly, a strong wind howled through the village, carrying with it an ominous presence. A thick cloud of smoke began to form, swirling violently as the once clear sky darkened, turning a deep, blood-red hue. The flickering lanterns in the village suddenly came to life, casting eerie shadows against the stone walls. Above them, an evil energy gathered, pulsing in the sky like a living entity. Everyone tensed, their instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. Duan Feng's sharp eyes immediately locked onto the source of the disturbance, the mysterious stone they had just examined. A terrible realization struck him. This wasn't just an ordinary artifact. It was the cause of the corruption. His expression turned grim as he turned back to the others, urgently shouting for everyone to run. But before he could finish his warning, the stone released a powerful force, pulling him in like a vortex. Caught off guard, Duan Feng struggled against the invisible grip, but it was too late. His body was dragged into the stone. With his final breath before disappearing, he desperately called out, "Stay away from the stone. Call for reinforcements immediately. This is a mutation." Then he was gone. A blinding light descended from the sky, crashing into the center of the town. An invisible force expanded outward, forming a magical barrier around the entire village, sealing them inside. There was no escape. At that moment, multiple system windows flashed before everyone's eyes. Warning! The secret realm, the beautiful town, has undergone a mutation. It is now classified as the Village of the Dead. Difficulty level, Nightmare. New completion conditions. Eliminate all the undead in the Village of Light. Kill the final boss. A final system message followed. The light fades away. Darkness flourishes. That is when the door to the Kingdom of Death will finally open. The thick smoke suddenly dispersed, and before Jiang Chen could react, he found himself teleported into a dimly lit house. Jiang Chen's breath was unsteady as he processed the system messages. His mind raced. This wasn't just a difficulty increase. The realm had jumped directly from normal to nightmare level. Worse, the group had been scattered. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He clenched his fists. At his current level 17, going up against nightmare-level threats alone was suicide. He recalled Duan Feng's strict orders. If you get separated or find yourself in danger, return to the teleportation point immediately. Jiang Chen wasn't about to take any unnecessary risks. He made a quick decision. Getting out came first. Without wasting another second, he rushed toward the wooden wall of the house. With all his strength, he delivered a powerful kick. Crack! The wooden planks splintered apart, but instead of an exit, Jiang Chun found himself inside another room. The atmosphere was unsettling. From the ceiling, dimly lit lamps swayed eerily. The floor was littered with old, decayed coffins. But what caught Jiang Chen's attention was a framed painting hanging on the wall. It was an old man. Something about the painting sent a chill down his spine. The old man's expression was blank, lifeless. But then, the old man in the painting moved. His lips curled into a smile. Jiang Chen's body tensed. His instinct screamed that something wasn't right. Is this an illusion? He wondered. Before he could react, a loud creak echoed through the room. One of the coffins began to shift. The lid slowly opened, revealing a set of razor-sharp claws emerging from the darkness inside. Jiang Chen immediately spun around, his body tense as he locked onto the source of the noise. His confusion deepened. What the hell was happening? The other coffins suddenly burst open, and from within, several necromancers emerged. Their skeletal frames, wrapped in tattered robes, radiated a dark, twisted energy. Their hollow eyes glowed with an eerie light as they fixated on Jiang Chun. The system instantly identified them. Level 30 Necromancers. Abilities: Charge, Decapitate, Corrosion. Main characteristic: Immune to normal physical attacks. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. Immune to physical attacks. That meant conventional weapons would be useless. The Necromancers moved fast, closing in on him with inhuman speed. Their clawed hands twitched, preparing to strike. But Jiang Chen wasn't about to wait for death. His expression darkened as he raised his hand. A thick, purple mist began to swirl around his palm. It was the poisonous mist of Little Nine. He narrowed his eyes, watching as the necromancers advanced. If normal attacks don't work, then I'll just use poison. The hunt begins, Little Nine's feast. Just as the necromancers prepared to strike, Jiang Chun moved first. With lightning speed, he unleashed the poisonous mist of Little Nine, filling the entire room in seconds. The thick, toxic fog spread rapidly, enveloping the undead figures in its deadly embrace. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Chun bolted out of the house, leaping effortlessly onto the roof of a nearby building. From his vantage point, he kept a sharp eye on the house below, waiting to see the effects of his attack. But then, they emerged. The necromancers walked out of the mist unharmed, their skeletal bodies completely unaffected by the poison. Jiang Chun frowned. So it was as he thought. Poison was still considered a physical attack, making it ineffective against them. He needed a different approach. If he wanted to deal with these creatures properly, he had to find Yin Xiaoku as soon as possible. Only a mage's magic could truly counter these undead beings. As he was lost in thought, a familiar presence stirred beside him. Little Nine manifested herself. Clenching her tiny fists and bringing them close to her chest, she stared at the necromancers below with an intense, hungry gaze. Drool dripped from the corner of her mouth as she eagerly licked her lips. "Can I eat them?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Jiang Chun turned to her, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected this reaction. With a confused look, he hesitated before asking, "Wait, you can devour necromancers? Wouldn't that still count as a physical attack?" Meanwhile, the necromancers began advancing toward the house, their lifeless eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Little Nine, her body now surrounded by a dark, pulsating aura, kept her eyes locked on them like a predator sizing up its prey. A wicked grin spread across her face as she confidently declared, "I can eat them. They're delicious." Jiang Chun studied her carefully before nodding. "All right, give it a try, but don't push yourself. If you get into trouble, I'll get you out." Upon hearing this, Little Nine's grin widened. She launched forward with incredible speed, her expression turning murderous as she charged straight at the necromancers. From the rooftop, Jiang Chun observed her movements closely. She was terrifyingly fast. Before the necromancers could even react, Little Nine tore through their bodies, cutting them apart with razor-sharp precision. She ripped into them with an almost playful aggression, devouring them piece by piece. Once the fight was over, she casually sat down on the ground, pulling her knees together and resting her chin on her hands. Closing her eyes, she let out a satisfied sigh, smiling like she was in heaven. To her, these necromancers were nothing more than a delicious meal. Jiang Chun, watching from above, couldn't help but be amazed. His mind drifted back to what he knew about Little Nine's origins. She came from the abyss, which meant she was essentially an undead being herself, a creature of darkness. Now that he possessed divine evolution, she could continue to grow stronger, eventually becoming the mistress of the abyss, a being whose very essence surpassed these low-level necromancers entirely. Remembering this, Jiang Chun made a decision. Stretching out his hand toward the battlefield, his body began to emit the poisonous mist of Little Nine once more. He looked down at her and smiled. If she could devour these necromancers, then it was time for the others to feast as well. His body trembled as he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. A split second later, thousands of insects erupted from his body. The swarm of dark, venomous creatures spread like a plague, descending upon the necromancers without mercy. Jiang Chun issued a single command. "Spread out. Feast. But don't let the others see you." Like a well-coordinated army, the insects swarmed their prey, ripping into the necromancers and devouring them whole. System notification. Your spiritual pets have killed 3 low-level necromancers. You have gained 15,210 points. Little Nine has devoured additional necromancers. She has gained 4,602 points. As the swarm of insects devoured the remaining necromancers, another system window appeared before Jiang Chun. "Congratulations. You have leveled up. Level 17, level 18. +1 to all attributes, +10 potential points." Jiang Chun stepped back inside the house, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Extending one hand to the side, he clenched the other into a tight fist, watching the power surging through him. A satisfied grin spread across his face. This is insane. In mere seconds, he had racked up over 500,000 experience points and leveled up instantly. This secret realm wasn't just a challenge. It was a paradise tailored for him. Now that the necromancers had been wiped out, Jiang Chun turned his attention back to the old man's photograph. Before, the old man had been smiling. But now, the smile was gone. The man in the picture looked absolutely terrified, his entire body trembling with fear. Jiang Chun placed his hands on his waist, smirking as he mockingly asked the old man, "Why aren't you smiling anymore?" At that moment, Little Nine materialized beside him. Glancing outside, She casually reported that everything had already been eaten. Jiang Chun gave her a thumbs up. Good work. But then he turned back to the trembling photo and, with a sly smile, asked, "Hey, can you eat this too?" Little Nine's eyes glowed hungrily. She stared at the photograph like it was her next meal. The moment the old man saw her hungry gaze, his trembling worsened. And then, bang, the photograph exploded into pieces. Both Jiang Chun and Little Nine flinched, momentarily stunned. A system window popped up. Congratulations. You have successfully scared off the level 35 Elite Death Guardian. You have earned 8,701 experience points. As the shattered remains of the photograph fell to the ground, Jiang Chun and Little Nine stared at the pieces. A strange sense of disappointment settled over them. For some reason, they both felt a little let down. Elsewhere in the village, Duan Feng was fighting for his life. With a powerful swing, he smashed a necromancer across the face with his bow, sending it staggering backward. More undead surrounded him. Teeth clenched, Duan Feng gripped his bow tightly, using it as both a weapon and a shield. He swung fiercely, striking another necromancer with enough force to send it crashing to the ground. Another undead lunged at him from behind. Reacting instantly, he twisted his body and used the sharp string of his bow to slice clean through its outstretched hand. His heart pounded. If I didn't have a longbow, I wouldn't even be able to fight these things. As he continued battling, his mind drifted to the others. Most of them were strong enough to hold their own, but Jiang Chun, he wasn't even level 30 yet. Duan Feng clenched his jaw. If something happened to Jiang Chun, he didn't know how he would explain it to Ji Gang. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a system window appeared in the sky. Teammate has killed a lower-level Spectre in an elite rank Guardian, level 35. You have earned 12,161 points. Duan Feng's head snapped up. His body froze. Wait, what? A Asterisk Spectre? An elite Guardian? A level 35 boss? His hands trembled as his mind raced. Who? Who could have done this? His thoughts were cut short as another horde of necromancers suddenly rushed toward him. No time to think, he turned and ran. As he sprinted, his mind replayed the system message. Someone was wiping out monsters instantly, and that person had to be insanely strong. At first, he suspected Chu Balang, but no, his physical stats were too passive. Then, he thought about Yin Xiaoko, but while she was a mage, she wouldn't be able to kill this many enemies so quickly. Finally, he considered Muhanxio. Was she this powerful? If so, then there was hope. The necromancers continued to close in on him, forcing him to pick up his pace. At least now, with a hidden powerhouse on their team, there was a chance to save the others. Still, he hoped Jiang Chun could hold on a little longer. Somewhere else in the village, a figure staggered through the darkness, one hand clutching a deep wound on her shoulder. Her body was covered in scratches and bruises, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. It was Muhanxio. Behind her, a horde of necromancers relentlessly pursued her, their hollow eyes glowing with an eerie light. She was barely holding on. Each step felt heavier than the last. Her strength was draining fast, and even her primary ability, speed, had become useless in her current state. Her breathing was ragged. She didn't want to die. I can't die here. I still have to participate in the young talent camp. I have to revitalize my family. But no matter how much she tried to fight back, her hope was fading. She wanted to go home. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stumbled forward, her legs trembling. Just as she was about to collapse, she noticed something strange. The necromancers behind her suddenly changed direction, running away. Muhanxio's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Was it one of her teammates? Did someone just kill the undead? Summoning the last bit of her strength, she pushed forward, forcing herself to walk faster. A few moments later, she reached the end of an alley. But then, a thick purple mist began to drift from around the corner. The moment she felt its presence, her heart pounded. This energy, it's powerful. Relief washed over her. If this was coming from one of her teammates, then I'm saved. She just had to hold on a little longer. But luck wasn't on her side. Her legs finally gave out. She collapsed to the ground, arms barely supporting her weight as more blood dripped onto the cold floor. Her vision blurred. This isn't good. The necromancers closed in, their bony hands reaching for her. Panic surged through her as she stretched her hand forward, eyes filled with desperation. Oh, please. And then, Jiang Chun appeared, his sharp gaze locked onto her, his expression unreadable. Muhanxio's breath hitched. The necromancers were running away from him. She reached her trembling hand toward him, shocked beyond belief. What? How is he this strong? But the necromancers weren't going to wait. They lunged. With her last ounce of strength, she desperately reached for Jiang Chun. Save me. For a brief moment, Jiang Chun remained silent, staring at her in deep thought. Then, just as the necromancer's claws sank into her arm, Jiang Chun grabbed her wrist. With one powerful motion, he yanked her away from danger. Get out of here. he commanded, his voice cold and firm. And stop interfering. Mu Hanxiu barely had time to process what happened before she was thrown backward. She hit the ground hard, tumbling until she finally stopped. Groaning, she pushed herself up, one eye half closed as she wiped the dirt from her face. Her breathing was heavy as she lifted her head to look at him. Jiangchun, you're insane? But then, the air changed. A surge of purple energy erupted around him. Mu Hanxiu's expression twisted in shock. She watched, wide-eyed, as Jiangchun extended his hand forward. And then, a swarm of insects burst forth, surging toward the necromancers like a living storm. The undead barely had time to react before the swarm tore into them, ripping their bodies apart. Mu Hanxiu's realization, falling for Jiangchun. Behind Jiangchun, Mu Hanxiu sat frozen, staring at him. Her heartbeat quickened, watching him command thousands of insects with ease. Poison mist swirling around him like a dark aura. She found herself unable to look away. For the first time, she seriously questioned everything she had believed about him. Was this really the same useless guy from the creation class? Jigang had mentioned that Jiangchun had 2 classes, but she never paid much attention. But now she understood. This wasn't some weak, insignificant ability. This was power. His true power. A faint blush spread across her cheeks as she placed a hand over her mouth. Her gaze softened, her chest tightening as she continued watching him in admiration. She was in love. 30 minutes later, the rest of the team finally regrouped after finishing off the remaining necromancers. Chu Bulang, exhausted, placed both hands on his knees, panting. Damn, these necromancers are no joke. Duan Feng, rubbing his temple, frowned in confusion. Something was off. He hadn't encountered a single necromancer since leaving that house. The whole thing felt unnatural. Yun Xiaoku, gripping her magical staff with both hands, turned toward Duan Feng and spoke up. Could it be that Mu Hanxiu has the ability to control necromancers? It was a wild thought, but not impossible. They had no idea if she had awakened any hidden class. This entire situation felt strange. But before they could discuss further, Yun Xiaoku suddenly pointed ahead. Look over there, she exclaimed. The group followed her gaze and spotted clear traces of a battle. The ground was scorched and torn apart, proof that someone had fought not long ago. Chu Bulang furrowed his brows. What the hell happened here? Duan Feng, however, wasn't focused on the battlefield. He was worried about Jiangchun. Was he okay? Not far from them, the remnants of necromancers lay scattered on the ground, shrouded in Little Nine's poisonous mist. The moment Yun Xiaoku saw the remains, she froze. Duan Feng's face paled. This is bad, he muttered. If Jiangchun was here, we need to find him. Now! Panic set in. If something happened to Jiangchun, none of them would be able to explain it to Jigang. Without hesitation, the team split up and began searching. After several minutes, they followed the traces through the village. Turning a corner, they stopped in their tracks. And what they saw left them completely stunned. Duan Feng's eyes widened in shock. Yun Xiaoku was speechless. Even Chu Bulang, who was usually the most laid-back, froze in disbelief. In front of them, on a small stairway, sat Jiangchun. He rested his elbows on his knees, his head supported by his hand, looking completely calm and relaxed. But the real shock was who was behind him. Sitting directly behind Jiangchun, Mu Hanxiu clenched her fists tightly and was massaging his back. The granddaughter of a king, massaging Jiangchun? Near them, more necromancer remains littered the ground. Chu Bulang, still trying to process the scene, leaned toward Duan Feng. Is that Jiangchun? Yun Xiaoku, still pointing at the sky in disbelief, confirmed it. It's really him. Duan Feng, however, didn't move. His instincts screamed that something wasn't right. He narrowed his eyes. Don't move, he ordered. Something is off. There was no way Mu Hanxiu, the arrogant and prideful granddaughter of a king, would lower herself to massage Jiangchun like a servant. This had to be an illusion, a trick from the boss of this secret realm. Doubts and confusion. Is this really Jiangchun? Mu Hanxiu clenched her fists, standing behind Jiangchun as she continued massaging his shoulders. But the moment they looked up and saw Duan Feng and the others, they both froze. Jiangchun immediately stood up, casually pointing his thumb toward the side. The boss is in the backyard, he informed them, his voice relaxed. However, instead of looking relieved, the group tensed up. Duan Feng immediately raised his bow, his expression serious. Nobody move. Chu Bulang clenched his fists, ready to charge, while Yun Xiaoku tightened her grip on her magical staff. She locked eyes with Jiangchun and spoke firmly. We'll ask you one question. Answer honestly. Jiangchun and Mu Hanxiu exchanged confused glances. Before he could respond, Mu Hanxiu stepped forward, placing herself in front of Jiangchun. Extending her arms to the sides in a protective stance, she shot the group a serious glare. If you want to hurt Jiangchun, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Jiang Chen blinked, stunned. What is she doing? For a second, he couldn't help but wonder why she was acting like this. With a sigh, he placed a hand on her face and gently pushed her aside. Stepping forward, he faced Duan Feng directly, closing his eyes and pressing a hand to his chest. With a playful smirk, he calmly said, I know what you're thinking. Relax. I'm not a monster. I just have a little more charm than most. The group remained silent. Seeing their unmoved expressions, Jiang Chun decided to prove himself. Your boss is Ji-gang. Aunt Tang's cooking is amazing. Yun Xiaoku immediately stepped closer, placing both hands on his chest. Are you hurt? She asked. Jiang Chun simply touched his head, closed his eyes, and smiled. Chu Belang let out a relieved sigh. Seeing Jiang Chen's usual behavior, he finally relaxed. Duan Feng, however, still looked a little suspicious. Meanwhile, Muhan Xiao, who had been hiding behind Jiang Chun, gripped the edge of his cloak, blushing furiously. Don't be mad at me, she muttered, her face as red as a tomato. I was just being obedient. Duan Feng narrowed his eyes at her. Tell the truth and stop lying. His sharp words took the others by surprise. Even Yun Xiaoku raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to be so direct. Duan Feng, however, was already smirking. I see. So this is Jiang Chen's real skill, conquering women? Chu Belang chuckled, shaking his head. He's hopeless. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Enough already, he shouted, feeling overwhelmed by their teasing. Aren't we supposed to be fighting the boss? The others laughed and quickly changed the subject. Yeah, let's go. Sometime later, they finally arrived at the backyard of the village. With a determined look, Jiang Chun delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The others fell silent. As the door swung open, revealing the dark battlefield ahead, they cautiously stepped inside. And there, it stood. A colossal figure loomed before them, its glowing red eyes filled with a murderous gaze. The boss of the secret realm. It slowly lowered its head, its chilling gaze locking onto Jiang Chun. A system window appeared. Boss encounter. The undead god. Rank boss. Level 40. Jiang Chun raised his head, staring at the terrifying enemy before him. Everyone stared at the towering boss, frozen in shock. With a serious and determined expression, Duan Feng spoke up, revealing that this was a level 40 boss. His voice carried urgency as he warned the team to stay cautious. He quickly assigned roles. He would attract the boss's attention first. Mu Hanxiu was tasked with protecting Jiang Chun. Yun Xiaoku was reminded to apply buffs and stay alert for the boss's attacks. This isn't a game, Duan Feng reminded them. They needed to be careful. The boss remained silent, watching them. Then, without warning, it began to move. Duan Feng immediately signaled to the others. It's moving. Stay sharp and spread out. But instead of attacking, the boss crouched down, resting its elbow on the ground. It lowered its massive head and prostrated itself before them. Silence. The entire team stood in utter disbelief. Duan Feng was dumbfounded. What is happening? He muttered, his mind racing. Chu Belang was equally astonished. Why is it begging for forgiveness? Even Mu Hanxiu, who had braced herself for battle, was at a loss for words. Jiang Chen took a slow step forward, extending his hand toward the kneeling boss. His body began to emit Little Nine's poisonous mist. Everyone was injured from their previous battles, so he decided to handle the boss himself. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity, he called out to Little Nine. It's time to eat. In an instant, Little Nine materialized in her full insect mother form. Opening her massive mouth, she lunged forward, prepared to devour the boss whole. The boss lifted its head in horror, looking to the side as if contemplating escape. But before it could react, Little Nine devoured it completely. Jiang Chen remained silent, simply smiling as his pet finished her meal. Several system windows appeared. Congratulations! You have slain the boss, God of the Undead. Rewards, 76, 60, 190 experience points. Another system message followed. Little Nine has transferred 31,224 experience points to you. In an instant, Jiang Chen leveled up from 25 to 26. All his attribute points increased, and he received 10 additional potential points. Within seconds, the boss was completely gone. The poisonous mist slowly returned to Jiang Chen's body. Another system notification appeared. Secret Realm cleared. You have completed Village of the Undead, Nightmare difficulty. The system began calculating their final rewards. As Jiang Chun absorbed the notifications, Duan Feng and the others were hit with realization. Not only had Jiang Chun instantly eliminated the boss, he had also wiped out all the necromancers in the village. Jiang Chun scratched his head, forcing an awkward smile. Oh yeah, total coincidence. My poison just happens to work well against necromancers. The system finished its calculations, and the final mission status window appeared. The team's evaluations were as follows. Duan Feng, level 49, C rank. Chu Bulang, level 49, D rank. Yun Xiaoku, level 46, D rank. Muhan Xiao, level 36, E rank. Jiang Chun, level 26, triple S rank. A golden medal materialized in the sky. The entire team was stunned. They had just cleared a level 30 Nightmare difficulty secret realm with a triple S rank evaluation. The system granted them a special reward. Item obtained. Dead Soul Medal. Effect. Can withstand one deadly attack. Bound to player. Cannot be transferred or sold. Duan Feng's jaw nearly dropped. This is insane. Even the standard individual rewards were already impressive. But now, they had also obtained a top-tier survival item, something none of them had ever received before. And it was all thanks to following Jiang Chun. They had won without even doing anything. The team approached Jiang Chun, placing their hands on their knees and bowing their heads in gratitude. Thank you, they all said in unison. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Aha, it was nothing, but in reality he had gained the most. Among his many rewards, there were 2 skill books, a metal glove, a magic scroll, a mysterious crystal, a scythe, a necklace, a ring, a shield. As he crossed his arms and examined the items, he couldn't help but think, no wonder the secret realm had such a high death rate. The rewards were worth billions. But among all these treasures, one item stood out the most. Invisibility Cape, Platinum Quality, plus 80 Agility, plus 50 Energy. Grants invisibility for 3 minutes, cooldown, 2 hours. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was perfect. Not only was it practical and useful, but it was also fashionable. Without hesitation, he reached for the cape, claiming it for himself. As for the other items, most weren't particularly useful to him. He decided he would sell them once he returned and use the money to buy pure blood for his insects. Just then, a portal appeared in the sky, accompanied by a system window. Due to the mutation of a secret realm and the successful completion of the challenge, this realm will soon disappear. Please exit immediately. Jiang Chun checked his devour value. It had increased significantly. If his insects drank a little more blood, they would be able to reproduce for the second time. But there was no time left. Night fell, and they returned to the Night Watch headquarters. After arriving, the team reported back to Ji Gang. They informed him that 1. The secret realm had mutated. 2. Jiang Chun had single-handedly cleared it. 3. Muhan Xiao had been conquered, a fact they made sure to emphasize with teasing smirks. Upon hearing this, Ji Gang was speechless. He quickly dismissed everyone from the office, stating that he needed to speak with Jiang Chun alone. Duan Feng, standing behind Jiang Chun, nodded. Understood. Once the room was empty, Jiang Chun stepped inside. Ji Gang turned to face him, his expression serious. His voice was stern as he spoke. Confess everything now, and I'll be lenient. If you resist, I'll have no choice but to punish you severely. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. Huh? His voice trembled slightly as he asked, what exactly am I supposed to confess? Ji Gang's sharp eyes locked onto his. Jiang Chen had told the others that the Venom class was effective against necromancers, but Ji Gang wasn't buying it. He saw right through him. This was an excuse, one meant to deceive Duan Feng and the others. Ji Gang knew Jiang Chun was hiding something. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward. What are you hiding? He asked, his voice calm, but filled with undeniable pressure. Jiang Chun began sweating. His mind raced. Inside his consciousness, little Nine trembled in fear. Are the insects about to be discovered? The abyssal insects were an ancient, forbidden plague. If people found out about their existence, would they even let him live? Ji Gang stepped even closer, his gaze piercing. Speak. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. He hesitated, his voice shaking as he tried to explain. But before he could finish, Ji Gang suddenly grinned. Then, he started laughing. Loudly. Jiang Chen blinked, completely thrown off. Ji Gang, still laughing, placed one hand on his hip and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with the other. Jiang Chen, still tense, slowly relaxed. Wait, why am I so nervous? He had killed monsters without hesitation, yet now he was sweating like a guilty criminal. His confidence from the secret realm had vanished in seconds. Jiang Chen was sweating like crazy. For a moment, his entire body tensed, but then he finally realized Ji Gang was just messing with him. Letting out a long sigh, he dropped onto the sofa, resting one arm on the backrest. Extending his other hand toward the ceiling, he spoke calmly. You weren't pulling my leg. You just don't want to pressure me into talking. Ji Gang remained silent, watching him carefully. But it's fine, Jiang Chen continued, placing a hand on his chest. I promise you don't have to worry. I'll tell you when the time is right. For now, he decided not to reveal anything. But in return, I'll get you an epic-level piece of equipment. Uncle Ji. Ji Gang closed his eyes and burst into laughter. An epic-level piece of equipment? Did Jiang Chen even realize how rare that was? Seeing his reaction, Jiang Chen smirked. I'm serious. Ji Gang's laughter slowly faded. The atmosphere shifted. Extending his hand toward the ceiling, he activated a magic circle. His expression grew serious. It's good that Jiang Chen has a hidden ace up his sleeve, but there are things he still needs to understand. A moment later, 3 bandaged corpses suddenly fell from the magic circle, landing with a heavy thud right in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in confusion. Uncle Ji, what is this? Ji Gang stared at him, his voice calm but firm. These guys were all at least 3rd-grade masters, level 60 or higher. 2 of them were even 4th-grade grandmasters with a level above 90. Jiang Chen felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. Even Ji Gang himself couldn't handle these kinds of people. Jiang Chen gulped, a drop of sweat trickling down his cheek. His gaze flickered between Ji Gang and the corpses. Are you saying all these guys wanted to kill me? Ji Gang rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. These guys weren't after you. They were after Manhua. Jiang Chen's head snapped toward him. Manhua? Ji Gang reached into his coat and pulled out a scroll. Holding it in one hand, he tossed it toward Jiang Chen. Read it. Jiang Chen took the scroll with both hands, unrolling it carefully. The moment his eyes scanned the text, his expression darkened. Great Summer Hunting List. First place. Ingzhan, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Capital Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Second place. Ji Xinyue, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Demon City Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Third place. Jiang Wushuang, level 45, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. 12th place. Xiao Beihan, level 41, National Defender Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 2 Celestial Rewards. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. What is this list? He didn't recognize a single name. The Great Summer Hunting List, a dangerous truth. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he examined the scroll more closely. Then his gaze froze. A familiar name appeared, Xiao Beihan. His heart skipped a beat. With a surprised look, he turned to Ji Gang. Wait, isn't this guy from the Xiao family? The ones who protect the country. Ji Gang met Jiang Chen's gaze with a serious expression. Yes, all of them on this list are the top geniuses of their generation, and Xiao Beihan is one of them. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Ji Gang continued, his voice grim. Xiao Beihan will also be participating in the Tianjiao camp. But more importantly, Xiao Beihan will be in the Yangtze River Southern War Zone. The same one you will be in? Jiang Chen stiffened. Ji Gang didn't stop there. Listen carefully. If someone reaches the 7th transformation, they are considered a king protector. If they reach the 8th transformation, they are a country protector. And if they reach the 9th transformation, they are considered invincible. The top 100 prodigies of Great Xia were all descendants of sealed kings. And Mu Hanxiu, being one of those 12 descendants, had only managed to rank 77th. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the scroll. There was information about her as well. Rank 77, Mu Hanxiu, descendant of a sealed king. Current location, Jiangnan War Zone. Bounty, Celestial Level Reward. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled. This wasn't just a ranking. This is a hit list. Ji Gang glanced at him. If the descendants of sealed kings are already this powerful, then imagine how terrifying the Xiao family is. Several minutes later, Jiang Chen finished reading the entire scroll. He stepped forward and returned it to Ji Gang. With a serious expression, he finally spoke. You showed me this, so I wouldn't be completely unprepared in the Tianjiao camp, right? Ji Gang took the scroll from his hands and nodded. Exactly. The stronger you appear, the more danger you'll attract. Don't expose your power recklessly unless it's absolutely necessary. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His gaze dropped to the floor as he processed everything. Unlike these other so-called geniuses, he had no powerful family backing him. Ji Gang was his only protector, and while he was strong, he was still only a 3rd-grade master. Ji Gang himself looked troubled. I had a good master, but I never mastered the arts well. So far, I'm only a 3rd-level master. He hesitated. I don't know if I can protect you properly, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lifted his head. Then, without hesitation, he smiled. I understand, Uncle Ji. I won't reveal my power in Tianjiao camp. He made a mental note. Ji Gang didn't just accept his secrecy. He was actively protecting him. Even knowing Jiang Chen was hiding something big, Ji Gang was still willing to help him survive. Jiang Chen couldn't help but respect that. He placed his hand under his chin, a small smirk forming. If the others found out about my performance in the secret realm, I'd probably outrank Mu Hanxiu on the list. But strangely enough, she hadn't said a single word to anyone about it. She was keeping a secret. Why? At that moment, Ji Gang suddenly stood up. Still keeping his hand under his chin, he slowly walked toward Jiang Chen. Then, he leaned in close. His eyes glinted mischievously as he smirked. Now, be honest with me, Jiangchun. Jiangchun blinked, confused. What? Ji Gang's smirk widened. What exactly did you do to Muhanxiu? Jiangchun froze. Ji Gang sighed, dramatically. There were only necromancers in the secret realm. So your tastes must be really strange, huh? Feeding the insects. A new generation is born. Jiang Chen's face stiffened as he stared at Ji Gang, sweat dripping down his forehead. He needed to escape this conversation. Quickly turning his back, he waved goodbye while walking away. I'm going to take a shower and get some sleep. I need a rest. Ji Gang, still looking confused, called after him. Wait, did I ever say it was a bad thing? Jiang Chen pretended not to hear and disappeared down the hallway. Hours passed, and night fell. Back in his apartment, Jiang Chen stood before a table covered in jars. His eyes sparkled with excitement. 33 units of third-level blood. 14 units of fourth-level blood. He had sold most of his equipment to get these resources. But it was worth it. This amount of blood should be enough for the insects to reproduce a second generation. Jiang Chen picked up a jar, removed the lid, and began pouring the thick, purple blood onto his arm. With a smile, he called out to his insects. All right, little ones, time to eat. He decided to start with the third-level blood first. This blood was equivalent to devouring a human master of level 60 or higher. To extract, just one jar required hundreds of ferocious beasts. Jiang Chun sighed dramatically and told the insects, Your father worked really hard for this. At that moment, Little Nine appeared. She climbed onto Jiang Chen's head, staring intently at the blood on his arm, her hungry eyes glowing. I want to eat too, she whined. Jiang Chen glanced up at her with an amused look. Not yet. You still have a long way to go before you can reproduce. The moment she heard this, she pouted. Her tiny hands grabbed his hair, and her eyes welled up with tears. Then, like a spoiled little girl, she started crying. Jiang Chen sighed. Fine. He plucked her off his head and tossed her onto the table. Little Nine immediately perked up, grabbing a jar of blood with sparkling eyes. You're the best, Dad, she giggled, popping off the lid. A tiny straw appeared in her hand, and she began happily sipping the blood like it was some luxury drink. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen grabbed another jar, removed the cap, and poured the fourth-level blood onto his arm. This was different. Fourth-level blood was equivalent to a great human master of level 90 or higher. The moment its scent filled the air, the insects inside his body reacted. Thousands of them crawled out, eagerly drinking the blood. A system window appeared. System notification. Reproduction process of 9 wings insect larvae has begun. Each insect can reproduce between 40 and 60 larvae. Divine evolutionary acceleration is in progress. Jiang Chen watched silently as more and more insects emerged, drinking the blood. Minutes later, another system window appeared. System notification. Reproduction process completed. Total new offspring, 100,000. Jiang Chen's hand trembled. Suddenly, a thick, purple mist erupted from his palm. But it wasn't just mist. It was made of living insects. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. He stared at his own hand in confusion. His instincts screamed at him. Something had changed. His expression hardened as he went on full alert. What is happening to me? The insect rebellion. A terrifying discovery. For a brief moment, Jiang Chun stood frozen. Then, the insect larvae began pouring out of his hand. His eyes widened in horror. Panicked, he grabbed his wrist, trying to force the insects back inside. But it was useless. All 100,000 insect larvae erupted from his arm, filling the apartment in an instant. They swarmed through the air, devouring everything in their path. Jiang Chen looked up. His ceiling was already being eaten. His heart pounded. Are they rebelling? Gritting his teeth, he extended his fist toward the ceiling and roared. Return to the nest. Now! The insects froze midair. Then, like a wave retreating into the ocean, they quickly swarmed back into his arm, vanishing inside. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. He turned his head. The insects had already devoured part of the table and an entire painting. A cold realization hit him. These insects are terrifying. If I lose control for even a second, they could destroy everything. On the table, Little Nine was still happily licking the last drops of blood from a jar, completely unbothered by the chaos around her. Jiang Chen's eye twitched. Are you serious right now? With an angry look, he scolded her. You're too busy eating to keep an eye on your mischievous offspring? Little Nine ignored him. She let out a content sigh, hugging the empty jar like a satisfied child after a big meal. Jiang Chen groaned. She's hopeless. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen turned his attention to his status window. A glowing system panel appeared before him. Jiang Chen status. Level 26. Title: Sovereign of Insects. Profession: Divine Rank Creation Class. Talents: O Growth of All Things, Level 1. O Divine Evolution, Level 1. Oh, ancestral tree? Unawakened. Then another status window appeared, this time for Little 9. Little 9 status, level 21. Title, Insect Mother, 9 wings of miasma. Disaster rank, offspring count, 100,000 units. Combat power, 197 stars. Jiang Qin's eyes widened. Her combat power had skyrocketed. At 197 stars, she was already approaching the level of a third-level master. A grin spread across his face. This is insane. The growth rate is too fast. His body hummed with power. He clenched his fist tightly. Everything is ready. Tomorrow, he would enter Tianjiao camp. Once he reached level 30, he could finally complete Little 9's second reproduction cycle. Jiang Qin's mind drifted for a moment. He imagined the next mother insect, a sexy, dangerous existence. His smirk deepened. Things are only going to get more interesting from here. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, Tianjin had just returned. She sat across from Ji Gang, her brows furrowed in concern. Are you really thinking about calling Chanawang for this? Her voice held a hint of disbelief. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over Jiangchen? Ji Gang sat on the sofa, resting one hand on the armrest while placing the other under his chin. His gaze was deep and unreadable. I'm doing this just in case. Tianjin's expression tightened. Ji Gang's voice lowered. In the Yangtze River Southern War Zone, Jiangchen will cross paths with Xiao Beihan, the prodigy of the Xiao family. But that's not the real problem. His fingers tapped against the sofa. The real danger is Tianjiao camp itself. There are no secrets in Tianjiao camp. Tianjin stiffened. Ji Gang's gaze darkened. There's something about Jiangchen that terrifies me. Tianjin frowned. You're exaggerating. Ji Gang shook his head. No, I don't think I am. He leaned forward, his voice low. It's his poison. Jiangchen is hiding many secrets. Tianjin's breath caught in her throat. She met Ji Gang's eyes, and for the first time, she saw genuine fear. A chill ran down her spine. Are you trying to scare me? The forbidden professions. A fear from the past. Tianjin's expression darkened as old memories surfaced. She recalled something that had happened 600 years ago, a time when the Devourer caused mass disturbances in Great Xia. To counter the threat, the kingdom had created the forbidden professions. Anyone found using these forbidden abilities was hunted down and eliminated on sight. A chill ran through her body. Standing up, she looked at Ji Gang with fear in her eyes. If Jiangchen really had a forbidden profession, it would have been revealed at the moment of awakening. You're overthinking this, Ji Gang. Ji Gang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he clasped his hands together, his gaze locked on the ground. His expression was full of terror. I hope she's right. I hope I'm just being paranoid. The next morning, Jiangchen left his apartment and headed toward a dense forest. Holding a map in both hands, he squinted at the markings. Which way is the right one? He wasn't entirely sure. Had he gotten lost again? Before he could figure it out, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. Help! Someone help me! Jiangchen turned his head, frowning. Who the hell is screaming this early in the morning? He looked behind him and spotted a giant tree. At the base of the tree, a sword was stabbed into the ground. At the top of the tree, a man with white hair clung desperately to a branch. The man's voice trembled with fear. Please, help me. I'm afraid of heights. Jiangchen stood there in silence. His brain refused to process what he was seeing. This guy had climbed all the way up, only to realize he was afraid of heights? Is he an idiot? Jiangchen sighed. Whatever. Might as well help him before he dies of stupidity. Raising his hand, he activated Growth of All Things Vine. Immediately, thick branches emerged from the ground, twisting upward. Just as the man lost his grip and began to fall, the branches wrapped around him, gently lowering him to safety. Once on the ground, the man collapsed onto his hands and knees, panting heavily. I was so scared, he gasped. Jiangchen folded his arms, watching him with a blank expression. The man continued rambling. I just wanted to save a bird's nest. I thought it wasn't that high, but when I climbed up, I realized it was really high. Jiangchen stared at him. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. So let me get this straight. This guy is afraid of heights, yet he still climbed a massive tree just to save a bird's nest? He took a deep breath. This man is definitely an idiot. A mysterious swordsman. An offer rejected. The older man stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Extending his hand toward Jiangchen, he gave him a pleasant smile. Thank you for saving me. Then, as if it was completely normal to get stuck in a tree, he added, So, what do you want in return? Jiangchen, still trying to process this man's existence, scratched his head. Actually, I'm just trying to find my way to Tianjiao camp. Do you know the way? The man turned his back on Jiangchen, closing his eyes as he walked away. With a calm smile, he waved his hand. Follow me. I'm heading there too. I have a task there. Jiangchen sighed in relief. Thanks. Putting his hand behind his head, he fell in step behind the old man. As they walked, Jiang Chun felt curious. This man carried a sword on his back instead of storing it in his system inventory. That was unusual. Extending his hand toward the man, he asked, "Are you a job changer too?" The old man chuckled, shaking his head. "No, I never change jobs. I'm just an enthusiast who loves practicing with the sword." Jiang Chun blinked. "Seriously?" The man smiled. "When I was young, I didn't have talent. I failed to change jobs." He turned his head slightly, meeting Jiang Chun's gaze. "For 10 years, I fought and struggled, but I couldn't even afford to buy a bathroom in the city." Jiang Chun's eye twitched. That's an oddly specific way to describe being broke. The man continued, his tone suddenly nostalgic. "At my lowest point, I ran to the mountains, found a small, abandoned cabin, climbed onto a table, and..." Jiang Chen's expression tensed. "You were going to?" The man nodded. "Yeah, I was ready to hang myself. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a sword." Jiang Chen frowned. "A sword?" The old man's smile returned. "Something inside me changed. I decided to live. From that moment on, I trained with the sword every single day. I practiced drawing the sword for 20 years. Then I practiced fencing for 30 years. His eyes gleamed with excitement. And one day, I had a revelation." He paused dramatically. "Amazing, isn't it?" Jiang Chun stared at him. A long silence followed. Then, forcing a polite nod, he replied, "Yes, that's certainly something." The old man beamed, gripping the hilt of his sword. "Want to learn a special move? I can teach you right now." Before he could even finish saying the name of the technique, Jiang Chun immediately cut him off. "No thanks." The old man froze. Then, with a calm chuckle, he slowly put the sword back. "You're a bit impatient, huh? It's fine. I'll wait. One day, you'll come asking me to teach you." Jiang Chun ignored him and turned his eyes toward the sky. That's when he saw it. Tianjiao Camp. His eyes lit up. "Look, isn't that Tianjiao Camp?" He turned to the old man, expecting a response. But when he looked back, the old man was gone. Jiang Chun froze. His head snapped left and right, but there was no sign of him. He frowned. Where the hell did he go? That old man was too strange. At the entrance of Tianjiao Camp, helicopters hovered in the sky. A long line of participants stretched out before a registration desk. A receptionist stood at the front, addressing the crowd. "All geniuses entering the camp must line up for registration. Each of you will receive an identification bracelet. Once worn, it cannot be removed unless you are eliminated." Among the newcomers, a man with black hair slowly approached the entrance. After waiting in line, it was finally Jiang Chen's turn. The receptionist glanced at his registration details. Jiang Chun from Chujiang City. He handed Jiang Chun an identification bracelet, which he promptly secured around his wrist. Just as he finished, he felt two intense gazes on him. Turning his head slightly, he saw Muhan Xiao and Luo Sundao. Both of them had their hands over their chests. Their eyes locked onto him with a dreamy expression. Their faces slowly turned bright red. Jiang Chun blinked. What's happening? He understood why Luo Sundao was looking at him that way. He was her benefactor. That made sense. But Muhan Xiao, why was she acting like this? Before he could make sense of it, the two girls suddenly turned on each other. Their expressions darkened. "What are you doing here?" Luo Sundao's tone was sharp. "I should be asking you that." Muhan Xiao shot back. The tension escalated instantly. Their aggressive stares turned into full-blown insults. Luo Sundao crossed her arms. "Why are you even calling Jiang Chun love?" She gave Muhan Xiao an exasperated look. "I told you to stop reading those romance novels. Now you're hallucinating." Muhan Xiao smirked. "You're right. I was clueless before. But now I know what true love is." She flipped her hair dramatically. "Compared to me, you're nothing." Luo Sundao's eyebrow twitched. The argument continued, growing more intense. Meanwhile, Little Nine materialized, casually pulling out a slice of watermelon. Taking a slow, satisfied bite, she glanced at Jiang Chun. "This is getting good," she mumbled between chews. Jiang Chun remained completely silent. "This information is too much to process." Luo Sundao, frustrated, pointed at Little Nine. "And why is she so close to Jiang Chun?" Before Little Nine could respond, Muhan Xiao swooped in, grabbing Jiang Chen's arm. She smirked at Luo Sundao. "Jealous much?" Then, mockingly, she added, "Stop being so narcissistic. I'm not following him." With a teasing smile, she leaned her head against Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Besides, Jiang Chun has the final say in this." Jiang Chen still didn't say a word. Luo Sundao's eyes narrowed. "You told me something similar a long time ago." She smirked. "And now it's actually happening." Muhan Xiao's face turned even redder. Fidgeting, she muttered, "Double. Jiang Chun is very handsome." Luo Sundao approached her, resting a hand on her shoulder. With a playful laugh, she asked, "So, Are we good friends again? Muhan Xiao hesitated. Then, nodding firmly, she declared, we're no longer just friends. We're rivals in love. We're frenemies. Jiang Chun started sweating. Girls are really strange. Just as things were getting out of control, a loud explosion echoed across the area. Bang! The entire camp fell silent. Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the blast. A curtain of smoke rose in the distance. Jiang Chen's instincts flared. What's going on? Luo Sundao narrowed her eyes, focusing on the scene. Someone's fighting. Through the fading smoke, a figure emerged. It was the black-haired man from the camp entrance. Rolling up his sleeves, he clenched his fists, his expression livid. With gritted teeth, he barked, who the hell is fighting already? Not everyone has even entered yet. His eyes burned with fury. Is someone looking for death? The arrival of the elite. Chaos unfolds at Tianjiao camp. Jiang Chun, standing behind the scenes, narrowed his eyes. His gaze locked onto the black-haired man, the one shouting earlier. This guy, he's a patrol instructor. But what shocked Jiang Chun the most was the sheer power of the fighters in the area. Do instructors normally have third-level master strength? The instructor stormed toward the battlefield, but before he could even react, bang! A fist slammed into his stomach, sending him flying backward. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The instructor crashed into the ground, coughing up blood. Clutching his chest, he forced himself to speak. Notify the superiors. This is getting out of hand. Silence fell over the camp. Luo Sundao stood frozen. A third-level master had been taken down in 1 second? Her voice trembled as she whispered. Who did that? Muhan Xiao's expression darkened. They're from Jiangnan's war zone. The standouts. A woman with blood-red eyes stepped forward. Her form-fitting assassin gear emphasized her deadly aura. Resting a hand on her hip, she stared at the downed instructor, saying nothing. Her presence alone sent chills down people's spines. Her name was Tang Ying, an assassin. Her name carried fear because of one simple fact. She had recently assassinated a level 4 grandmaster in Sakura country. Then, a second figure emerged. A man with fiery red hair, his body crackling with raw, destructive energy. His lips curled into a crazed smile. Apathetic, his name was by phone. People called him the little god of death. He wasn't just any prodigy. He was the personal disciple of the chief commander of the East Sea Defense Line, a future warlord. But there was one problem. He had severe psychological issues. When he lost control, he turned into a demon on the battlefield. And finally, the third figure stepped forward, a man with deep blue hair, gripping his sword tightly. With a sharp flick, he pointed his sword toward Jiang Chun, smirking. His name was Xiao Beihan. His grandfather was one of the 7 guardians of Great Xia. His profession? Qing Lian, sword immortal. A divine rank profession. Luo Sundao's face turned pale. I know that damn dog. Her fist clenched as she glared at Xiao Beihan. That epic sword in his hand. It was stolen from my house. Jiang Chun turned his calm gaze toward Xiao Beihan. And that's when he confirmed it. This wasn't just any swordsman. This was Xiao Beihan. There was no doubt in his mind now. His strength far surpassed Xiao Yuanwu. But even more pressing was the battle unfolding in front of them. In the center of the fight, a shirtless man with striking orange hair stood tall, unshaken. His muscles tensed, his posture unchanging. Yet, despite being surrounded, his murderous aura only grew stronger. He clenched his fists, preparing to attack. As the smoke cleared, his piercing gaze locked onto his enemies. Then, boom! His fist struck the ground, shattering it into pieces. The earth split apart, sending shockwaves through the air. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. This guy. The entire camp held its breath. Jiang Wushuang, the third-ranked invincible descendant. It was rumored he possessed 3 hidden, unique professions. And right now, not even 3 elite prodigies could take him down. Muhan Xiao and Luo Sundao's faces paled in shock. Even Jiang Chun felt uncertain. Can my insects even face this guy? But before he could dwell on it, Xiao Beihan leaped into the air. With both hands gripping his sword, he prepared to strike. Jiang Chun looked up, his eyes narrowing. This isn't good. Xiao Beihan landed forcefully, his sword striking the ground with immense pressure, causing the earth to crack beneath him. He was far too close to Luo Sundao. Reacting instantly, Jiang Chun grabbed her by the waist, leaped into the air, and dodged the attack. Xiao Beihan's sharp gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang. A rare flicker of admiration appeared in his eyes. Your wind fist not bad. But before Wushuang could respond, Xiao Beihan's attention shifted. His eyes met Jiang Chen's. A wave of recognition flashed across his face. Slowly, he sheathed his sword. Then, he drew it again, pointing the tip directly at Jiang Chun. His aura surged, crackling with lethal intent. So, you're the one who killed Xiao Yuanwu. His tone was calm, but his eyes burned with hatred. He may have despised Xiao Yuanwu for being useless, but that didn't mean he would let an outsider get away with killing him. Jiang Chun remained unmoved. With a determined expression, he extended his hand. A dense, purple mist spread around him. Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice was unwavering. I may be weaker than you, but don't act like the Xiao family isn't just as rotten at its core. Xiao Beihan smirked, extending his sword to the side. Then he stepped forward. Each movement carried unshakable confidence, as if Jiang Chen's struggle was meaningless. Jiang Chen stood his ground. He extended both arms, preparing to unleash his full strength. I promised Uncle Ji Gang I wouldn't reveal my power too soon. But now, I have no choice. Luo Sundao watched from behind, silent. Then, before the battle could begin, slash! A powerful sword strike cut through the battlefield, splitting the ground in two. A voice echoed through the air. Enough! Step aside. Both Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan instantly deactivated their powers. They turned toward the source of the attack. A figure stood in the distance, sword extended. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. He recognized him instantly. No way. It was him. The same old man Jiang Chun had saved from the tree. Only now, he wasn't a helpless fool afraid of heights. He was the chief instructor of Tianjiao Camp, the Heavenly Blade King, a man so powerful that even the 4 strongest prodigies in camp froze in place. Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. That weird old man is this strong. With just a single sword energy attack, he had forced 4 top-ranked geniuses into submission. Jiang Chun didn't even know if his insects had survived that shockwave. The old man lowered his sword, gripping the hilt. His piercing gaze shifted between Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan. Then, without a word, he sheathed his sword. At that moment, another figure stepped forward, a man in military uniform, the vice commander of Tianjiao Camp, Yang Guang. With a calm expression, he spoke. All 300 geniuses have arrived. He turned to the Heavenly Blade King. Please prepare to take the stage and lead the opening ceremony. The old man gave a small nod, then walked toward the stage. All around the camp, whispers spread like wildfire. Some of the newcomers trembled in fear. I heard there were many Tianjiao camps in Jiangnan, but none of them ever had a king-level figure in charge. This is insane. Even from dozens of meters away, he could kill us all in a single move. For many, this was beyond terrifying. The Heavenly Blade King was not someone to defy. The Blade King's return. A mystery unfolds. The camp was buzzing with speculation. One of the bystanders muttered, "This is strange." They said the old master was living in seclusion. Another nodded, "Yeah, why is he suddenly showing up now?" Some of them had overheard the instructors talking privately. Apparently, the Sword King himself had taken the initiative to come here. Could he be looking for a disciple? Someone whispered. If that were the case, then this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But most of them quickly shook their heads. People like us should stop dreaming. If he's recruiting, he's only taking the absolute best. Tang Ying, the deadly assassin, stared at the old man, her shock visible. He really came? Beside her, Bai Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had finally met the living legend. Xiao Beihan, gripping his sword tightly, made a firm decision. I'll defeat Jiang Wushuang once camp begins. I need to leave a strong impression. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang cracked his fingers, a feral grin appearing on his face. He had never expected the old man to actually attend. Perfect. He wanted this man as his master. Jiang Chun, still confused, pointed at the old man. Wait, who exactly is this guy? Luo Sundao's eyes sparkled. She rushed up to Jiang Chun, clenching her fists excitedly. You don't know? I've been hearing about his legend since I was a kid. Her voice was full of awe as she recalled one of his greatest feats. One time, a red dragon appeared, threatening the empire. But the old man jumped onto its head and, with a single sword strike, drove his blade straight into its skull. She gestured dramatically, mimicking the dragon's dying screams. Jiang Chun blinked. That sounds ridiculously exaggerated. But Luo Sundao wasn't done. He's not even an awakened. Yet he can suppress a group of 7th Transformation Sealed Kings. Some say his power even rivals an 8th Transformation Master from the Xia Empire. He once killed a dragon in a single blow. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. This guy killed a dragon. Meanwhile, Mu Hanxiu placed her hand under her chin, deep in thought. She added, even though he's at the level of a sealed king, my grandfather always said he was the most respected figure in our world. Then, her expression turned a little sour. My grandfather once asked him to take me as a disciple, but he rejected me. Jiang Chun looked at her, surprised. Mu Hanxiu sighed. At first, I was furious, but then I found out that even the invincibles from the Jinan Empire had been rejected. Jiang Chun turned back toward the old man, his curiosity growing. Wait, so you're saying it's really that hard to become his disciples? Mu Hanxiu turned to him, her expression serious. Are you joking? As far as I know, Both Jiang Wushuang and Bai Feng were rejected by the sword god before. The truth about the Sword King, a disciple's struggle. Jiang Chun had personally witnessed Jiang Wushuang's monstrous strength. If even he wasn't good enough to be the old man's disciple, then just how difficult was it? His shock was evident as he turned to Muhan Xiao. Is it really that hard to become this guy's disciple? At that moment, Luo Sundao stepped forward. She lifted her hand, pointing toward the sky. With a serious expression, she explained, "You might not know this, but the old master has only ever taken 2 disciples in his entire life. And that was over 20 years ago." Jiang Chun stiffened. His mind flashed back to the strange old man clutching a tree in fear. The same old man who, after casually sheathing his sword, had turned to him and said, "Do you want to learn from me?" Jiang Chun closed his eyes. His head hurt just thinking about it. Could that tree-hugging lunatic really be the same king of the celestial sword they were all talking about? He exhaled slowly. With a forced smile, sweat dripping down his cheek, he muttered, "Now I understand everything." On the stage, the old man cleared his throat. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His presence alone silenced the entire camp. Then, with a serious tone, he introduced himself. "I am Gu Katian, Heavenly Blade King, the chief instructor of Tianjiao camp." He placed both hands on the table, leaning forward. His next words sent a chill through the air. As you all know, the Tianjiao camp in Jiangnan has been performing below average in recent years. His voice carried weight. "The fight's here? A farce. If you don't dare to give it your all in training, then in a real battlefield, you will die. No burial. No second chances." The atmosphere grew heavy. Then, Gu Katian's expression shifted. He gripped the microphone tightly and smiled. "That's why, starting this year, I've introduced a new rule." His eyes glowed with terrifying intensity. "I call it the death quota." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. Standing behind him, Yang Guang paled. His body tensed with fear. "Wait, what?" With a horrified look, he stepped forward, trying to interrupt. "Instructor Gu, you can't." Before he could finish, Gu Katian raised his hand, silencing him. His smile never faded. "I have the final say here. If something happens, I take full responsibility." Yang Guang's face was drenched in sweat. His mind raced. What the hell is he talking about? There has never been a death quota in Tianjiao camp before. Why wasn't I informed of this? Meanwhile, Gu Katian raised the microphone again. His voice remained calm, but merciless. "Starting today, 10 of you will die in every round of the test. If you wish to withdraw, do it now." The panic was instant. A young boy grabbed his friend's arm, his face pale with fear. "I can't back out. If I do, my entire family will be disgraced." His friend swallowed hard, his hands trembling. "I don't want to die." At the front of the crowd, Jiang Wushuang remained still. His arms were crossed over his chest. Then he grinned. A wild, bloodthirsty excitement flickered in his eyes. As expected from the senior Heavenly Blade King, the game of death begins. A target on Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Wushuang crossed his arms, smirking. This should have been done years ago. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan turned his head, his eyes locking onto Jiang Chen. A chilling smile spread across his face. "This rule was made just for you." Jiang Chun remained calm, analyzing the situation. Xiao Beihan's meaning was clear. Once the camp started, he was planning to take him out immediately. But Jiang Chun also realized something important. With this new rule, even if he killed Xiao Beihan, Uncle Jigang and the others wouldn't have to worry about retaliation. This death quota gave him a free pass to kill. Minutes passed. Not a single person withdrew. Gu Katian, still holding the microphone, placed a hand on his waist and grinned. "Seems like you all have some pride." Behind him stood the 4 vice commanders. He lifted his hand, shouting, "Let the entrance evaluation begin." The 300 participants tensed, waiting for instructions. Gukan gripped his sword hilt and unsheathed it. His voice boomed across the battlefield. "Scattered across the camp, 150 advancement flags have been hidden. I don't care how you get them. The round ends at dawn on the second day. If you have a flag, you advance. If you don't, you're out." His sword gleamed under the sunlight as he pointed it at them. His eyes burned with intensity. "Fight confidently. Kill confidently. You can fight alone, form alliances, even destroy the entire camp if you wish. Show me your bloodlust." Then, with a sharp motion, he raised his sword to the sky. "Begin." At his signal, chaos erupted. As soon as the test started, participants scattered in all directions. Some, knowing they weren't strong enough, immediately ran into hiding. They planned to find a flag and avoid conflict. Survival was more important than pride. But Xiao Beihan had a different goal. As his body became shrouded in powerful blue energy, he grinned. Then, he unsheathed his sword and began walking toward Jiang Chun. Step by step, he closed the distance. Jiang Chun, standing between Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao, remained silent. Then, he extended his hands to the sides and issued a command. Find a flag. I'll handle this. Mu Hanxiu's face paled. Her voice trembled as she grabbed his arm. Are you sure? Jiang Chun didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand, took a defensive stance, and gave them a cold order. Go. Now. Seeing his determined expression, Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao reluctantly turned their backs and ran. As Xiao Beihan's sword radiated blue mana, he began to laugh. A rookie who hasn't even reached his second transfer wants to be a hero? His tone was mocking. He wasn't taking Jiang Chen seriously. Jiang Chen's face remained expressionless. Slowly, he extended his hand to the side. A thick, purple mist seeped from his palm. Little Nine's poisonous mist. Despite Xiao Beihan's terrifying sword aura, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. He had faced worse. However, one thought lingered in his mind. Even though I'm much stronger than before, can I handle Xiao Beihan using only poison, without revealing the mother insect? An unexpected intervention. The assassin's disruption. Jiang Chun stood his ground, his body enveloped in Little Nine's poisonous mist. With a calm gaze, he looked at Xiao Beihan and spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Beihan's expression darkened. He gripped his sword tightly, eyes burning with rage. TCH. No point wasting words on a dead man. Then, with full force, he swung his sword, sending a devastating slash toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun braced himself, preparing to counter. But before the attack could reach him, stop! A rain of small knives shot through the air, shattering Xiao Beihan's attack into pieces. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Standing before him was Tang Ying, holding more throwing knives in her hands. Tang Ying stared coldly at Xiao Beihan. Her gaze was sharp, full of anger. Xiao Beihan clenched his sword, his expression dark and serious. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Chun, still on edge, turned his head toward Tang Ying. Is she really the assassin Tang Ying? Before he could ask, Tang Ying put her hands on her hips and shouted at Xiao Beihan. Did you forget our agreement with by phone? Her tone was harsh and unforgiving. We agreed to kill Jiang Wushuang as soon as camp started. Yet you keep running off to deal with insignificant matters. She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. Tell me the truth. Are you just using excuses because you're scared of Wushuang's? Xiao Beihan's fist tightened. His aura flared with anger. Who said I was afraid? Tang Ying smirked. Then prove it. She turned her back on Jiang Chun, pointing toward the forest. Wushuang ran that way. Bai Feng is already chasing him. Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth, but ultimately turned away from Jiang Chun. Fine. I'll deal with Wushuang first. It's not too late to handle the trash afterward. With that, both Xiao Beihan and Tang Ying left Jiang Chun behind. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly, deactivating his poisonous mist. That was close. His gaze followed Tang Ying as she walked away. Just before she disappeared, she turned back, put a finger near her mouth, and winked at him. Jiang Chun froze. She was helping me. But why? They didn't even know each other. Unseen by others, Tang Ying's expression shifted. Her gaze lowered, a sadness flickering in her eyes. She was the niece of Tang Jin. Before the camp started, her aunt had given her a secret mission, protect Jiang Chun. But with her current abilities, she couldn't fight Xiao Beihan directly. The best she could do was buy time and redirect his focus. For now, Jiang Chun was safe. But she could only hope that Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao would protect him moving forward. While Xiao Beihan walked away, a man with black hair named Huang Yongqiao approached. He carried a bow on his back, and in his hands were 3 advancement flags. Then, he knelt before Xiao Beihan. My father is a loyal subordinate of your grandfather. These 3 flags are a token of my dedication to you. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Tang Ying remained silent, watching closely. Xiao Beihan, looking down at the kneeling man, responded coldly. I don't need the flags. Then, his expression darkened. But if you really want to prove your loyalty, there is something you can do for me. Tang Ying's body tensed. This is bad. If Xiao Beihan gained more allies, it would only make things harder for Jiang Chun. She could only pray that Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao could protect him. A deadly ambush. Jiang Chen's next battle begins. At the same time, Luo Sundao successfully obtained 2 advancement flags. Holding them in her hands, she closed her eyes and smiled. With a joyful expression, she turned to Jiang Chun. I just found 2 flags. She rushed over to where Jiang Chun was, placing the flags on the table. Jiang Chun, standing with one hand resting on his waist, responded in a calm voice. You 2 take the flags first. I'm going to check something elsewhere. Luo Sundao frowned slightly, resting both hands on the table. We'll help you find one together. Beside her, Mu Hanxiu remained silent, arms crossed. Then, whiz! A deadly arrow tore through the air, heading straight for them at high speed. Jiang Chen's instincts flared instantly. His eyes sharpened. Be careful. Without hesitation, he grabbed the table and hurled it into the sky. Boom! The arrow collided with the table, shattering it into pieces. Wooden debris rained down around them. Luo Sundao looked up, her heart pounding. Her face paled as panic set in. She quickly hid behind Jiang Chun, clutching his arm tightly. Peeking out slightly, she whispered, "What's happening?" Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stepped forward, his voice cold. "Who's attacking?" His gaze swept the area. "Are you after the flags?" Beside him, Muhan Xiao drew her 2 daggers, gripping them tightly in both hands. She took a defensive stance, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Then, a figure leaped into view. A man holding a bow, his eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. His arrow radiated with powerful energy. The attacker's identity was revealed. Huang Yongchao. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. "So, it's him?" Luo Sundao and Muhan Xiao also recognized him immediately. "That's Huang Yongchao." They turned to Jiang Chun, their voices filled with urgency. "He has the hidden profession, Extreme Archer of the Sunchasur. He's level 39. His father is a 6th transfer venerable and serves under Xiao Beihan." Luo Sundao's expression darkened. "My Eternal Earth Shield might not be able to stop his attacks." Huang Yongchao's penetrating gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Then, he fired. Boom! The arrow surged with energy, its blade glowing menacingly as it sped toward them. Jiang Chun knew he had to act. He turned to Luo Sundao and Muhan Xiao. "Step aside." Then, he leaped forward. His eyes gleamed with determination as he charged toward the incoming attack. Extending his hand, his palm began releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice was cold and unforgiving. "I can tolerate a lot of things, but if you want to take my life, don't blame me for being ruthless." His aura surged. After all, someone has to fulfill the old master's death quota. Luo Sundao, standing behind him, clutched her chest in fear. Muhan Xiao, gripping her daggers tightly, stared at Jiang Chun in shock. She swallowed hard, her mind racing. What is he planning to do? A ruthless victory. Jiang Chun strikes back. Jiang Chun thrust his hand forward, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. The dark purple fog surged, colliding head-on with Huang Yongchao's arrow. Boom! The arrow shattered instantly, completely overpowered by the corrosive mist. But Jiang Chun didn't stop there. The mist kept advancing, surging toward Huang Yongchao. Still hovering in the air, Huang Yongchao's eyes widened in terror. His grip on his bow tightened, but his body froze. This wasn't what he had been told. "Wait, poison?" His voice trembled. Wasn't he supposed to be a life-type awakened? Panic set in. Desperately, he shouted for backup. "Stop hiding! Attack together!" But he never finished a sentence. The poisonous mist reached him. It wrapped around his body like a living nightmare, instantly corroding his flesh. "Ayaha!" His agonized screams filled the air. The swarm of insects burst out from the mist, hungrily devouring his body piece by piece. His so-called allies? They turned and ran. Fear gripped them. If even a long-range expert like Huang Yongchao couldn't survive, then those with close combat professions had zero chance. They had to escape before they became the next victims. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood firm, his hand controlling the swarm. Within seconds, the insects finished their feast. Huang Yongchao's body no longer existed. Inside the monitoring room, Chief Instructor Gu Katian and Vice Commander Yang Guang observed the battle through surveillance cameras. Gu Katian's sharp eyes followed Jiang Chen's movements. Seeing how effortlessly he killed, the old man smiled in approval. "Impressive." He leaned back, crossing his arms. Not only a creation class user, but also poison class. Behind him, Yang Guang was frozen. His mouth hung open in disbelief. A second transformation prodigy, killed in seconds? He tried to process what just happened. Jiang Chen wasn't just strong. He was terrifying. A dangerous, unknown factor. Why didn't Chu City's Night Watch report anything about him? As his mind spiraled, Gu Katan turned toward him, his expression serious. "Go. Inform the others." Yang Guang snapped out of his daze. "Right away." But just as he was about to leave, "Wait." Gu Katian cleared his throat. Yang Guang paused, turning back. Deep down, he feared. Was the old man regretting all this? Gu Katian simply rubbed his chin, staring at the ceiling. Then, in a calm voice, he issued another order. "Bring in 10 third-level ferocious beasts." Yang Guang's eyes widened. "What?" Gu Katan's smirk grew wider. "And release them separately." Then, he leaned forward, his eyes flashing with amusement. "Also, place the advancement flags on the beasts. The battlefield shifts, a new challenge begins." Yang Guang turned around, gave a military salute, and, despite his confused expression, responded with a firm Understood? Deep down, he couldn't help but be impressed. The old man's move was brilliant. By releasing ferocious beasts with advancement flags, he would force the strongest contenders to fight first. This way, those monsters could eliminate each other before they turned on the weaker participants. It was both strategic and ruthless. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and Xiao Beihan had surrounded Jiang Wushuang. All three drew their weapons, preparing to strike. On the other side, Jiang Wushuang stood with his arms crossed. He had been fighting Bai Feng for several minutes, and even though he was injured, his confidence never wavered. Bai Feng clutched his chest wound, panting heavily. Jiang Wushuang smirked. I told you already, even if you gang up on me, you still won't win. Then, with mocking amusement, he asked, will you really feel proud winning a 3-on-1 fight? Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth. Gripping his sword tighter, his blue energy surged, making his blade glow. His eyes sharpened. Winning this way isn't honorable, but fighting strong opponents is the only thing that keeps me entertained. At that moment, the camp loudspeaker crackled to life. A mechanical voice echoed across the battlefield. Participant Huang Yongqiao has been eliminated by Jiang Chun. The entire camp fell silent. Then, shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Jiang Chun had made the first kill? Not just anyone, but a level 39 second transformation prodigy? Most people couldn't believe it. Xiao Beihan's smile faltered. His expression darkened. That fast. Even though Huang Yongqiao wasn't top tier, he was still among the top 50 geniuses in camp. He was also far stronger than Xiao Yuanwu. And yet, he had been erased in seconds. Tang Ying, clutching her throwing knives, felt her heart drop. This isn't good. She had been told Jiang Chun was only level 26 in the creation class. And yet, he had effortlessly slaughtered a level 39 combat class prodigy. Even she, an assassin, couldn't have killed Huang Yongqiao so easily. Bai Feng, still catching his breath, looked to the sky and smirked. This year's Tianjiao camp is full of hidden monsters. Jiang Wushuang, still standing there, tilted his head and grinned. Are you sure you want to waste your time with me? Shouldn't you be worried about that other expert? Jiang Chen? Xiao Beihan ignored him. All three tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to attack. Before they could strike, the camp loudspeaker blared again. Attention. 10 third-level ferocious beasts are being released into the battlefield. Each beast carries an advancement flag. Participants who acquire a flag will receive an additional ranking score. The top 10 participants will receive special rewards. First place will receive 100 million. The moment the announcement ended, Xiao Beihan, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying immediately backed away. Jiang Wushuang's grin widened. His arms still crossed, he chuckled. Looks like the king of the celestial sword just gave us some new toys to play with. He turned to the side, his smirk growing. Fine, I'll join in. He had set his sights on the blue flag. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood in the distance, still processing what he just heard. His expression shifted. A 100 million reward? The moment he remembered how fast his insects could reproduce, his eyes gleamed. If he secured first place, he wouldn't just get money. He'd get resources. And with more resources, he could evolve his insects even faster. A giant beast falls from the sky. A new battle begins. Suddenly, boom! Something massive dropped from the sky, shaking the ground upon impact. Jiang Chun, who wasn't far away, instantly went on alert. His eyes narrowed. What is that? The dust settled. Standing before them, a massive mutant wolf. Luo Sundao, standing next to him, gripped her shield. It's the first ferocious beast. Jiang Chun examined it closely. His brows furrowed. This is a third-level beast. Nearby, Mu Hanchio's face paled. Her voice trembled with urgency. Be careful. This thing is as strong as a level 90 awakened. The beast's enormous frame trembled. Its body was partially paralyzed from the fall. Luo Sundao squinted. Then, turning to Jiang Chun, she asked, it's still regaining consciousness. Should we take advantage of this? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward, his hands releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. Move back. He prepared to strike. But, swoosh, a powerful slash shot toward him from above. Jiang Chun reacted instantly. He jumped, dodging the attack at the last second. Landing on the ground, he clenched his fist tightly. His mind raced. Who just attacked me? Then, his gaze lifted. Standing atop the beast's head, gripping his sword, Xiao Beihan. Xiao Beihan's eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. His lips curled into a smug smile. Not only did you kill Huang Yongqiao in seconds, now you're trying to steal my flag? Jiang Chun didn't waste words. He thrust his hand forward, unleashing Little Nine's poisonous mist. If you're here to fight, stop talking. Xiao Beihan laughed. Then, he jumped into the air, raising his sword. Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon Slash. A massive, swirling wind slash tore through the battlefield, slicing through everything in its path. It collided with Jiang Chen's mist, dispersing it instantly. Xiao Beihan landed back on the beast's head, his sword glowing with blue energy. His expression was full of confidence. No wonder you're so arrogant. His eyes gleamed. Turns out you have the hidden poison class. He smirked. Too bad for you. Poison is difficult to control, and in front of my wind, it's nothing. Muhan Xiao clenched her fists, her face tense. She turned to Luo Sundao. This isn't good. Wind counters poison. We need to help him. But Luo Sundao grabbed her arm. Her expression was serious. No, Muhan Xiao froze. Luo Sundao's voice was calm, but firm. Jiang Chen's poison isn't ordinary poison. If we interfere, we'll just get in his way. The poisonous dragon versus the blue lotus. Jiang Chen's deadly counterattack. Jiang Chen took an offensive stance, his body engulfed in poison. His eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. This had gone on long enough. It was time to end it. Then, he unleashed his technique. Poisonous Mist Dragon. From the swirling toxic mist, a massive poison dragon emerged. Its serpentine body coiled through the air, its sinister green eyes burning with deadly energy. With a roar, it opened its mouth, ready to devour everything in its path. Seeing the sheer size of the dragon, Xiao Beihan's confidence wavered. Teach, this isn't good. He knew just slicing it wouldn't work. So instead, he made a bold decision. Gripping his sword tightly, he ran his fingers across its blade. The winds howled around him. Then, he lifted his sword toward the sky and activated a forbidden technique. Immortal Swordsman of Blue Lotus. A massive, glowing blue flower bloomed behind him, radiating with sword energy. The lotus petals began to absorb the poison dragon. Xiao Beihan smirked. Watch as my sword's energy consumes your poison. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed. His lips curled into a smile. Are you serious? Xiao Beihan had just created the perfect meal. Within the mist, Little Nine manifested. Her eyes sparkled. She licked her lips. Then, she lunged at the giant flower, her mouth wide open. Crunch! She began devouring it, petal by petal, sword energy by sword energy. The blue lotus was delicious. Jiang Chen's devouring value skyrocketed. +2000. He glanced at Little Nine, grinning. She's eating the entire thing. Xiao Beihan's smirk vanished. His eyes widened in horror. What? In the blink of an eye, the blue lotus shattered. The sword energy collapsed, releasing a surge of poisonous mist. Boom! The toxic cloud exploded, engulfing Xiao Beihan. His body was thrown backward. Slam! He crashed into the ground, gasping for breath. His sword trembled in his grip. Pain surged through his nerves. His chest burned from the poison. Impossible! His mind reeled. How could poison overpower sword energy? The poison dragon, now larger than before, slithered through the sky. Its glowing eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. Then, it lunged forward, aiming to end him. Xiao Beihan's mind raced. He knew if that dragon touched him, he was dead. So, he hugged himself, activating his life gem. A glowing shield surrounded his body. The poison dragon slammed into it. Boom! But the life gem held firm. Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth. He had survived. Now, it was Jiang Chen's turn to die. Jiang Chen analyzed the situation. Xiao Beihan had used a life gem. Poison alone won't break through, and the battlefield has cameras everywhere. If he unleashed the insects here, his secrets would be exposed. He needed cover. He turned his head toward Luo Sundao. Can you create an opaque earth shield around this area? Luo Sundao clenched her fists. She nodded firmly. I'll try. She raised her hands to the sky. Energy surged. Then, earth protection, shield cover. A dome of earth formed, enclosing the battlefield. Xiao Beihan stared upward, confused. What is he doing? Luo Sundao dropped to her knees, breathing heavily. She had used a lot of energy. Jiang Chun turned back to Xiao Beihan. With the cameras blocked, it was time to finish this for good. The battle escalates. Xiao Beihan's defense begins to crumble. Jiang Chun stood calm and composed, his hand releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. His eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. Can you guess how Xiao Yuanwu died? Xiao Beihan's face twisted with anger. Surrounded by his magical barrier, he extended his sword to the side, his voice filled with disdain. You think that worthless trash's death compares to mine? Naive. Jiang Chun remained silent. For a few seconds, he simply stared. Then, Little Nine reappeared. Her sinister grin widened as she locked eyes with Xiao Beihan. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but firm. Are you really comparing the past me to the current me? Now that's naive. He was tired of this. He turned to Little Nine. Teach him a lesson. Little Nine's body surged with energy. Her hands extended to the sides, releasing waves of poisonous mist. Then, she charged. Xiao Beihan raised his sword, positioning it defensively. His eyes narrowed. Who is she? Little Nine struck at high speed. Left, right, above, below. But Xiao Beihan's blade intercepted every single attack. No matter how fast she moved, he deflected everything. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed in surprise. He's using protective sword energy? This was unexpected. Xiao Beihan's defensive mastery was far beyond what he anticipated. Then, a new danger arrived. A deafening roar filled the battlefield. The giant mutant beast suddenly lunged forward. Its massive jaws opened wide, aiming straight for Little Nine. Both Little Nine and Xiao Beihan turned. They immediately went on alert. Jiang Chun reacted instantly. His hands surged with poisonous mist. His gaze locked onto the beast. It had fully awakened. Now, it was time to unleash everything. Jiang Chun extended his hand, summoning two poisonous mist dragons. They coiled through the air, their eyes burning with deadly intent. Then, he released his small insect swarm. That's top-quality fierce beast meat. First to arrive, first to eat. The insects surged forward. Their tiny wings buzzed, filling the battlefield with an eerie hum. Now, the fight had become even more chaotic. Xiao Beihan's eyes darted between the incoming attacks. His sword energy had been corroded. He could no longer counter Little Nine. The beast turned, roaring a warning to Xiao Beihan. But Little Nine was already on the move. She closed the distance instantly. With a devilish grin, she threw her full strength into a punch. Boom! Her fist collided with Xiao Beihan's magical barrier. Cracks spread across the shield. She didn't stop. Another punch. Another. With each impact, the barrier weakened. Xiao Beihan's strongest defense was starting to crumble. Xiao Beihan's barrier begins to shatter. Jiang Chun sees the weakness. Jiang Chun stood calmly, his arms crossed, watching the battle unfold. He had realized something. Xiao Yuanwu had been weak because the Xiao family favored some grandchildren over others. But Xiao Beihan? He was one of their true elites. Defeating him was far more difficult. Yet, Little Nine's relentless barrage of punches was slowly cracking the magical barrier. Her eyes gleamed, sensing victory approaching. Inside the fading shield, Xiao Beihan was drenched in sweat. His panic grew. He knew. If before she had needed 3 seconds, now she needed at most 3 minutes. He clenched his sword tighter. He couldn't believe it. His life gem's protection was actually breaking. Meanwhile, inside the Tianjiao camp surveillance room, Yang Guang's expression darkened. On the monitors, a blue magical barrier covered the battlefield. This anti-vision shield prevented them from seeing inside. He knew what that meant. Xiao Beihan was at a disadvantage. Yang Guang turned sharply to Fang Qingyuan. His voice was stern. Conduct a manual investigation. If the situation is too dangerous, stop the fight immediately. Fang Qingyuan, a 4th-level great master of the spatial system, pressed his fingertips together and nodded. Understood. In the corner of the room, Gu Kaitian, aka the king of the celestial sword, sat with one leg crossed, his chin resting on his hand. His expression was calm, but curious. Are they really this desperate to protect the Xiao family's grandson? Yang Guang turned toward him, placing his hands behind his back. You don't understand. His voice was calm but heavy. It's not about favoritism. It's about consequences. If Xiao Beihan was injured or killed, nobody knew how the Xiao family would react. Gu Kaitian raised an eyebrow. Then, with a slight smirk, he asked, Are you really prepared for war with the Jingwei Empire? Yang Guang froze. A chill ran down his spine. Zhima, if word got out about what happened inside Tianjiao camp, things could spiral out of control. He clenched his teeth. No information leaves the camp. Not until this ends. Gu Kan leaned back, his eyes drifting to the ceiling. He didn't know if Jiang Chun could actually kill Xiao Beihan. But he was curious. Why had Jiang Chun created an anti-vision barrier? What was he hiding? Back at the battlefield, Jiang Chun had defeated the mutant beast. The giant wolf collapsed, its body engulfed in poisonous mist. Jiang Chun stood beside it, arms still crossed. His expression was indifferent. Powerful? Sure. But when facing his insects, it had met its natural predator. At the same time, Little Nine's attacks had reached their peak. The barrier surrounding Xiao Beihan was now covered in deep cracks. A particularly large fracture split through the shield. Xiao Beihan tightened his grip on his sword. His panic turned into dread. No, this can't be happening. The life gem's barrier was actually failing. Jiang Qin's eyes locked onto the barrier. Then, his gaze sharpened. With a calm but firm voice, he spoke. Little Nine attacked there. He pointed at the largest, deepest crack. That was the weak point. A sudden warning. Jiang Chun must end it now. Just as Jiang Chun was about to strike the final blow, a voice echoed in his mind. Don't play around too much. Fang Qingyuan, the great master of the spatial system, has arrived. Jiang Qin's expression changed instantly. His eyes widened in shock. His heart pounded. A spatial master was here? That meant he was being watched. If they see the insects, I'll be exposed. No hesitation. Jiang Chun extended his hand toward Little Nine. Return. Little Nine mid-punch froze. Her fist was inches from breaking the barrier. Her eyes flickered with confusion. Huh? What's happening? But she obeyed. She dissolved into poisonous mist, retreating back into Jiang Chen's body. Now, he needed to end this fight immediately. Jiang Chen raised his hand. A massive insect appeared. It crawled toward Xiao Beihan's barrier. Then, it began to glow. Inside the barrier, Xiao Beihan's breathing was ragged. He saw the strange insect approach. His brow furrowed in confusion. Then, his face paled. His entire body tensed. He began to sweat uncontrollably. What is that? Then, it was too late. Boom! The insect exploded. The energy pierced through the magical barrier. Then, a massive chain reaction. Boom! A shockwave surged outward. The barrier shattered instantly. But the explosion didn't stop. A second explosion erupted inside the broken barrier. It was so powerful. It was like a miniature nuclear blast. The explosion tore through the battlefield. Luo Sundao's earth shield collapsed under the impact. She clutched her stomach, gasping in pain, before falling to the ground. Luo! Mu Hanxiu rushed forward, catching her before she collapsed completely. Her eyes were filled with concern. Are you okay? Luo Sundao forced a weak smile. I'll be fine. Meanwhile, the dust slowly settled. What remained? The ground was completely destroyed, scattered across the battlefield, advancement flags, and the only thing left of Xiao Beihan, his severed arm and his sword. Jiang Chen walked forward. His gaze scanned the remains. He picked up the sword. Then, his eyes narrowed. Did he die? Or had he been rescued by the spatial master? He wasn't sure, but he grabbed the severed arm anyway, just in case. Jiang Chen approached Luo Sundao. With a calm expression, he tossed her the sword. Take good care of your family's weapon. The sword spun in the air, descending toward her. Luo Sundao reached out her hands, catching it. Her cheeks turned red. She hugged the sword tightly. Her voice was soft, but grateful. Thank you. Meanwhile, Mu Hanxiu picked up the fallen flags. She turned to Jiang Chun with an excited smile. We're in the top 10. Jiang Chun looked at the flags. He offered to share them. But Mu Hanxiu shook her head. No, her eyes were determined. I want to see you surpass Jiang Wushuang and take first place. Luo Sundao smiled. I don't need the flags either. She held up the sword. Getting this back is enough. Jiang Chun smirked. Bang! A fist slammed onto the table. Yang Guang's face was twisted in anger. Beside him, Fang Qingyuan. Yang Guang gritted his teeth. His voice was filled with rage. What the hell happened? Why didn't you teleport Xiao Beihan in time? The poison was too strong. Fang Qingyuan's failure. Fang Qingyuan closed his eyes, deep in thought. Then, with a calm yet resigned voice, he explained. The poison was too strong. He barely managed to extend his spiritual energy toward Xiao Beihan. But the moment it touched the poisonous mist, it corroded instantly. He hadn't seen anything clearly. Then, boom, the explosion erupted. He had tried to teleport Xiao Beihan with all his strength. But it was already too late. Yang Guang explodes in rage. He pointed an accusing finger at him. His eyes burned with disbelief. How the hell can poison corrode mental power? His voice rose with fury. Stop making excuses. You failed to do your job. Then, a booming voice cut through the room. Shut up, Yang Guang. Yang Guang froze. He turned around, his body trembling. Then, he stiffened. The one who had spoken was Gukatian, the king of the celestial sword. Gukatian glared at Yang Guang. His voice was sharp. Do you know why you're stuck at the peak of the fifth transformation? Yang Guang gulped. Gukatian continued. Because you always follow the powerful. Because you lack the heart to stand on your own. He folded his arms. A moment ago, you mentioned consequences, commanders, and generals, but do you know what a real battlefield is? His gaze darkened. Even those who have reached the ninth transformation can die in battle. Xiao Beihan was no exception. Yang Guang took several steps back, his confidence shattered. His face paled. I wasn't talking about the great general. I only meant Commander Duan. Gukhan turned his back to him. Then, with a calm but commanding voice, he gave his order. Report everything inside the camp first. Keep all information strictly confidential. Until tomorrow at 6 a.m., before the evaluation ends, no one, not even Xiao Beihan, is allowed to leave the camp. Then, without another word, he walked toward the door. His final words echoed behind him. I'm heading to the Southern Command. Yang Guang and Fang Qingyuan remained silent. At that moment, a system window appeared in the sky. It announced, Xiao Beihan has been eliminated by Jiang Chun. Silence. Then, shock. Everyone looked up in disbelief. Their minds refused to process what they had just heard. Xiao Beihan? Eliminated? By Jiang Chen? Impossible. He was the legitimate grandson of the great general of the nation. And yet, he was gone. Elsewhere, a massive boar-like beast charged forward. But Tang Ying and Bai Feng dodged effortlessly. The beast crashed into the ground. Tang Ying stood frozen, staring blankly at the sky. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Jiang Chen actually eliminated Xiao Beihan? Bai Feng, however, remained calm. His expression turned serious. Something's not right. Meanwhile, a white lion-like beast lunged forward. Then, bam! A single punch sent it flying. It crashed into the dirt, lifeless. Standing over its corpse was Jiang Wushuang. He crossed his arms. A smirk played on his lips. Interesting. A secret conversation. The mystery of Jiang Chen's poison. A hand slowly lifted the lid of a teacup. The fragrant steam rose into the air. The man holding the cup was none other than Duan Xinghai, commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan military district. He took a slow sip of tea and then glanced at Gu Katian. With a calm yet curious tone, he asked, "So, have you found any remarkable talent? Is that why you called me here so urgently?" In front of him, Gu Katan remained silent. Then, he closed his eyes. He raised his hand toward the sky. A powerful energy surged from his palm. He used the ability called Forbidden Listening. The energy spread outward, forming a protective barrier around them. Duan Xinghai watched quietly. Once the barrier was in place, the two men moved to another room. They sat down to enjoy their tea. Duan crossed his legs and took another slow sip. Then, his eyes sharpened. "You're being cautious. This means the situation is more serious than you're letting on." Gu Katan, resting one hand on the chair and the other on the table, made his decision. He needed to ask Duan something. Something important. His eyes locked onto Duan's. Then, can poison corrode mental strength? Duan paused. Then, with a knowing smile, he set down his cup. He closed his eyes. Theoretically, it's possible, but it would be extremely difficult. He leaned forward slightly. Poisonous mist and miasma typically affect the physical body. Mental strength, however, is different. It comes from the soul itself, formed by pure thought and intent. He tapped his fingers against the wooden table. For poison to corrode something like that, he shook his head. "I can't even begin to estimate the level of toxicity required." Gu Katian watched him closely. Then, with a calm and unreadable gaze, he asked, "Have you ever seen someone accomplish this?" Duan placed his hand under his chin, deep in thought. His gaze drifted downward. After a moment of silence, he replied, "No, I once knew a poison king at the peak of the fourth transformation. Even he couldn't do it." Then, Duan lifted his head. A playful smirk appeared on his face. "Are you telling me that Tianjiao camp has produced a poison prodigy with such terrifying power?" He leaned back slightly. "If someone can truly corrode spiritual energy, then they are holding a weapon more lethal than any blade." Gu Katian crossed his arms. Then, he shook his head. He closed his eyes. His voice was firm. "It's too soon to draw conclusions." Duan remained calm. He had refrained from questioning Gu Katian's decisions before. But now, something was wrong. Very wrong. With a sharp gaze, he finally spoke. "What's happening? And why aren't you telling me the whole truth?" Gu Katan opened his eyes. His gaze met Duan's. Then, with a serious expression, he asked, "What if the poison had its own consciousness?" Duan froze. Then, he burst into laughter. He reached out and patted Gu Katian on the shoulder. "You're joking, right?" Then, his expression turned serious. "Poison doesn't have consciousness, unless—" His voice trailed off. His eyes darkened. His breathing slowed. Then, a single drop of sweat ran down his cheek. With a calm but deeply thoughtful look, he whispered, "Unless it's not actually poison, but something else entirely. A forgotten calamity. The 9 wings of miasma." Duan Xinghai's eyes darkened. Then, a memory resurfaced. He pictured an ancient ruin, a place lost to time. Its name was Ruin Number 0. Inside that ruin, he had once seen an ancient record. It described a calamitous creature, a being known as the 9 wings of miasma. It was said that this creature could transform into a poisonous mist. Its birth had nearly destroyed the world. A great calamity from the past. Then, Duan imagined something else. A small, shadowy figure, hugging her knees. A pair of glowing eyes. The creature that had been born in the 9 hells. The very same existence recorded in Ruin Number 0. And now, it had reappeared. Gu Katian's entire body tensed. His mind raced. "This is bad. Very bad." Duan Xinghai extended his arms, laughing loudly. His voice was filled with amusement. "What? Are you scared?" Then, he smirked. "Come on, old friend. This type of calamity has been extinct for a long time. It's impossible for it to still exist. Gukan remained silent. His expression did not change. But deep down, he was not so sure. Suddenly, a portal appeared in midair, a crack in space itself. Gukatian stood up from his chair. Then, he turned his back on Duan and walked toward the portal. Duan reached out a hand to stop him. Wait, I haven't told you the good news yet. Gukatian ignored him. He stepped inside the portal without hesitation. Duan sighed. Then, he shook his head. Inside the portal, Gukatian crossed his arms. He closed his eyes. Then, he thought of her. Little Nine, a walking disaster. Jiang Chun, the boy who awakened a divine-level class called Growth of All Things. It was no surprise that he had climbed to the top of the hunter list. But Jiang Chun still had too many secrets. Then, he remembered something else. A conversation from just a few days ago. Jigang had approached him with a cheerful smile. He had said, I have someone named Jiang Chun. His talent is incredible, but he's still developing. Oh, and he got into trouble with the Xiao family. So, I need you to watch over him while he's at Tianjiao camp. At the time, Gukatian had listened silently. But now, as he walked through the dimensional corridor, he realized the truth. Jigang hadn't asked him to watch over Jiang Chun. He had asked him to cover for him. That old bastard. Gukatian emerged from the portal. Then, he snapped his fingers. A gust of wind followed his motion. The sword could kill, but it could also protect. He muttered to himself. Buddha and demon exist in the same heart. Then, his eyes sharpened. I've made my decision. From now on, Jiang Chun is under my protection. Still, even if he had decided to protect Jiang Chun, a calamity should never be underestimated. So, he needed confirmation. A final piece of evidence. He raised his hand. Then, he fired an arrow into the sky. The arrow flew backward, vanishing into the horizon. This arrow carried an urgent order, a command for Hong Yao. Go to ruin number 0. Investigate the 9 wings of miasma. Find out the truth, because this concerns my new disciple. A sudden attack. Jiang Chun versus the final fierce beast. Gu Kaitian stepped into the surveillance room. His gaze locked onto the screens. With a calm but curious tone, he asked, How's the entrance evaluation progressing? Yang Guang turned back. With a composed look, he reported the current status. It's nearly over. The ordinary awakened are still struggling for flags. But the elite talents have already defeated 9 of the fierce beasts. Now, only 1 remained. On the screen, several geniuses displayed overwhelming strength. Laze and Lu Jiezi teamed up. The beast charged at them, but Laze met it with a devastating punch. The creature slammed into the ground, defeated instantly. Elsewhere, Tang Ying and Bai Feng worked together. She leapt onto the beast's back, ended its life in a single move. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang stood atop a pile of beast corpses. 3 fierce beasts had fallen before him. Without hesitation, he turned and started heading toward one place. Jiang Chun. Gu Kaidian watched the screens closely. Where is Jiang Chun? Yang Guang answered immediately. He's already defeated 2 fierce beasts. The 9th beast was just released near him. A shadow loomed over the battlefield. From the sky, the final beast descended. Jiang Chun looked up, eyes shiny. Instead of panic, he smiled. Time to eat, little Nine. The beast lunged, but before it could even attack, Jiang Chun extended his hand. Poisonous mist erupted outward. In seconds, little Nine materialized. With no hesitation, she devoured the beast whole. The system flashed with a notification. Plus 2,000 devouring value. Jiang Chun watched calmly. Little Nine chewed happily. And then, she leveled up. Now level 22. She grinned, satisfied. Jiang Chun smiled too. But his joy didn't last. A fist of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the sky and descended upon them. Jiang Chun and the others looked up. Realization hit instantly. This was an attack. They snapped into alert mode. A battle between monsters. Wu Shuang versus Jiang Chun. Mu Hanxiu drew her daggers, stepping into a defensive stance. Her eyes flashed with urgency. Jiang Chun, it's a surprise attack. Luo Sundao didn't hesitate. With a determined expression, she extended her hand. Earth Protection Shield. A powerful green barrier emerged, shielding them from the attack. But the moment Jiang Chun got a closer look, his eyes narrowed. This technique, it was Wang's fist style. The energy fist smashed into the barrier. Cracks spread instantly. The shield wasn't holding. Boom! In mere seconds, it shattered completely. The impact sent Luo Sundao and Mu Hanxiu flying backward. Blood spilled from their lips. Jiang Chun was the only one left standing. Jiang Chun didn't waver. He clenched his fists. Poisonous mist surged around his body. Then, he threw his hand forward. Little Nine's poisonous mist exploded outward, colliding with Wang's attack. But Even with the poison, the force was overwhelming. Jiang Chen's body was blasted backward. Sliding across the ground, he planted his feet firmly, stopping his momentum. He raised his arm defensively. And then, he waited for the next strike. The last remnants of the attack dissipated into smoke. From within the haze, Wang appeared. His body radiated terrifying energy. He clenched his fists. His intense gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Mu Hongqiu's body hit the ground behind Jiang Chun. Luo Sundao struggled to rise. Jiang Chun wiped his lips, staring at Wang. It's no wonder they call you the third genius of Daxia. Then, he tightened his fist. Poisonous mist coiled around it. With a sharp smile, he asked, "So, you came to steal my beasts?" Jiang Wushuang laughed. His body pulsed with red energy. No need to misunderstand. He cracked his knuckles. "I know your poison already killed the beast." Jiang Chen's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" Jiang Wushuang grinned. "I just came to satisfy my curiosity." Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, his fingers cutting through the dense, swirling poison mist conjured by Little Nine. His gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang, his expression cold. "Are you really willing to bet your life just to satisfy your curiosity?" Jiang Chen's voice carried a sharp edge. Jiang Wushuang clenched his fists, his lips curling into a confident smile. "Of course. If you're not willing to stake your life, then are you really living?" Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, sending the poisonous mist surging toward Jiang Wushuang. But instead of retreating, Wushuang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He planted his feet, drawing in a deep breath before suddenly striking out with his fist. The sheer force of his punch stirred the air violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Just before the venomous mist could engulf him, Jiang Wushuang executed 1,000-feet wall, stomping down and unleashing a powerful energy barrier in front of him. The force of his technique didn't just block the poison, it shattered it. Without wasting a second, he launched another devastating strike at Jiang Chen. The energy blast surged forward like an unstoppable wave. Jiang Chen, still mid-motion, was momentarily caught off guard. His outstretched hand trembled as he realized the sheer power behind the attack. Just as it was about to strike him head-on, he instinctively leaped backward, throwing his arms over his head to shield himself. Though he managed to avoid the full impact, a portion of the attack still grazed him, sending him skidding back. His boots dug into the ground as he struggled to regain his footing. His breathing was heavy, his body aching from the force of the blow. "That guy's fists are insanely fast and brutal, while my poison is slow and not strong enough." Jiang Chen frowned, his mind racing for a new strategy. Meanwhile, Little Nine stood to the side, hands clenched near her face, her eyes filled with worry. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his mouth, his clothes now tattered and dust-covered. He smirked slightly and muttered, "Hey, Little Nine, if you devoured Jiang Wushuang, how many levels do you think you'd go up? The guy's got a lot of meat on him." Within his consciousness, Little Nine materialized, pressing her hands to her chest. Her usually playful expression was gone, replaced with rare solemnity. "Even if I leveled up dozens of times, I wouldn't be able to defeat him," she admitted. "But, if it comes to it, I'd rather die than let you get hurt." Jiang Chen blinked in surprise. This is the first time I've ever seen Little Nine this scared. Sweat beaded on his forehead as exhaustion crept over him. His legs felt like lead, his arms numb. There was only one strategy left, using the self-destruction ability of the insects. But he hesitated. If this failed, it was game over. He clenched his jaw, shaking his head. "No, Little Nine, hide. I'll find another way." Reluctantly, she obeyed, disappearing into the shadows. Jiang Chen let out a slow breath and steadied himself, even as his limbs trembled. He placed a hand on the ground, trying to gather his strength. Smoke swirled around him from the impact of Jiang Wushuang's attack, momentarily obscuring his form. As the smoke slowly cleared, Jiang Wushuang strode forward, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. Seeing his opponent barely able to move, he frowned. Was this really the guy who defeated Xiao Beihan? He had expected more. Not one to waste time, Jiang Wushuang pressed his palm to the ground, his eyes glowing with power. Thick vines erupted from the earth, twisting and growing at an incredible speed. Just as he was about to make his move, the vines shifted, forming a barrier around Jiang Chen instead of attacking him. Wushuang paused, his lips curling into an amused smirk. "Oh, so this is your divine talent." He chuckled. "Using a barrier to trick your opponent, clever. No wonder Xiao Beihan lost inside one." Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, a group of observers monitored the fight closely. Fang Chengyuan turned to Jiyu Kaitian and reported, "Jiang Chen has blocked our vision again." Jiyu Kaitian, standing behind him with his arms crossed, barely reacted. Instead, he issued a command. "Be ready to intervene if necessary." Fang Chengyuan straightened, giving a sharp salute. "Understood." Yang Guang, watching the screen, wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Given the battle situation, neither of them should need rescuing. But Jiyu Kaitian, however, remained skeptical. He turned to Yang Guang and muttered, You only said that to protect Jiang Chen, didn't you? Yang Guang raised an eyebrow. And? Isn't that a little hypocritical? Jiu Kaitian interjected, his tone firm. Enough. Jiang Wushuang is level 46. Jiang Chen is only level 26. My disciple. Of course, I want to protect him. Back inside the barrier, Jiang Chen forced himself to his feet. He extended his hand skyward and issued a silent command. Instantly, a swarm of insects burst forth from his palm, flooding into the air. Within seconds, the sky darkened, filled with countless buzzing wings. Jiang Wushuang looked up, his smirk vanishing. His body tensed as realization struck. This is Jiang Chen's true power. Jiang Chen remained silent. His gaze locked onto his opponent as more insects poured from his fingertips. The swarm hovered for only a moment before diving toward Jiang Wushuang, their razor-sharp mandibles glinting in the light. Wushuang didn't panic. Instead, he spread his legs, adopting a defensive stance. His body pulsed with golden energy as he activated Move Mountains and Overturned Seas, preparing to withstand the incoming attack. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. He pointed at Wushuang, summoning even more insects. The swarm grew larger, surging toward its target like a living tidal wave. Wushuang's grin returned. Not bad, but let's see if your bugs can handle this. He clenched his fists, leaned back, then slammed both fists into the ground. The earth rumbled violently as countless energiformed fists erupted from the ground, each one slamming into the oncoming swarm. Insects were crushed instantly, torn apart by the sheer force of the technique. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. Time to switch things up. With a quick motion of his fingers, he signaled the insects to maneuver around the incoming energy fists. As Jiang Wushuang remained focused on smashing the ground, a portion of the swarm skillfully evaded the attacks and darted toward him at high speed. Wushuang glanced up and, for the first time, showed a hint of surprise. The insects closed in fast, and just as they reached him, Jiang Chen clenched his fist. Boom! The swarm exploded in an instant, unleashing a thick smoke screen that consumed the battlefield. Jiang Chen smirked, confident that the sudden blast had done some damage. But before he could relax, a shadow flickered above him. Jiang Wushuang shot through the air, completely unharmed. His movements were fluid, his expression unfazed. Jiang Chen's smirk vanished. His muscles tensed. He's still standing. What's going on? Wushuang, now descending toward Jiang Chen, chuckled. Now I get it. This must be how Xiao Beihan lost. With that, he thrust his hands toward the ground, unleashing Wind Fist. A surge of golden energy roared to life, tearing through the battlefield like a hurricane. Jiang Chen's instinct screamed at him. Bad news. He barely managed to throw his arms over his head before the crushing force of the attack slammed into him. The pressure was overwhelming. His body trembled violently as he was forced to his knees, struggling to withstand the sheer power of the technique. His breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to stay conscious. This guy is on a completely different level. Jiang Chen quickly realized that this Wind Fist was far stronger than the previous one, several times stronger. Was this the power of an invincible descendant? Even after two of his insects had self-destructed near Jiang Wushuang, they hadn't left a single scratch on him. His body was running out of strength. His breath was ragged as he studied Wushuang carefully. If I really want to take him down, I'll need dozens, maybe even hundreds of insects to self-destruct at once. But that was the problem. Raising these insects had been a long and arduous process. He didn't want to sacrifice them so recklessly. Still, he had no other choice. A massive explosion erupted near Jiang Wushuang, followed by another, then another. Flames and smoke engulfed the area. But Wushuang, sensing the trap, quickly stepped back, dodging the blasts with ease. Unfortunately for him, that was exactly what Jiang Chen had planned. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he thrust his other forward. Vines erupted from the earth, snaking toward Wushuang at incredible speed. But just before they could reach him, Wushuang stopped them with one hand. Effortlessly, he looked at Jiang Chen and shook his head. No need to push yourself any further. This fight is over. Jiang Chen, still catching his breath, was stunned. What do you mean, over? Wushuang, standing tall and relaxed, gave him a nod of respect. You're strong. Even though you're only in your first transformation, you forced me to use 80% of my strength. His grin widened. I can't wait to fight you again when you become even stronger. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his knee and slowly pushed himself up, realization hitting him. So that whole thing about betting his life? That was just to force me to go all out. He only wanted to see if I was worth fighting. Wushuang yawned, rubbing the back of his neck. Man, I'm tired. I think I'll go take a nap. He stretched lazily before turning to Jiang Chen. Mind handling the last fierce beast for me? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Are you giving me first place? Wushuang chuckled, shaking his head. Nah, I'm just tired. I need to find a good place to sleep. Without another word, he turned around, walking away casually as if the battle had never even happened. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, frustration bubbling up. Don't give me that crap, he shouted. I'm not some idiot blinded by pride. Stop pretending. Wu Shuang didn't stop. He simply closed his eyes and smirked. Yep, this guy's interesting. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Jiu Kaitian crossed his arms, watching the scene unfold. One shouldn't use strength to oppress the weak, he mused. Jiang Wu Shuang truly is an invincible descendant. Today, has made me see him in a new light. On the other side of the room, Fang Chengyuan, already poisoned once before, started foaming at the mouth again. Yang Guang quickly rushed over, slapping him on the back to help. Jiu Kaitian turned away from the screen and issued an order. Release the 10th fierce beast. Let Jiang Chen take first place. A monstrous creature descended from the sky, a grotesque mix of a centipede and a scorpion, its massive body twisting in the air. It opened its mouth wide. Jiang Chen stood firm, his eyes locked on the massive beast above him. With a steady breath, he extended his hand, ready for battle. Meanwhile, in a mysterious realm known as Heritage Zero, an abandoned village shrouded in eerie fog, night had fallen. A red-haired woman stood atop a jagged rock, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Hong Yarou, the great disciple of the Heavenly Blade King and the eldest sister of Ji Gang, frowned. Even for someone of her level 7 transformation, this place was unsettling. Annoying, she muttered. The energy in this place was enough to drive most people mad. No one below the 6th transformation should even be able to set foot here. Suddenly, several ghostly figures flickered into view, drawn by her presence. Without hesitation, Hong Yao leaped forward, gripping her sword tightly. Let's make this quick. She moved at blinding speed, slicing through the spirits with little effort. As their forms dissipated, she landed gracefully in front of an ancient tombstone, its surface covered in cracks and radiating a sinister energy, an energy eerily similar to Little Nine's poisonous mist. Her eyes narrowed. This must be the source. Despite its damaged state, the tombstone's power was undeniable. It felt ancient, at least 100 years old, but its energy remained potent. Activating her divine consciousness, Hong Yao commanded her system to scan the relic. A series of glowing blue windows materialized in front of her, filling with text and images. She used speed reading, absorbing the information in seconds. Then, an image flickered onto the screen, a photo of an insect. As the image printed itself onto a translucent sheet and floated down, she instinctively caught it. The moment her eyes landed on it, her body stiffened. Her fingers trembled. Sweat formed on her brow. No way. This is a mother insect. Specifically, the 9 miasma wings, an ancient, near-extinct monster born from the darkest depths of the U-realm. In the 4th century, this terrifying creature nearly wiped out the world. Its black-purple body, its 9 deadly wings, and its venom, capable of corroding even spiritual voids, had made it one of the most feared creatures in history. Hong Yao clenched her teeth. This isn't good. She turned her gaze back to the tombstone, now fully enveloped in malevolent energy. As the moonlight bathed the scene, an uneasy feeling settled in her chest. Jiang Chen, you're harboring a calamity. Without hesitation, she made her decision. She had to report this to Master. Immediately. Meanwhile, back at the Tianjiao camp, the fierce beast roared, its massive jaws preparing to strike. But moments later, its body collapsed. The insect swarmed over it, devouring it completely. Jiang Chen stood beside the fallen creature, one hand resting on his waist as he calmly observed the aftermath. This marked the 4th beast his insects had consumed. Their devouring value had skyrocketed. If he secured first place in the entrance camp evaluation, he would be able to achieve his 2nd transformation much sooner than expected. He turned toward Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao, raising his hand toward the sky. A total of 10 blue flags floated around him. These are more than enough for me to stay in first place, he said casually. Then, in an unexpected move, he tossed one flag to Mu Hanqiu and another to Luo Sandao. Take these. At least this way, you'll make it into the top 10. The 2 warriors caught the flags, momentarily stunned. But as they looked at Jiang Chen, their expressions softened. Closing their eyes, they smiled gratefully. Thank you, they said in unison. Without lifting a finger, they had just secured their place in the rankings. Elsewhere in the camp, Bai Feng and Tian Ying stood victorious over the corpse of a fierce beast shaped like an eagle. Tian Ying, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground beside the fallen beast. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, her chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. She exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. We actually did it. Bai Feng, standing nearby, noticed that the entrance evaluation was about to conclude. He had no doubt Jiang Wushuang would take first place. Just then, the camp's loudspeaker crackled to life. The entrance evaluation has officially ended. All participants who have advanced, report to the central square. Those eliminated must leave the camp within 3 minutes. Offenders will be executed. Jiang Chun gazed up at the sky, slightly surprised. It's over already? It didn't take him long to realize. All 10 fierce beasts had been killed. The air around him still carried traces of Little Nine's poisonous mist. He thought for a moment. Wasted remains of beasts were still food. Without hesitation, he commanded his insects, "Go, find whatever remains of the fierce beasts and consume everything. Avoid people as much as possible." Immediately, his swarm scattered into the camp. Meanwhile, nurses arrived to retrieve the injured. Among the wounded was Xiao Beihan, lying on a stretcher, his severed arm tightly bandaged. He was alive barely, his face twisted with pain and rage as he glared at the sky. Though furious, a part of him felt relieved. "At least I'm leaving this damn camp." Through gritted teeth, he growled, "Jiangchen, just wait. When I get home, we'll see how my grandfather deals with you." At the same time, Gu Kaitian stepped onto the stage. His presence immediately silenced the participants. He crossed his arms, his expression calm and unreadable. Then, in a firm voice, he commanded, "All who have advanced, follow me to the Forbidden Zone for the next test." A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. The Forbidden Zone? No one had expected this. Even Gu Kaitian hadn't mentioned it. The 8 great Forbidden Zones of China were legendary, dangerous yet filled with priceless treasures. While some were excited at the prospect, others couldn't hide their fear. Entering a Forbidden Zone was no easy feat. How could so many people even be allowed in? As the group debated amongst themselves, Gu Khan reached for the hilt of his sword. Slowly, he unsheathed it. His eyes gleamed with determination as he held the blade up, pointing it toward the crowd. The participants fell silent. Gu Kaitian had his reasons. Hong Yao's research confirmed it. Jiangchen harbored the forbidden calamity, known as the 9 wings of miasma. He tightened his grip. Only the celestial sword could handle such a calamity. Without hesitation, he swung the sword rapidly, his strikes precise but impossible to read. Then, dawn broke. Gu Khan dropped to one knee, his gaze locked on the horizon. The one they were waiting for was about to arrive. As his sword touched the earth, the ground trembled. Then it shattered. The very land beneath their feet detached from the earth. And then it began to rise. Gu Katian prepared himself in advance, the only way to overcome the time difference. Rocks floated around him as a powerful aura surged from his body. With a swift motion, he extended his hand and activated Imperial Sword Flight. The ground trembled as his sword, glowing with a fierce orange aura, shot up from beneath him. Without hesitation, he took off, heading south, toward the forbidden zone of Dream Lake. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the participants continued moving toward the mountains. Amazement spread among them. This is the strength of Daxia's first king. The entire Tianjiao camp was being moved, an unimaginable feat, something only predecessor Wang Tanda had ever achieved. Jiang Qin turned to Luo Sandow and Mu Hanxiu, his curiosity piqued. "How much do you two know about Dream Lake's Forbidden Zone?" Luo Sandow exchanged a glance with Mu Hanxiu, both uncertain. "I'm not sure," Luo admitted. Mu Hanxiu hesitated before responding. "My grandfather mentioned it once. The danger level of Dream Lake is incredibly high. Even though it's the least dangerous of China's forbidden zones, it has its own unique risks." She paused before explaining further. "The real danger isn't hidden enemies. It's the distortion of time and space." Jiang Qin frowned. "Distortion of time and space?" Mu Hanxiu continued. "Dream Lake is filled with dimensional fragments, interconnected by unstable portals. The space inside those fragments is even larger than the blue planet itself. They constantly shift, making it extremely easy to get lost. And once you're lost, there's no way out." Jiang Qin took a step closer, studying her face. "If space is chaotic there, does it affect time as well?" She nodded gravely. "Yes. The time inside the fragments is completely different from the outside world. There's an old story about a worker who entered Dream Lake 100 years ago, ready to risk it all. He came out just 2 hours later as a 7 transformation king. But in reality, over 200 years had passed." Jiang Qin's breath hitched. 2 hours inside, 2 centuries outside? She continued, "My grandfather once explored Dream Lake. He was inside for 3 days, but in the outside world, 3 years had passed." A drop of sweat slid down Jiang Qin's cheek. Winning or losing in Dream Lake is completely random. Luo Sandow, seeing his concern, reassured him, "Don't worry. If old man Wang Tanda dares to bring us in, it means he already has a safe route." Jiang Qin forced a small smile. "I hope you're right." Though Dream Lake was clearly dangerous, he couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Kaitian had chosen it because of him. Under the starry sky, Gu Kaitian stood with his arms crossed. Now that Hong Yao had confirmed the 9 wings calamity, it was only a matter of time before Xena surpassed him. If that happened, this secret could no longer be kept. Dream Lake would buy him time to find allies. The next day, several men arrived at what used to be Tianjiao camp. But instead of a bustling training ground, all that remained was a massive hole. Standing atop a rock, they scanned the area in shock. The king of the Celestial Sword had taken away the entire camp. Tianjiao Camp wasn't just any camp. It was regarded as the strongest training ground for the next generation in the Southern War Zone. Had he betrayed them? Something wasn't right. One of them frowned. Why hasn't Commander Duan arrived yet? At that moment, a figure leaped through the air. Commander Duan. With his arms clasped behind his back, he moved swiftly toward the gathering men, his expression unreadable. Gu Kaitun, that old fool. What was he thinking? Was he really asking him to gamble his life along with his? 2 minutes earlier, Gu Katian had sent him an urgent message, explaining that the situation had escalated. For that reason, he was taking the young ones to the Forbidden Zone for their next trial. He had assured Duan that he would bear all the consequences. Now, standing before the group, Duan could already sense the tension. One of the men turned to the others, voice anxious. The commander has arrived. Duan, still calm, remained silent as he took in the nervous and panicked expressions of the gathered warriors. One of them, clearly distressed, spoke up. We arrived too late. What if we can't reach them in time? Another man, his face pale, clenched his fists. My son is still up there. If something happens to him, His voice cracked, his fear evident. Duan slowly stepped past them, his gaze dropping to the ground as he walked. He extended one hand backward, signaling for silence. Enough! His tone was firm. The Celestial Sword King took them for a selection test, he explained. They'll be back by the end of the day. There's nothing to panic about. The men fell silent, exchanging glances of shock. Duan's own mind, however, was in turmoil. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead. Was it really necessary to rush into the Forbidden Zone just for that invincible prodigy? Or was Gu Kaitian trying to hide something? Or run away? Then, suddenly a realization struck him. His expression shifted as he recalled Gu Katian's exact words. 9 wings of miasma. If that was truly what this was about, then this was much bigger than just a test. Meanwhile, an arrow sliced through the sky, heading straight for the Night Watch headquarters in the city. It wasn't just an arrow. It carried a secret message for Ji Gang. The contents were brief yet chilling. Jiangchen carries a great calamity. As his master, I am taking him to a forbidden zone to hide for now. While I'm gone, gather allies from the Sealed Kings. When I return, there will be war. Upon reading the message, Ji Gang's eyes widened. His hands tightened around the parchment as his body tensed. A calamity? What the hell is going on? Hours later, Ji Gang sat on a sofa, his head bowed, fist pressed against his forehead. Everything was happening too fast. Jiang Chun had killed a member of the Hong family, cut off Xiao Beihan's arm, and now he carried a world-ending calamity. This wasn't just a difficult situation. This was a disaster waiting to happen. Next to him, Tanjin sat down, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. No challenge is easy, she said gently. But we'll get through this. You've already decided to protect Jiang Chun, so stop dwelling on the past. Focus on what's ahead. She paused before adding, I spoke with my father. He's willing to support us? Ji Gang lifted his head slightly, processing her words. His mind raced, picturing the people now on their side. Duan, Hong Yao Gu Kata. They now had 4 sealed kings backing them. Enough to withstand any storm. Ji Gang took a deep breath and stood up. Tanjin watched as he walked toward the door, his resolve now clear. My sister has already gone to meet the master. Now it's my turn. His eyes narrowed with determination. I'll visit the sealed king of the Mu family and the merchant Liu family. Even if I have to lie, I'll gather as many allies as possible for Jiang Chun. Tanjin silently observed Ji Gang as he prepared to leave. He paused, turning his head back to look at her. His expression was serious, unwavering. If things went from bad to worse, he was prepared to unleash the same energy he had when he stormed into the Xiao family. This time, he would give it everything he had. Tanjin's lips curved into a small smile. It had been years since she had last seen Ji Gang this fired up. Several hours later, as daylight broke, Gu Kaitan's sword expanded, growing to an immense size beneath the floating island. He infused it with his energy, guiding them toward the Forbidden Zone. As the island drifted forward, he glanced at Hong Yao. What do you think we should do after we return? Hong Yao, chewing on a piece of gum, blew a bubble, her expression relaxed. I think Jiang Chen's 9 miasma wings are pretty cool. Wish I could raise one myself. Before she could say another word, Gu Katan flicked his finger. A small energy arrow shot out, popping her bubblegum in an instant. He turned his head slightly toward her, his face deadpan. Silly girl, can you be serious for once? Hong Yao's gaze softened. You already know, don't you? Grand Xia doesn't tolerate calamities. If even you can't solve this, then what makes you think I could? Then, she smirked. Tell me, could you take down a great Geno general in one blow? Gu Katian's eyebrow twitched. Without hesitation, he smacked her lightly on the head. Watch your tone, he scolded. Hong Yao clutched her head, fake crying as she rocked back and forth. Ow, ow. That hurt. Ignoring her theatrics, Gu Katian closed his eyes, lost in thought. His disciples, what a strange bunch they were. Despite his reputation, he had ended up taking in a bunch of misfits. Hong Yao, always loud and rowdy, never taking anything seriously. Ji Gang, stubborn to the bone, his mind dead set on whatever he wanted. And Jiang Chun, a divine talent yet insisted on playing with the forbidden. Hong Yao rubbed the bump on her head, then sidled up to him with a teasing smile. Why are you so dead set on protecting Jiang Chun anyway? Gu Kan turned his back to her, his gaze fixed on the landscape ahead. Do you really want to know? He asked. Without waiting for a response, he raised his head, looking toward the sky. When I took you in as my disciple, it was because you were wearing red armor. I thought it looked cheerful. That's all. As for Ji Gang, that was even more random. I mistook him for a regular client outside a club. Hong Yao blinked. Wait, what? Gu Katian continued, his voice quieter now. When the heir of the Shao family tried to force Tanjin into marriage, Ji Gang stood up to him. And I was ready to lay down my life to protect him. The Shao family's warriors had swarmed him. A battle broke out. Amid the chaos, Ji Gang grabbed Tanjin in his arms and fled. Gu Katian sighed. Not everything needs a reason. I protect Jiang Chun because I care. His gaze lowered, a rare sadness flickering in his eyes. Jiang Chun was just like Ji Gang had been back then. From the moment they met, he knew they would get along. He had simply accepted Ji Gang's wishes. If Jiang Chun was his disciple, then there was no reason not to protect him. Hong Yao watched him carefully, her playful demeanor fading. She stepped closer, a warm smile on her face. You know, you might just be the best master in the world. Gu Katian scoffed. Stop flattering me. Hong Yao stretched her arms over her head. I'm not flattering you. I'm just saying there's only one way to truly protect Jiang Chun. Hong Yao leaned her head on Gu Katian's shoulder, her eyes drifting shut as a contented smile formed on her lips. The supreme military commander of Great Xia, one of the 3 invincible supremes, Gu Katian remained silent, watching her with a calm expression. She opened her eyes slightly, tracing circles on his shoulder with her finger. The only way to truly protect Jiang Chun is with the help of his grandfather, the martial god, Jiang Xianji. At the same time, deep within Pejun Cave, a battlefield raged, filled with warriors from countless races locked in fierce combat. A towering figure in a red cape stood at the center of the chaos. With a single, thunderous motion, he clenched his fist and drove it down into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath his strike, sending a violent shockwave through the cavern. The sheer force of the impact sent enemy soldiers flying, knocking them unconscious as their bodies crumpled to the ground. The red-caped warrior barely spared them a glance. He was the invincible martial god, Jiang Xianji. His body pulsed with overwhelming energy as he surveyed the battlefield. The sight of so many foreign races daring to invade Great Xia filled him with nothing but merciless intent. Foolish. Without hesitation, he took a step forward. A deep crater remained where his fist had struck, a testament to his strength. More enemies lined up in front of him, but he didn't slow down. After this battle, these so-called invaders should learn their place. He gave a simple command. Guard the entrance. His warriors immediately responded. Understood, martial god. Just then, a familiar yet unexpected energy signal reached him. One strikingly similar to Jiang Wang's. Xinji's eyes narrowed. Why now? Jiang Wushuang should still be at Tenu camp. Then, to his surprise, a spatial ripple formed in front of him. A figure materialized. Gu Katian. Xinji's eyes darkened. The celestial sword king himself? His instincts flared, and he unconsciously clenched his jaw. If Gu Katian was reaching out like this, something serious had happened. What do you want? Xinji's tone was cold, his guard raised. If you've gone through the trouble of contacting me through Wang, I assume there's trouble in the camp. Speak clearly. Gu Katian extended his hand toward the sky, his expression calm, yet unreadable. Not entirely, martial god. Xinji's frown deepened. Gu Katian exhaled slowly. I came to strike a deal. A vivid image formed in his mind. Jiang Chun, surrounded by the poisonous mist of Little Nine. I've taken in a new disciple. Jiang Chun. Xinji's brows twitched. He had heard that name before. Gu Katian continued. He has a divine-level creation class, but he also carries the 9 miasma wings. Silence. Xinji's expression instantly hardened. The ancient calamity? The 9 miasma wings? He could hardly believe what he was hearing. His entire body tensed, and for the first time in years, a chill ran down his spine. You must be joking, Xinji finally said, his voice dangerously low. Gu Katian remained steady. I need you to protect his life. Xinji's fist clenched at his sides. You want me to protect a calamity? His voice was sharp with disbelief. Great Xia has always stood by one belief. It is better to kill a calamity than to let it roam free. His glare deepened. Do you truly believe the martial god is omnipotent? Behind him, Duan, who had been listening silently, finally spoke, his face unreadable. Is that really true? Xianji's gaze remained sharp. Name your terms. Gu Khan's eyes gleamed as he met the martial god's stare. Have you heard of Taishu in Yunming Marsh? Xianji's expression shifted slightly. Gu Khan continued, only I know the way to all Grandia. I can take Jiang Wushuang there and grant him a great opportunity. Xianji's eyes narrowed as he pictured Taishu Hall, the legendary treasure trove of celestial Dao. If Jiang Wushuang could enter, his cultivation would skyrocket. Slowly, he reached out his hand, and his cape billowed behind him, his aura surging. Fine, but on one condition. His voice turned cold. Jiang Chun is forbidden from using the 9 miasma wings during the Prodigy Tournament. And if he fails to take first place in the overall ranking of Great Xia's prodigies. Xianji's gaze darkened. I will throw him onto the battlefield of the mixed races and let him fend for himself. Gu Katian turned his head slightly, his expression uncertain. Xianji, already walking away, glanced at the ground and added, if you truly wish to save Jiang Chen's life, this is your only option. Gu Katian clenched his jaw. Sending Jiang Chun to the battlefield was still better than letting him be executed by General Xiao and the others. His fists tightened. Damn it. After a long moment, he exhaled. Fine. Xianji continued walking, his thoughts turning inward. The 9 miasma wings, an ancient exotic species. It couldn't possibly become a true calamity so soon. Besides, this generation of Great Xia had already produced 3 other divine talents. Jiang Chen was merely the 4th, and his power was creation-based. Without his calamity, there was no way he could pass Wang's test, much less take first place. But even if Jiang Chun somehow managed to stir up trouble, as the martial god, Xianji could erase any threat in an instant. His cape fluttered behind him, his gaze steeled. If Jiang Chun truly became a problem, I will remove him myself. Meanwhile, the floating island reached the Forbidden Zone, a landscape filled with shimmering portals, each twisting and shifting unpredictably. Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings, eyes wide with realization. They had already entered Yunming Marsh. He turned to the others. Does anyone remember how we got here? Muhan Xiao, dumbfounded, shook her head. Remember the path? Impossible. These dimensional fragments shift constantly. The Celestial Sword King navigated us purely by sensing aura. She crossed her arms, her face serious. It said Yunming Marsh has 10 levels. The 10th and 9th are relatively safer, but the deeper we go, the easier it is to get lost. My grandfather once explored the 7th level and disappeared for years. Jiang Chen frowned, then let out a breath. If the path couldn't be remembered with the eyes or the mind, then there was only one option. Without another word, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, pressing his palms together. Meditation. Muhan Xiao and Luo Sandao exchanged glances before following suit, closing their eyes and steadying their breaths. Jiang Chun sank into his consciousness. Inside his mind, the tree of all things stood tall. The world within was eerily still, no wind, no movement. But then he noticed something. The tree was shifting, slowly, deliberately, toward something. Jiang Chun didn't know what it was, but he could feel it. Something was ahead, and the tree desperately longed for it. Jiang Chun focused his gaze on the tree of all things, noticing something unusual. A rose-shaped fruit had bloomed. Just as he reached out toward it, a system window appeared before him. You have obtained a red functional fruit. Skill copy card. His eyes widened as he read the description. This card allows you to randomly copy one ability from a target. The copied ability has no class restrictions. It could belong to anyone. However, the result is unpredictable. The ability could be weaker, stronger, or altered. The copy must be completed within 3 hours, or the card expires. Jiang Chun stared at the system window, stunned. A skill copying ability with no class limits? He couldn't help but feel tempted. The Tenu camp was filled with top-tier prodigies. If he copied someone strong, it could be a game-changer. His best targets? Jiang Wushuang, Baifeng, or Tianning. But then hesitation crept in. It was random. There was a chance he could end up with a completely useless skill. He closed his eyes, thinking carefully. Was it worth the risk? Just as he was debating, Gu Katian's voice snapped him back to reality. Standing on a rock, Gu Katian addressed the entire group. We've arrived at the 6th layer of Yunming Marsh, Taishu Realm. He gestured ahead, and he pointed at an ancient structure in the distance. Is Taishu Hall, the place I brought you all here for? Jiang Chen looked up, his mind clearing. This was the legendary hall. A smirk crept onto his face. Maybe this was the perfect time to test the skill copy card. His eyes flickered toward Gu Katian. The old man always bragged about some secret technique. even saying he wanted to take Jiang Chun as his disciple. Fine, Jiang Chun thought. I'll copy from him. Consider it an early lesson. Soon after, the floating island arrived at an awe-inspiring temple atop another floating island. The only way up? Magical floating steps. The participants broke into excited whispers. This is it, the legendary Taishu Temple. Stories circulated about the temple's powerful legacy. In the past, a legendary field king had become a king in a single step here. He was one of Great Xia's 3 invincibles. Even the Great Dreamer had achieved enlightenment at this very place. Beyond the temple, majestic mountains stood tall, holding another trial, the Hall of Great Emptiness. Gu Katian extended a hand toward the temple. There are 3 levels to this trial. 1. The first level, the 1,800 steps, each step granting a chance at a heavenly reward. 2. The second level, the Steel of the Great Void, a trial where only the Great Dreamer had ever succeeded. 3. The third level, inside the temple itself, a place no one has ever entered. This is the final test, Gu Katian declared. Of the 150 people here, only the top 10 will advance to represent the Jiangnan War Zone in the Great Xia Genius Finals. Excitement erupted through the crowd. The moment the trial began, participants rushed toward the steps, grinning with anticipation. Among them, Luo Sandao eagerly took off, only to be halted by Jiang Chen's hand on her shoulder. Slow down, Jiang Chen said, smirking. The temple isn't going anywhere. Unlike the others, Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and another boy didn't rush forward. Instead, they sat down, pressed their hands together, and began to meditate. Jiang Chen turned slightly, glancing back at Luo Sandao with a serious expression. Watch carefully, he said. None of them are in a hurry. They're taking their time to adjust their mental state. Luo Sandao hesitated, then nodded. Jiang Chen had a point. Without another word, she, Mu Hanxiu, and Jiang Chen also sat down, pressing their hands together in meditation. Mu Hanxiu murmured, in a place like Taishu Temple, each person can only ascend once. We should be in our best state before we take that step. Meanwhile, Hong Yao had a different approach. She sat cross-legged on top of her floating spear, casually spinning it beneath her like a makeshift seat. Up above, Gu Katian stood tall on the spear, arms behind his back, observing the scene. Seeing the younger generation choosing patience over recklessness, he gave a rare nod of approval. Jiang Chen exhaled slowly. Now's the time. His gaze flickered toward Gu Katian. Before climbing the steps, he had to copy the Celestial Sword King's skill. The skill copy card would expire soon. He had to use it now. He activated the skill copying process, selecting Gu Katian as his target. A system window appeared. Warning. The copied skill may degrade or improve during the process. Do you wish to continue? Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Yes. He hoped for the best. Not an upgrade, not a downgrade, just a real thing. The system processed his request. Another window popped up. Copying skill. Opening of the sky. Legendary quality. Jiang Chen's eyes widened slightly. It worked? Relief washed over him. The old man hadn't been bluffing. This technique actually existed. Just as the copying completed, a sudden pull yanked Jiang Chen out of reality. His vision blurred. Then, everything changed. Jiang Chun found himself in a different world. A forest stretched before him, wind whispering through the trees. He was shirtless, a sword in his hand. As he gripped the blade tightly, a strange realization hit him. He wasn't just standing there. He was practicing. His movements felt familiar, yet foreign at the same time. Each swing of the sword sliced through space itself. He was mimicking Gu Katian's power. Leaves fell around him. He exhaled, steadied his stance, then swung his sword. A single leaf split cleanly in half. Time passed. He lifted the sword above his head. The blade began to hum with energy, as if answering his call. A blizzard of sword energy erupted around him. Then, he slashed downward. The ground shattered. Mountains in the distance split clean in half. More time passed. Jiang Chen looked at his reflection in a nearby stream. His hair had grown long. His face was aged. He had a beard. How much time had passed? Yet he didn't question it. Lifting his sword once more, he muttered to himself. Man follows the earth. The earth follows the sky. The sky follows the Tao. The progress bar in his vision reached 120%. And it was done. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. The skill copying was complete. A final system window appeared. You have obtained the following skills. 1. Man's Strength, purple quality. 2. Earth Knife, purple quality. 3. Sky Knife, legendary quality. 4. Great Path Power, shadow knife quality. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the new power flowing through him. He had not only copied Gu Katian's technique, he had gained multiple abilities from it. Jiang Chun, still seated in meditation, slowly exhaled, his mind buzzing with realization. Not only had he successfully copied Opening of the Sky, but he had broken it down into 4 separate styles. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Hong Yao turned toward Gu Kaitian, a curious look in her eyes. Jiang Wushuang and the others have already started climbing, she said. Only Jiang Chun is still sitting there. The best rewards come at the start of the trial. Did he fall asleep or something? Gu Katian studied Jiang Chun in silence, saying nothing. Minutes passed. Jiang Chun, Luo Sandao, and Mu Hanxiu remained completely motionless. Gu Katian furrowed his brows. Adjusting one's mental state shouldn't take this long. Something was off. Suddenly, Hong Yao's spear trembled violently in her grip. Her heart skipped a beat. What's going on? She instinctively went on alert, turning to Gu Katian. Master, my spear's heart is resonating. Gu Katian's eyes flashed with shock. Not just your spear, he murmured. Beneath the floating island, the celestial sword itself began to tremble. Hong Yao's breath hitched. No way. This is because of Jiang Chun? Her mind reeled. Back then, she too had once tried to break down the celestial sword's technique. She had believed it could be divided into 4 distinct movements, but her thinking had been too rigid. Because of that, she had been stuck at master level for years. And yet, Jiang Chun had actually done it. Gu Kaitian's eyes darkened as realization struck him. The sensation that had just flickered and disappeared was far too familiar. This shouldn't be possible. Could it have been an illusion from the temple? Before he could think further, Hong Yao's sharp voice cut through the air. Master, look, Jiang Chun is moving. Jiang Chun rose to his feet. His gaze lifted toward the floating steps, his body calm, composed, and ready. Hong Yao's heart pounded. Which step will he reach? She clenched her fists. Even after years of training, she had only managed to reach step 3001. And Jigang? He had failed miserably, stopping at step 298. As for the great dreamer, the only person to ever reach the top, his feat had been so terrifying, no one understood how he had done it. Just then, a golden list materialized in the sky, showing the current rankings of the participants. 1. Jiang Wushuang, step 2089, invincible descendant. 2. Bai Feng, step 1253, little god-killer of the East. 3. Lu Tanjing, step 1248, Tanji killer. 4. Lai Zhe, step 2011, young master of 10,000 Demon City. 5. Mu Hanxiu, step 1199. 6. Luo Sandao, step 1170. The crowd erupted into whispers. If we had known we were coming here, we would have prepared mind potions. The first 100 steps are nothing but illusions, and after that, it gets worse. Every step beyond that feels like carrying an entire mountain on your back. Jiang Chun simply cracked his knuckles, took a deep breath, and placed his foot onto the first step. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Quiet down, someone hissed, drawing everyone's attention. The poisonous demon, Jiang Chun, is about to start climbing. A few chuckled, others watched with curiosity. Let's see if he's just another Jiang Wushuang. Struggling to get past the first few steps, Jiang Chun ignored the noise. He kept his eyes on the stone steps, his mind steady. If the first steps tested illusions, his mental strength should be enough to handle them. With that thought, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the first step, his world shattered. A suffocating aura engulfed him. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with pure killing intent. Xiao Beihan's grandfather. His presence alone sent a wave of pressure crashing down onto Jiang Chun. The old man slowly unsheathed his sword with one hand, his gaze burning with hatred. You dare touch the legitimate heir of the Xiao families? Jiang Chun's breath caught in his throat. Xiao Jinghua? Before he could react, the blade flashed. Jiang Chun instinctively raised his arms to defend, but the difference in strength was too overwhelming. Bam! The force of the attack sent him flying backward, crashing onto the ground. Pain shot through his body. Just as Xiao Jinghua approached to deliver the final strike, a group of figures appeared in front of him. Ji Gang and the others. Jiang Chun, run! They shouted, standing as a shield between him and the old monster. Jiang Chen's face twisted in panic. No! Get out of here! But before they could move, Xiao Jinghua blurred. Xing! His sword sliced through them effortlessly. Ji Gang, Luo Sandao, Mu Hanxiu. All of them were cut down in an instant. Blood splattered onto Jiang Chen's face. His entire body trembled. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. His friend's gone. Xiao Jinghua loomed over him, his blade raised for the final blow. Jiang Chun collapsed onto the step, his hands shaking, tears streaming down his face. Outside the illusion, Hong Yao and Gu Katian watched closely. Did he get stuck on the first step? Hong Yao asked, brows furrowed. Gu Katian shook his head. No. This step tests all 4 dimensions: spirit, physicality, agility, and strength. He folded his arms, his expression serious. All the prodigies here were tempered since childhood with celestial materials and earthly treasures. But Jiang Chun, he's self-taught. This trial is going to be much harder for him than for anyone else. Hong Yao gritted her teeth, worry creeping into her chest. If he fails, the god of war will throw him onto the battlefield. Inside the illusion, Xiaojing was stabbed his sword forward. Jiang Chun knelt on the ground, motionless. His eyes were empty. So this is it? He had hurt too many people. Maybe it was better to just accept it. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, a white branch burst through Xiaojing's chest. The old warrior's body froze, his eyes widening. His form began to fade, disintegrating into light. Jiang Chun, still on his knees, stared in shock. What just happened? Was this the illusory world? Xiaojing vanished completely, and the illusion collapsed. Back in reality, Jiang Chun gasped, snapping back to the real world. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist. The first step was an illusion, but it had felt too real. His friends had died, and instead of fighting, he had given up. His face flushed with frustration. Never again. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun took another deep breath and stepped onto the next step. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. This illusory world was mocking him. Fine. If the illusions wanted to play dirty, then he'd beat them down personally. Summoning the spiritual tree, he prepared to give it a good thrashing. But just as he was about to step onto the next step, 2 system windows flashed in front of him. He instinctively went on alert. You have obtained 5 Star Wish fragments. Jiang Chen's eyebrow twitched. Star Wish fragments? The system explained. 1,000 fragments could be combined into 1 complete Star Wish. If a skill was between level 1 and level 3, consuming 10 fragments could increase it by 1 level. If a skill was between level 4 and level 6, it required 100 fragments to upgrade. Jiang Chen stared at the window and then grinned. These fragments were worth millions on the market. He had barely started the trial and was already racking up high-value rewards. Forget using them for skill upgrades. If he sold them, he could feed his little insects for months. Now that was a real treasure. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the second step. Several seconds passed. No illusion appeared. Instead, Jiang Chun found himself within his subconscious mind. Slowly, the branches of the spiritual tree began to grow. And grow. And grow. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with realization. The spiritual tree of all things had blocked the illusion entirely. This tree is amazing. He stood motionless on the second step, watching the tree effortlessly nullify the illusion. Meanwhile, the other geniuses, who had yet to start climbing, were watching Jiang Chen's actions with confusion. Wait a second. Wasn't this guy crying on the first step? And now he's just standing there, grinning like an idiot? He was stuck on the first step for ages, and now he's laughing on the second? The crowd quickly came to a conclusion. Jiang Chun was the weakest of all. Up in the air, Gu Katian and Hong Yao remained silent, observing Jiang Chun. Hearing the mockery from the others, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Fine. You want to laugh? I'll show you what a crushing victory looks like. But then, he glanced back. Gu Katian was watching. Jiang Chen quickly calmed himself down. It's better not to attract too much attention. For now, his priority was catching up to Jiang Wushuang, who had already reached step 300. Hong Yao let out a sigh. Looks like little Jiang Chun got stuck on step 2. No way he's making it past step 10. Gu Katian, still watching closely, suddenly frowned. Something was off. Stop talking, he muttered. Look at what he's doing. Jiang Chun took his next step. Again, the spiritual tree blocked the illusion. This time, Jiang Chun placed his hands behind his back, started humming a song, and without a care in the world, began ascending step after step. It was effortless, as if this entire challenge was nothing more than a children's game. The crowd watched in horrified silence. Their mouths hung open as Jiang Chun casually walked up 100 steps at once, just by humming. It didn't take long before the realization hit. He had deliberately stalled on the first 2 steps, because he liked the illusions. Now, there was no doubt in their minds. Jiang Chun truly was a master of poison. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun surpassed Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandow. As he passed, he waved casually and, while still humming his ridiculous tune, called out, I'll climb 300 steps without fear. Mu Hanxiu stared at him, her cheeks instantly turning red like a tomato. Was he singing to cheer her up? Her heart pounded uncontrollably. Feeling suddenly motivated, she clenched her fists and pushed forward. I have to try harder? Meanwhile, Luo Sandow, though equally amazed, had a different reaction. My benefactor is incredible, but this song is too embarrassing. Above them, Hong Yao was sweating. Her arms were crossed, but her fingers were slightly trembling. Master, is there something wrong with the Taishu Hall test? She asked cautiously. Jiang Chun had already climbed over 200 steps, and he wasn't even slowing down. Gu Katan, watching with an unreadable expression, simply shook his head. Even I have never seen anyone do what Jiang Chen is doing. As Jiang Chun continued his climb, he effortlessly passed two more geniuses, leaving them frozen in terror. Wait, what just happened? Are we even climbing the same stairs as him? Is this an illusion? Someone wake me up. Further ahead, near step 299, stood Jiang Wushuang, Tang Ying, and Bai Feng. They had all stopped, staring at the next step, not advancing. Jiang Chen quickly took note and went on alert. Why did they stop here? Noticing his confusion, Gu Katian spoke. Every 300 steps form a new level. Even for celestial geniuses, this is where things get tough. Hong Yao let out a dry laugh, remembering her own struggles. I had to give it everything to pass that step, she admitted. After that, every step felt like carrying a mountain. Now, the real question was, who would be the first celestial genius to break through? Jiang Chen reached step 298. Jiang Wushuang, Tang Ying, and Bai Feng all turned to face him. Jiang Wushuang's lips curled into a smirk. You didn't disappoint me, Jiang Chun. Tang Ying, seeing him arrive so quickly, felt relieved and happy. Bai Feng? He simply remained silent, watching Jiang Chun with an unreadable expression. Then, Jiang Wushuang stepped forward. The moment his foot touched step 300, his body surged with power. Suddenly, several glowing chains appeared around him, wrapping tightly around his limbs. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Chains? What kind of ability is this? He had a divine-level class himself, but Jiang Wushuang's power felt different. Could he be hiding a double divine class? He had never heard of such a thing before. Then one of the chains snapped. Jiang Wushuang's expression remained calm, but his fist clenched tightly as he took another step forward. Crack! One by one, the chains shattered. As he ascended to the next level, he closed his eyes, spreading his arms wide. A deep purple energy surged toward him, rushing into his chest. As the energy expanded outward, Bai Feng's eyes narrowed. A reward? Tang Ying, though impressed, wasn't surprised. After all, this was Jiang Wushuang. Wushuang exhaled slowly, his voice calm. In the Palace of Emptiness, there are 180 steps per section. Every 300 step is the hardest. It determines if you're worthy of continuing. He turned slightly, his purple aura still pulsing. People think this step tests willpower, but in truth it's a test of soul strength. Jiang Wushuang stared at Jiang Chun, his gaze lost in thought. Your origin is weak, he murmured. Unlike us, you weren't purified by heaven and earth's treasures as a child. Compared to our foundations, yours are flawed. He sighed, then added, you should be careful. Don't rush to break through barriers. Move at your own pace. Find a way among us. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen casually hopped on his step 300. The air fell silent. The geniuses froze in place. Jiang Chen looked around, then glanced at Jiang Wushuang, his brows furrowed in confusion. Wait, was this really that hard? He tilted his head. Am I supposed to be struggling like you guys? Jiang Wushuang's face twitched. A strange mix of shock and rage boiled inside him. How the hell did Jiang Chen step onto it so easily? Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Congratulations! You have climbed 300 steps of the Taishu Hall. You have received an origin crystal. A green crystal materialized in his hand. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. An origin crystal? He clenched his fist around it, excitement flashing in his gaze. This wasn't just an ordinary reward. This was incredible. Even though his insects couldn't use it, he had heard that Uncle Ji Gang had been stuck in the third transformation for years, until he obtained this very crystal and advanced to the fourth transformation. This was leagues above Jiang Wushuang's reward. Then, Little Nine manifested, her red eyes gleaming with hunger. Jiang Chen, she whined. Climb faster. I want to eat the trail. Jiang Chen blinked. The trail? Little Nine pointed upward, her tail flicking impatiently. Up there, on top of the hall. I can smell it. Jiang Chen looked toward the peak of Taishu Hall, his expression confused. Before he could ask more, her stomach let out a loud growl. Jiang Chen's sweat dropped. Wait. Just because you're hungry doesn't mean you can rush me up there. Little Nine pouted, her tail wrapping around his arm. Meanwhile, Tang Ying and Bai Feng had turned around, completely speechless. Jiang Wushuang, however, was not amused. His fists clenched tightly, his jaw tightening in pure rage. I won't let Jiang Chun surpass me. His body trembled as 8 phantom arms materialized behind him. Then, he charged forward like a madman, climbing step after step at a reckless speed. Bai Feng, watching this unfold, scoffed. Annoying. His gaze darkened as he let out a suffocating energy. People like them should just die. He lifted his hands to the sky. Blood of gods and demons, dye the sky blue. A chilling energy erupted from his body. Ghostly figures began swirling around him. He let out a cold breath. I won't let them surpass me either. Then, he exploded forward, tearing up the steps with inhuman speed. Several seconds later, two more geniuses arrived, their expressions filled with shock and confusion. They saw Tang Ying just standing there, not competing with Jiang Wushuang or Bai Feng. Strange. One of them furrowed his brows. Why aren't you climbing with them? Tang Ying turned toward them, her face calm, serene. I'm an assassin, she said. I can't be compared to those ogres. One of the men exhaled in relief, nodding. I see. I thought. Then, Tang Ying smiled, and her body began to shift. Before their eyes, she transformed into a massive snake. Her eyes turned cold, deadly, and with a chilling aura, she slithered up the steps at an alarming speed. The two men froze, their bodies trembling. Then, without a word, they hugged each other. Mr. Tiger was right. These people are terrifying. Among the four top geniuses, each had an insane ability. Jiang Wushuang summoned 8 ghostly hands and raged up the steps. Bai Feng went berserk, releasing suffocating energy. Tang Ying morphed into a snake and slithered upward. And then there was Jiang Chun, who casually climbed the steps as if he were on a leisurely stroll. At this point, he was the most terrifying of them all. Hong Yao's jaw tightened as she watched the scene unfold. Jiang Wushuang had summoned 8 hands. Bai Feng had lost his mind. Tang Ying had transformed into a snake. And yet, Jiang Chun was the one making them lose their composure. Her heart pounded. Gu Katian suddenly let out a loud, hearty laugh. No wonder, he said, eyes gleaming. He's my favorite disciple. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun reached the top, the second person in history to ever achieve it. A wave of relief washed over him. Finally, he exhaled, his muscles relaxing. But just as he was about to enjoy the view, Hong Yao's face filled with terror. Wait, what is Jiang Chun doing? Jiang Chun extended his hand toward the sky. A dark mist began to swirl. Then, without hesitation, he released his insects. All of them. They swarmed forward, rushing toward the Taishu steel. Hong Yao's eyes widened in horror. Did he release the 9 miasma wings? The Taishu steel was an incredible relic, so mysterious that even the invincible dreamer had used it for enlightenment. And now, Jiang Chun's insects devoured it. In seconds, no trace remained. Gu Katian's face paled. He was speechless. Jiang Chun had absorbed the Taishu steel by himself, something even he couldn't comprehend. As Jiang Chun stood atop the temple, Jiang Wushuang climbed several more steps, then stopped. He stared at Jiang Chun, his expression dark, full of unspoken rage. He had lost, but he refused to show weakness. Taking a deep breath, he accepted defeat. For now. Next time, at the Great Xia Prodigy ranking, he would not lose again. Without saying another word, Jiang Wushuang turned and began his descent. Bai Feng and Tang Ying, seeing even Jiang Wushuang give up, quickly made their decision. This isn't worth it anymore, Tang Ying muttered. She had almost died, just getting here, forcing her body any further would only harm her essence. With that, she and Bai Feng withdrew. Down below, Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao beamed with pride. Master is incredible. They had both completed their mission, but this was beyond anything they expected. Jiang Chun had reached the top. Then a golden ranking window appeared in the sky. Final results. 1. Jiang Chun, 1,800 stages, first place. 2. Jiang Wushuang, 623 stages, second place. 3. Bai Feng, 609 stages, third place. 4. Tang Ying, 600 stages, fourth place. 5. Lai Zhe and Liu Biji, 534 stages, fifth place. 6. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanqiu, 300 stages, sixth place. Jiang Chun stood alone at the top, unchallenged, unmatched. And now, the real challenge awaited. Gu Katian stood with his arms crossed, a rare smile playing on his lips. Without Jiang Chun, none of the others would have made it this far. Meanwhile, Hong Yao's gaze softened. For her, Jiang Chun was truly incredible. This new generation was stronger than she and her peers had been back then. She was sure of it. But then, several minutes passed. Jiang Chun remained motionless, standing at the top, doing absolutely nothing. Hong Yao frowned. Why is he just standing there? Everyone else already came down. Her confusion deepened as she watched him. Inside Jiang Chun's subconscious, the Taishu steel had been teleported to the insect nest. Little Nine, now hugging the massive hunk of metal like it was her favorite stuffed animal, purred in satisfaction. Her level shot up from 22 to 25, gaining several thousand devouring value. Jiang Chun stood there, hands on his hips, watching her cling to the steel like a baby. His lips curled into a smirk. Not only had Little Nine leveled up, but the devouring values of all the insects had drastically increased. At this rate, they'd be able to breed a third generation soon. Then, His eyes flickered to a stats window that had appeared before him. Taishu steel, originally an abyssal anchor stone found at the bottom of the abyss. A condensed artifact and a fundamental essence of the abyss itself. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. The Taishu steel came from the abyss? He turned toward Little Nine, who was still happily clinging to the steel. If she was the ruler of the abyss, then no wonder she wanted it more than anyone else. It was connected to her very essence. Jiang Chen blinked. He was back in reality. The moment he returned, a dense poisonous mist began to rise from the spot where the Taishu steel had once been. His body stiffened. What's going on? Before he could react, his surroundings shifted. His vision blurred, and in the next instant, he found himself standing in a completely different space. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. You have been recognized as the master of the Taishu realm. Jiang Chen froze. Master of the Taishu realm? A flood of information poured into his consciousness. No matter where he was, he could teleport to the Taishu realm with a single thought. No one else could open the doors of the Taishu Hall except its master. The Taishu Hall could now serve as his ultimate trump card. Jiang Chen's fingers twitched. This was huge. This wasn't just some power-up. This was a safe haven, a hidden weapon, an untouchable sanctuary. He exhaled. For now, it was best to keep this a secret. Too many eyes were watching. With a single jump, he left the realm. The moment he emerged, two figures grabbed him. Hong Yao and Gu Katian. Before he could react, they pulled him into the sky. Come with us? They flew high, disappearing from sight. The participants below looked up in shock. The Celestial Sword King captured Jiang Chen. It must be because of the Taishu steel. Tisich serves him right for being so arrogant. But none of them truly knew. Jiang Chen had just gained something far more valuable than any of them could imagine. The cold winds howled through the snow-capped mountains. Far from prying eyes, Gu Katian and Hong Yao had taken Jiang Chen to a remote area. Gu Katian stared at him intently. His presence alone was overwhelming, but Jiang Chen remained still, his mind racing. The Dreamer, one of the three invincible figures of Grand Xia, was the only person who had ever observed the Taishu steel for enlightenment. Yet he himself had absorbed it, and Gu Katian wanted to know how. His voice was calm, but sharp. How did you use the 9 miasma wings to absorb the Taishu steel? Jiang Chen's breath hitched. So he knew. His body tensed. Was this a trap? Had they brought him here to kill him? A bead of sweat rolled down his temple, but Gu Katian's next words caught him off guard. With a cheerful look, the old master smirked. Did you really think you could turn the miasma wings into poisonous mist and fool everyone? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Hong Yao, standing beside them, closed her eyes and laughed. Your face just now. So cute. Jiang Chen blinked. Wait, they're not planning to kill me? He exhaled, calming down. Since they weren't hostile, it was better to tell the truth. With a serious expression, he explained. The 9 miasma wings and the Taishu steel, they both come from the abyss. They share the same origin. Or rather, the Taishu steel originally belonged to the 9 miasma wings. Gu Katian didn't even flinch. His expression remained eerily calm. You do understand Great Xia's stance on calamities, right? He said. Then, he laid out Jiang Chen's 2 choices. 1, live in exile forever. Stay in Yunmeng Swamp and spend the rest of his life hiding, running, clinging to survival. 2, return with him and fight for his life. Face an entire world that wanted him dead, even those at the general and invincible level. Jiang Chen's stomach dropped. This was worse than he thought. Even the strongest figures in the world, people at the very peak of power, would see him as a threat. His existence alone was a crime. He swallowed hard, his mind reeling. The old master had come all this way just to offer him an escape. Why? If they had met before, would things have turned out differently? Lost in thought, he barely noticed Hong Yao stepping closer. She jabbed a finger at his forehead and frowned. What are you thinking about? She demanded. Master asked you a question? Her voice snapped him back to reality. Jiang Chen's eyes cleared. Then, without hesitation, he made his decision. I'll return. His voice was steady. Even if he carried a calamity, he had only killed bad people. His conscience was clear. He had done nothing wrong. There was no reason to run. Hong Yao studied him for a moment, then smiled. Gu Katan, arms still crossed, let out a booming laugh. I expected nothing less from my disciple. He paused, then smirked. Even though I don't want to admit it, Ji Gang wasn't as good as you back then. Jiang Chen tilted his head. Wait, what does Uncle Ji Gang have to do with this? Hong Yao sighed and rested her fist on his shoulder. Remember, she said, smirking, I'm your older sister, and Uncle Ji Gang is your second older brother. Jiang Chen blinked. Huh, she continued, her voice softer now. Back then, Ji Gang almost died at the hands of General Xiao when he attacked the Xiao family to steal the ant tank. Her gaze darkened. The master told him to hold his position, but he refused. He didn't want to drag the master into his problems, so he made his own choice. In the end, he was exiled to Chujiang City. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered with understanding. So, Uncle Ji Gang also carried a grudge against the Xiao family. Before he could say anything, Gu Katian turned his back to them, his aura calm but firm. Old grudges no longer matter, he said. Whether they're invincibles or generals, as long as your will is firm, we'll face them together. When we return to Jiangnan, my sword will clear a path for you. His words ignited a fire in Jiang Qin's chest. His hands clenched into fists. Without hesitation, he knelt before Gu Katian, lowering his head. Master, please accept the reverence of your disciple. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, the sun rose over the towering skyscrapers, casting golden light across a high-rise meeting room. Seated around a massive conference table were the war zone's highest-ranking generals. At the head of the table sat Duan Xinghai, the supreme commander of Jiangnan's war zone. His hands were interlocked, his expression unreadable. Since all 12 titled kings of Jiangnan have gathered here, except for Gu Katian and Hong Yao, I'll get straight to the point. The room fell silent. Everyone leaned in, waiting for his next words. Duan Xinghai's gaze sharpened. Based on our research, Jiang Qin's poisonous mist isn't ordinary. His next words sent a ripple through the room. It's the 9 miasma wings. Murmurs broke out among the generals. Duan Xinghai raised a hand, silencing them. He continued, according to Great Xia's taboo ordinance, anyone who awakens a calamity-type ability or controls a taboo object must be killed mercilessly. His gaze swept across the room. What are your thoughts? A man with fiery red hair raised his hand. Mu Hanchio's grandfather, Mu Hinyan. A faint smile played on his lips as he spoke. The 9 miasma wings have caused great catastrophes in the past, yes. But in this era, it's almost impossible for it to grow to that scale. He leaned back in his chair. As long as Jiang Chun is under proper supervision, there shouldn't be a problem. And in the worst-case scenario, his eyes gleamed. We can simply extract and destroy the 9 miasma wings. No need to kill the boy. Another general nodded in agreement. Tang Wangchuan, the father of Tang Jin, raised his hand next. I agree. He crossed his arms, his expression unwavering. The taboo ordinance was issued 500 years ago when Great Xia was weak. But today, we're strong. We should approach taboo matters with more flexibility. As the generals debated, 2 of them whispered among themselves. Who was at close ties with Jiang Chun from the beginning? They had heard rumors that Mu Hinyan's granddaughter had grown quite close to Jiang Chun in the prodigy camp. Then there was Ji Gang. And now, even Tang Wanchuan's daughter, Tang Jin, seemed to be involved. The realization hit hard. The elders of powerful families were already tangled in Jiang Chen's fate. Tang Wangchuan's face darkened. Before he could respond, boom! The doors to the meeting room exploded into splinters. A massive cloud of smoke filled the chamber. The generals jumped to their feet, hands reaching for their weapons. A terrifying presence flooded the room. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged. An old man. His body surged with overwhelming energy, his eyes burning with pure hatred. It was none other than General Xiao Yuanshan of the Xiao family. His sword gleamed in his hand as he pointed it at the room. His voice was cold as death itself. Anyone who dares speak in Jiang Chen's defense. His killing intent surged. Must be ready to taste my sword. Duan Xinghai's face paled. The room descended into chaos. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. If it weren't for General Xiao interfering, I could have helped negotiate this. But now, he was alone. If Gu Katian chose to blindly protect Jiang Chun, he would be dragged down as well. And Duan Xinghai wasn't willing to go down with him. A few hours later, near the landing site of the prodigy camp, a group of figures arrived. Among them, Ji Gang, Duan Feng, and Tang Wanchuan. Ji Gang's eyes narrowed as he scanned the mountains. He spoke in a low, dangerous voice. General Xiao has deployed the Celestial Punishment Squadron. They're hiding in the nearby mountains, waiting for Jiang Chun. His fingers tightened around his sword hilt. Tang Wangchuan's expression darkened. This is a grand setup. They knew Jiang Chun and the others would return soon. Ji Gang exhaled slowly, then drew his sword slightly from its sheath. If a fight breaks out, his eyes gleamed with killing intent. Tang Jin and I will draw our swords. His voice turned ice cold. Old grudges. New grudges. We'll settle them all today. Then, he turned to Duan Feng. The night watch of Chujiang City is now in your hands. Duan's face paled, his hands shaking as he waved them frantically. He had been with Ji Gang when they crashed the wedding, and now he was getting dragged into more trouble. Again. Meanwhile, Xiaoke stood with her arms crossed, eyes closed, an unimpressed expression on her face. She placed a hand on her hip and scoffed. Don't even look at me. Do you need a healer or something? Duan Feng, standing next to her, snorted. Get lost, he said with a grin. I love a good brawl, and there's no way I'm missing this. Tang Jin, smiling, teased the old master. Come on, old Gu, stop being so formal, she said playfully. We're family, aren't we? Then, her gaze lifted to the sky. A bright light was approaching. She squinted. Is that Jiang Chun and the others? Meanwhile, on a distant mountain, General Xiao Yuanshan's squad had already locked onto their target. One of the commanders raised a hand. Target confirmed. His voice was cold as he issued the command. Heavenly Punishment Squad, prepare to fire. Divine crossbows, aim at the sky. A row of elite soldiers pulled out massive crossbows, each engraved with divine sigils, their arrows glowing with a deadly aura. At the same time, the Tianjiao camp descended rapidly. Hong Yao peered down, her eyes flashing with amusement. She grinned. This feels just like the wedding, the last time Ji Gang stormed in. She hadn't been able to vent properly. This time, perfect. However, Gu Katian remained calm. He shot her a sideways glance. At least pretend there's first courtesy, then action, he said dryly. If we start a fight immediately, people will think our whole family are just brutes. Hong Yao smirked. His words were calm, but his aura told a different story. A deep orange energy slowly radiated from Gu Katian's body. His killing intent was immense. Hong Yao chuckled. Like master, like disciple. Behind them, Jiang Chun remained silent. Hong Yao glanced back at him, raising a brow. Well, what's your opinion on all this? She asked playfully. No response. Jiang Chun wasn't even listening. His mind was elsewhere. Inside the insect nest, a system window appeared before him. 9 miasma wings reproduction, complete. Mother insect level, 27. New offspring, 5.11 million. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The third generation had been born before the war even began. He clenched his fists. It wasn't enough to take down an entire nation, but it was more than enough. A sudden touch on his shoulder snapped him back. Jiang Chen blinked. Hong Yao stood next to him, smirking. Don't be scared, she teased. Even if you're not strong, you've got Master and me on your side. Jiang Chen's expression twitched. I'm not scared. He pointed to the mountains ahead. Uncle Ji Gang and the others are there, he said. I want to see them first, and give them a gift. Gu Katian nodded. Fine, we'll pass by there later anyway. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. His poisonous mist surged around him as he leaped from the sky, diving straight toward the mountain. Above, Jiang Wushuang watched him go. A playful glint flashed in his eyes. Hey, he called out. Try not to die too soon. I haven't played enough with you yet. Tang Ying, standing nearby, exhaled sharply. At this point, she wasn't even surprised that Jiang Chun carried a calamity. No wonder he killed Xiao Beihan in an instant. Even Bang, usually carefree, frowned slightly. The second person in Great Xia's history to complete the ladder of emptiness. He better not die so soon. As Jiang Chun distanced himself, Mu Hanchio's gaze followed him, her face clouded with worry. Her master had brought them all here. But would her grandfather come to help or not? Next to her, Luo Sandao let out a sigh. Worrying won't change anything, he muttered. This level of war is beyond us. All we can do is not cause problems. That's already enough. Sometime later, Jiang Chun landed where Ji Gang and the others were waiting. Seeing them, a wave of relief washed over him. They had come. He stepped forward, pulled a green crystal from his inventory, and extended it toward Uncle Ji Gang. Remember, Jiang Chun said with a grin, I promised to gift you a set of epic equipment. He smirked. Didn't manage to get that. But this should be just as good. Ji Gang took the crystal, turning it in his palm. His eyes widened in shock. An origin crystal. Ji Gang's breath hitched. This was a key to the 7th realm. Before Ji Gang could even respond, Jiang Chun pulled out more items. To Aunt Tang, he handed a set of powerful equipment. To Duan Feng, he gave a silk scarf. To Chu Bulang, a high-grade bow. To Hanky, platinum level gear. Each one a treasure of immense value. Meanwhile, high above, atop a cliff, a storm of killing intent gathered. Old Xiao Yuanshan stood at the edge, his fury burning through his veins. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. The Heavenly Punishment Squad stood behind him, poised ready. His voice was ice-cold. Prepare. Just as the order was about to be given, a figure stepped forward. Duan Feng. Raising a hand, he gestured for restraint. Wait. Old Zhao's gaze snapped toward him, burning with rage. Duan Feng remained calm. More than 100 days have passed since the Tianjiao camp disappeared. Gu Katian was the one in control. We can't afford to act carelessly. Old Xiao's eyes narrowed. For a moment, he hesitated. Then slowly his gaze lowered. After a long silence, his rage sharpened into murderous resolve. Then I'll just kill Gu Katian too. If he doesn't know how to appreciate what he has, then he'll die along with Jiang Chun. Minutes later, The Tianjiao camp finally arrived near the battlefield. Duan Fang's voice echoed across the field. Gu Katian, surrender in hand over Jiang Chun. His voice rang with authority. If a battle breaks out, the city will suffer great losses. His tone hardened. For Jiangnan's sake, it's better to sacrifice Jiang Chun. Standing atop the Tianjiao camp, Gu Katian let out a slow breath. His expression didn't waver. His voice was steady, filled with absolute certainty. I refuse. In this life, I have nothing to be ashamed of. Not in Jiangnan. Not in Great Xia. His eyes flashed with conviction. I brought back 150 heroes from the district. I took them to the Palace of Emptiness. The crowd stirred. The parents of the young prodigies stiffened. The Palace of Emptiness, a place of legends and miracles. A place where countless powerful figures had sought strength, only to fail. Yet, Gu Katian had led them there. And now, their children had succeeded. One by one, the parents stepped forward. Their voices were firm. We won't betray our own. We won't join the Shao family. Even if they couldn't save Jiangnan, they wouldn't side with its executioners. Duan turned slightly, extending his hand to the side, a confident smile on his face. With these 150 heroes, Jiangnan's reputation will rise like the tide. His voice echoed across the battlefield. But before anyone could respond, a terrifying presence surged through the air. The sea trembled. The rivers twisted and roared. Old Xiao Yuanshan appeared. His eyes gleamed with power, his aura pressing down on the battlefield like a tidal wave. Lifting his hand, he summoned 2 massive blocks of water, their sheer size enough to drown entire cities. The very water from the rivers and sea gathered above, forming a monstrous sphere of crushing weight. His voice was calm, yet absolute. Jiang Chun controls a calamity, and according to the laws of Grand Xia, he must be executed. His gaze flickered toward Gu Katian. And you, his tone hardened. You violated the rules, Katian. You've sealed off Prodigy's camp, trapped the examiners, and protected someone wielding the forbidden. You've endangered the entire Prodigy camp. The air grew heavy. Everyone looked up. The massive water sphere slowly descended toward the camp. Among the generals, no one dared to act. Even though they were all powerful, Gu Katian and old Xiao Yuanshan were on a different level. They were monsters among men. Choosing a side meant choosing life or death. And so, they chose neutrality. Gu Katian's expression remained steady. Then, his voice cut through the tension. Jiang Chun returned. He then turned to Hong Yao, his tone firm. Control the flight path of the Tianjiao camp. Hong Yao's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, she raised both hands, her aura flaring. The Tianjiao camp trembled, then began to slowly move away. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun spread his arms wide. A dense poisonous mist surged outward, wrapping around Ji Gang and the others, forming a protective barrier. Stay inside, Jiang Chun said calmly. This barrier will only disappear once the battle ends. Ji Gang's brows furrowed. When did you cast this spell? Jiang Chun just smirked. You can't break it, so don't bother trying. Above, the battlefield shifted. Gu Katian's sword began to glow, golden energy radiating from its edge. Old Xiao Yuanshan hovered above, his own sword resting lazily on his shoulder. Behind him, a massive water tornado swirled, howling like a beast. He shook his head. You really want to draw your sword against me? His eyes gleamed with amusement. My power surpasses the 8th level, and I possess over 10 forbidden water spells. And you? He chuckled. You're just a man with a sword. Both warriors prepared to strike. But, before they could move, boom! A massive ice barrier erupted between them, blocking their attacks. Both men instinctively stopped, eyes narrowing. A figure floated above, controlling the ice with just his fingers. General Duan. His voice was steady but urgent. Both of you, calm down. If you fight here, the camp will be destroyed. And worse, Jiangnan itself will suffer. For everyone's sake, don't do this. Before anyone could respond, a voice echoed from the sky. Cold, merciless, familiar. No need for war. Jiang Chun and I will settle this with a duel. Everyone turned. From the distance, a figure approached, soaring through the air. Xiao Beihan, alive, his body shrouded in a dark aura, a sword in his grip. Duan's eyes widened in shock. You're alive? Xiao Beihan grinned, flexing his fingers. He lifted his right arm, the one Jiang Chun had severed. It was whole again. Duan's voice tightened. You regrew your arm? Xiao Beihan smirked. Someone like Jiang Chun took my arm, but today, his grip tightened on his sword. I'll be the one to take his head. Xiao Beihan shot forward, ready to attack. Duan Fang raised a hand. Wait! Xiao Beihan halted, irritation flashing across his face. Duan Fang spoke calmly. For the good of the people, this should be settled between the young. The old generation should not interfere. His gaze swept over the battlefield. This is the best solution for both sides. Jiang Chun floated into the air, his gaze fixed on Xiao Beihan. He knew it. A one-on-one death match wouldn't favor him. So instead, he asked, "What are your conditions?" Xiao Beihan's smile widened. "Smart boy." Then, with a smug expression, he laid out his terms. 1. Jiang Chun couldn't use Little Nine. 2. Jiang Chun couldn't use poison. Above them, old Xiao Yuanshan burst into laughter. "As expected of my grandson." His voice boomed across the battlefield. "This duel is for the peace of Jiangnan and the well-being of the people." But before anyone could nod in agreement, Xing, Gu Katan's sword unsheathed in an instant, golden energy radiating from the blade. His eyes were sharp, aggressive. Pointing the sword directly at Xiao Yuanshan, he scoffed. "Stop talking nonsense. Standing on your high moral ground doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." His killing intent surged. "If you have the guts, stop harassing the kids and fight me instead." The tension exploded, but just before Gu Katian could charge, Jiang Chun grabbed his arm. "Wait!" Gu Katian turned, his eyes narrowing. Jiang Chun smiled. "We can't let them think we're just brutes." He jabbed a thumb at himself, his confidence unwavering. "I don't need Calamity to win. I have another way to deal with him." Xiao Beihan's smirk faltered. "Oh!" His eyes narrowed in amusement. "What other way do you have?" Jiang Chen's gaze flickered toward Gu Katian. "You said before, you'd teach me a secret technique?" Gu Katian's entire body stiffened. "Secret technique?" Hong Yao, flying nearby, nearly choked on air. Her face palmed with panic. "Joking, right? It took me over 10 years to learn that technique." She turned to Ji Gang. "You still haven't mastered it." Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan let out a roaring laugh. "Let me guess, you want me to wait 10 years while you learn it?" Jiang Chun grinned. "Nah, 5 minutes is enough." Silence. Then, Duan Fong snapped. "You little... The sword style isn't something that can be learned in 5 minutes." Xiao Beihan's laughter only grew louder. But across from him, old Xiao Yuanshan remained silent. Jiang Chun stepped forward. He reached for Gu Katan's sword, gripping its hilt. With his other fist, he clenched his hand tight. Then he smirked. "Teach me." Gu Katian remained still, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the sword hummed. A powerful resonance vibrated through the air. Gu Katian's eyes widened slightly. This feeling, his grip tightened. Jiang Chun had somehow awakened the resonance of the heart of the sword. Inside the void of space, Gu Katian lowered his gaze. Jiang Chun leaned in slightly, whispering, "Trust me." Gu Katian stared at the ground. For a long moment, he was silent. Then, his head lifted. His eyes met old Xiao Yuanshan's. His voice was calm, resolute. "Show me what you can do." Jiang Chun smiled. With Gu Katian's approval, the death match was set. Duan Fong raised a hand to the sky. A massive energy wave erupted, its force shaking the heavens. He clenched his fingers, and a small island rose from the sea. The floating island descended, stopping in the center of the battlefield. Duan Fong moved again, and a transparent barrier formed. No interference, no escape. Xiao Beihan landed on the combat platform, his face full of arrogance and confidence. His smirk widened. This time, Jiang Chun wouldn't be able to rely on his 9 miasma wings. This time, he would crush him in front of everyone. The fight was about to begin. Outside the barrier, boom! A powerful strike slammed against the barrier, but it didn't even crack. The attacker? Ji Gang. His sword flashed, sending a flurry of devastating attacks, but none could break through. His rage erupted. "Jiang Chun," he roared. "Do not fight him." His eyes burned with fury and guilt. This was his fault. If he had never let Jiang Chun enter the camp, none of this would be happening. His hands trembled as his sword struck the barrier again and again. "How could you let this happen, master?" Beside him, Duan Fong frowned. Ji Gang's reaction confused him. "The master doesn't make decisions without thinking," he said firmly. "Don't doubt him now." Gu Katian slowly unsheathed his sword. He held it with both hands, raising the blade toward the sky. A golden light radiated from its edge. His voice was calm, but filled with unshakable resolve. "Jiang Chun, remember, the sword of heaven is the sword of will. You must not think. You must feel. You must let the sword guide you." Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto the blade. For a moment, he fell silent. He could hear it, the sword's whisper. Gu Katian took a deep breath. Then, bringing the sword closer to his face, his gaze turned sharp. "Watch carefully." Then, boom! He swung his sword. A blinding golden slash erupted, tearing through the sky at blinding speed. The attack shot toward Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened. So, he's attacking first? Without hesitation, He drew his own sword, pointing it toward the heavens. His body surged with red energy, powerful and overwhelming. Total defense. A crimson aura engulfed him. He stood firm, waiting for the attack to crash against him. But it never came. The golden slash passed by his side, missing him entirely. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened in shock. What? Duan Fong, watching from afar, broke into a sweat. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. This makes no sense. They had agreed. This was supposed to be a duel between Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan. Then why is Gu Katian attacking? Up above, hidden in the sky, something moved. A barrier shattered. And from within, a monstrous presence was revealed. A giant dragon. The golden energy slammed into its tail, slicing it in half. The severed tail plummeted downward, crashing toward the earth. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. Its massive eyes burned with murderous rage as it locked onto Gu Katian. You bastard! It let out a thunderous roar. Then, its body vanished into a crack in space. But its final words lingered. I will return for you. Jiang Chun, Beihan settle things with a duel. Yet Gu Katian was the first to attack. Duan Fong's hands clenched into fists. This wasn't part of the deal. Beihan landed gracefully, arrogance dripping from his every move. His smirk widened as he eyed Jiang Chun. This time, the boy wouldn't have his 9 miasma wings to protect him. This time, he would humiliate him completely. He was eager for the fight to begin. He wanted to teach Jiang Chun a lesson he would never forget. The master swordsman rested his blade on his shoulder, his expression calm. That dragon was after the 9 miasma wings. The beast is 8th grade, half the cultivation level of the wings themselves. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes flickered with realization. This old thief. He had been several steps ahead of them all. Gu Katian turned back, exhaling slowly. Then, he let out a booming laugh. Well, he looked at Jiang Chun. Wasn't it impressive to see your master wield his sword for the first time? Jiang Chun stepped forward, fist clenched. His eyes sparkled with excitement. It was incredible. Gu Katian smirked. So, what did you learn? Jiang Chun didn't answer immediately. Instead, he extended a hand toward the ground. A soft green energy flickered to life. A root shot out, weaving toward Jigang. The elder was momentarily startled before realizing what Jiang Chun wanted. With a sigh, he handed over his sword. The root coiled around the blade, pulling it toward Jiang Chun's grip. He grasped the weapon, smiling. Gu Katian frowned. Why not use my sword? Jiang Chun grinned. Soon you'll understand. Then, he leaped onto the combat platform. His stance, his aura, he was mimicking his master's posture. Gu Katian, watching from afar, raised a brow. This kid is seriously trying to copy me? Hong Yao descended onto the island, her face full of worry. She clenched her fists. How can master allow this? This is the same as sending Jiang Chun to his death. Her eyes flickered toward Duan Fong, who still stood idly. He was benefiting from all of this, yet he did nothing? She gritted her teeth. What kind of invincible? Just stood by and watched. Her heart pounded. She couldn't let this happen. She made up her mind. She was taking Jiang Chun away, whether he liked it or not. Gu Katian stood with his arms crossed, watching Jiang Chun closely. He remained silent, deep in thought. Beside him, Hong Yao made her decision. She would intervene. But, just as she was about to move, her body stopped. She couldn't move. Her eyes widened in confusion. What's happening to me? A single force bound her in place. Gu Katian's calm voice cut through her panic. In this arena of life and death, only Jiang Chun and Beihan may enter. His expression remained firm. No one else. Hong Yao's heart pounded. She had underestimated the strength of an invincible being. This was not just any battlefield. The energy sealing the arena was absolute. She couldn't break through. She clenched her fists. Her eyes filled with regret. She had just spoken ill of master, and now she understood. Gu Katian continued, his voice steady. Jiang Chun does not want war. He turned to her. He does not want to see Jiangnan in ruins. Hong Yao whipped her head toward him. Then why? Her voice trembled. Why must Jiang Chun risk his life for the sake of others? Gu Katian's gaze was unwavering. Because, he said, Jiang Chun is not going to die. Hong Yao's breath hitched. What? Gu Katian smirked. I just taught him how to use the celestial sword. Both Jiang Chun and Beihan raised their swords. Beihan let out a booming laugh. That old man is crazy. He sneered. Does he really think you can learn the celestial sword just by watching? His eyes darkened with disdain. You're just trash. But Jiang Chun remained unfazed. He gripped his sword tightly. Golden energy surged around him. His lips curled into a confident smile. Then let's see if trash can teach you a lesson. Beihan's smirk faded. His fist clenched. A suffocating, malevolent aura erupted from his body. His hatred burned in his eyes. If you're not using the 9 miasma wings, then let's see if you can survive me. From the sidelines, Bei Feng turned to Jiang Wushuang. Who do you think will win? Jiang Wushuang's gaze was unreadable. If Jiang Chun uses the poisonous mist, he'll win. Bei Feng narrowed his eyes. But according to the rules, he can't use it. Jiang Wushuang sighed. Then he'll die. Beihan has already tasted defeat before, and he came back even stronger. His heart is now completely focused on martial arts. He won't stop until Jiang Chun is dead. Beihan's hatred burned. His sword emitted a powerful green energy. It was no ordinary weapon, ranked 20th among the divine weapons of Great Xia. Jiang Chun held his sword close to his face, assuming an offensive stance. Beihan pointed his blade at him. His smirk returned. At least you have initiative. He twirled his sword, dying under the glow of the moon with that broken sword of yours. Will be an honor. Jiang Chun smirked as he gazed at Beihan. Enough talking, he said. He raised his sword to the sky. A deep purple energy erupted from the blade. His free hand stretched forward. Then, he called out, Master, watch closely. If I make a mistake, correct me. Gu Kation's brows lifted slightly. Was this brat serious? Jiang Chun channeled his strength. Then, slash! A colossal energy wave tore through the air. The sheer power of the attack sent shockwaves through the arena. The onlookers shielded their faces, closing their eyes as a piercing light filled the battlefield. It burned. It cut deep, but it wasn't a physical attack. It targeted the soul. Hong Yao appeared in a flash. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a red barrier around the weaker spectators. Her voice rang out. Those with weak souls, close your eyes. Her own eyes trembled with disbelief. How does little Jiang Chun have this much power? Even Gu Kation's usual smirk faded. His arms remained crossed, but his eyes flashed with surprise. He actually learned it, but his focus sharpened. The sword of humanity could only attack the soul. And Beihan was from the Xio family, a family renowned for its powerful soul defenses. Beihan's expression changed. For a moment, he was stunned. Then he moved. With impeccable precision, his sword flashed. Clang! He deflected the attack with ease. He let out a loud, mocking laugh. Is this the legendary sky sword? His lips curled into a taunting grin. It's nothing, just an attack that tickles the soul. He gripped his sword tightly. You must have forgotten. The Xio family specializes in soul power. Against me, this move is worthless. Beihan's aura surged. A golden moon appeared behind him, illuminating the battlefield. His voice thundered. Star and moon cut. With a single powerful slash, a massive golden arc of energy shot toward Jiang Chun. He ran a finger along the blade of his sword, grinning. That was just a warm-up. He adjusted his stance. This second strike, his gaze darkened with pure hatred, will not be aimed at your soul. Jiang Chen's response. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. His stance shifted. Then, boom, his sword cleaved downward. Earth knife! A mighty energy slash surged forward, colliding with Xio Beihan's golden moon. Crack! The moon split in half, and in the same instant, Beihan staggered back, blood spilling from his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief. How? The energy wave didn't just shatter the moon. It cut through the arena itself. Duan Fong, still floating the island with his powers, felt the tremors immediately. His face paled. This arena, it's going to explode. See water lifted into the air, swirling unnaturally. Sweat dripped down his brow. He clenched his fists. A second-level cultivator did this? His voice was filled with disbelief. Then his eyes narrowed. This was getting dangerous. Time to reinforce the battlefield. Duan Fong extended both hands, and the island trembled once more. Jiang Chen's attack surged forward, slamming into Xio Beihan. But he was ready. With a roar, Beihan drove his sword into the ground, summoning a golden barrier around his body. Boom! The attack collided with the barrier, sending shockwaves across the arena. Xio Beihan gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead. He knew, if he hadn't blocked that attack, he would have died. His eyes burned with rage. Then he spoke. One must lift their head and look toward the northwest, where the floating clouds rest. His grip on the sword tightened. One must lean on the blade that stretches 1,000 miles. Then he activated a forbidden spell, the maximum essence. A violent force erupted from Beihan's body. Across the battlefield, every participant's sword suddenly trembled. Then whoosh! The swords flew into the sky, beyond their owner's control. Cries of confusion echoed throughout the arena. What's happening? Some tried to call their swords back, but it was useless. No one could control their weapons anymore. Beihan's laugh echoed through the battlefield. High above, the sky turned dark. A storm of swords filled the heavens. Each blade emitted a powerful aura. Beihan, still gripping his sword, used a divine weapon technique. Soul Moon. At his command, the swords turned toward Jiang Chun. and began to fall. A sky full of blades. Jiang Chun gripped his sword tightly, his stance firm. He had no idea what this attack was, but he knew one thing. Bayan was aiming to kill him. Beihan's smirk widened. This was it. With this spell, Jiang Chun was dead. The arena begins to collapse. Up above, Duan Fong clenched his jaw. His hand trembled as he maintained the floating arena. Sweat dripped down his face. These two, they're insane. If this continued, the entire arena would collapse. He turned to his subordinates. Reinforce the battlefield now. Two men beside him nodded, quickly channeling their energy to support the crumbling space. Jiang Chen's counterattack. Beihan's eyes glowed with confidence. It's over, he sneered. But Jiang Chen smiled. A cold, confident smile. His grip tightened around his sword. Why do you underestimate me? He asked. Then he moved. His sword flashed, and he activated Curse Cutter. A radiant golden slash surged forward. Boom! It collided with the falling swords. A colossal explosion erupted in the sky. A blinding light engulfed the battlefield. Beihan's face twisted in horror. His attack was breaking apart, and then so was he. Xio Beihan's body trembled. Cracks formed across his skin. His eyes filled with terror. No, this can't be happening. His hands reached out, but his fingers turned to dust. His legs crumbled. His torso disintegrated. How are you this strong? Jiang Chun remained silent. Beihan's eyes filled with tears. Then he was gone. His body vanished into ashes, scattered by the wind. The once arrogant warrior was no more. Xiao Yuanshan, who had been watching from above, felt his blood run cold. His grandson, massacred, gone. His hands trembled with fury, but for the first time in his life that he felt fear. Ji Gang dropped to his knees, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was the dream he had never reached in his youth. And yet Jiang Chun had achieved it in minutes. The reactions of the elite. Hong Yao, usually confident and carefree, was visibly shaken. Her body trembled, and sweat dripped down her face. 5 minutes, she whispered. He learned the celestial sword in 5 minutes. She clenched her fists. This wasn't normal. This wasn't human. Gu Katian let out a low chuckle. Though his fist remained clenched, his smile carried pride. His energy still isn't enough, he admitted. But his gaze flickered with admiration. He didn't just learn the techniques. He improved them. Ji Gang had trained for years and failed. Jiang Chen, 5 minutes. Jiang Wushuang exhaled sharply, his eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. His excitement and fear mixed together. This guy, he muttered. He's a monster. If someone like Jiang Chen became his enemy, it would be terrifying. Bei foam covered his mouth, his breathing uneven. Sweat dripped from his forehead. This wasn't just talent, this was madness. Tang Ying raised a hand to her forehead. Still stunned, she thought she had seen powerful geniuses before. But Jiang Chen? He was in a league of his own. On the other side, Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu embraced each other, crying. He won. He's really that strong? The battlefield itself had changed. Jiang Chen's final attack had left a gaping hole in the island. The destruction stretched from one end to the other. High above, 2 men appeared. They floated effortlessly in the sky. Gazing down at the battlefield, the first, a black-haired man, watched with amusement. Jiang Chun had piqued his interest. Interesting, he mused. The disciple of the Celestial Sword King is quite something. A smirk crossed his lips. Don't kill him yet. I want to use him as a stepping stone for prodigy. Beside him, a man with fiery orange hair shook his head. He spoke casually. I never came here to kill Jiang Chun in the first place. The black-haired man, his hands still behind his back, smirked again. His presence alone carried an oppressive force. This man was an invincible being. The god of the sword, Ji Lingxiu. His gaze locked onto Jiang Chun, his smirk widened. Even if I don't act, his eyes flashed with intrigue. Things are about to get interesting. Xiao Yuanshan was seething with rage. He would not stand by and do nothing. His grandson was dead, and Jiang Chun had to pay. But just as he prepared to strike, a monstrous energy erupted. Surging in all directions, the air grew heavy. Xiao Yuanshan's instinct screamed danger. His body tensed. He knew this presence. The god of war, Jiang Xianji. The arrival of the true powerhouses. Beside the black-haired sword god, Ji Lingxiu, stood another invincible being. A man with fiery orange hair. The god of martial arts, Jiang Xianji. Xianji turned to Xiao Yuanshan, his tone calm but firm. Ji Lingxiu is right, he said. You shouldn't interfere. Xiao Yuanshan's hands clenched into fists. His mind screamed for vengeance. But Jiang Xuanji's energy only grew stronger. Then, Xianji spoke. His voice carried absolute authority. If you wager your life in a death match, you must be prepared to die. Xiao Yuanshan's rage faltered, his heart sank, that he knew that Xianji was right. But still, he couldn't accept it. Jiang Chun takes the offensive. At that moment, Jiang Qin moved, with one hand gripping his sword. He leapt into the air. His voice rang out. I have a fourth technique, get ready. Xiao Yuanshan turned, stunned. His eyes narrowed. What? The celestial sword moves once more. Gu Katian's eyes widened in panic. Stop, he shouted. Don't be reckless. Hong Yao covered her mouth, frozen in fear. Jiang Chun had just drawn his sword against Xiao Yuanshan. Against a general, against a legend. Jiang Xinji, still with his arms crossed, raised a brow. That kid is insane. Messing with a tiger's whiskers is the same as seeking death. Ji Lingxiu, however, closed his eyes and smirked. There's no saving him now. Xiao Yuanshan's face darkened. With a slow, deliberate motion, he unsheathed his sword. His power surged, causing the water beneath him to rise into a massive wave. You dare to raise your sword against me? His voice was filled with killing intent. This is a joke. A mere second-level insect. Challenging me? He raised his blade, ready to end this farce, but Jiang Chun didn't flinch. He gripped his sword with both hands. That a violent aura exploded around him. The blade trembled, overflowing with power. Then he struck. Celestial sword technique. Defend justice. Expel evils. Uppercut. With all his strength, he unleashed two devastating slashes. The attacks roared toward Xiao Yuanshan, and Jiang Chun stood still. He had made his move. Now, the world would witness its result. Jiang Chun stood still, his eyes locked on Xiao Yuanshan. The battlefield was silent. Everyone watched, waiting. Jiang Wushuang was the first to react. His breath hitched. His eyes widened in disbelief. He's insane. Jiang Chun's attack wasn't just strong. It was monstrous. That blow. It's comparable to a full-powered strike from a level 5 Sea King or Mountain King. Even Bang, usually unfazed, froze in fear. His voice trembled. He's throwing his life away. Tang Ying remained silent, sweat dripping down her forehead. If this were the city of 10,000 demons, she swallowed hard. That monkey would have devoured him alive. Xiao Yuanshan's lips curled into a smirk, his fists clenched. Then, with a simple motion, he controlled the water around him. The sky twisted as floating water droplets hovered in midair. His calm voice carried absolute confidence. Even your master is no match for me. You? His smirk deepened. You don't stand a chance. Then, he snapped his fingers. The water surged forward, forming an impenetrable wall. Jiang Chen's attack crashed into it, and was completely blocked. Or so he thought. Xiao Yuanshan lowered his arm. His expression was smug, pathetic. But then, his face paled. Something was wrong. His instincts screamed that he looked up, and his heart stopped. The sky was swarming with insects. Thousands. Millions. They descended upon him like a living storm. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened. The 9 miasmal wings. Jiang Chen smirked. His voice was cold, ruthless. Did you really think I was trying to defeat you with a sword? The previous attack had only been a distraction. Now that I'm no longer in the arena. He raised his hand. There are no rules stopping me from using my real power. Xiao Yuanshan threw his arm in front of his face. His breathing quickened. This wasn't part of the plan. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, and with a wicked grin, he gave the order. Explode. Boom. The first wave of insects detonated. Xiao Yuanshan barely had time to react. When? Boom. 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 A chain reaction of massive explosions filled the sky. The world turned white with fire. The battlefield descends into chaos. Duan Fong and the others turned and fled. Run. The sky was collapsing. The sheer power of the explosions was unthinkable. Xiao Yuanshan, trapped in the storm, activated his power. The explosions turned into blood. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. Rage. Pure, unfiltered rage. I'll kill you. No more mercy. Jiang Chun had pushed him too far. Now, he would end him. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes burned with hatred. You think you can challenge me and live? He raised his hand, channeling his power. A dark red aura pulsed around him. Then, curse of water, blood explosion. Boom. A massive burst of blood shot forward, slamming into Jiang Chen's chest. He staggered, eyes widening in shock. Then a blood barrier formed around him, trapping him. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. What is this? Suddenly, pain. Unbearable pain. His blood began to seep out. From his eyes, his nose, his ears, even his fingernails. Jiang Chun stared at his trembling hands. His pupils contracted in fear. Xiao Yuanshan was controlling his blood. And worse, it wasn't stopping. The barrier thickened, draining more and more blood from his body. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, his vision blurred, his body weakened. He was dying. The smoke from the insect explosions cleared. Xiao Yuanshan's figure emerged untouched. His gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Murderous intent filled the air. He clenched his fist, and with a chilling voice, he called out, compressed blood. Boom. Jiang Chen's blood gushed out violently, shooting from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and nails like pressurized jets. His body convulsed. Panic. Pure, unfiltered panic that he knew this was bad. Ji Gang's fist slammed against the barrier. Stop! His eyes filled with regret. This was his fault, that if he hadn't let Jiang Chen enter the prodigy camp, this wouldn't be happening. But he couldn't break through, and he couldn't reach him. Jiang Chen was alone. But then, two figures moved. Hong Yao and Gu Katian drew their weapons. They jumped into the air, eyes burning with resolve. They wouldn't let Jiang Chen die, not today. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu followed suit, their fear replaced with courage. They rushed forward, prepared to fight. But, whip! Ropes of pure energy wrapped around their waists, yanking them back. They struggled. But the force was unbreakable. Their bodies were dragged back to the floating island, confused. They looked around, until their eyes landed on a man with pink hair. He stood with his hands on his hips, watching calmly. His voice was flat, but firm. Rushing in like that is just suicide. Beside him, another man, the one who had summoned the ropes, remained silent. The battlefield grew tense. Jiang Chen was on the brink of death. And now, only a miracle could save him. Luo Sandao hit the ground hard, landing on her, but she looked up, and her breath caught in her throat. The gray-haired man standing before her, her father. Beside her, Mu Hanxiu, who had also been thrown back, turned her head and froze. The other man, her grandfather. Mu Hanxiu's eyes filled with panic. She scrambled to her feet, her voice urgent. Grandfather, she pleaded, please save Jiang Chen. Luo Sandao wasn't far behind. She stood up, turning to her father, her tone sharp. Do we have any treasure that can save him? Luo Sandao's father remained calm, his voice steady. No. His answer hit them like a hammer. Mu Hanxiu's grandfather sighed, his gaze heavy. The forbidden curse of blood explosion. Once it takes hold, there's nothing left to do but wait for death. Mu Hanxiu's face drained of color. Her body shook. Luo Sandao bit her lip, fists clenched. Their only hope was Gu Katian and the others. But even they could only try to negotiate. And Xiao Yuanshan? He wasn't going to listen. Not after Jiang Chen had killed both of his grandsons. Above them, Xiao Yuanshan hovered in the sky, his fist clenched. He continued siphoning Jiang Chen's blood, his expression filled with satisfaction. At that moment, Gu Katian appeared. He drew his sword, his voice firm. Stop! Hong Yao was right beside him, furious. You old bastard, she yelled. Undo the spell now. But Xiao Yuanshan's expression remained cold. He smiled. It's too late. He gestured to Jiang Chen, who was on the brink of death. He's about to explode. Xiao Yuanshan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can avenge my grandsons. Seeing that negotiation was pointless, Gu Katian moved. Slash! A golden arc of sword energy shot toward Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes narrowed, seeking death. Hong Yao wasn't far behind. Her sword flashed, and she unleashed. Blade that opens the sky. A devastating slash toward Xiao Yuanshan. But, boom! With a single motion, Xiao Yuanshan raised his hand, and a massive water barrier materialized. Flow that softens the heart. The barrier absorbed the attacks effortlessly. Gu Katian gritted his teeth. Damn it, Xiao Yuanshan smirked. Your sword is good, he admitted. But do you really think it can rival me? Gu Katian wiped the sweat from his brow. Then he smirked. Let's see how many more attacks you can block. Hong Yao gripped her sword tighter. A powerful orange energy erupted around the blade. Her eyes burned with determination. She took a deep breath and whispered under her breath. Fine, then we'll just smash this guy to pieces. Together, Jiang Chen screamed in agony. His hands clutched his head, his body convulsed. His blood draining away. The energy barrier shrank, tightening like a coffin. Xiao Yuanshan watched with pleasure. He smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. What's wrong, Gu Katian? Aren't you going to say your last goodbye to your beloved apprentice? His fist clenched. Blood explosion. Boom! The barrier contracted violently. Jiang Chen's body swelled. Until a massive explosion ripped through the sky at a cloud of smoke. A heartbreaking silence. Everything went still. A thick smoke curtain engulfed the battlefield. For a moment, there was no sound. Then, no! Uncle Ji Gang dropped to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. His hand shook. His student. His disciple. His family. Gone. Hong Yao's eyes filled with tears. Her shoulders trembled. Even though they hadn't known each other long, Jiang Chen was like a little brother to her. Gu Katian stood frozen, his eyes empty. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu stared in horror. Mu Hanxiu's voice cracked. No, this is a joke. Luo Sandao shook her head violently. Right? Jiang Chen always jokes. This isn't real. Above them, Xiao Yuanshan threw his head back and laughed like a madman. Beihan Grandpa has avenged you. His laughter echoed through the battlefield. Pure, unfiltered joy, the final triumph over his greatest enemy. He gripped his sword, savoring the moment. But a killing intent surged forward. Gu Katian's eyes burned with fury. His body blurred as he rushed at Xiao Yuanshan, sword drawn. Even if he had to die today, he would slaughter this bastard. Hong Yao was right behind him. She wasn't letting her master fight alone. If Jiang Chun was truly gone, then they would take Xiao Yuanshan with them. Duan Fang's face paled. His heart pounded. This is bad, he muttered. This is very bad. If this fight continued, the entire south of the Ji River would be in danger. He turned to the god of war, Jiang Xinji. If you don't intervene now, this will become a bloodbath. Jiang Xuanji's gaze darkened. His body tensed. Duan Fang was right. If this fight escalated, all of Great Xia would tremble. Gu Katian and Hong Yao charged forward, their weapons gleaming with killing intent. Xiao Yuanshan braced himself, gripping his sword tightly. But, boom! A powerful force erupted between them, locking their bodies in place. They couldn't move. Hong Yao struggled, her body trembling from the force. Gu Katian, however, remained still, his gaze unreadable. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened, his grip on his sword tightening. From above, the god of war Jiang Xinji observed them with a calm but commanding gaze. If you want a decisive battle, this is not the place. His voice was absolute. But then, a thick poisonous mist began to swirl. And from within it, a voice echoed. No one is allowed to interfere. The voice of Jiang Chun. Xiao Yuanshan spun around, eyes widening in confusion. His mind raced. That couldn't be right. He had watched Jiang Chun die with his own eyes, yet the poisonous mist dissipated and standing there, alive. Unharmed, Jiang Chun. He stared at Xiao Yuanshan, his gaze cold and piercing. Xiao Yuanshan's face twisted in shock. Impossible. Gu Katian and Hong Yao were frozen in disbelief. Their minds failed to process what they were seeing. Jiang Chun had survived? Jiang Chun smirked, crossing his arms. Did you really think it would be that easy to kill me, old man? I have more cards up my sleeve than you could ever imagine. Xiao Yuanshan's breath hitched. His hands trembled on the hilt of his sword. This was unnatural. Bei Feng began to sweat, his mind spun with questions. Did Jiang Chun have some hidden power? Jiang Wushuang stood stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief that he had witnessed death. Yet Jiang Chun was here, standing. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu collapsed onto their knees. They hugged each other, tears streaming down their faces. He really was joking. Chu Bulang, who had been watching in stunned silence, suddenly understood. His voice was low but sure. That's the aura of the dead. It's the effect of the undead metal. Xiao Ke's eyes sparkled with realization. She clenched her fists, her lips curling into a smile. That's it. The undead metal we found in the village of the dead. It has an incredible effect. Now, everything made sense. Jiang Chun hadn't just survived, that he had been reborn. Jiang Chun extended his hand toward the sky, that a thick poisonous mist spread like an ominous storm. Now that you've failed to kill me, it's my turn. With a cold command, he released all his insects. Hundreds of thousands of them burst from his body, swarming the entire sky. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened in horror. This was a true calamity. Up above, Ji Lingqiu watched with his hands behind his back. The number of insects is absurd. Jiang Xinji, the god of war, narrowed his eyes. Didn't this boy just change jobs? How did he raise so many insects so quickly? He smirked. I underestimated him. Ji Lingqiu's gaze flickered. So, you've made your decision? Xinji didn't respond. He simply watched. Xiao Yuanshan knew he couldn't stand idly by. His body surged with power, releasing an energy wave to repel the insects. But Xinji moved first before Yanshan could unleash his power. A crushing force locked his body in place. Yanshan struggled but couldn't move. His voice was filled with fury. God of war, why are you interfering? Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. Don't waste my time. He waved his hand. The insects charged forward. Explosions erupted around Yanshan. The sky burned with countless detonations. Mu Hanxiu watched, astonished. This doesn't make sense. Why would the god of war help Jiang Chun? Her grandfather merely smiled. Because the answer is simple. Jiang Chun raised his hand again. The insects moved as one. An unstoppable force, her grandfather continued. Most people with calamities are too cautious to challenge an invincible. They hide, but Jiang Chun? He's different. In a short time, he created hundreds of thousands of insects. His talent is unparalleled. He doesn't just break the rules. He makes his own. Mu Hanxiu's breath hitched. That it wasn't recklessness. That it was a declaration. Jiang Chun was making the world recognize him. The explosions engulfed him. His body burned. His screams echoed across the battlefield. His face twisted in agony, but through the flames, His eyes shone with madness. All of you must die. Daxia deserves death. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a wicked grin. Not so tough now, are you? Xiao Yuanshan roared in fury. Don't think you've won. Yet, even in this dire moment, he sneered. Don't think you can finish me off that easily. Jiang Chen's... A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he revealed his trump card. Even as the insects continued their assault, Xiao Yanshan stood firm, his gaze locking onto Jiang Chun Xinji. In that moment, he realized something crucial. The technique Jiang Chun had used was merely an illusion, summoning every ounce of power he had accumulated over his lifetime. Xiao Yanshan prepared to break free. There was no longer any need for restraint. Survival was all that mattered. He activated a forbidden spell, the power of the divine soul. A blinding light surged forth as the illusion shattered. Jiang Chen's attack had been formidable, but Xiao Yanshan wasn't finished just yet. Xiao Yanshan's body erupted with a powerful crimson aura. Just as the explosions threatened to engulf him, he propelled himself out of range, advancing straight toward Jiang Chen. Hovering in the air, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. He survived? Alarm surged through him as he realized the battle was far from over. Below, Xiao Yanshan drew his sword, his face twisted with rage and hatred. Prepare to die, Jiang Chen, he roared. Jiang instinctively raised his arm to shield himself, his mind racing. How did he break free from the god of war's seal? There was no time to think. Xiao Yanshan was closing the distance fast. Just as Xiao Yanshan was about to strike, a brilliant blue flash split the air. A bolt of energy, sharp as a blade, pierced straight through his chest. Xiao Yanshan staggered, his mouth opening in shock as blood spilled from his lips. His furious expression gave way to confusion. What just happened? The energy solidified into an arrow, locking him in place. From the distance, a voice rang out, calm yet absolute. It's over. It was the invincible sword god, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. His gaze fixed coldly on Xiao Yanshan. Move even an inch and your head will roll. Your soul will be erased from existence. Xiao Yanshan's mind reeled. Even Ji Lingxiu is against me? He had never imagined this betrayal. Jiang Chun, who had remained silent, suddenly realized something. This was his moment. A ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. The sky darkened once more as a new wave of insects swarmed toward Xiao Yanshan. Now severely wounded and immobilized, Xiao Yanshan could do nothing but watch as the creatures closed in. Jiang Chen's voice was cold and merciless. Explode. One by one, the insects detonated, their combined blasts forming an endless chain of destruction. Xiao Yanshan's screams filled the battlefield. The pain was unbearable. He couldn't believe this was happening. General Xiao Yanshan, the pillar of Daxia, the warrior who had led countless battles, crushed rebellions, and even fought against the order of the ancient gods, was being torn apart by mere insects. His desperate cries faded into the deafening roar of explosions. Little by little, his body was consumed. His legacy, his strength, his very existence, reduced to nothing but dust. A few moments later, Jiang Chen signaled for the explosions to stop. The battlefield fell eerily silent, smoke rising from the scorched earth. Xiao Yanshan's body was barely holding together. His limbs had been devoured, and a massive hole gaped in his chest from Ji Lingxiu's attack. His broken form collapsed to the ground, landing on his knees. His gaze, hollow and lost, fixated on the dirt beneath him. After a long pause, he slowly looked up at Jiang Chen and rasped, "Are you really going to kill an old man like me?" Jiang Chen floated down, his feet touching the ground as poisonous mist curled around his hand. He let out a cold laugh. "Your body's already gone. The only thing left is your soul. And after all this, you still ask such a ridiculous question." Xiao Yanshan remained kneeling, lowering his head. His desperate eyes flickered with regret. I was wrong. The Xio family was wrong. If you spare me, I will compensate you for everything." Jiang Chun tilted his head, amused. How quickly people beg when death is at their door. But instead of answering, he turned to his companions behind him. Hong Yao, Gu Katian, and Ji Gang. "What do you guys think?" he asked with a smirk. His question stunned them. Sparing the man who had just tried to kill him? Who had slaughtered countless innocent people? Even Jiang Xinji, who had been silently observing, furrowed her brows. Meanwhile, Xiao Yanshan, still kneeling, raised his head toward the heavens. "War God," he called out desperately. "If you save me, I swear, I will go to the abyss and fight until my last breath." Jiang Xinji hovered above, arms crossed, considering his words. Xiao Yanshan wasn't just some noble. He was the general of the war district of Jiangnan. That status alone made his offer worth evaluating. Jiang Xinji stepped forward, his voice firm. "Then answer me this. Are you willing to admit your guilt?" The XIO family has oppressed the market, seized property by force, and trampled countless innocent lives underfoot. Do you take responsibility for all of it? Xiao Yanshan's eyes darted between them, sensing an opportunity. If admitting guilt meant survival, then so be it. Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously. Yes, I admit to everything. Jiang Xinji and the others exchanged looks before Jiang Xinji spoke again, his tone unwavering. Given your past merits in serving Daxia, a balance will be struck. Your family's properties will be confiscated, and you, he narrowed his eyes. You will be exiled to the abyss as a vanguard soldier. You'll fight on the front lines until the day you die. No escape, no mercy. Xiao Yanshan's already battered body trembled. Terror flashed through his eyes, but deep down, he knew he had no other choice. He clenched his teeth and nodded. I accept. Jiang Chun wasted no time. Raising his hand, he pointed a single finger at Xiao Yanshan. A brilliant golden glow surged at his fingertip, condensing into a spear of pure energy. Soul Seal. The golden energy shot forward like an arrow, piercing Xiao Yanshan's back. His body arched as an agonized scream tore from his throat. The seal branded itself into his very soul, ensuring that if he ever tried to flee, his essence would shatter into nothingness. Moments later, Xiao Yanshan's consciousness faded, and his body crumpled to the ground. Jiang Chun stood over him, watching in silence. Even now he was surprised. This was one of the so-called invincibles of Great Xia. Yet in the end, all it had taken was an illusion to bring him to his knees. With the XIO family's threat eliminated, Jiang Chun turned away. His objective was complete. It was time to leave. Jiang Chun was lost in thought when Jiang Xinji appeared behind him, arms folded behind his back. Has this verdict calmed the fire in your heart? He asked. Jiang Chun snapped out of his trance, his eyes flickering with surprise. He hadn't expected Xinji to approach so suddenly. With a slightly nervous chuckle, he replied, Of course. The god of war's judgment was wise. Honestly, I wasn't even that angry. I just wanted to act cool. Jiang Xinji smirked. Not only is this kid exceptionally talented, but he also understands his limits. When to advance, when to retreat. Just for these qualities alone, today had been worth his time. Hearing Xuanji's praise, Jiang Chun gave a slight bow. Thanks for the recognition. At that moment, Feng rushed toward them, pointing at the sky in a panic. God of War! The poisonous mist, if it lingers too long, it could contaminate the entire region. We might be looking at an abyssal-level disaster. Jiang Xuanji's gaze dropped to the ground as he fell into silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun looked up at the sky, watching his swarm of insects still hovering freely. Yeah, this probably isn't good. Deciding it was time to act, Jiang Xinji raised his head, snapped his fingers, and unleashed a massive surge of energy. In an instant, a shockwave exploded through the sky, wiping out every last insect and purging the poisonous mist. Jiang Chun stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. He got rid of everything with just a snap of his fingers? The sheer power left him speechless. Terrifying. As the golden arrow remained embedded in Xiao Yanshan's body, Jiang Xinji floated above the battlefield, arms crossed. His gaze swept over the gathered warriors before he spoke. You have all witnessed it today. We now have the strength to suppress anything. Therefore, from this moment forward, the law restricting taboos is abolished. Anyone who possesses a taboo, yet remains loyal to the nation, shall be recognized as an ally. Those who turn against us will be our enemies. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chun with a sharp, unreadable expression. A moment of silence stretched between them as he pondered what to do with him. Jiang Chun shifted uneasily, glancing toward Jiang Xinji, waiting for his response. Before anyone could speak, Mu Hanqiu's grandfather stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. With a confident smile, he extended his other arm outward. The god of war is wise, he declared. Jiang Chun was raised with humility. His heart is brave, and although he carries the taboo of the 9 miasma wings, he is no threat to Daxia. On behalf of the Mu family, I am willing to take full responsibility for him. Jiang Chun turned, eyes widening in confusion. Wait, what's happening? Before he could fully process it, another voice rang out. Tang Wuang, representative of the Tang family, stepped forward. The Tang family is also willing to vouch for Jiang Chun. Not long after, a messenger from the military district of Jiangnan spoke up. The military is prepared to welcome him into our ranks. One by one, powerful figures stepped forward, pledging their support. Above them all, Jiang Xinji remained silent, still hovering in the sky, deep in thought. Luo Sundao nudged her father insistently. Come on, Dad. Everyone's taking Jiang Chen's side. Don't just stand there. Her father hesitated, his forehead breaking out in sweat. The sheer pressure of the moment had him frozen in place. But after a few seconds, something shifted. His face turned red with enthusiasm. Clenching his fists, he shut his eyes and bellowed, "I too will take responsibility for Jiang Chun." Luo Sundao sighed, placing a hand over her forehead. Useless. Absolutely useless. Meanwhile, Hong Yao, flying beside Gu Kaitian, couldn't hide her amazement. The god of war had not only intervened in the fight, but had outright abolished the ancient restrictions on taboos. Even the most prestigious elders had stepped up to defend Jiang Chun. This feels unreal. Buin, arms crossed, was deep in thought. Maybe Jiang Chun saw all this coming, he mused. Maybe that's why he deliberately crossed swords with Zhen Gu. Hong Yao's eyes widened. Could it be? If Jiang Chun had truly planned this far ahead, then his foresight was terrifying. Now looking at Jiang Chun with a serious expression, finally spoke. The god of war has been well aware of Xiao Yanshan's crimes. But if it weren't for Jiang Chun's extraordinary potential, he wouldn't have acted so quickly. A murmur ran through the crowd. Now that Jiang Chun's 9 miasma wings had been exposed, staying in the shadows was no longer an option. He would either prove himself or become the target of every major faction. After all, the 9 miasma wings weren't just feared by humans, but by every race in the abyss as well. Some people whispered concerns about Jiang Chun's insects being completely wiped out. But one voice reassured them. Come on, this is Jiang Chun we're talking about. You think he doesn't have more of those things stashed somewhere? Hearing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but smile. Everything is playing out exactly as I planned. If you're going to reveal your cards, do it with a bang. High above, Jiang Xuanji watched the scene unfold. With so many powerful figures willing to vouch for Jiang Chun, he saw no need for further discussion. That's enough, he declared. Jiang Chun, take care of yourself. Use your insects wisely. Jiang Chun lowered his head in gratitude. I will. Thank you. Then, Jiang Xinji, arms crossed and eyes sharp, delivered his final announcement. In 10 days, the Great Prodigy Competition will begin. The champion of this edition will be named the first divine son of the prodigies, receiving privileges and resources equal to an 8th grade national protector. Jiang Chun blinked. That's insanely tempting. But before he could dwell on the thought, Jiang Xinji added, however, the 9 miasma wings are forbidden in the competition. Jiang Chun met his gaze calmly. So that's how it is. For a brief moment, he wondered if the god of war was setting all of this up just for him. But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, someone at that level wouldn't change the rules for a single person. That would be far too small-minded. His lips curled into a confident smirk. This wasn't over yet. With a determined look in his eyes, he was ready for the next challenge. Jiang Chun nodded firmly. I promise not to use the 9 miasma wings in the prodigy competition. Hearing this, Jiang Xuanji's lips curled into a subtle smile. Good. He truly is worthy of being my apprentice. Jiang Chun, however, was deep in thought. Even if I can't use my insects, it doesn't matter. I'll be able to obtain a new mother insect while completing the second change mission. More importantly, he suspected the god of war wanted to test his raw ability, without relying on the power of the 9 miasma wings. If that's the case, I'll make sure not to disappoint him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuanji, standing with one hand behind his back, slowly raised his other hand. A faint ripple spread through the air before a massive crack in space appeared beside him. His expression remained unreadable. It's time to clean up some unfinished business. A murmur spread through the crowd. The poisonous mist had already been wiped out, so what else needed to be dealt with? Jiang Xinji didn't wait for an answer. His voice echoed with authority. Great dreamer, rise and carry out your duty. The moment he spoke, a figure emerged from the spatial crack. The great dreamer, one of the 3 invincibles of Xia, stepped forward, clutching a stuffed rabbit in one hand. A hood with cat ears covered her head, and her oversized, cat-themed outfit made her look more like someone ready for a nap than a legendary warrior. She let out a long yawn, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Her gaze lazily swept across the battlefield, stopping momentarily on the king-rank warriors present. Way too much work. A dead silence filled the air as everyone took in her bizarre appearance. Jiang Xinji remained composed. With a serious expression, he gave his order. Erase the memories of everyone below king level regarding the 9 miasma wings. Once you've done that, you can go back to sleep for another year. At that, the great dreamer's droopy eyes snapped open with excitement. She turned to Jiang Xinji, clenching her tiny fists. Wait, for real? A whole year of sleep? But before she could celebrate, she suddenly froze. Her expression darkened as she rubbed her chin. Wait, if I do this, that means I'll have to deal with the commander of the Night Watch again. A deep sigh escaped her lips. Ugh, no thanks. Too much of a hassle. She slumped her shoulders and shook her head. Pick someone else. I'm too sleepy. Everyone was left speechless. One of the most powerful beings in the realm, and she just wanted to nap. Jiang Xinji observed her in silence for a few moments, his mind working through possible solutions. Eventually, he settled on a different approach, but, for now, instructed her to handle erasing the memories of those present. The great dreamer had no choice but to comply, despite her exhaustion. With a weary sigh, she snapped her fingers, activating her ability, Butterfly Dream. Almost instantly, a flurry of ethereal butterflies materialized in the sky, their wings shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The unexpected sight left the members of the Prodigy camp speechless, their eyes widening in confusion. What was this? What kind of power was at play? Before they could react, the butterflies drifted towards them, releasing a mesmerizing magical energy. Within seconds, a wave of fatigue washed over the camp. Some warriors swayed on their feet, their eyelids growing heavy as if they hadn't slept in years. Others yawned uncontrollably, their resistance crumbling under the sheer weight of drowsiness. It didn't take long before one by one, they collapsed into a deep sleep. Hong Yao, watching in fascination, turned to the master and asked why Jiang Chun, Xinji, and the great dreamer were taking such drastic measures. Gu Kaitian, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. He explained that it was all to protect Jiang Chun. Delaying any potential disaster was crucial, especially in a place as dangerous as Xia. He conjured an image of Xia's map in his mind and detailed its numerous perils. 8 unexplored and highly dangerous forbidden zones, 3 legendary caverns fought over by various races, and the ever-present threat of internal conflicts in the Church of the Ancient God. However, the Great Dreamer's power wasn't selective. It also affected Jiang Chen himself. He slumped to the ground, knocked out like a log. Hong Yao, still puzzled, asked why his memories needed to be sealed as well. The Great Dreamer stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "This isn't a seal," she clarified. "I'm reinforcing his divine soul to prevent him from being remotely killed through curses or other mystical means. His cultivation level is still too low, and his soul foundation is weak. If left unguarded, he's an easy target." Hong Yao's brows furrowed in surprise. It made sense, but the implications were unsettling. Meanwhile, the Great Dreamer turned her gaze forward, only to freeze in shock. Something was wrong. In front of her, Jiang Chun was still lying on the ground, but instead of sleeping peacefully like the others, something felt off. Narrowing her eyes, she studied him closely. That's when she realized he was faking it. Her expression darkened, irritation flickering across her face. Clenching her jaw, she grabbed the rabbit-shaped stuffed animal she always carried and stomped toward him. Jiang Chun, sensing her approach, broke into a cold sweat. This was bad, really bad. A few moments ago, he had indeed felt the drowsy effect of her power, but the ancestral tree of all things within him had instinctively rejected it. Since everyone below the king level had already fallen asleep, he figured it was safer to play along, showing some respect to the Great Dreamer. After all, she was Uncle Ji Gang's direct superior. Inside Jiang Chen's consciousness, Little Nine had dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She had just lost many of her beloved insects to the Dreamer's power, and her heart ached at the loss. As the Great Dreamer loomed over Jiang Chun, the tension in the air thickened. She wasn't one to be easily deceived, and Jiang Chun was about to find out just how unforgiving she could be. Seeing Little Nine so upset, Jiang Chun tried to console her, taking the blame upon himself. But to his surprise, she placed one hand on her cheek and the other on her belly, then suddenly broke into a joyful smile. She wasn't too worried after all. Having reached level 30, she could now raise insects again. This drastic shift in mood left Jiang Chen momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, outside his consciousness, Jiang Chen continued pretending to sleep until a voice broke through his act. "All right, you can stop faking now. I know you're awake." His body tensed. That voice belonged to none other than the Great Dreamer. He could feel her presence looming over him, her gaze piercing through his charade. "Wake up," she ordered. A wave of nervous sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's face as he reluctantly sat up. With one hand bracing against the ground, he rubbed the back of his head and let out a sheepish chuckle. Sorry about that, Sister of Illusions," he said, trying his best to sound apologetic. The Great Dreamer, now crouched on the ground with both hands resting on her knees, tilted her head in mild confusion. She placed a hand on her cheek, closed her eyes, and seemed to savor the moment before turning to Jiang Xinji. "Did you hear that?" she asked with a hint of amusement. Jiang Xinji, arms crossed, floated above them with an expression of mild curiosity. "Yeah, I heard it," he replied. Despite being over 800 years old, the Great Dreamer still had a surprisingly soft heart at times. He had considered cracking a joke about it, but knowing her temperament, he decided against it. Who knew what kind of chaos she might unleash if she got too excited? Before Jiang Chun could process what was happening, the Great Dreamer suddenly grabbed him by the mouth. His eyes widened in confusion as she leaned in close, locking eyes with him. Then, with a warm smile, she declared, From now on, you're my little brother. Jiang Chen blinked. Huh? I'll protect you from all dangers in Xia, she continued. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just say my name in your dreams. Jiang Chen's body froze. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he tried to make sense of the situation. But before he could react, the great dreamer casually tossed a ring into the air. She observed him for a moment, then nodded to herself. Your soul is already strong enough, so no need for extra reinforcement, she remarked. This ring, however, will block any spying attempts, spiritual investigations, or curse-related tracking. Jiang Chen instinctively reached out and caught the ring. He stared at it in silence, unsure of what to say. Was this some sort of welcome gift? The great dreamer then turned back, raising a single finger with a cheerful smile. Well, I'm off to sleep now. Don't forget to visit me in your dreams, okay? With that, a crack opened in space, and without another word, she stepped through and disappeared. Jiang Chen stared at the fading crack in disbelief. Just like that, he had somehow become the younger brother of the great dreamer. Just because he called her sister once? Hong Yao, standing beside him, was equally stunned. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she muttered, so if I call her sister, does that make me your sister too? Before she could dwell on it further, Jiang Xinji turned to Jiang Chen, his gaze sharp. In 10 days, during the Celestial Geniuses competition, if you can secure first place without using the 9 miasma wings, then it will prove you are truly worthy of being nurtured with the full resources of the country. A storm was coming. A new era of great conflicts was about to begin, and there wasn't much time left. Jiang Chen lifted his eyes to the sky and smiled. Got it. Thanks. Jiang Xinji, already turning away, cast a glance over his shoulder. No need for thanks. You earned this yourself. Just then, a portal shimmered into existence. Ji Lingxiu, standing with one arm behind his back, approached Jiang Xinji. He had enjoyed watching the amusing spectacle unfold, but it was time to move on. Let's go, he said. We have a black dragon from the Yangtze River to deal with. Without another word, they stepped through the portal and vanished. Before Jiang Chen could fully process what had just happened, he felt someone approach from behind. He turned to see Mu Hanqiu's grandfather and Tang Ying's uncle all standing there with serious expressions. Tang Ying's uncle spoke first. Tang Ying is my niece from Aunt Tang's side of the family. I believe a marriage between you two would bring our families even closer. Jiang Chen blinked. What? Before he could respond, Luo Sando's father stepped forward. You're a bit late on that offer, he declared. My daughter is Jiang Chen's legitimate wife. The Duaba house is even willing to offer 20% of our shares as a dowry. Jiang Chen's jaw nearly dropped. What is happening right now? Then, as if fate had one final joke left, Mu Hanqiu's grandfather took a step forward, refusing to be outdone. That's nothing, he said with a grin. My granddaughter is already pregnant with Jiang Chen's child. Silence. Jiang Chen's entire body stiffened. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Excuse me? What? His mind raced, trying to piece together when, where, and how this could have possibly happened. He was pretty sure he would remember something like that. Meanwhile, Hong Yao turned to her master with a hopeful expression. Master, do you think I still have a chance with Jiang Chen? Gu, who had been watching all of this unfold with growing irritation, finally lost it. With an exasperated sigh, he smacked Hong Yao on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Ow! Hong Yao rubbed her head, her eyes brimming with a mix of pain and frustration. Finally, some peace. By the time night fell, Jiang Chen finally made it back to the house. As soon as he shut the door behind him, he leaned against it and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. Now he could focus on something that actually mattered, reproducing Little Nine's second swarm. He entered his consciousness, where Little Nine was cradling her belly with a radiant smile. She was pregnant with a new swarm of insects, and the joy on her face was undeniable. Jiang Chen stepped forward, placing his hand gently over hers. His expression turned serious as he activated Divine Evolution, a skill that accelerated insect reproduction. A glow surrounded Little Nine as she started floating slightly off the ground. Her smile widened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They're coming, so many babies. The skill was a success. The system notified Jiang Chen that the reproduction of the second swarm would take an hour, generating a total of 5,900 miasma wings. As he navigated through the system interface with his finger, he activated the second transformation. A new notification popped up. He met the conditions to change classes, being a level 30 professional with a combat rating of 237 stars. The system immediately assigned him a class change mission, Celestial Tower of Magic City. His objective? Complete the Celestial Tower, defeat the boss on the 50th floor, and claim its sword. The catch? He had to do it alone, and he only had one day to succeed. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, deep in thought. If he wanted to maximize his chances, he needed to make some serious preparations. He decided to sell off all his extra equipment, worth several billion, and exchange it for the blood of fierce beasts. With this, he could boost the strength of his second-generation swarm before tackling the tower tomorrow morning. As Jiang Chun finished strategizing, his attention shifted to the ancestral tree of all things standing before him. His eyes widened in surprise. On one of its branches, a vibrant red fruit had appeared. Again, curious, he reached out his hand, and the fruit detached from the branch, falling into his palm. Instantly, a system notification revealed its effect. Void Eye grants the ability to detect and mark enemies using invisibility, illusions, or stealth-based abilities. The range is determined by the user's divine soul strength. Currently, it covered a 10-kilometer radius. The only downside? The ability consumed a considerable amount of energy when used continuously. Jiang Chun smirked. Not bad. This could come in handy. Tang Ying's secret. Deciding to test Void Eye, Jiang Chun activated the ability. Instantly, a detailed scan of the surrounding area appeared in his vision. Several houses were visible, but one person in particular caught his attention. Tang Ying. She was outside, walking aimlessly, absorbed in her phone. What's she doing out here this late? Just then, a red system window appeared, revealing her stats. Hidden profession, Nightmare Hunter. Level, 43. Combat strength, 149 stars. Special title, Favored Daughter of the Assassin System, the precious jewel of the Tang family. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. So she's a high-level assassin, huh? But what caught his attention more was what she was doing. She was writing a letter? He looked closer and was surprised to see that it was addressed to him. Realizing she was thinking about their arranged marriage, Jiang Chun quietly turned off the lights in his house. Out of sight, out of mind. Tonight he needed rest. Tomorrow, he had a tower to conquer. Outside, Tang Ying stopped in front of his house. When she saw the lights go out, she blushed slightly, looking confused. The next morning, Jiang Chun arrived at Celestial Tower in Magic City. The structure was colossal, its peak vanishing into the clouds. Inside, the atmosphere was intense. Countless professionals were gathered, their eyes glued to the giant scoreboard displaying current rankings. At the top, a name stood out. Jai Xinhua, 40th floor in 12 minutes. The crowd murmured in awe. Of course it's Jai Xinhua, someone said. Yeah, she's the pride of the city's war zone. No one's been able to beat her record from 6 months ago. Some had just begun their tower trials, but none could match her speed. Jiang Chun, standing at the entrance, cracked his knuckles. 50 floors in one day, huh? His lips curled into a grin. Let's see what this tower's got. Jiang Chun stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the scoreboard. Jai Xinhua. She wasn't just some random competitor. She was the second-ranked genius of Great Xia, her strength surpassing even Jiang Wushuang's. She had dominated every record in the second round of the Celestial Tower, making her the one to beat. A small smirk formed on Jiang Chun's lips. All right then, when it's time to compete for the genius ranking, I'll take her on. Just then, the system notified him that his turn had arrived. Participant Jiang Chun, are you ready? He hadn't expected it to be his turn so quickly, but he didn't hesitate. Let's do this. The moment he confirmed, a magic circle formed beneath him. Bright energy surged around him, and in the blink of an eye, he was teleported to the first floor of the Celestial Tower. First floor, the trial begins. As soon as Jiang Chun appeared, countless monsters turned their attention toward him. The Celestial Tower was unique. Its difficulty scaled based on the level of whoever entered. There meant no easy fights, no warm-ups, just immediate danger. Activating Void Eye, Jiang Chun scanned the battlefield. A status window popped up, revealing the details of the monsters before him. Fallen Elves. Level 40. HP. 790,000. Combat Power. 42 stars. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Not bad. If the first floor had monsters this strong, then by the 50th floor, he'd be dealing with level 90 enemies. It was no wonder that even a genius like Jai Xinhua had only reached the 40th floor. But Jiang Chun? He wasn't worried. To him, these monsters were nothing more than insect food. He extended his hands outward, summoning his swarm. The insect mother emerged alongside countless creatures, their collective energy creating an eerie hum. The insect mother's eyes gleamed as she advanced, saliva dripping from her mouth. So much food, she murmured hungrily. Jiang Chun sighed. Calm down. This meat isn't that good. I'll get you something better later. Reluctantly, she nodded, and the swarm surged forward, ready to devour everything in sight. Meanwhile, in the Red Lake Cave, far away, deep within a cave where a red lake shimmered under dim light, a man sat in quiet meditation. His white hair contrasted with the eerie glow of the water around him. Droplets floated in midair as he manipulated them with precise control, his breathing steady, his focus unshaken. This was Daxia's first genius, Ingzhan. Suddenly, a figure in a black suit appeared behind him, holding a document high in the air. Victory is assured. the man declared excitedly. Come take a look at this information. Budding Jean remained still. He didn't even bother to turn around. His expression didn't change, and his meditation continued uninterrupted. Uncle Fong, he finally spoke, his tone calm and indifferent. It's unnecessary. He had already sensed Jiang Chen's presence, and yet he wasn't concerned in the slightest. Jean remained composed as he listened to Uncle Fong's words. He already knew that Jiang Wushuang had divine-level classes, but there were significant differences among divine classes. Not all were created equal. However, when Uncle Fong mentioned Jiang Chun, Jean's interest barely flickered. A new disciple of Gu? A so-called never-before-seen divine level? It sounded like a joke. There's no way someone with a creation class awakening is worth paying attention to, Jean remarked dismissively. Uncle Fong, undeterred, extended his hand and revealed something shocking. Jiang Chun killed Xia and even drew his sword against the protector of the kingdom, and he survived. Silence. Jean's previously indifferent expression shifted. Slowly, he stood up, and the floating water droplets in the cave crashed back into the red lake. Taking the document from Uncle Fong, he skimmed through its contents, his eyes narrowing as curiosity replaced skepticism. A creation class? And he did all that? A red dragon materialized before him, staring at him with piercing eyes. Jean, deep in thought, barely acknowledged it. His mind was preoccupied with new information. The 9 miasma wings, the 4 blades of heaven, the 8 transformations to purify the realm. This is getting interesting, he muttered. Yet, despite his growing intrigue, disappointment settled in. Jiang Chun wouldn't be allowed to use the 9 miasma wings during the Celestial Prodigy competition. A shame, Jean said quietly. If he were allowed to fight at full power, this competition might have actually been fun. Meanwhile, in a training field, elsewhere, in a vast training arena, a pack of dog-shaped beasts prowled the battlefield. Their snarls echoed across the field, only to be drowned out by the sharp twang of a bowstring. A blindfolded woman moved gracefully between them, her golden bow gleaming under the sunlight. This was Daxia's second genius, Ji Xinyue. She leaped into the air, releasing a single arrow that pierced through a beast's skull with pinpoint accuracy. Without pausing, she spun midair, her silhouette blurring, and fired a barrage of arrows at the remaining beasts. Her attacks moved at light speed, each shot striking its mark. The creatures roared in agony, their bodies collapsing to the ground one by one. Not far away, atop a metal platform, 2 guards stood observing her performance. Each of them held long spears, their postures relaxed yet alert. Ji Xinyue is terrifying, one guard muttered. She's already comparable to a first-level grandmaster. His companion scoffed. Your standards are too low. You're forgetting Jiang Wushuang, Daxia's third celestial genius. He's already fought against warriors with 5 transformations and came out victorious. The first guard fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Daxia's prodigies were on another level, and soon, Jiang Chun would have to face them all. Ji Xinyue's attacks were so powerful that the beasts couldn't withstand them, their bodies shattered into pieces upon impact. Watching her display of dominance, Ji added, she's ranked 1 position above Jiang Chun. That means her strength should be at least equivalent to a 5 transformation master. After finishing off the beasts, Ji Xinyue gracefully landed on the ground. Though already invincible in long-range combat, she had recently started practicing close-quarters combat as well. One of the guards observing her speculated, she must be preparing to face Jiang Wushuang. But Ji shook his head. Worthless compared to her, he dismissed coldly. Not even the so-called number 1 genius, Jean, can match her. As the two continued discussing, a commanding presence suddenly filled the training field. The arrival of the commander. A tall man walked toward them, casually holding a cat in one hand. His aura radiated unshakable authority. This was Ji Hongyin, the chief commander of the city's war district. With a calm demeanor, he extended his free hand toward Ji Xinyue and spoke. That's enough for today. Rest for a while. Upon recognizing his voice, the guards immediately bowed their heads and closed their eyes as a sign of respect. Ji Xinyue, still immersed in her training, paused and removed her blindfold. The moment she laid eyes on her father, her expression lit up with joy. Dad, she exclaimed, immediately running toward him. Without hesitation, she excitedly reported, today, I improved a lot. Ji Hongyin, still gently stroking his cat, glanced down at her with an amused smile. Why are you pushing yourself so hard just for an elite list ranking? He asked. It's not worth it to be first. Closing his eyes, he raised his head slightly and continued. You should learn from me. If you ever get the chance to relax, take it. Ji Xinyue, however, wasn't having any of it. Her cheeks puffed out in annoyance as she retorted. You've been relaxing for 30 years, and yet somehow you ended up as the general commander of the Magic War District and the 4th sealed king of Daxia. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Are you really telling me you got there by relaxing? Ji Hongyin hadn't expected such a sharp response. He let out a short chuckle, choosing not to argue further. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his mobile phone. I figured you'd want this, he said, handing it to her. It has information on the prodigies you wanted me to look into. Ji Xinyue took the phone, her eyes full of curiosity and something else. A hint of fear. She read the contents in silence, her face growing more serious with each passing second. Ji Hongyin observed her reaction before asking calmly, So, do you think you can surpass Jiang Chen? Ji Xinyue stared at her phone in shock. Jiang Chen is strong, she murmured. But after a moment, she added with a strange expression, and also weird. There was something about him that didn't make sense. A part of her feared that he might actually be stronger than Ing Zhan. Ji Hongyin, listening to her, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His mind drifted to the sword god, Ji Lingxiu, a legend who, despite being over 100 years old, still looked remarkably young. Then, turning to his daughter, he spoke. Your great-grandfather sent me a message, he said. He warned us to be careful of Jiang Chen in the upcoming Great Prodigy competition. Ji Xinyue's eyes hardened with determination. She turned her back to her father. If Jiang Chen was truly that strong, then she had no choice. She had to surpass the 50th floor of the Celestial Tower. Only then would she stand a chance at claiming first place. Ji Hongyin sighed, closing his eyes. Don't you ever get tired of being so competitive? He asked, half amused, half exasperated. Before Ji Xinyue could answer, a family subordinate entered the room. He bowed respectfully, then clapped his fist against his palm, signaling that he had urgent news. My lady, he reported, your record for the first 10 floors of the Celestial Tower has been broken. Ji Xinyue raised an eyebrow. By how much? She remembered her time clearly, 1 minute and 13 seconds. If Jiang Chen had broken her record, it was probably by just a few seconds, right? The guard hesitated before revealing the truth. Jiang Chen completed the first 10 floors in 37 seconds. Silence. Ji Xinyue's entire body stiffened. Her eyes widened in disbelief. 37 seconds? That was impossible. Even someone at her exact level would need at least a full minute to clear the first 10 floors. Before she could fully process the information, the guard checked the leaderboard again. His expression changed slightly. And now, my lady, he added, Jiang Chen has just surpassed the 20th floor. Ji Xinyue felt like she had been slapped in the face. Her shock quickly turned to anger. She turned away from her father and stormed toward the door. Jiang Chen, you bastard, she thought furiously. You appeared early just to mess with my confidence, didn't you? You want to crush me before the competition even starts? Her fist clenched tightly. Fine, she muttered under her breath. Let's see who wins in the end. Without another word, she headed straight for the Celestial Tower, ready to fight Jiang Chen until the very end. Ji Hongyin's perspective. Ji Hongyin watched his daughter leave with a slightly confused expression. Why was she so competitive? He sighed. While he had always taken things calmly, his daughter was the complete opposite. And now, Jiang Chen had completely thrown her off balance. Jiang Chen stood amid the battlefield, watching as his insects swarmed over the fallen beasts, devouring their remains. A system window popped up. Congratulations. You have broken the record for floor 20. Rewards. Spirit Arrow. A skill book available only for level 40 plus professions. Treasure map fragment of God Gi. Collect all 16 fragments to unlock a special item. Jiang Chen placed his hands on his waist, taking a deep breath. The Celestial Tower's rewards weren't bad, but most of them weren't particularly useful to him. The only thing of value was the treasure map fragment. He hoped to gather the remaining 15 pieces by clearing the entire tower. Another system prompt appeared. Level 21 is about to begin. Are you ready? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen continued forward, releasing more insects with each step. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the world reacts to Jiang Chen's feat. The awakened warriors in the tower gathered around the ranking board. Their expressions turned to shock as they saw Jiang Chen's name. He had completely obliterated the record held by Ji Xinyue, the princess of the Ji family. People began whispering in disbelief. Who the hell is this guy? Where did this monster come from? Even the floor 20 boss was level 50, and he crushed it like it was nothing. Luo Sandow's shock and fury. At the same time, in the Luo family palace, Luo Sandow sat on her bed, scrolling through her phone. Her eyes widened in disbelief when she came across a shocking news article. Mysterious young man breaks the record of the goddess of Magic City, Ji Xinyue. At first, she thought it was fake news, but when she opened the official Celestial Tower rankings, reality hit her. Current rankings. First place, Jiang Chen, floor 30 in 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Luo Sandow nearly dropped her phone. The comment section was even worse. People were furious, calling Jiangchen an outsider who had come from the Jiang military district to Magic District just to steal their glory. Get lost, Jiangchen. Magic belongs to Ji Xinyue. Take your record somewhere else. This guy is just a troublemaker. He should leave our goddess alone. Luo Sandao's expression darkened with rage. She clenched her fist. Idiots! They're insulting my benefactor? Without hesitation, she called Xiao Qiu, her voice filled with anger. Get on the live stream right now. Those damn magic idiots are trash-talking Jiangchen. Not only that, if insulting them online wasn't enough, she was prepared to head to magic herself. Ji Xinyue's counterattack. At the Celestial Tower, a familiar figure arrived. Ji Xinyue. Her eyes burned with determination. She had come to reclaim her throne. The moment people saw her, the entire crowd erupted in excitement. She's here. Ji Xinyue will put that outsider in his place. With a serious expression, she activated her second transformation. A magic circle formed beneath her feet, power radiating outward. The crowd cheered, raising their fists in the air. The Celestial Tower ranking belongs to us. We won't let an outsider take magic's glory. As the tower's challenge began, one thing became clear. Ji Xinyue wasn't just aiming for the top ranking anymore. She was coming for Jiangchen. The entire Magic District firmly believed that Ji Xinyue would reclaim her rightful spot at the top of the Celestial Tower rankings. The moment she accepted the challenge, a magic circle appeared beneath her, and she was teleported to the first floor. A horde of monsters immediately surrounded her, but she stood firm, drawing her golden bow. Last time I was here, I hadn't undergone my second transformation, she thought, her eyes filled with determination. My strength back then was nothing compared to now. The monsters lunged. Ji Xinyue unleashed her energy, her aura surging as she fired off a volley of deadly arrows. She knew that now, with all her upgraded equipment and skills, reclaiming the #1 spot wouldn't be a problem. Reality hits hard. 2 minutes later, she reached the 10th floor. A scorpion boss lay dead at her feet, its corpse still twitching. A system window popped up. Floor 10 cleared. Time. 59 seconds. Panting from exhaustion, Ji Xinyue wiped her cheek with the back of her hand. Her expression darkened. 59 seconds? She had given it her all, yet even with her current strength, it had taken too long. Her chest tightened as she remembered Jiangchen's time. 37 seconds. How the hell did he do that? She extended her hand, summoning a magical portal. This wasn't a skill issue. It was a profession issue. Her divine level class, the Sun Destroyer, was an elite long-range combat class. It specialized in taking down bosses with precision shots, not clearing swarms of weak monsters like the ones that filled the first 10 floors of the tower. Jiangchen, on the other hand, relied on insects, a perfect counter for low-level monster waves. Fine, she thought, gritting her teeth. Let's see how you handle the real test. Instead of wasting time on more small-fry monsters, she used the portal to skip directly to the 41st floor, where the real fights began. From this point on, only high-ranking bosses awaited her. And in boss fights, Jiangchen had no advantage over her. A near disaster on floor 50. 5 minutes later, Ji Xinyue stood before a terrifying boss. A massive octopus-like creature with writhing tentacles. The moment she dodged, the beast struck with inhuman speed, grabbing her limbs and lifting her into the air. Her expression turned serious. She knew better than anyone. This was bad news. The monster tightened its grip, preparing to finish her off. But Ji Xinyue wasn't done yet. Summoning all her strength, she activated her ultimate ability, Golden Crow's Fire Rain. A burning arrow formed in her hands, glowing like a miniature sun. Burn! With a final, powerful shot, she fired directly into the beast's head. Boom! The monster shrieked in agony, its massive form collapsing to the ground as flames consumed its body. Floor 50 cleared. Time. 5 minutes, 29 seconds. As the tentacles loosened and fell limply to the floor, Ji Xinyue staggered backward, her hands on her waist, gasping for air. She had set a new record for the 50th floor, but her mind was elsewhere. If she had struggled this much, then just how strong was Jiangchen? She had been twice as fast as before on the 40th floor, securing the glory of Magic City. No matter how hard Jiangchen tried, there was no way he could surpass her record this time. Or so she thought. In her mind, this was his first loss against her, but she was certain it wouldn't be the last. The upcoming Prodigy Rankings competition would be another chance to crush him. Meanwhile, Jiangchen had already stepped onto the 50th floor. The boss barely put up a fight before falling to him, and as the swarm of insects devoured its corpse, he casually opened the system window, scanning through his progress. With a serious look, he analyzed the quality of the beast's flesh at this level. It was excellent. Once the insects finished feeding, they'd be able to reproduce for 3 more generations. Even better, passing the 50th floor would reward him with a sword and complete his second transformation. Excited, Jiang Chun smirked. The second insect mother was about to arrive. At that moment, little Nine pouted, her voice filled with grievance. "I want to eat too." Jiang Chun chuckled and ruffled her head. "Be good. Let the insects have this one. When we get back, I'll sell everything and buy you something even tastier." With that, he activated a magic surge and left the 50th floor, returning to the Celestial Tower. The moment he appeared, a man nearby gasped in horror and grabbed his friend's sleeve. "The princess, she's back." His friend visibly trembled and hurriedly hushed him. "Keep your voice down." The fear in the air was almost palpable. She took in their reactions, her brows furrowing in confusion. Why was everyone acting so terrified? All she had done was clear the 50th floor and update the rankings. Then a system window popped up. Jiang Chun has cleared the 50th floor in 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Her eyes snapped to the leaderboard, and what she saw made her freeze. He had beaten her record by an entire minute. Her fingers clenched around a red pill, her teeth grinding in frustration. Her gaze burned with determination. No way was she letting Jiang Chun steal the spotlight. Even if it meant pushing herself to the absolute limit, she was going back in. This enhancing pill would burn some of her vital essence, but right now, she didn't care. Back on the 50th floor, Jiang Chun wiped sweat off his forehead and exhaled. With the insects successfully reproducing, the hard part was over. However, he frowned slightly. Where was the sword? A system notification chimed. "Congratulations. For clearing the 50th floor, you have received an epic tier reward." It was either an epic armor or an epic saber, awarded at random. Seconds later, the system made its decision. Epic armor. Jiang Chun glanced at his new gear, while little Nine happily fluttered around, still thinking about food. Jiang Chun stared at the system window, his expression darkening. This system was seriously testing his patience. If he wanted another reward, he'd have to clear floors 41 to 50 all over again. Letting out a sigh, he turned to little Nine. "All right, time to eat." Meanwhile, Ji Xinyue reached the 50th floor, where a massive octopus-shaped boss loomed over her. Just as it moved to attack, she leaped forward, channeling her burning arrow technique. A blazing projectile shot through the air, slamming directly into the monster's forehead. "Ding! Congratulations! You have cleared the 50th floor in 3 minutes and 7 seconds." She had just shattered the record. Wiping the sweat from her chin, Ji Xinyue took a deep breath, exhaustion evident in her eyes. But as she looked at the system window, a sense of satisfaction filled her. First place was hers again. Jiang Chun had taken a whole minute longer than her. There was no way he could surpass her now. Or so she thought. At the same time, Jiang Chun had re-entered the 50th floor. Once again, the octopus boss spawned, its many tentacles writhing. Little Nine, however, had other ideas. Instead of attacking, she hovered near the boss, curiously poking its tentacles with a playful smile. "Hee, it's got so many legs." Jiang Chun's eyebrow twitched. "Stop messing around and eat already. I need to give you a little brother." Little Nine's smile froze. Her big eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Jiang Chun, heartbroken. "You don't want to see me anymore? Am I not enough for you?" Jiang Chun was speechless. "Where the hell did you learn this nonsense?" He rubbed his temples before explaining. "Even if I have a second one, you'll still be the eldest. If he annoys you, you can just beat him up." He smirked. "Think about it. You were born first, you're stronger, and you have thousands of insect minions backing you up. What's there to worry about?" Little Nine sniffled, then slowly started smiling. She tapped her cheek with a finger, her thoughts already drifting. A younger sibling, someone to bully and pinch all day? Her excitement soared. Without another word, she lunged at the boss and took a huge bite, tearing through most of its body in one chomp. As the poisonous mist spread, consuming the remains, a system notification flashed before them. Little Nine has leveled up from level 35 to level 37. Meanwhile, back in the Celestial Tower's main hall, a massive screen displayed the latest ranking update. Ji Xinyue, 50th floor record, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. A smug blonde man, Hua Yunfei, stood before the screen, his hand dramatically placed on his chest while he extended the other upward. With a self-satisfied smirk, he closed his eyes and declared, "Jiang Chun has lost. The top rank belongs to our city's goddess once again." He turned to the surrounding crowd, sneering. As for those flies from Jiang Chen's battle district, they should scurry back to their stinking city. Behind him, Muhan Q and Luo Sandao crossed their arms, their expressions turning dark. "Shut the hell up, you bastard," Luo snapped. Jiang Chun had been casually clearing floors at his own pace, never treating this as a competition. To him, this was nothing more than a game. He wasn't even trying his hardest. But then something unexpected happened. The Celestial Tower's record updated. Jiang Chun, 50th floor completion time, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. The hall fell in a stunned silence. Hua Yunfei stood frozen, his face twitching in disbelief. "Icha? How?" Meanwhile, Luo Sandao and Muhan Xiao clenched their fists in excitement. Ah! And that's not even his full strength, Muhan Xiao smirked. Ji Xinhua? Crushed like nothing. Ji Xinhua's expression turned ghastly. Her knees gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. How? How had he surpassed her again? Panic seized her mind. Despair twisted her thoughts. With shaking hands, she pulled out another red pill, determination burning in her exhausted eyes. If she had to push herself past her limits, so be it, she would not accept defeat. But just as she brought the pill to her lips, the ranking updated again. Jiang Chun, 50th floor completion time, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. A full 11 seconds faster. Ji Xinhua's fingers trembled. Her eyes widened. And then, she broke. Tears welled up and spilled over. She dropped the pill, collapsed on her hands and knees, and began sobbing like a child. The crowd gathered around, whispering among themselves, confused by their so-called goddess's behavior. Then, a golden light burst from the sky. Boom! A figure descended, cloaked in divine energy, Ji Xinhua's father. The entire hall went dead silent. Not a single soul dared to speak. His furious gaze swept over the room before locking onto his crying daughter. Who made my little princess cry? Someone in the crowd hesitated before muttering. I was Jiang Chun. The father's face darkened, his fist clenching tight. His golden aura flared with vengeful rage. Don't cry, my child, he said coldly. When Jiang Chun comes out, I'll teach him a lesson myself. His gaze flickered to the leaderboard. His expression shifted slightly. There was something off about this. Was Jiang Chun really just clearing floors? Or had he discovered something deeper within the Celestial Tower? At first, he suspected Jiang Chun had uncovered the secret mission of the Celestial Tower. Perhaps he was after the legendary Julie treasure. But then he shook his head. Impossible. The Emperor Julie's divine treasure was scattered across 12 map pieces, each split into even smaller fragments. Even if someone knew of its existence, obtaining it was an impossible task. The Ji family had spent years searching for the treasure and had only managed to collect 4 pieces of the map. There was no way Jiang Chun could have obtained all 12 in such a short time, or so they thought. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Tower, Jiang Chun casually pulled out all 12 treasure map fragments. The system immediately began synthesizing them. Watching the process, Jiang Chun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Celestial Tower was a nightmare for anyone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After all, completing the treasure map required running the tower over and over again. But in reality, the key lay in completing hidden missions that only triggered under certain conditions, depending on when a player changed classes and at what level. Finally, the system fully synthesized the map. A golden light burst from it, and multiple system windows popped up. Mythical-grade treasure map acquired. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he studied the details. According to the system, this map originated from the Gi tribe, an ancient civilization that had once split off to form humanity itself. At their peak, they ranked 53rd among the 10,000 races, a staggering achievement. And now, this treasure map, one of 12 in existence, revealed the location of a divine weapon once wielded by the legendary Emperor Ji. By activating the map, Jiang Chun would obtain the secret location, with no level restrictions and no time limit. But there was a catch. The place was unimaginably dangerous. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes at the repeated warnings in the system notifications. Even with the golden sword of the Emperor as a reward, recklessly charging and would be suicide. For now, he made a calculated decision. He would complete his second transformation first. With all conditions met, the system initiated his class change. Jiang Chen's vision blurred, and in an instant, he found himself teleported into his subconscious space, standing before the ancestral tree of all things. He stared at the massive tree, contemplating its significance. A moment later, the system chimed. Class change successful. Jiang Chun had officially reached his second transformation. Plus 100 free attribute points granted. But more importantly, the ancestral tree of all things had evolved. A new fruit had appeared. Fruit of Destiny. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. What was the purpose of this fruit? Why had the system upgraded it now? Questions flooded his mind, but for now, he set them aside. He had something far more important to do. Summoning the second insect mother. A crack split open in front of him as the system announced. Because you have completed your second transformation, you will obtain a random insect mother. A powerful red glow erupted from the crack. Then, it appeared. A calamity-level red beetle emerged, its entire body radiating a terrifying crimson energy. The beetle's wings unfurled as it hovered, emanating an aura of absolute dominance. This was no ordinary creature. It was a monster born from the depths of hell itself. A being that had once dwelled within the souls of gods and demons, absorbing the energy of their resentment, their defiance, their unbreakable memories. For countless eras, it had vanished alongside the annihilation of eternal hell. But now, it had returned. Jiang Chun extended his hand, and the calamity-level red beetle immediately flew toward him. He watched in fascination as it landed lightly on his finger. The system window revealed its unique traits. For every 10 levels, the beetle could produce anywhere from 49 to 108 offspring. Even more impressive, with every evolution, Jiang Chun could extract one of its abilities, which would then evolve every 30 levels. Bringing his finger closer to his face, Jiang Chun examined the beetle carefully. It was about the same level as Little 9, but much smaller in size. Its design was more abstract, less like a traditional insect, and more like a creature of legend. Intrigued, Jiang Chun raised his hand toward the ancestral tree and activated divine evolution. A golden glow engulfed the beetle. In an instant, its tiny form underwent a shocking transformation. A powerful crimson armor wrapped around its body, a sharp horn jutted from its head, and its wings pulsed with terrifying energy. The red beetle slowly opened its eyes, crossed its arms, and to Jiang Chun's surprise, called him father. Jiang Chun blinked. Wait, what? Unlike the hyperactive Little 9, this one was calm, composed, and radiated an air of maturity. He exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior rather than a playful spirit. Jiang Chun smirked. All right, I'll call you Xia. He hadn't expected this evolution to result in a male insect mother. But then again, asexual reproduction didn't adhere to conventional gender rules. The evolved form was simply random. Xia's status window appeared. Plague-type insect. Offspring, 0. Affinity 100. Special abilities, multiple. One ability caught Jiang Chun's attention, Infernal Furnace. This skill allowed Xia to condense and refine vital essence, the energy of heaven and earth, and even the power of the sun, moon, and stars into a source of life. Jiang Chun grinned. This was insane. If he could extract Infernal Furnace in the future, then just by eating he could grow endlessly stronger. With a calm expression, Xia spoke. Father, you only need to help me complete my first life leap. If you do that, I won't have to wait until level 30 to unlock your first ability extraction. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. First life leap? Xia nodded. To complete it, I require 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. This guy was barely born, and he was already asking for the blood of gods and demons. He sighed, rubbing his temples. You sure don't hold back, huh? Still, Jiang Chun wasn't against the idea. He simply didn't have that blood on hand. All right, he said, waving his hand. Go check out the nest and meet your sister first. As for the divine and demonic blood, I'll ask Master about it once I leave here. Xia closed his eyes, gave a slight bow, and answered, yes, father. At the same time, news about Ji Xinyue's father spread like wildfire. General Duan was casually scrolling through the latest news when he suddenly froze, his face turning pale. Crap, this is bad. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he turned to Gu Katian, who was peacefully sipping tea behind him. I just saw a broadcast. Ji Xinyue is crying. Gu Katian barely blinked. And General Duan gulped. You don't get it. The king doesn't care about much, but when it comes to his daughter, he loses his mind. Without another word, he summoned a portal and bolted. Gu Katian's teacup clattered to the floor. His calm demeanor shattered as he hurriedly chased after him. Wait. If you're panicking, that means this is really bad. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Tower, Jiang Chun stepped into the main hall, and instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone turned toward him, eyes gleaming with anticipation. At the center of the hall, the king was already rolling up his sleeves, his furious gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. You dare make my daughter cry, he growled. Fine, time to teach you a lesson. Ji Xinyue, seated beside him, immediately panicked. Father, stop. This isn't necessary. He ignored her protests, cracking his knuckles. I know exactly what I'm doing. Jiang Chun, unfazed, continued walking. But as he took another step, a group of generals rushed in and grabbed him by the arms. He blinked, confused. The hell is this? General Duan and Master Gu Katian had arrived. Kid run, General Duan hissed. We'll explain on the way. Before Jiang Chun could process what was happening, the king suddenly lunged forward. A golden energy burst from his hand, aimed straight at Jiang Chun. Stop! Duan Jai roared, blocking the attack with a sudden wall of ice. The king narrowed his eyes. This brat made my daughter cry. As punishment, I demand Jiangnan surrenders its territory. From now on, the 3 great dungeons in Celestial Dragon Canyon will belong to magic. Duan Jai sneered. Not happening. He stepped forward, his icy aura intensifying. Jiangnan has risen. In this year's Celestial Genius rankings, its magic will be ceding territory to us. The king's face twisted in rage. His aura flared, but before he could strike again, Jiang Chun and his group had already vanished. Back in the hall, the king seethed. They ran? No matter. His gaze darkened. I'll go to Jiangnan myself. Even if they kneel and beg for forgiveness, it won't be enough. Then, an idea struck him. Actually, I should just make Jiangchen marry my daughter. That way, we can humiliate him day and night. Silence. A beat passed. Behind him, Ji Xinyue's face turned bright red. Father, what are you even saying? She stammered. A crowd had gathered, all staring at her. Whispers spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, the king simply nodded to himself. As long as my daughter is happy, she can do whatever she wants. Ji Xinyue collapsed to the ground, flustered beyond words. After thinking it over carefully, she took a deep breath and stood up. I should go home. She turned on her heel. But before leaving, she clenched her fists, engraving Jiang Chen's name into her mind. She wouldn't forget this. If she wanted to surpass him, if she wanted to win in the prodigy competition, she needed to get stronger. Jiang Chun, Gu Katian, and Duan had barely escaped when they were met with an unexpected sight. Ji Xinyue and her father standing right in front of them, still fuming. The king crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. What are you doing in my house? Gu Khan calmly closed his eyes, brought a fist to his mouth, coughed lightly, then replied, we have a request. The king's expression darkened. So, even the celestial sword king lowers himself to ask favors? He sighed in disappointment. Still, he wasn't an unreasonable man. Fine. What do you need? Gu Katian's expression remained neutral. Jiang Chun is my disciple. He requires 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood for his profession change mission. As far as I know, only the Ji family possesses such a thing. Duan immediately raised a finger and forced a smile. This has nothing to do with the previous conflict. Jiang Chun just needs it for his profession change. And, if necessary, as compensation, we're willing to offer the Celestial Dragon Cannon. The king placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, deep in thought. The Celestial Dragon Cannon? Huh. He rubbed his chin before shaking his head. That's not a fair trade. Not for even 1 drop of divine and demonic blood. Then, his eyes gleamed with a wicked idea. But I will agree on one condition. Jiangchen must marry my daughter. Silence. Ji Xinyue froze. Her face turned bright red. Father? With a smug smile, her father continued, think about it carefully, my dear. If you have Jiang Chun by your side, you'll be even more motivated to train harder. Seeing him every day would give you infinite energy to improve yourself, to become stronger, and to protect our city. Ji Xinyue's face went even redder. Her hands trembled. What are you even saying? Meanwhile, Duan had had enough. He slammed one foot on the table, pointed at them dramatically, and snapped, this is ridiculous. I'm taking this straight to Mahankyu and Tang Wangchuan. If you think you can pressure us into something like this, think again. Jiang Chun, still seated, wiped sweat from his forehead. How the hell did things spiral into this mess? Gu Katian's expression hardened. Mind your words, king, he warned. The king simply grinned, extending his hand to one side. Relax. Even if Jiang Chun doesn't marry my daughter, it would still be beneficial to establish ties as in-laws. Ji Xinyue's gaze snapped to her father. Her jaw dropped. Her face turned scarlet. What are you trying to pull? She shouted. You're not forcing me into a marriage, are you? Because if you are, why don't you marry Jiang Chun instead? The king remained calm, his smile unwavering. Feelings can be cultivated, he said, his tone reassuring. Young people these days aren't too keen on marriage first and love later, but it's not impossible. Ji Xinyue, however, wasn't having any of it. Without a word, she turned her back on her father and stormed toward the door. She was so furious that she didn't even want to continue the conversation. Her father's expression shifted. His eyes flickered with both confusion and concern. He reached out to stop her, but hesitated. Then, a sudden spark of mischief returned to his face. Turning to Jiang Chun, he flashed a confident grin. Young man, he said smoothly, why don't you stay at my house for a few days? Give it some time, let's see if my daughter falls for you. If nothing happens, you're free to leave. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This old man is up to something. But after a moment of thought, he forced a smile and accepted. There was no way Ji Xinyue would fall for him in just a few days, so this arrangement was harmless. Besides, earning the king's trust might make it easier to get his hands on the divine and demonic blood. That night, after Gu Katian and Duan left the Ji family mansion, the king kept his promise. He handed Jiang Chen a box filled with small red bottles. Each one contained divine and demonic blood. Jiang Chun could feel the immense power radiating from them. Just a single drop could instantly elevate an ordinary person to a king-level cultivator. But, of course, there was a catch. If someone unqualified consumed it, their body would explode, and their soul would be annihilated without a trace. The king's expression turned serious. Be careful with this blood, he warned. It contains a terrifying will. If you're not prepared, It will devour you. Jiang Chen simply smiled. Understood. He examined the bottles in his hand, then decided it was time. Xia manifest. A powerful red energy filled the room as Xia appeared before him. But something was off. Xia had his head lowered, his aura filled with gloom. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. What's with that depressed look? Xia let out a sigh. Little Nine doesn't like me. What? Xia's voice was full of grievance. She wants to kick me out of the nest. Jiang Chen extended a hand toward him, trying to console him with an awkward smile. Did she hit you? Xia's expression darkened. He turned his head away. No, a pause. Then, with a voice full of pride, he added, I refuse to fight a mere insect woman. She's no match for me. That's why. I just left the nest before things got messy. Jiang Chen's confusion deepened. Xia was talking as if he were stronger than Little Nine. But wasn't she supposed to be the dominant one? Where was this arrogance coming from? It was baffling. Xia was a terrifying existence from eternal hell. Yet here he was, sulking over a petty nest dispute. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen shrugged it off. Whatever. Kids should settle their own problems. Placing a hand on Xia's shoulder, Jiang Chen forced a smile, then reached for the box of divine and demonic blood. Forget about it, he said. Just eat first. Xia, still brooding, sighed. Understood. With a simple gesture of his hand, the bottle caps flew into the air. The thick, ancient blood began to rise from the bottles, swirling toward him. Eyes closed, Xia began to drink it, his body absorbing every last drop. The moment he finished, a surge of terrifying energy erupted around him. System notifications flashed in Jiang Chen's vision. Level transition complete. Ability extraction in progress. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, watching the system work its magic. This was a gamble, and he knew it. Would he get a top-tier ability? Or would he end up with something mediocre? His heart raced as the system finalized its selection. Then, he was teleported into his subconscious. A massive energy wave exploded from within his body. You have obtained the divine body of the guardian elephant, legendary grade. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This wasn't infernal furnace. Instead, he had acquired a divine constitution type ability. According to the system, the human body contained 840 million microscopic particles, and each one carried the strength of a colossal elephant. If all of these particles awakened, they would transform his body into something akin to a divine elephant, an entity powerful enough to stir seas and rivers, roar until the stars trembled, leap across the moon, and devour the sun itself. More importantly, Xia's body had transformed into primordial particles, meaning he could now integrate directly into Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stared at his palm, his face a mix of surprise and confusion. Wait, is this an upgraded version of the infernal furnace? Then, a wave of power rushed through his body. The energy radiating from him was now identical to Xia's. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. A slow smirk crept across his face. This was huge. If he played his cards right, and his insects reproduced for just 2 more generations, he could match Jiang Wang's strength. But the best part? Since Xia could now merge with him, there was no need for him to fight Little Nine for dominance in the insect nest. A perfect solution. Xia suddenly manifested, his crimson energy swirling as he looked up at Jiang Chen. Father, I'm hungry, he said casually. I want some divine or demonic meat. Jiang Chen snapped out of his trance, blinking in confusion. Did he just ask for food? His eyes narrowed. Since when did you start talking like this? Xia crossed his arms. I learned it from Little Nine. I figured if I acted like her, she might accept me as her brother. Jiang Chen nearly face-bombed. This guy, a terrifying existence from eternal hell, was now mimicking Little Nine just to win her over? He sighed, rubbing his temples. I'll deal with this later. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain range, a towering temple loomed over the desolate landscape. This was the temple of the cult of the ancient sacred god of Jiangnan. Inside, a row of hooded figures stood in perfect formation before a throne, upon which their leader sat, exuding an air of dominance. His voice was low but firm. Any new information? One of the subordinates stepped forward. Jiang Chen of Jiangnan's War District has learned to wield the celestial sword. He has already developed 4 techniques. The last one, called the Wei, may even be of divine level. Another hooded man spoke up. There's also been some suspicious activity involving Jiang Chen and the great state-protecting general, Xiao Yuanshan. We attempted to investigate, but even through soul-searching, we found nothing. The air in the room grew tense. The searchers, the leader asked. Dead? A heavy silence fell over the hall. The leader's eyes flickered with understanding. The great dreamer. Only one person could have erased information so thoroughly. He sighed, leaning back against his throne. Some things are better left alone. Then, with a decisive motion, he adjusted the cult's hunting list. The top 3 remain unchanged, he announced. Moved Jiang Chenchang to 4th place. As he descended from his throne, His presence became even more suffocating. Raise the reward level for the top 4. Anyone who succeeds in killing them will receive purification from the ancient god, ascending immediately to a stellar level of 6 transformations. The cult members trembled in excitement, but the leader's expression darkened. Remember, he warned, ranks 2 through 5 of our church were slaughtered by Ji Lingxiu. The room fell deathly silent. The leader's fists clenched. We've remained silent for too long. It's time to rise. He turned toward a dark corridor where something massive lurked. The deeper he walked, the stronger the presence of an ancient beast became. There, in the dim light, a giant creature stirred, a monstrous entity with dozens of glowing eyes watching him from the shadows. The leader took a deep breath and knelt. "Oh, great one, thank you for not abandoning us." His voice was filled with devotion. "This is a divine opportunity. We must act in service of the ancient gods." The cavern was filled with thick cobwebs, stretching like a nightmarish tapestry. The leader looked up and locked eyes with a terrifying figure, the Spider Queen. He smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself," he said smoothly. "I am the 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient Gods." His voice turned dark. "This time, I have come to propose an alliance." The Spider Queen extended one of her razor-sharp legs, her many eyes gleaming with suspicion. She stared down at the man before her, making it clear she did not trust humanity. The man simply bowed his head, placing a hand over his chest. "We are not like ordinary humans," he explained. "While we may still possess impure human bodies, our souls have already been offered to the ancient gods." His tone was reverent. "We are no longer mere mortals. We are the apostles of the ancient gods." The Spider Queen remained still, her presence dominating the cavern. Her strength ranked among the top 100 races in the abyss, making her a force feared by even the strongest demons. The man knew this well, and he was certain she had already been given orders to cooperate. After all, their objectives were aligned. But the Spider Queen had no patience for pleasantries. She clicked her mandibles, her voice cold. "Get to the point. I don't care for your nonsense." The man's lips curled into a sinister grin. His eyes gleamed with unholy excitement as he revealed his true plan. "The lands south of the river are empty." The Spider Queen's massive body shifted slightly as she listened. "The prodigy competition will be held soon," the man continued. "That would be the perfect time for you to lead a horde of beasts into Jiangnan City. Burn it to the ground, crush it into dust, and destroy Jiangchun." The Spider Queen fully emerged from the shadows now, her monstrous form towering over him. The man spread his arms wide, his voice filled with fanatic devotion. "With this sacrifice, we will summon the ancient god's arrival." His eyes shone with madness. "And in that moment, you may ask for anything you desire." The next day, Ji Mansion. Ji Xinyue stomped toward Jiang Chen's room, knocking on the door. "Hey, wake up!" She scowled. This guy was still sleeping? But when the door swung open, Jiang Chen was already up and smiling. A kind, gentle smile. Ji Xinyue froze. Her face turned bright red. She took a step back, confused. Why was he smiling like that? Then, before she could speak, Jiang Chen calmly looked at her and said, "Are you here to ask me out on a date?" Ji Xinyue's entire brain short-circuited. Her blush deepened. W? Jiang Chen leaned slightly against the doorframe, his voice casual. "Or, do you just want to come inside?" Her face exploded like a tomato. No, what are you even saying?" Flustered, she spun around, refusing to look at him. "Hurry up and come with me. My father has something to tell you." Jiang Chen chuckled, amused by her reaction. So easy to mess with. The Ji family's training field was lively, as always. And there, lounging in a beach chair, completely relaxed, was the king himself. Jiang Chen arrived with Ji Xinyue, only to find the king casually reclining, surrounded by several men. Jiang Chen blinked. "Isn't it a bit early for this?" The king of lounging around lived up to his name. The king stretched, then gestured toward the group of men beside him. "These are the prodigies of the city," he said casually. "And in a few days, they'll become your enemies." Jiang Chen felt the hostile stares before he even turned to face them. Envy, hatred, resentment. Every single one of them was furious at the mere sight of him. Jiang Chen sighed. "Man, I just woke up, and I already have haters." The king smirked. "Let's start with the first one." He gestured toward a young man with blonde hair, his expression twisted with disdain. "This is Hua Yunfei," the king introduced. "He possesses the only hidden profession of heroic spirit summoner." Just as he was about to reveal Hua Yunfei's ability, Ji Xinyue quickly stepped forward, her sharp gaze on her father. "Don't reveal everything to our enemies," she scolded. "That's basically betrayal." Hua Yunfei, who had been feeling uneasy, sighed in relief when she intervened. "Thank God." The king chuckled, rubbing his forehead. My bad. I just woke up." Jiang Chen watched the exchange, noting how casual the king was around him. This guy doesn't even treat me as an outsider. Still, introductions weren't necessary. Jiang Chen had the eye of the void, meaning he already understood who was who without needing a formal meeting. Then, the king's expression turned serious. There are 8 days left until the great summer ranking competition. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. In order to push your levels higher, I've decided to open a sacred relic of Gi. You will all enter and undergo trials. The entire field went silent. Everyone's eyes snapped toward him. Shock, awe, disbelief. Ji Xinyue's expression was one of pure surprise. This was a massive investment in them. Her father was going all out. Hua Yunfei's eyes gleamed with excitement. The divine treasure of Gi was Daxia's ultimate secret. Jiang Chun, however, remained unimpressed. So he dragged me here just to say this? He rubbed his chin. Wait, this isn't some elaborate scheme to get me to sell my body, right? The king ignored him, continuing his explanation. You'll be exploring the third divine vault of the Ji. Inside rests a 10,000 jiang long ancient divine corpse. Jiang Chen's eyebrow twitched. That's insanely big. 80% of its interior has already been explored, but even now, it remains incredibly dangerous. The king's voice turned grim. Under no circumstances should you enter the head of the divine corpse. If you do, you will die. Just then Xiao manifested. Father, I'm hungry, he said again. Jiang Chun sighed in disappointment. He rubbed his temples. Xiao, you gotta stop. This is bad for my poker face. Xiao blinked. But Jiang Chun cut him off, raising a hand. Look, repeating the same line every time ruins the moment. Xiao pouted. Jiang Chun smirked. Tell you what, if the king doesn't set any conditions, I'll take you to eat later. Deal? Xiao's wings fluttered with excitement. Deal. The king stood up, waving his hand. Enough chit-chat. Follow me. Everyone began to move, except Jiang Chun, who remained standing still. The king glanced back, raising an eyebrow. What? You don't want to go? Jiang Chun grinned. No, I'm coming. But since you didn't set any conditions, it looks like Xia's getting his food. Xiao let out a happy buzz. Hua Yunfei frowned, a hint of worry in his voice. Your Majesty, why is an outsider like Jiang Chun allowed to enter the divine treasure? The king's expression didn't change. His voice remained calm. For now, Jiang Chun is an outsider. But in the future, he will be someone very close to us. Turning back, the king winked at Jiang Chun and gave him a thumbs up. And that's why, my dear son-in-law, you should protect my daughter in there. Ji Xinyue's face turned bright red. Father, stop saying that. She spun toward Jiang Chun, still flustered. I don't need your protection. Jiang Chun just stayed silent. This was getting out of hand. On the other side, Hua Yunfei's face twisted with anger and jealousy as he watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, deep in a desolate forest where the trees stood bare and lifeless, a massive coffin loomed. In front of it stood a man gripping a golden staff, his sharp gaze scanning the eerie surroundings. This place reeks of danger, he muttered, tightening his grip. Everyone, step back. Not far from him, Ji Xinyue's father arrived, his posture calm and composed. With a firm hand placed over his chest, he stepped forward and addressed the staff-wielding man. I am Ji Hongyin, head of the Ji family. He introduced himself. We've come in search of the divine treasure. Would you be so kind as to open the entrance for us? The man eyed him for a moment before silently raising his staff and pointing toward the coffin's entrance. The heavy air grew even more oppressive as a deep crimson glow flickered from within. Ji Hongyin gave a slight nod, signaling his group to proceed. Jiang Chun followed alongside the others, his sharp eyes scanning the coffin. Despite the Ji family's formidable reputation, even they approached this place with caution, a clear sign that whatever lay within was no ordinary relic. The staff-wielding man lifted his weapon and slammed it into the ground. Instantly, a swirling red energy burst forth, spreading in intricate patterns across the land. Jiang Chen's breath hitched as an unusual scent filled the air. What is this power? He whispered to himself, feeling an eerie sensation creeping up his spine. Ji Hongyin remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back, observing in silence. Then, he turned to face the group. This energy originates from the 20% of the divine soul that remains undiscovered within the ancient god's corpse, buried in the sea of consciousness. His voice was steady, but carried undeniable weight. The group exchanged glances, their attention locked on Ji Hongyin's every word. A moment later, small flags were distributed among them. As Jiang inspected his, Ji Xinyue approached with her arms crossed. Ji Hongyin took a step forward, sweeping his hands outward. It's highly likely that there will be unexpected changes inside. Under no circumstances should you stray too far or attempt to enter unknown regions. His gaze hardened. I'm giving you each a teleportation flag. Use it immediately if you sense danger. Jiang chuckled. rubbing the back of his head. Got it. Appreciate the heads up. Ji Xinyue turned, waving dismissively at her father. All right, we'll be fine. Just head home already. Then, facing the group, she clapped her hands together. Let's go. Stick close. I'm leading the way. A short while later, they stepped inside the ancient god's corpse. The air was thick with mystery, and an overwhelming presence loomed around them. Ji Xinyue took charge, her voice steady as she explained their location. This is the calf region of the corpse. Right now, we're walking through its meridian. She glanced over her shoulder. I've been here plenty of times. Normally, there's not much danger, just some blood beasts. But hey, that's a plus. Taking them down will strengthen your bodies and boost your experience. Jiang smirked. Sounds like a win-win. Lead the way, boss. With that, they ventured deeper, ready for whatever lay ahead. As they walked, Jiang Qin's eyes remained fixed on the sky above. It stretched endlessly, its height and width spanning dozens of meters. His mind buzzed with questions. Is this really just the meridian of the ancient god's corpse? If so, just how massive was this being in its prime? Perched on his shoulder, little Jia studied him with a calm expression before breaking into a sly grin. The little creature had realized something. His father had brought him here for one reason, to feast on the magnificent corpse of the ancient god. Father is the best, little Jia thought, his admiration growing. Of course, that admiration might have been fueled more by the thought of an all-you-can-eat buffet than anything else. Jiang Qin glanced at him, amused. Go ahead. Eat as much as you want, he said, giving his son permission. But don't get caught. With a flicker of energy, little Jia transformed into a small beetle and scurried away, vanishing into the shadows. At that moment, a deep, guttural panting echoed through the air. A six-eyed blood beast emerged from the darkness, its breath ragged and heavy. Before anyone could react, an entire horde followed, surrounding them. Some stood in formation to block their escape, while others crouched, ready to pounce. Ji Xinyue's face tensed as she spun around, drawing her bow. Everyone be careful, she called out, her sharp gaze scanning the battlefield. A glowing status window flickered before them, listing the beast's levels and abilities. Level 35 Blood Beasts, Blood Mist, Blood Explosion, Blood Arrow. Hua Yunfei, on the other hand, grinned ear to ear, excitement burning in his eyes. Flames ignited in his palm as he confidently stepped forward. Finally, a decent fight, he said, his voice brimming with arrogance. Without waiting for anyone, he charged straight at the beasts, eager to show off. Jiang Chun, however, remained unfazed. His gaze drifted toward little Jia's disappearing form. Strange, he's not even interested in these beasts? Hua Yunfei launched his attack, sending a wave of fire surging toward the creatures. The flames struck them with a violent explosion, causing agonized roars to fill the air. Within moments, over 10 beasts collapsed, their lifeless bodies hitting the ground. Clenching his fist, Hua Yunfei turned to Jiang Chen with a smirk. What do you think? Can you take out more than 10 at once? Jiang Chen simply gave him a thumbs up. Wow, amazing. His voice was completely flat. Ji Xinyue placed a hand on her hip, watching the scene with mild annoyance. You're bragging over something this small? She muttered. Seeing her unimpressed expression, Hua Yunfei immediately shifted gears. He placed a hand over his chest, closed his eyes, and nodded deeply. Understood, goddess. I shall humbly follow your guidance. Jiang Qin's smile twitched. Great, he's a bootlicker too. Ji Xinyue sighed, crossing her arms. Let's move on. The real training grounds are deeper inside. The heart section of the corpse has even stronger blood beasts. She glanced at them over her shoulder, her tone turning more serious. Also, this ancient god didn't have a body structure like ours. It had 3 hearts. A heavy silence followed her words as the group prepared to venture even further into the unknown. At that moment, little Jia's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Don't listen to her nonsense, he scoffed. The ancient god of Jili actually had 4 hearts, not 3. And as long as even one remains intact, it can revive. Jiang Chen's breath hitched, his entire body tensing. Wait, are you telling me that thing is still alive? A deep sense of unease washed over him as little Jia continued. Yeah, and guess what? I just found the hidden 4th heart. It's still intact. Meanwhile, in his beetle form, little Jia had already reached the undiscovered heart, its massive form pulsating faintly with a strange energy. Without hesitation, he started flying toward it. Jiang Chen's stomach dropped. Oh no. No. Get back here. Now, he ordered. But little Jia was unfazed. Relax, I'm just figuring out how to eat this thing, he said, circling the heart with keen interest. Jiang Chen felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This is bad. Thinking fast, he tried to bargain. If you stop right now, I'll take you to eat something way tastier. Trust me, that thing is probably disgusting, Little Jia hesitated for a split second, but Jiangchen wasn't taking any chances. With fear and urgency tightening in his chest, he turned to one of the men nearby, gripping his shoulder with a firm hand. "Stop moving forward," Jiangchen said, his expression dead serious. "There's danger ahead." The man looked at him, confused. "What are you talking about?" Hua Yunfei, overhearing the conversation, turned with an arrogant smirk. "Danger? You mean those blood beasts from earlier?" He let out a mocking laugh. "What, are you scared? Should I hold your hand?" Jiangchen ignored him. His mind was too focused on the real problem. "Everyone, use the teleportation flags. Get out of here now." The urgency in his voice made Ji Xinyue and the others hesitate. Their gazes locked onto him, full of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei strutted forward, grinning like an idiot. "Teleport? Over what? Some imaginary danger?" He sneered. "Or are you just a coward?" Jiangchen slowly turned to face him, his eyes dark with suppressed rage. He said nothing. Hua Yunfei scoffed. "What's wrong? Keck out your tongue." Jiangchen exhaled sharply, already making a decision. This guy's a lost cause. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and drove it straight into Hua Yunfei's face. The arrogant fool didn't even have time to react. His body launched backward like a ragdoll, slamming into the ground several meters away. Silence. Everyone stared in shock. Ji Xinyue's face darkened. "What the hell are you doing?" she snapped, her eyes locked on Jiangchen. Jiangchen stretched his shoulders casually. "Nothing much. Just felt like punching him." Ji Xinyue turned toward Hua Yunfei, who sat up, rubbing his now bruised cheek. His expression twisted with fury as he pressed his palm against the ground, his breathing ragged. "You?" His voice was laced with venom. "You dare hit me?" Jiangchen rolled his shoulders. "Yeah, what of it?" Hua Yunfei's expression darkened further. "You're seeking death." With that, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body. A massive, glowing blue heroic spirit materialized behind him. A towering knight, its body carved from pure energy, gripping a massive blade. The pressure in the air thickened as the giant sword hummed ominously. Jiangchen didn't even flinch. Instead, he sighed. "Here we go again." Jiangchen stood firm, his expression unshaken as he eyed Hua Yunfei's summoned knight. He let out a mocking chuckle. "That's it? All this drama, and it's just this," he said, shaking his head. "Kinda underwhelming?" At that moment, little Jia returned, slipping back into Jiangchen's body. Feeling his presence, Jiangchen's lips curled into a confident smile. Perfect timing. With a casual stretch, he extended his hands, releasing the raw energy of little Jia. A surge of power rippled through his body, causing the air around him to crackle. Hua Yunfei, still burning with vengeance, roared in fury. "You talk too much. Let's see you laugh after this." His heroic spirit moved, the massive knight raising its colossal claw to strike. The force behind it sent tremors through the ground, but Jiangchen's eyes gleamed with excitement. A perfect chance to test the divine body of the guardian elephant. The moment the knight's claw descended, Jiangchen met it head-on. With a single strike, an explosive force erupted from his fist, obliterating the knight's spirit into nothingness. Silence. Ji Xinyue and the others stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. In just one move, Jiangchen had shattered Hua Yunfei's ultimate technique as if it were nothing. Hua Yunfei staggered backward, his face drained of color. His voice cracked, his confidence crumbling. This shouldn't be possible. Before he could process what had happened, Jiangchen moved. In an instant, he leaped into the air, appearing directly above Hua Yunfei. Before Hua Yunfei could react, Jiangchen's fist crashed into his body like a meteor, sending him hurtling into the wall with bone-rattling force. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Ji Xinyue rushed forward, anger flashing in her eyes. What the hell was that for? The rest of the group stared in shock. Jiangchen had defeated Hua Yunfei without even drawing his sword or activating his 9 miasma wings. It was a clean, effortless victory. Jiangchen smirked, closing his eyes for a brief moment. "Relax. He's not dead," he said casually. "But if no one treats him soon, the damage might be permanent." Ji Xinyue narrowed her eyes. "Wait, are you saying you did this on purpose? To stop him from competing in the genius competition?" Jiangchen turned his back to them, exhaling. "Believe what you want. But if we waste any more time here, he will die." The weight of his words sent a wave of unease through the group. The fear in their eyes was unmistakable. Without hesitation, they reached for their teleportation flags, ready to escape. Then, I can't use mine," one of them stammered, panic creeping into his voice. Jiangchen's eyes snapped open. "What?" He spun around, watching as several others frantically tried to activate their flags, only for them to remain unresponsive. A sinking realization dawned on him. His expression darkened. When little Jia found the 4th heart, The corpse must have sensed his presence. A low, ominous rumble echoed through the cavern. The air grew thick with an unnatural energy. Something was waking up. Jiang Chen's hand instinctively rose to his face as dread settled in his chest. His master had once told him that a true god's power peaked at level 9. But if this thing was sealing their teleportation flags rather than outright destroying them, that meant it was at least level 10 or higher. If that's the case, we're dead. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm. Panic would only get them killed faster. He gripped his teleportation flag, testing it once more. The restriction was there. It wasn't destroyed, just sealed. That meant the god itself wasn't fully revived. It must still be bound by some kind of limitation, meaning we still have a chance. With renewed determination, he turned to Little Jia. Take me to the fourth heart. Now! Little Jia, sensing the urgency, immediately flew ahead to guide him. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. He had to treat this situation as if the god were alive, because if it fully awakened, they were all dead. Without another word, he took off at high speed, leaving the others behind. Ji Xianyue's eyes narrowed as she watched him go. So, he knew something was wrong this whole time. That's why he wanted us out of here as fast as possible. One of the men hoisted Hua Yunfei's unconscious body onto his back. The group hesitated for only a moment before following Jiang Chun. Whatever he had figured out, they needed to stay close. As Jiang Chun neared the fourth heart, a chilling presence made him skid to a halt. More blood beasts. A horde of monstrous creatures materialized from the shadows, their eyes burning with bloodlust. Their levels ranged from 70 to 120, twice as strong as the ones they had faced before. Ji Xianyue and the others caught up, only to freeze in horror. Among the beasts, a few even reached level 150. This is impossible, one of them stammered. Jiang Chen exhaled sharply and stretched out his hand. Little Nine go? From the void, a massive figure emerged, Little Knight. The creature's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of so much fresh prey. Ji Xianyue, hold the rear, Jiang Chen commanded. Keep them busy. She nodded, drawing her weapon. You heard him. Hold your ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen turned toward a thick, pulsating vein along the cavern wall, one of the lifelines of the ancient god's body. His expression darkened. If the heart won't stop beating, I'll just have to force my way inside. Ji Xianyue, expression shifted. You can't be thinking of breaking through the god's veins. That's impossible. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with determination. Then watch me. Bracing himself, he activated the divine body of the guardian elephant. Power surged through his muscles, his body radiating an overwhelming force. He threw his fist forward, slamming it into the massive vein with all his strength. The impact sent shockwaves through the cavern. For a split second, nothing happened. Then, a gash appeared where his punch had landed. The group's eyes widened in astonishment. He actually did it. But before they could celebrate, the wound began regenerating at an unnatural speed. Jiang Chun grit his teeth. So, it's not going to be that easy. Ji Xianyue turned sharply, her breath catching as she saw it, a cut in the ancient god's vein. Her expression flickered between shock and disbelief. This shouldn't be possible, she muttered. Even if you damage the vein, the corpse will heal itself almost instantly. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. Then I'll just have to hit it harder. He reared back and struck again. The impact sent a deafening crack through the cavern, shattering the area into pieces. If breaking through the outer layers was impossible, then going inside was the only viable path forward. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He powered up once more, launching another devastating punch. A thick cloud of dust and smoke exploded around him, obscuring the battlefield. As the dust settled, a large hole had opened in the vein. Jiang Chen, his fists still clenched, exhaled slowly. Now's my chance. Without looking back, he stepped forward, slipping through the opening just as the vein began to regenerate. Wait! Ji Xianyue called out, her voice laced with concern. But he was already gone. Her fists tightened. Damn it, Jiang Chen. Around them, the blood beasts roared and pressed in. Two warriors from the group raised their hands, channeling their energy to form a massive shield, temporarily holding the creatures at bay. Ji Xianyue's gaze sharpened. Lu Fei, Song Yumming, she called out, turning to the team's frontline defenders. Cover the left side. Hold your ground. Lu Fei gave a curt nod, stepping forward with her weapon at the ready. She extended her hand, directing Su Manman and Ningbo Zhang Chujing to reinforce her position. You two, left flank. Me and Su Yao will handle the right. The group snapped into action. One of the warriors sprinted toward the left flank while the rest braced themselves, forming a tri-layer defense. A shield wall at the back and two barriers on the sides to prevent the blood beasts from overwhelming them. Then, the beasts attacked. Ji Xianyue raised her bow, her fingers steady on the string. Her sharp gaze darted between the creatures as she took in the dire situation. Listen up, she called out. Whether we survive or die here is entirely up to us. I won't lie, our chances aren't great. But she hesitated, then took a deep breath. My great-grandfather Ji Lingxiu is on his way. He'll get us out of here. A glimmer of hope spread through the group. Their morale lifted, and they gritted their teeth, ready to fight for their survival. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, a figure stepped into Ji Xianyue's father's office. It was the guardian of the divine corpse. His expression was grim. "We have a problem," he said. "I've lost contact with the group inside." Ji Xianyue's father stiffened, his eyes darkening with concern. His hands pressed firmly against the desk as he tried to make sense of what he had just heard. "When exactly did we lose contact?" he asked, his voice laced with urgency. The guardian stood at attention, his expression grim. 3 minutes ago, right when there was a sudden energy fluctuation inside." "A fluctuation?" the father repeated, his brows knitting together. The guardian nodded. "Yes, something unprecedented. When I entered the divine residence to investigate, I found that the entire corpse had become completely isolated from the outside world. A heavy silence fell between them. The strange part," the guardian continued, his gaze sharp, "is that the ancient god's corpse hasn't disappeared. It remains within its original dimensional space. The calf region is still inside our formation range, but something is preventing all forms of external access." Ji Xianyue's father leaned back into his chair, his fingers tapping the desk in thought. The fear in his eyes was evident. The Ji family spent over 100 years just to open a path to the calf. And now, even with all our strength, we can't break through from the outside. His grip tightened. "Notify the elder immediately. He must return at once. We need him." The guardian bowed. "Understood. And one more thing," the father added. "Inform Gu Kaitian of Jiangnan about this. He needs to know what's happening." Inside the corpse's meridian, Jiang Chen stood firm as a horde of blood beasts swarmed toward him, their crimson eyes glowing with malice. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, his piercing gaze cold and calculating. "Fine," he muttered. "Let's get this over with." With a flash of steel, he moved. His blade carved through the creatures with ruthless precision, leaving a trail of mangled bodies in his wake. Little Jia manifested beside him, his celestial energy radiating power. He wielded the celestial sword, slashing through multiple beasts at once with graceful, deadly efficiency. Jiang Chen struck again, severing another beast clean in half. The battlefield quickly became littered with corpses. Little Jia placed a hand on the back of one of the slain creatures, inspecting it with mild disinterest. "Meh," he sighed. "This is low-tier trash. Not worth eating." He pulled back, shaking his head. "The real feast comes later." Jiang Chen barely acknowledged him. His mind was locked on a single thought, pushing forward. He wasn't going to let this place become his grave. Elsewhere, above the clouds, several blue dragons soared majestically through the sky. On a floating platform between them stood a white-haired man, his sharp eyes locked onto a magical water sphere displaying Jiang Chen's battle. Watching the scene unfold, the man exhaled in mild surprise. Never would I have thought there'd be such a talented child among humans. Beside him, a massive dragon loomed, its gaze fixated on Jiang Chen's movements. "You're not wrong, Brother Duanxiu," the beast rumbled. "This boy, he's different." Duanxiu's eyes narrowed. "To avoid catastrophe, I faked my death and crossed the sea, hiding my heart for generations, waiting for the new era to arrive. For hundreds of years, no one has been able to find my heart." His fingers curled slightly. "But now," he murmured, eyes gleaming, "a mere child has discovered it." The dragon's attention remained on the magic sphere, now displaying Jiang Chen's insects, creatures that radiated an unsettling, destructive aura. Duanxiu's voice was low but certain. "Jiang Chen is no ordinary brat. Those insects of his, they aren't normal. They're forces of nature, disasters in their own right. And to think, he also possesses the 9 miasma wings." The dragon let out a deep growl. "If he keeps moving forward, he might break through." Duanxiu's fingers reached toward the magical sphere, adjusting its vision. "Perhaps, but now that the space is sealed, he's trapped. A dead end." The two continued to observe, waiting for Jiang Chen's next move. Duanxiu's eyes narrowed as he observed Jiang Chen's relentless advance. More and more strange things were surfacing about this boy, and a creeping unease settled in his chest. Could he really be capable of reaching my heart? For now, the only thing Duanxiu could do was summon more blood beasts, but even they were struggling to slow Jiang Chen down. If his heart was destroyed, he would lose the ability to shelter them, and worse, his entire existence might fade. Beside him, Nanlong conjured a blue flame in his palm, its eerie glow reflecting in his confident smirk. "Relax, Duanxiu," he said, twirling the flame between his fingers. "I still have plenty of power left. Killing a mere child isn't even worth worrying about." Meanwhile, Jiangchen wiped the blood off his mouth with the back of his hand, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. The blood beast just kept coming. No matter how many he cut down, more took their place, stronger than before. Some were even at level 150 now. His chest tightened. Something's wrong. What about Ji Xianyue? He needed to hurry. If he took too long, something terrible could happen to her. Little Jia, hovering ahead, suddenly pointed forward, his expression serious. Father, the intercession is up ahead. We need to go through it to reach the heart. Jiang Chun didn't waste a second. He shot forward, determination burning in his veins. He knew that this ancient god wasn't just massive, it was also cunning. If it had 4 hearts, it could hide any of them anywhere inside its body. He had to finish this before it was too late. As he moved, something strange happened. The blood beasts ahead started fleeing. Jiang Chun slowed, confusion flashing across his face. Why are they running? Then his stomach dropped. An unnatural darkness washed over his sea of consciousness. His vision blurred, and when he tried to focus on his ancestral tree, he couldn't see it. A cold sense of dread seeped into his bones. Then he felt it, a presence. Slowly, he turned his head. A massive dragon loomed behind him. Its piercing eyes locked onto him, like a predator stalking its prey. Its scales shimmered with an eerie glow, and the sheer force of its aura sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Chen's instinct screamed at him, "Run." But before he could react, the dragon lunged. Its massive claws clamped around him, lifting him off the ground. His limbs locked up, immobilized. A wicked grin stretched across Duong Su's face. Watching through the magical sphere, he exhaled in relief. "He's done for," he muttered. Nanlong smirked. About time, the dragon's grip tightened. A chilling frost began to creep over Jiang Chen's body, spreading rapidly. His breath came out in ragged gasps as the overwhelming cold numbed his senses. His eyelids grew heavy. His consciousness wavered. A deep, unnatural sleep threatened to take hold. For the first time in a long time, Jiang Chun felt fear. Jiang Chen's body remained frozen, completely unable to move. A deep, gnawing fear gripped his heart, an unfamiliar sensation. Sensing something was wrong, little Jia darted over, grabbing Jiang Chen's face with a worried expression. "Father, what's happening? Say something." He patted Jiang Chen's back frantically, his usual calmness replaced by panic. But Jiang Chen couldn't respond, his throat locked, his voice stolen. Then, a blinding light erupted from the ring on Jiang Chen's finger. The sheer force of it shattered the ice, encasing him in countless shards, and in an instant, the dragon's massive claw exploded into fragments. A deafening roar of rage shook the entire space. Jiang Chen gasped, stumbling as sensation returned to his limbs. He had just suffered a curse attack, one so powerful that it bypassed even his ancestral tree of all things. That should have killed me. But he was still standing. His gaze dropped to the ring on his finger, the heart of the star god. A gift from the great dreamer, a powerful artifact that had just saved his life. But now, Jiang Chen clenched his fist. "It's damaged." A wicked snarl rumbled from the dragon. Its eyes burned with fury as it prepared to attack again. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, a dangerous smile creeping across his face. The ancestral tree manifested once more behind him, and with a swift motion, he unsheathed the celestial sword, its radiant energy crackling in his grip. "Looks like it's my turn now," he muttered. Elsewhere, Nanlong collapsed to his knees, his hand clutching his throat. His breathing was ragged, his expression filled with disbelief. This is impossible." Behind him, Duan Xiu loomed, his outstretched hand crackling with energy. "What are you waiting for?" he barked. "Attack again? He won't escape the next curse." Nanlong gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The difficulty of this curse is beyond anything he can imagine. Centuries ago, his soul's essence had been nearly exhausted. If he released another curse now, he wouldn't just weaken, he would fall into eternal sleep. Duan Xiu stepped closer, his face dark with rage. He locked eyes with Nanlong, an unsettling smirk forming. "Well, what's it going to be?" Nanlong's blood ran cold. He's waiting for me to die. A terrifying realization struck him. He's planning to either devour me, or leave me to perish once I fall into eternal sleep. Nanlong's breathing quickened. His fingers twitched. He had to act first. Summoning every ounce of power he had left, he launched himself at Duan Xiu, prepared to strike. But before he could even land a blow, countless small dragons coiled around him, their fangs tearing into his flesh. His screams echoed through the space as his body was devoured alive. "Wait!" Nanlong choked. "How are you controlling these monsters?" Duan Xiu stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, watching in silence. His expression unreadable. Then, in a cold, final voice, he spoke. "It's too late." With a wave of his hand, he absorbed Nanlong's remaining power, draining every last drop of his energy. A slow, satisfied smile crept across his face. Now, time to finish this, Duan Xiao murmured. Jiang Chen couldn't be allowed to destroy the last heart, but he wouldn't stop him directly. Instead, he would use the essence of the barbarian dragon to plant karma in Jiang Chen's soul, binding him to this place. When the time came, Jiang Chen would become him. Inside the corpse, Jiang Chen and little Jia finally reached the fourth heart. It was massive, pulsing with a deep, ancient energy. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, gripping his sword tightly. How long will it take to break the restriction? Little Jia flapped his wings and grinned. For me? Piece of cake. Without hesitation, he transformed into thousands of tiny beetles, swarming the heart like a living storm. Just give me a moment, father, little Jia said, his voice echoing through the swarm. It'll all be over soon. Jiang Chen stood in silence, his gaze locked onto the massive, pulsating heart before him. Meanwhile, little Jia worked tirelessly, his razor-sharp teeth tearing through the blood vessels like a ravenous beast. Bit by bit, the restriction binding the heart was being lifted. Then, a sharp pain struck Jiang Chen's chest. His breath hitched as he clutched at his heart, his fingers trembling. What is this? His heartbeat was pounding violently, as if in perfect rhythm with the ancient god's heart. Was it an illusion? Or something far worse? Little Jia, on the other hand, was overjoyed. His hungry grin stretched wide as he dived into the heart, sinking his teeth in deep. He devoured it slowly, his movements methodical, almost instinctive. Cracks began to spread across the heart's surface. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. His breath grew uneven. His heartbeat was slowing. No, this isn't right. Another sharp jolt of pain lanced through his chest. His body shuddered. It was as if his own heart was stopping alongside the ancient gods. A strange aura began to rise from his body, wrapping around him like an unseen force. His vision blurred, his mind bombarded with an overwhelming urge. Go to the brain? His fingers dug into his chest. The sensation was suffocating, overwhelming. The idea of heading to the ancient god's brain refused to leave his thoughts. And then, his heart stabilized. The pain vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease. Jiang Chen exhaled sharply, pressing a hand to his forehead. What the hell was that? His eyes flickered toward the lifeless heart before him, his gaze unreadable. Is this fate's way of guiding me? Is there really some kind of great opportunity waiting in the brain? Even if he wanted to go, it was too risky. First, he needed to get Ji Xianyue and the others out of here. At that moment, little Jia appeared before him, hands on his belly, eyes closed, a contented smile stretching across his face. I can't eat anymore, little Jia mumbled. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to see his son looking completely stuffed. Little Jia let out a small burp and grinned. I refined the rest of the heart into blood essence and stored it. We could take it with us. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Blood essence was incredibly valuable, and knowing little Jia had managed to condense it so efficiently was even better. His lips curled into a proud smile. Good work, little Jia, as energy surged. He had just leveled up to 30 and now had the ability to reproduce 3 times. But there was no time to celebrate. Jiang Chen's expression hardened. Let's regroup with Ji Xianyue and the others first. We can figure out the next step once everyone is safe. Meanwhile, dark silhouettes of small dragons soared through the cavern, their eerie movements casting shifting shadows. Above them, Duan Xiao hovered in the brain of the ancient god's corpse, his expression cold, his presence oppressive. A fireball flickered to life in his palm, crackling with an ominous energy. The curse has already been planted, he muttered, staring at Jiang Chen through the magic sphere. A twisted smirk played at his lips. Escape is no longer an option. His fingers clenched into a fist, and the fireball vanished. Now that Duan Su was no longer an obstacle, there was nothing stopping him. A sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. Time to have some fun. Elsewhere, Duan Xiao smirked as he observed Jiang Chen's movements through the magic sphere. It doesn't matter, he mused. Sooner or later, he'll come looking for me in the brain. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. The trap had already been set. Meanwhile, Ji Xianyue's group was on the brink of collapse. One by one, warriors fell, some severely injured, but those still standing refused to surrender. A soldier stomped the ground, gritting his teeth. Hold the line. Don't give up. While one fighter struggled to maintain a defensive barrier, 2 others extended their hands, summoning another protective shield. But the horde of beasts kept coming. Ji Xianyue, her breath ragged, gripped her bow tightly. With what little strength she had left, she activated her god's arrow ability. Golden arrows rained down upon the beasts, piercing through their thick flesh. Behind her, the battlefield was littered with fallen comrades, some barely breathing, others covered in blood, holding on to their last shreds of consciousness. Two women sat slumped against a rock, their hands trembling. Ji Xinyue was exhausted. Every muscle in her body screamed in protest, her vision blurring from fatigue. She turned to check on the others, but the moment she looked back, a monstrous beast loomed above her. Its jaws gaped open, saliva dripping as it prepared to strike. Her heart pounded. No, we're going to be wiped out. Her body refused to move. Instinctively, she raised her arms, closing her eyes, bracing for the inevitable impact. Then, a deafening crack echoed through the battlefield. Jiang Chun appeared out of nowhere, his fist colliding with the beast's face, sending it soaring through the air. It crashed into the ground with an earth-shattering impact, its body twitching before going still. A stunned silence filled the battlefield. The remaining beasts froze, their eyes flickering with fear. Ji Xinyue slowly opened her eyes, her breath hitching when she saw him standing there, alive, unharmed, unyielding. Relief flooded her chest. Jiang Chen turned to her, his gaze steady. Sorry I'm late. A light of hope flickered in the eyes of the survivors. Ji Xinyue quickly moved to one of the injured men, slinging his arm over her shoulder to help him stand. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, raised his hand, activating the Star God's blessing. The ring on his finger emitted a brilliant blue aura, wrapping around the wounded warriors. Despite being damaged, the ring's healing properties remained intact. A soft warmth spread through their bodies. A woman touched her neck, feeling the pain fade. This feels incredible, a man beside her gasped, staring at his healing wounds in shock. The pain, it's disappearing. Even while surrounded by blood beasts, Jiang Chun remained calm. His lips curled into a small, confident smile. He turned slightly and gave a small nod. Little Nine, Little Jia, you guys rest. You've done enough. The battle wasn't over. But Jiang Chun would handle the rest. Little Nine suddenly appeared behind Jiang Chun, her small hands gripping his shoulders as she shut her eyes and burst into tears. She was heartbroken. How could Jiang Chun take little Jia to play while leaving her behind? Sniffling, she complained that many insects had died, and she needed someone to console her. Jiang Chun panicked. He glanced at her, trying to find the right words. You worked really hard, he said carefully. Why don't you head over to the Tao Monument in the Sea of Consciousness? It'll help you recover. But Little Nine wasn't in the mood for explanations. Instead, she swore to teach Little Jia a lesson, one so thorough that he wouldn't know whether to cry or run. Poor Little Jia, who had been hiding behind Jiang Chen's head, trembled in fear, his tiny body shaking like a leaf. Meanwhile, one of the men quickly set up a protective barrier, sensing danger. But it was barely up before more bloodthirsty beasts started closing in on them. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, raising a finger and pointing toward the wall. He glanced at the others, relieved to see their wounds healing. However, his expression darkened. The blood beasts are coming again, he announced. Without hesitation, he made a bold decision. He would open a passage through the meridians of the sacred god's corpse. Follow me, he ordered. Time was running out. His defensive spells wouldn't last much longer. Steeling himself, Jiang Chun strode up to the wall, clenched his fist, and turned to Little Jia. Merge, he commanded. A powerful red aura surged around him as he activated the divine body of the elephant. Focusing all his strength, he struck the wall's vein with a devastating punch. The entire structure trembled before shattering into pieces. Without wasting a second, Jiang Chun used both hands to widen the opening, his expression serious. Get in, he ordered. The others obeyed, scrambling inside one by one. Relief washed over them as they finally had a moment to breathe, but Jiang Chen's face remained tense. The beasts are heading for the vein, he shouted. Ji Xinyue's eyes widened in shock. Last time, it had taken Jiang Chun dozens of punches to break through. Now, with just one blow, he had created a massive gap. How had he grown so strong? Before she could dwell on the thought, the beasts lunged toward them. Jiang Chun wasted no time. He scooped Ji Xinyue into his arms and took off running. What are you doing? She stammered, her face turning bright red. We need to move. The gap's about to close, he said, his tone firm. True to his words, the wound in the vein began sealing itself, cutting off the beasts before they could squeeze through. With Ji Xinyue still in his grasp, Jiang Chun led the others away, putting as much distance between them and the danger as possible. Once he was sure they were safe, he finally set Ji Xinyue down. Her face was still as red as a tomato. All right, he said, turning to the group. We should be safe for now. Rest up. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. They had narrowly escaped death and needed a moment to regain their strength. Jiang Chun, however, wasn't done yet. He crouched down, pressed his palm to the ground, and locked eyes with Ji Xinyue. His voice was calm but firm. Which part of this area is connected to the Ji family? Ji Xinyue, leaning against the wall, pointed toward one side. This is the formation's core, she explained. If you manage to break it, you'll find the Ji family sanctuary on the other side. Jiang Chen nodded, but she quickly added, the outer defenses are much stronger than the interior, so be careful. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands together. Before making his move, he decided he needed a breakthrough. Ji Xinyue watched him in confusion, unsure what he was trying to accomplish. Inside the sea of consciousness, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Little Jia, get out here. It's time to reproduce. Little Jia, arms crossed, eyes closed, appeared behind him and nodded. Meanwhile, little Jia was hiding behind the Taishu monument, peeking out cautiously. Little Nine, standing nearby, clutched her hands to her face and wailed, tears streaming down her cheeks. This is my territory, she sobbed. Jiang Chen glanced at her, then at little Jia, who was still cowering behind the monument. He sighed. Relax, little Nine. We're just borrowing your space. As soon as little Jia finishes reproducing, we'll leave. Little Jia, still confused, poked his lip with his finger. Why don't I have my own home? He asked. Little Nine instantly flared up, her temper igniting like dry leaves in a wildfire. That's your problem, she snapped. Jiang Chen, arms crossed, sighed again. Fine. I'll buy you a home later. Satisfied with his promise, little Jia finally got to work. His body shrank, transforming into a small beetle, and then the process began. In a matter of seconds, his form started duplicating. Jiang Chen sat back down, meditating to accelerate the process. 3 simultaneous reproductions of the infernal red shell beetle began. The waiting time? 30 minutes. The total offspring? 324. Before he could even blink, the sky above him swarmed with hundreds of tiny beetles. Jiang Chen stood up, scanning the scene in surprise. That many in just an instant? He had expected little Jia to be efficient, but this was beyond his calculations. Realizing the divine corpse was an incredible energy source, he couldn't help but wonder, if a heart alone could provide this much power, what would happen when little Jia devoured the brain? But before he could finish the thought, little Nine, still fuming, transformed into her insect mother form. Her rage was volcanic. She lunged at little Jia, bit onto his cape, and started dragging him away. Little Jia shrieked, his tiny limbs flailing. Father, save me. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. Hey, stop that, he ordered, reaching for her. Seeing she wasn't letting go, he gave her a firm flick on the forehead. Thud! A bump instantly formed on her head. Little Jia, seizing the opportunity, bolted behind Jiang Chen, using him as a human shield. Jiang Chen sighed. I swear, dealing with you two is more exhausting than fighting blood beasts. Little Nine burst into tears. Little Jia is your favorite, she wailed. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. His fists clenched, and his eyes blazed with fury. How dare you try to eat your own brother? He demanded. His gaze sharpened as he issued a command. All beetles, return to me. The swarm of infernal beetles immediately obeyed, merging into his body. Jiang Chen placed his hand over the vein, preparing to strike. His fist crackled with overwhelming energy. He had fused the power of over 300 beetles, and the strength coursing through him was enough to rival the mightiest of warriors. With a determined expression, he turned to the others. Stay sharp. This might be our only shot at survival. They nodded in understanding, quickly preparing themselves. Meanwhile, outside the ancient god's corpse, the air was thick with tension. Ji Xinhua father and the grandfather of the Ji family arrived at the site, their expressions grave. Arms crossed, the grandfather assessed the situation. Now that the passage is sealed, there's no way to get inside from here, he muttered. The only way in is by breaking out from within, but that won't be easy. The children are still inside. Ji Xinyue's father paled. Panic flickered in his eyes. Then what do we do? The grandfather placed a hand on the ancient tomb, his face unreadable. Prepare for the worst. If anything happens, we must destroy the sanctuary and exile the entire dimension into eternal chaos, the realm where the ancient god's body is kept. His words sent a shudder through the air. Ji Xinyue's father's breath caught. But Xinyue is still in there, he protested. Do you understand what that means? His existence alone is worth more than billions of people in Daxia. If whatever is inside that corpse gets out, it will be a catastrophe. The grandfather's jaw tightened. He knew the truth in those words, and it only deepened his frustration. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. Just then, Gu Kaitian stepped forward. His eyes burned with resolve as he gripped the hilt of his sword. The god of the sword exists to serve his country and its people, he declared. But I'm just an old man now. It doesn't matter if that thing is rank 8 or 9. If anyone dares lay a hand on my disciple, I will fight to the death. The grandfather turned to him, his voice grave. Think before you act, Gu Kaiyan. But Gu Kaitian was undeterred. He unsheathed his sword, its edge gleaming under the dim light. At the very least, I will uphold the honor of my master's name. Silence settled over them. Then, suddenly, knock, knock. A deep, eerie sound echoed from inside the coffin. Every head snapped toward it. A cold dread settled over the gathered warriors. The grandfather's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. Gu Katian's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. Don't just stand there. We need to act now. The coffin trembled again. The knocking grew louder. Something inside was waking up. Inside, Jiang Chun finished his meditation and rose to his feet. Without hesitation, he strode toward the wall and unleashed a flurry of blows using the divine elephant fist. Each punch sent shockwaves rippling through the air, forcing Ji Xinyue and the others to shield their faces from the sheer force of the impact. The group was already exhausted, their bodies bruised and battered. Ji Xinyue's eyes widened as she quickly realized the power behind Jiang Chen's attacks. Her expression turned serious. Everyone, step back. If you stay too close, you'll be crushed, she warned. Seconds turned into minutes, but Jiang Chun didn't stop. His punches intensified, each strike landing harder than the last. He refused to give up. Taking an aggressive stance, he gathered all his strength and struck again. Boom! The wall of flesh began to crack. A hole started forming. This is it, Jiang Chun shouted. Now's your chance. Get out. But just as the first person stepped forward, the wound in the wall started regenerating. The speed of healing was beyond anything they had anticipated. Within moments, the passage sealed itself again, blocking their escape. Jiang Chen's fist clenched. His eyes burned with determination. He wasn't about to let it end like this. Little Nine, he called. I need your help. Summon some insects. We need an explosion. Little Nine wiped her tears and quickly complied, summoning a swarm of creatures. Jiang Chen infused them with Little Jia's energy before launching another devastating punch. Boom! A small explosion shook the area, opening another gap. But once again, the corpse's powerful regeneration kicked in, sealing the wound almost instantly. Ji Xinyue clenched her fists, fear flickering in her gaze. Despite the damage they had caused, the wall continued to heal itself at an unnatural speed. Jiang Chen briefly considered giving up, until suddenly the wall started breaking from the outside. His mind raced. What's going on? As the dust settled, two figures emerged from the smoky opening. Ji Xinyue father and great-grandfather. The elderly man looked slightly fatigued, while Gu Kaitian, standing beside him, seemed completely unfazed. They had broken through the wall from the outside. Ji Xinyue's great-grandfather extended his hand to one side, his voice calm but firm. Everyone, get out. Now! Seeing a way to escape, the exhausted group, including Hua Yunfei, mustered their remaining strength and dashed through the opening. Some collapsed the moment they made it outside, their bodies too drained to go any further. Gu Kaitian glanced around. Where's Ji Xinyue? Where's Jiang Chun? Inside, three members of the group were still making their way out. But Jiang Chun and Ji Xinyue had yet to leave, and the wound was already beginning to heal. Panic surged through Ji Xinyue. She grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder. We have to go. Now! But Jiang Chen didn't move. His eyes were calm, yet filled with complexity as he turned his back to her. The gap's too small for two people now, he said. You go first? Ji Xinyue's heart pounded. Why are men always like this? She blurted out. Do you have a death wish? But Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. He started stepping away from the closing gap. No! Ji Xinyue panicked. She wasn't going to leave him behind. If they had to find another way out, then so be it. She was staying with him. But before she could do anything, Jiang Chen activated a technique. Growth of all things. Roots burst from the ground, wrapping around her body like living vines. She struggled. Jiang Chen, but his expression remained firm. Go. Now. The roots pulled her toward the exit, forcing her out of the corpse against her will. As the gap sealed completely, she could only watch in helpless despair as Jiang Chen disappeared from her sight. The roots forcefully expelled Ji Xinyue from the closing gap. She stretched her hand toward Jiang Chen in desperation, her voice breaking. Stop! Don't do this! But it was too late. The roots pushed her out, and she hit the ground hard. The wound in the wall sealed almost completely, trapping Jiang Chen inside. Her father rushed toward her, his face filled with worry. Nearby, Gu Kaitian and the grandfather watched in grim silence. The moment they saw Ji Xinyue emerge, their eyes darted around, searching for Jiang Chen, but he was nowhere to be seen. The passage was gone. Ji Xinyue collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily. Her father knelt beside her, grabbing her wrists. His eyes welled with tears, part relief, part sorrow. You're safe, he whispered. But Ji Xinyue wasn't thinking about herself. Tears streamed down her face. Father, Jiang Chen is still inside. We have to save him. He gently squeezed her hands, trying to calm her down. Don't worry. As long as Jiang Chun and your great-grandfather coordinate their attacks from both inside and outside, we can break through again. The grandfather's expression darkened. He unsheathed his sword, blue energy radiating from his body. His voice was calm, yet resolute. Prepare to strike. Gu Kaitian nodded, drawing his own sword. No need to say it. I'm ready. Just as they were about to attack. Rumble? Veins pulsed across the tomb's surface, spreading like twisted roots. A sinister energy oozed from the ancient corpse, dark and foreboding. They froze. Ji Xinyue's father clenched his fists. What's happening? The grandfather's face turned grim. The corpse's defenses have changed. This isn't just passive regeneration anymore. Something inside is controlling it. Gu Katian's mind raced. Something is awakening? The grandfather's gaze was heavy. Yes. And if that's true, then no matter how hard we strike from the inside or outside, there's no way to create another opening. Gu Katian refused to accept it. With all his strength, he unleashed a devastating slash at the tomb. The sword's energy blazed through the air. Clang! The attack did nothing. Not even a scratch. The grandfather exhaled slowly, putting his hands behind his back. Without another word, he turned away, closing his eyes as he walked. Stop wasting your energy, he said. This isn't just a wall anymore. It's something alive. Gu Kaitian tensed. Then what do we do? The grandfather's voice was heavy with authority. We keep watch. The mutation of the ancient god's corpse is no small matter. If it starts spreading beyond this place, we will have no choice but to exile it into the void. Ji Xinyue's heart clenched at those words. If they abandoned the corpse, they were abandoning Jiang Chun, and she refused to accept that. Ji Xinyue clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with rage and disbelief. He had no idea what was happening, but the realization that Jiang Chun was trapped inside filled him with fury. Beside him, Ji Xinyue covered her face with her hands and broke into tears. Her father and a young girl hurried to console her, but their words felt empty. Meanwhile, the grandfather turned away from the group, his expression unreadable. Don't do anything reckless, he warned Gu Katian. Closing his eyes, he lowered his head. His fist trembled. He hated feeling powerless. He hated not knowing how to save Jiang Chun. Hua Yunfei, who had just regained consciousness, sat up groggily. As she took in the situation, her gaze settled on the sealed tomb. Her face turned grim. The painful reality set in. Jiang Chun had given his life to save them. But inside the ancient corpse, Jiang Chun had no intention of dying. His grip tightened around his sword, his body radiating suffocating energy. His mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, but one stood out. Fleeing wasn't an option. There was something greater waiting ahead. His gaze turned toward the brain of the ancient god. An opportunity lay there, one he couldn't ignore. Without hesitation, he took off toward it. Meanwhile, in a dark, hidden space, Duanxiu watched Jiang Chun's every move through a glowing magic ball. A sinister smile stretched across his face, his eyes brimming with excitement. The fish has taken the bait, he murmured. Everything was going according to plan. Once Jiang Chun reached the brain, Duanxiu would seize his body. With a fresh, living vessel, he would finally return to life and escape this wretched prison. After several minutes of navigating the corpse's eerie interior, Jiang Chun finally arrived at the brain. Before him stood a colossal stone door, ancient and imposing. On one side, words were carved into the stone, their strokes precise and powerful. His heart pounded. These words, etched over a century ago, still held a terrifyingly dominant energy. They hadn't faded with time. This was left by the god of the sword, he muttered. For the first time, he felt a chill run down his spine. Beyond this door lay the brain of the ancient god. Bracing himself, Jiang Chun pressed both hands against the heavy stone and pushed. The door groaned as it slowly swung open. Little Nine, Little Jia, he said firmly. Hide. Don't come out unless I call for you. They were his trump cards, his hidden ace. With cautious steps, Jiang Chun entered a dimly lit hallway. Immediately, an oppressive energy seeped into the air. The walls pulsed with an unnatural presence. And then, whispers. They slithered through the darkness, crawling into his ears, into his mind. He gritted his teeth, pressing his hands to his head. The whispers grew louder, more relentless. They weren't just voices. They were invading his thoughts, warping his sense of self. His breathing grew ragged. His balance wavered. And then, he wasn't in the hallway anymore. In an instant, he found himself in a different place. The air was still, yet heavy. Above him, a figure slowly descended from the sky. A man with long, flowing white hair. Jiang Chun, still clutching his sword, looked up, his mind clouded with confusion. Who was this? Then, the figure spoke. I've been waiting for you for hundreds of years. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. A warmth spread through his body. An unfamiliar, yet undeniable sensation. The man landed before him, his presence overwhelming. "My name is Duanxiu," he said, his voice echoing through the void. "I am the ancient god." Jiang Chun remained still, his gaze locked onto the strange figure before him. His instinct screamed at him to be cautious, but he had no idea how to react. Then, without warning, Duanxiu's body began to shift, morphing, twisting, until he looked exactly like Jiang Chun. A chilling smile crept onto his face as he stepped forward, extending a hand. "You are me, and I am you," he said cheerfully. "We should become one." Jiang Chen's breath hitched. His mind raced. Was this real? Or was it a trap? Instead of answering, his grip tightened around his sword. Without hesitation, he swung. Slash! Duanxiu barely dodged in time, his expression unchanging. But Jiang Chen saw it, the flicker of amusement in his eyes. "You're pretending to be a god to trick me," Jiang Chen said coldly. Duanxiu's smile widened as his form melted away, revealing his true self, a sinister presence with eyes gleaming with excitement. Crack! With a single hand, he caught Jiang Chen's sword energy, shattering it into fragments like it was nothing. "You surprise me," Duanxiu murmured, his gaze filled with intrigue. "I didn't expect human martial arts to reach this level in the new era." Jiang Chen clenched his jaw. His strongest attack had been neutralized with ease. Duanxiu flicked his wrist, and in an instant, the sky above them darkened. Then, roars filled the air. Jiang Chen looked up, his stomach dropped. Countless small dragons emerged from the shadows, coiling through the sky like a storm. Duanxiu extended his hand to one side, grinning wickedly. "If your body wasn't so valuable, I would have chosen a more terrifying way to kill you." Jiang Chen's pulse quickened. What does he mean by that? His eyes darted between the dragons, his mind rapidly analyzing their power. 6th level transformations. No, some of them were 9th level. His heart sank. No wonder the sword god had almost died here. Even if he summoned all his offspring, all his creatures, there was no way he could win this fight. His fists clenched. His expression hardened. "Then I won't fight him like a dead god. I'll treat him like he's still alive." "Little Nine, Little Jia, everyone come out," he ordered. Nothing happened. Jiang Chen's face paled. A cold wave of fear crashed over him. He couldn't sense them. He couldn't contact Little Nine, Little Jia, or any of the insects. Before he could react, the dragon struck. Their powerful bodies wrapped around him, locking him in place. Duanxiu stepped closer, his gaze drilling into Jiang Chen's. "You should be honored," he mused. "You're about to become something greater." Jiang Chen struggled, but the dragons held him tight. His breathing grew ragged as Duanxiu placed a hand on his shoulder. Then, agony. A searing pain shot through Jiang Chen's body as something foreign began invading him. His mouth opened in a silent scream, his soul feeling like it was being ripped apart. Duanxiu chuckled, his voice like silk. "Don't be afraid. I'm going to help you live better." But just as his consciousness began slipping away, boom! A powerful force erupted around him. Roots surged from the ground, piercing through the dragons and sending shockwaves through the air. A sacred energy filled the space. Jiang Chen's blurred vision focused on the source. His breath hitched. It was the ancestor tree of all things, and it had come to save him. Behind them, a powerful presence emerged. Duanxiu's eyes widened in shock. His mind reeled. What? How did this thing get in here? Before him stood the ancestor tree of all things, its towering form radiating an unfathomable energy. But what truly caught his attention was the fruit hanging from its branches. A rainbow-colored fruit, something that had never been seen before. The moment the tree appeared, Duanxiu's form wavered. He released Jiang Chen instantly, vanishing into thin air. Jiang Chen dropped onto the ground, gasping. His body ached, his mind hazy. What just happened? His gaze locked onto the tree. He wasn't in the physical world anymore. He was inside his sea of consciousness. The last thing he remembered was being possessed by the ancient god. But now, his thoughts were a mess. Questions flooded his mind. But before he could process them, the fruit began to glow. A bright, almost divine radiance filled the space, drawing his full attention. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. The ancestor tree of all things is bearing fruit. Again? This one was different from any before. He stepped forward, studying it closely. With the tree's current level, it shouldn't have been able to produce a fruit this extraordinary. Then, ding! A system window appeared before him. Fruit status: unripe. Description: a fruit formed from an extremely powerful divine soul. It contains the source of divinity from that soul. Requirement for maturation: must be regularly nourished with the divine souls of living beings. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, a slow grin forming. So that's what happened. The tree had absorbed the divine soul of the ancient god. Duanxiu had tried to take over his body, but instead his soul had been transformed into this fruit. While the tree couldn't block curses, Its control over divine souls and consciousness was unmatched. Jiang Chen chuckled. Looks like you got outplayed, old man. But his amusement faded quickly. There was a catch. For the fruit to fully mature, he would need to feed it divine souls, and not just any souls, but the ones of living beings. That's a pretty steep price. As he mulled over his options, a familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Father, you finally woke up. Jiang Chen blinked. His head snapped toward the source of the voice. The moment he turned around, his breath caught in his throat. Standing before him was a massive, terrifying beast, a fusion of a giant dragon and a six-eyed bat. Its powerful body radiated overwhelming strength, its crimson eyes locked onto him. And sitting right on its head was Little Jia. The little guy looked smug as he casually patted the creature beneath him. Father, look, I tamed this thing. Jiang Chen's brain short-circuited. His body instinctively stepped back as pure fear ran down his spine. Wait, what? Little Jia tamed it? Jiang Chen's eyes darted between Little Jia and the beast. These creatures were from the Sea of Consciousness, legendary beings that not even the great cultivators of the past had managed to tame. Even the infamous sword god had failed. And yet here was his son, casually riding one like it was a pet dog. Little Jia noticed his father's reaction and tilted his head. Father, why are you so quiet? Don't you think my new pet is imposing? Jiang Chen remained frozen, his thoughts in shambles. What the hell is happening? The sky was swarming with beetles, each one commanding the fiercest creatures of the Sea of Consciousness. Jiang Chen could hardly believe what he was seeing. His mind struggled to process the fact that Little Jia and Little Nine had managed to tame so many terrifying beasts. Little Jia, still perched on the dragon's neck, slid off with ease. He grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, his face unusually serious. Father, this pet is really docile, he said confidently. I know Little Nine won't like it, but I'm sure you will. You should try riding it. Jiang Chen hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to be cautious. Could Little Jia really control this thing? But Little Jia was persistent. In the end, he convinced Jiang Chen, and the two of them climbed onto the dragon's massive head. Jiang Chen felt his entire body tense up. This is a terrible idea. Little Jia placed both hands on the dragon's head. All right, big guy flies. With a mighty roar, the dark demon dragon lifted its head, its wings spreading wide. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Dark demon? He had heard of these creatures before. According to his knowledge, eternal hell was filled with monsters like this. Beasts so powerful that they were forbidden by the human race. Little Jia, completely unfazed, casually explained, Father, all you need to do is mark this beast with a seal, and it becomes a mount. Jiang Chen was taken aback. A 9-transformation monster as a mount? That would be insanely useful. The dragon flapped its wings, preparing for takeoff, but suddenly, Jiang Chen hesitated. His expression turned uncertain. Wait, can we even take this thing outside? Little Jia sighed. If we try, the path of heaven will erase it. Creatures like this aren't meant to exist in our world. They belong to the depths of eternal hell. A wasted opportunity. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. If they could use this beast freely, it would be a game changer. But now, they were running against the clock. Even if they couldn't take it outside, it could still be useful in a critical moment. Then a thought struck him. Wait, weren't there 5 more monsters like this? Jiang Chen's eyes scanned the surroundings. He remembered sensing 6 powerful beings, but right now, he only saw one. Little Jia, he said slowly, suspicion creeping into his voice. Where are the others? Little Jia's face went pale. His tiny body stiffened, sweat forming on his forehead. Oh well, Jiang Chen's stomach dropped. He already had a bad feeling about this. Little Jia swallowed hard and blurted out, I ate them. Silence. The dark demon dragon froze. Jiang Chen blinked. His brain refused to process the words. You what? Little Jia scratched his head, giving a sheepish smile. Well, I got hungry, and I also just reproduced again. Jiang Chen dragged a hand down his face, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. This kid, he placed his other hand on Little Jia's shoulder, shaking his head in disbelief. At this point, he just had to accept it. Fine, you did what you had to do. Still sitting on the dragon's head. Jiang Chen let out a deep breath and muttered, let's just leave this place and find some peace. Little Jia tilted his head, watching his father with a confused expression. Jiang Chen didn't even have the energy to explain. Jiang Chen climbed off the dragon, wiping his face, but there was no hiding it. He was on the verge of tears. His son was wasting fortune like it was nothing. 6 powerful beasts gone. Just like that. He had to force himself to see the silver lining. At least one monster was still alive. As a human being, he reminded himself, he should be grateful for what he had. The dark demon dragon and Little Jia stared at him in confusion. Little Jia tilted his head. Father, why are you acting weird? Before Jiang Chen could answer, loud knocks thundered from the massive door. His gaze snapped toward it. It was Gu Katian. Jiang Qin's mind worked quickly. The divine soul of the ancient god has been sealed. The dark demon has been captured. That means the outer defense would soon disappear. Sensing his master's energy, Jiang Qin knew the Ji family would arrive soon. He turned to little Jia, his expression calm but firm. Little Jia, have the insects devour everything quickly. Pack up anything valuable. We need to leave. Little Jia pouted. But father, I'm still hungry. Jiang Qin's eye twitched. This is not a restaurant, he snapped. This is a god's treasure trove. Little Jia groaned, touching his chin with a finger. His eyes filled with sadness. Can I at least eat next time? Jiang Qin let out a deep sigh. He wasn't sure what terrified him more, the sword god's descendant outside or little Jia's bottomless stomach. He pushed aside his frustration and focused. He could already imagine Sa Shu's great-grandfather standing outside, his overwhelming energy pressing down on everything around him. If that old monster gets in here and sees what we've done, yeah, that would be a problem. Little Jia, realizing his father was serious, got to work. Using his power, he drained and compressed everything the insects couldn't consume, turning the remains into giant floating orbs of liquid. There was just one problem. I can't store them, Little Jia admitted. Jiang Qin turned around. Don't worry, your sister will handle it. At that moment, Little Nine manifested. She took one look at the massive, floating orbs, and her face twisted in horror. Her hands went to her hips. You're telling me I have to clean up this mess? In her eyes, these orbs weren't treasure. They were just giant piles of disgusting, foul-smelling dung. She was done with her brother's nonsense. Jiang Qin, however, just smiled. Now that Little Nine had taken care of everything, it was time to go. He took to the air, flying toward the exit. Outside the tomb, Gain attacked again. This time, his sword strike cut through the corpse's wall, creating an opening. His sharp eyes locked onto the wound. Something was different. The wound isn't healing, he murmured. Jinna's head snapped toward the opening. His brows furrowed. Not only had the defense of the ancient god's corpse weakened, it almost seemed like it was about to disappear entirely. Gain, arms crossed, grinned. We could finally go in and save Jiang Qin. But Ji Lingxiu, eyes narrowed. He was suspicious. Something wasn't right, and he was going in to find out what. Before anyone could act, Jiang Qin shot through the air, flying toward them at full speed. His eyes locked onto his master, hand outstretched in desperation. Master, take me with you. Ji Xinyue and Ji Lingxiu stared at him in silence, their expressions unreadable. The moment Jiang Qin emerged from the corpse, Ji Xinyue ran straight at him. She threw her arms around him, clutching him tightly. Tears streamed down her face as relief overwhelmed her. You're okay, she sobbed. You're really okay. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected this reaction, but despite the warmth of the moment, he knew this wasn't the time for reunions. Even Gu Katian, standing nearby, felt a wave of peace upon seeing Jiang Qin safe. But Jiang Qin didn't hesitate. He pushed Ji Xinyue aside, his expression dark and urgent. Leave. Now. There's no time. Ji Xinyue's tears stopped mid-fall. Her heart pounded in confusion. Jiang Qin, what's going on? She could see it in his eyes, fear. Jiang Qin turned to Gu Kaitian, his master. His gaze was sharp, unwavering. If we don't leave now, he said gravely, we're all dead. Gu Kaitian's expression shifted. Jiang Qin wasn't the type to panic. If he was this serious, something was very wrong. Without hesitation, he nodded. Get on. Jiang Qin leapt onto the blade of his master's sword, and with a flick of his fingers, Gu Kan soared through the sky like a bolt of lightning. As they disappeared into the distance, Jiang Qin's voice echoed behind them. I'm never coming back. Ji Xinyue felt her heart drop. What? Her mind swirled with emotions. She couldn't help but wonder, did Jiang Qin hate her? Meanwhile, her father's face twisted in fury. His voice boomed across the battlefield. I gave that brat divine and demonic blood, and this is how he repays me. He doesn't even know how to treat a lady properly. Ji Xinyue's fists clenched. She whipped around, eyes burning with anger. How dare you insult Jiang Qin? She snapped. He risked his life to save me. Her father froze. A long silence hung between them. He closed his eyes, rubbing the back of his head, suddenly feeling a little awkward. If Jiang Qin had been willing to risk his life for his daughter, that meant she was important to him. Ji Xinyue's face flushed deep red as realization hit her. Jiang Qin cares about me? Her hands flew to her mouth as her heart pounded wildly. But then, her expression hardened with determination. If Jiang Qin fought for me, then I'll fight for him. Her eyes flashed with resolve. She placed her hands on her hips, lifting her chin. I won't let him down, she vowed. In the upcoming Prodigies of Heaven tournament, she would show the world her best version, and she would make sure Jiang Qin never regretted saving her. Ji Xinyue's father couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he watched his daughter's determination solidify. But not far from them, Ji Lingxiu stood silently, his eyes fixed on the tomb of the ancient god. His sharp instincts told him something was off. Jiang Qin's panic-stricken escape hadn't been natural. His eyes narrowed. Something had happened inside that tomb. Without a word, he stepped forward, carefully inspecting the interior of the corpse. And that's when he noticed it. The treasure. It was all gone. Not just the treasure, but every single monster that had once existed in the sea of consciousness. His brows furrowed. Before, this place had been teeming with life. Now it was an empty shell. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he sighed, already picturing the scene in his mind. Jiang Chun, fleeing with Gu Kaitian on the sword, looking as guilty as a thief caught in the act. That brat. Ji Lingxiu clenched his fists, his fury boiling over. Not only had Jiang Chun taken everything, but he hadn't even left a single monster for him. When he had entered the corpse, he'd faced 5 terrifying beasts so powerful that even he had struggled. How did Jiang Chun escape from level 9 monsters unscathed? He stepped forward, running his fingers along the veins of the corpse. One thing was clear, Jiang Chun was not someone ordinary. Despite leaving him with a bitter future, Ji Lingxiu was willing to accept it. But what Jiang Chun didn't know was that he had completely underestimated his power. High above, Gu Katian's sword streaked through the sky, carrying both master and disciple. Gu Katian, his expression unreadable, turned to Jiang Chun. Did you really empty out the sword god's treasure? Jiang Chun casually scratched the back of his head. Yep. Gu Katian let out a deep sigh. For the 3rd time, he began to question his life choices. His first disciple declared himself the king of the bloody knife and started an all-out war in the Qinglian war zone. His second disciple stole the National Guardian's fiancée and nearly caused a diplomatic disaster. And now his 3rd disciple? I don't even know how to describe this one. Gu Katian muttered to himself. Jiang Chun, completely unfazed, grinned. Only 3 days left before the prodigy ranking competition. Master, do you think I can win against Jiang Wushuang and Ji Xianyue? Gu Katian turned to him, silent. Jiang Chun continued, stretching his arms lazily. Ji Xianyue is strong, but I don't think she'll be too much trouble. Jiang Wushuang, though, I've heard he's improved a lot these past few days in Magic City. His 8-armed god of war body isn't something to take lightly. Gu Katian's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Chun had confidence, but this tournament wasn't going to be easy. Far away, in a different part of the continent, a different storm was brewing. At the center of Red Lake, a lone figure stood atop the water, his body radiating an immense pressure. It was Injan, the #1 celestial genius of Jiang Chen's generation. His talent? Unmatched. For 800 years, no one in Xia had come close to his level. A powerful aura surrounded his body as he lifted his hand, his piercing gaze locked onto it. Most job changers reached spiritual maturity at 18, allowing them to awaken a professional class. But Injan was different. At 3 years old, he had already activated his class, earning recognition from the divine weapon, the human emperor's sword. At 9, he wielded the legendary blade. At 12, he conquered a forbidden zone and returned alive. And at 15, he vanished into the military region of the capital, training in absolute seclusion for the past 3 years. Now he was back, and he wasn't just aiming for the prodigy ranking. He was aiming for the throne of the strongest. Jiang Chun had always known that Injan awakened his class at an early age, but something didn't add up. For someone hailed as a once-in-800-years genius, his current level barely reached the 3 transformations. That didn't make sense. Gu Kaitian, arms crossed, explained, it's because he doesn't just rely on the system. He also cultivates the supreme techniques of all celestial races. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. All of them? Gu Kaitian nodded. High above Red Lake, Injan wiped his chin, his piercing gaze reflecting the moonlight. His blood of the murderous emperor was almost fully awakened. Soon, he would step into a new realm of power. But at that moment, he had only one question on his mind. Where is Jiang Chun? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Gu Kaitian soared through the night sky. The sword beneath them cut through the air like lightning. Jiang Chun's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He stretched out his hands, as if trying to grasp the answer. Master, he asked, can I also cultivate the techniques of all celestial races? Gu Kan remained silent for a moment, his gaze shifting toward the horizon. That, he finally said, is a question even I cannot answer. He sighed. Many have tried to walk that path. Almost none have succeeded. The techniques of different races often clash with the heavenly Tao. But, he added, his voice heavy, Injan was the only one in hundreds of years to succeed. Jiang Chen's gaze dropped to the ground below, his mind deep in thought. Even if he had Injan's talent, even if he wanted to walk that path, who could teach him the techniques of all the races? Even Gu Kaitian, a legendary master, didn't have that ability. Injan's bloodline was different. He was a descendant of the human emperor of Great Xia. Back then, the human emperor led an army against the 10,000 races, capturing many powerful beasts and beings. But times had changed. Now, the martial god, Jiang Shui, only defended the entrance to the realm of the 10,000 races, instead of waging war against them. Gu Kaitian's fingers flickered with energy, and their sword shot forward like a streak of lightning. If you take first place in the prodigy ranking competition, he said, I'll use my authority to transfer some elite units from the capital to your side. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. That was huge. For the first time that night, a grin spread across his face. Sometime later, night had fallen. Jiang Chen returned to his apartment in the city, stretching his arms as he finally relaxed. He lifted his palm, and little Jia's energy flickered around it, dancing like embers. Jiang Chen smirked. The journey to the ancient god's corpse had been beyond worth it. His insects had grown exponentially, not just in number but in strength. Tonight, Little Nine's offspring and Little Jia's red beetles would reproduce again. But just as he was about to rest, a familiar presence stirred within his divine consciousness. Jiang Qin's body tensed. His heart pounded. Slowly he turned around, and there it was. The ancestor tree of all things had appeared again. His eyes widened. But something was different this time. Hanging from its branches was a new fruit, a color he had never seen before. A glowing green fruit. Jiang Qin's breath caught in his throat. His instinct screamed at him. This wasn't ordinary. He stepped forward, extending his hand. As soon as his fingers touched it, the fruit detached, landing softly in his palm. A system notification flashed before his eyes. New fruit acquired. Green lightning fruit. Effect. Grants the user the chance to awaken a unique hidden profession. Sovereign of electricity. Abilities unlocked. Lightning bolt. Allows the user to transform into an electric current and teleport within their own electrical field. Jiang Qin's breath hitched. A unique hidden profession? And lightning teleportation. His grip on the fruit tightened. This was big. The electrical field range was currently 50 meters, allowing Jiang Qin to ignore obstacles and move instantly within it. The second ability, Ray Fusion, let him absorb electrical energy into his very cells, storing it like a living battery until he was ready to release it in a devastating attack. The third and final ability, Divine Judgment, allowed him to transform his palm into a conduit of pure electricity, unleashing a blinding electric current on impact. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a grin as he took in the statistics. With this fruit, I can awaken a second profession. He wouldn't just be a divine-level spiritual breeder anymore. He was about to become a job changer with a dual class, a sovereign of electricity. Lightning and insects, two unstoppable forces in one body. Before he could fully process the sheer power boost, a sudden system notification snapped him out of his thoughts. Ding! Breeding cycle complete. Jiang Qin blinked. Then his eyes widened. The red armor beetles had produced 30,000 offspring. The 9 miasma wings had reproduced 12 million hatchlings. Wait, 12 million? Just then, boom! An explosion erupted behind him, and the sky darkened as it filled with a storm of tiny beetles. Little Nine was furious. Little Jia, you did it again, she yelled, her voice filled with pure rage. Little Jia, floating smugly in the air, tilted his head. I was just following my instincts. Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh. His entire body radiated power. The surge in strength was unbelievable. The hatchlings, combined with Little Jia's new offspring, had boosted his stats dramatically. A status window popped up before him. Jiang Qin's current stats. Level 36. Transformation, second. Title, Sovereign of Insects. Professions. O Divine Level Spiritual Breeder. O Sovereign of Electricity New. Talent classes. O First Talent. Universal Growth, Divine Evolution, Ancestor Tree of All Things. O Second Talent. Hidden Lightning, Lightning Fusion, Divine Judgment. Sword Skills. O Human Sword, Earthly Sword, Heavenly Sword, Great Tao of the Sword. Calamities. O Insect Mother, Little Nine. Level 36, 12 million insects in her progeny. O Little Jia. Level 32, 30,000 insects in her progeny. Attributes. O Strength, 409. O Agility, 428. O Energy, 379. O Constitution, 498. O Combat Power Evaluation, 410 stars. As he clenched his fist, electricity crackled around his arm, flickering like a storm waiting to be unleashed. His eyes gleamed with confidence. Even though he couldn't use Little Nine's power in the Prodigy competition, with his new class and enhanced abilities, he could dominate the battlefield with ease. And if worst came to worst, he could always unleash Little Jia's power and summon the Dark Demon, a weapon of absolute destruction. The night was deep, and the jagged peaks of Qinluo War Zone loomed like silent sentinels under the vast, starlit sky. A massive blue dragon soared through the darkness, its scales gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Somewhere below, nestled in the rocky terrain, a group of men and a lone woman gathered around a sturdy wooden table, their expressions tense. Suddenly, the dragon descended with a powerful sweep of its wings, landing gracefully. A man with disheveled black hair, dressed casually in a light summer shirt, slid off the dragon's back. His laid-back appearance clashed starkly with the formal attire of the others. As he approached, a faint, forced smile tugged at his lips. "Let's not overreact now," he quipped, brushing off invisible dust. "I'm impressed you all made it on time, considering I had to drag myself here all the way from Guanghai War Zone. I'm beat." The woman, eyes closed as if meditating, cracked a smile and turned toward him. "Someone from Guanghai War Zone, dressed like that? Bold choice, considering how formal everyone else is. Aren't you supposed to be a country protector like us?" A gray-haired man seated beside her chuckled, his gaze sharp. "You're talking about oddities? In that department, you're practically world-famous." His tone was sardonic, and the woman shot him a mock glare. The man in the summer shirt, unfazed, didn't even bother sitting down at the table. Instead, he casually plopped down on the dragon's side, leaning back as if settling in for a nap. "People from Guanghai War Zone appreciate flair," he said with a lazy grin. Before long, the bickering kicked off. Voices rose, sarcasm flying like arrows, until a muscular man slammed his fist against the table with a resounding thud. "Enough," he growled, his face set in a scowl. "Let's get to the point." A long-haired man resting nearby placed a calming hand on the big guy's shoulder. "Keep your temper," he murmured. The tension simmered down, and an older man with deep-set eyes cleared his throat. His expression was grave. "This year's Celestial Genius competition won't be like the last one. There's been a shift in power." He glanced around the group before continuing. "Aside from the capital, which is always the strongest, we've got regions like Madu and Jiangnan rising fast. In Jiangnan, they've got Jiang Wushuang, and now Jiang Chun." The mention of Jiang Chun made the room fall silent. The old man's voice dropped lower, thick with seriousness. "He's stronger than most of Demon City's so-called geniuses. And here's the problem. Jiangnan's war district used to ally with us to fight Madu and the capital. This time they're going solo." The gray-haired man leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "Maybe it's because of Xiao Yuanshan." His voice dripped with amusement. "Remember him? Your old buddy? Got exiled to the underground abyss. Wonder what that's about." The woman smiled brightly, as if they weren't discussing betrayals and dangerous exiles. "So, what's the plan? Team up and take out Jiangnan first? Let's face it, when we went head-to-head with the capital last time, it didn't exactly go in our favor. Second place might be more realistic." Her suggestion hung in the air, and several heads nodded thoughtfully. The old man sighed, then said, "We'll settle this with a vote. Raise your hand if you're in favor of allying against Jiangnan." Without hesitation, the gray-haired man raised his hand. "Wuxiang War Zone is in," he said, flashing a grin. Xinghe, the woman from Tianfu War Zone, followed suit. "I'm in." The muscular man from Qinglian's 9th War Zone lifted his hand too, his expression still grim. Slowly, more hands went up until everyone had agreed. Everyone except one. All eyes turned toward the man in the summer shirt. Yun Zhantan leaned back lazily, his expression one of pure indifference. He stuck a finger in his ear, then flicked it out with an exaggerated yawn. His lips curled into a scornful smirk. "Are you done talking?" His tone was laced with disdain, and his eyes gleamed with barely concealed contempt. Yun Zhantan's gaze dropped to the ground, his lips curling into a smirk. With a sudden movement, he strode forward and slammed his palm against the table, making the wooden surface tremble. His voice, filled with unwavering confidence, echoed through the mountains. "I didn't come here to form an alliance," he declared. "I came to tell you all something important. This summer, in the Daxia Genius competition, Guanghai War Zone's War District is taking the championship." The scene fell into a stunned silence. The only person who reacted was the gray-haired man, his eyes darkening with anger. His fists clenched, knuckles whitening as he glared at Yun Zhantan. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?" But Yun Zhantan only repeated himself, letting the words roll off his tongue with satisfaction. "Guanghai War Zone's taking the win." Singing out loud felt good, really good. The gray-haired man's fury surged, and with a sharp crack, the glass in his hand shattered into pieces. Across the table, Xinghe's eyes shot open, her usual playful demeanor gone. Instead, she fixed him with an icy stare, her gaze brimming with hostility. Yun Zhantan merely chuckled unfazed. "Well, this has been fun, but I got places to be." He turned on his heel and leaped onto the back of his dragon. As the creature spread its massive wings, he threw a final glance over his shoulder, smirking. "Relax. I won't be bothering you anymore. And don't worry, I won't go blabbing about this meeting either." With that, The dragon let out a low growl, then shot into the night sky, disappearing into the darkness at an incredible speed. The muscular man stared at the empty space where Yun Tian had just been and muttered, "Did he hit his head or something?" The gray-haired man scoffed, shaking his head. More like he got kicked by a donkey. Or maybe, his eyes narrowed. Maybe he's got something up his sleeve that we don't know about. A heavy silence fell over the group as they pondered the possibility. But in the end, there was no point dwelling on it. The old man picked up a fresh glass, his expression serious. As long as the four great war zones unite and form a flawless strategy, Jiangnan will fall. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Chujiang City, shadows lurked atop a towering cliff. A group of men, dressed in dark robes, knelt before a figure clad in a flowing red cape, the leader of the Church of the Ancient God. He stood at the edge of the cliff, his piercing gaze fixed on the city below. "How's the Divine Sun's progress?" he asked, his voice cold and commanding. "Have you noticed any unusual movements?" One of the kneeling men quickly responded, "There's nothing to be concerned about. The Great Divine Sun has successfully infiltrated Guanghai War Zone's war district as their top genius. He has already earned the full trust and support of Yun Tian, Guanghai War Zone's national protector." Upon hearing this, a slow, satisfied grin spread across the leader's face. So, the supreme honor of Daxia has already slipped from the hands of the so-called invincible protectors of the country. He lifted his hand, palm facing the distant city. "I can't wait to see the looks on their faces." The plan was already in motion. All that remained was for the genius ranking competition to begin. The entire nation of Daxia would have their eyes on it. A low, sinister laugh rumbled from the leader's throat. He lifted both hands to the sky, and a dark energy began to pulse from his body, twisting and writhing like living shadows. The air itself seemed to tremble as an ominous force spread across the land. At that moment, a beast tide was set in motion, an unstoppable wave of destruction, ready to sweep through all of Chujiang City. Sensing the surge of energy, the gathered cultists pressed their hands together in eerie unison. Their voices rose in a haunting chant. "With the sacrifice of Chujiang City, the ancient god shall return." The next day, in Jiangnan's war zone, the central plaza was packed with young warriors. The best geniuses from each region had gathered, their eyes fixed on a massive screen at the front. The air buzzed with anticipation. Only one day remained before the Daxia Genius competition began. Standing at the center with his hands behind his back was Duan Xinghai. With a sharp gaze, he cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "For those who might have forgotten, or just weren't here, I'll go over the rules again." Jiang Chun, standing among the participants, tilted his head in curiosity. He hadn't been present for the initial explanation, so he figured this recap was for his benefit. Duan Xinghai activated the screen, his expression turning serious. "The competition consists of participants from the 8 great war zones. In total, we have 80 celestial geniuses." His voice carried across the plaza as he continued. "The competition is split into 2 rounds. First, the team survival round. Second, the individual ranking battle." A murmur spread through the crowd, but Jiang Qin remained calm, analyzing the rules as Duan Xinghai elaborated. For the first round, small teams from each war zone will enter a secret realm located in Qin Luo's area. Your goal is simple: survive. The 4 war zones with the fewest survivors will be eliminated. At this, the crowd stirred, some whispering about the brutal nature of the event. "This round is about teamwork," Duan Xinghai added, his gaze sharp. "No matter how strong you are, if you can't protect your teammates, you lose." Jiang Chen smirked slightly. "Interesting. Additionally, there's no hiding," Duan Xinghai continued. "Anyone who stays in one spot for too long will be struck by lightning. Every hour, the range of the battlefield will shrink. If you're caught outside, you're eliminated immediately." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and an excited grin crept onto his face. Lightning strikes if I stay still? That was perfect for his new technique. He could use the storm to fuel himself, gathering electricity to enhance his power. His body involuntarily sparked with energy at the mere thought. One of the guys standing next to him noticed the sudden crackle of thunder and took a nervous step away. Duan Xinghai pressed on. After the first round, around 30 participants will remain for the second phase, the individual ranking battle. The rules are simple. Win, and you advance. Lose, and you're out. With that, he turned to the group. "Now, you need to decide on a team captain." The plaza erupted in chatter as people debated amongst themselves. Jiang Chen could already feel eyes turning toward him. Just as he started to act like he hadn't noticed, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu, grinning from ear to ear, dramatically formed a heart shape with their arms. "We vote for Jiang Chen as captain," they declared in unison. Jiang Chen froze. A faint heat rose to his face. "Why are these guys like this?" He sighed, dragging his hand down his face, pretending not to know them. Then, another one of his friends stepped forward smirking. He mirrored the heart gesture and nodded. Yeah, we want Jiang Chun as captain too. The last of his close friends didn't bother with theatrics. He simply turned to Jiang Chun, gave him a thumbs up, and said sincerely, I agree. You're the best choice. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Finally giving in, he reached out and completed the heart sign with his companions. Fine, fine. Let's win this thing. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Sure, being nominated as captain was flattering, but at the same time, why me? Meanwhile, Bai Feng and Zhang Wushuang stood nearby, observing the debate with calm expressions. Bai Feng cleared his throat and spoke up. Tang Ying, and I think Zhang Wushuang should be the captain. His reasoning was simple. While Jiang Chun was undeniably strong, Zhang Wushuang had a more stable and reliable presence. Zhang Wushuang, standing in the crowd, glanced at Jiang Chun with a thoughtful expression. He still didn't quite understand why everyone was so set on him leading. Just then, a girl standing next to Jiang Wushuang spoke up. I think Zhang should be the captain too. Her reasoning? Because he's super handsome. A blonde-haired man immediately chimed in, nodding enthusiastically in agreement. Jiang Chun blinked, rubbing his temple. With a forced smile, he looked at them and deadpanned. I don't even know who you guys are. The girl placed a hand on her chest, her expression soft. My name is Libing, she said sweetly. Beside her, a blue-haired boy grinned and pointed at himself with his thumb. And I'm Prince Wangzi, he declared with absolute confidence. Before Jiang Chun could respond, Jiang Wushuang stepped forward and casually placed a hand on his shoulder. With a kind smile, he said, I vote for Zhang too. Jiang Chun turned around to see the growing number of votes against him and felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He immediately clutched his chest dramatically and blurted out, Look, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I really don't want to be captain. That's way too much pressure. A brief silence fell over the group. Then, on the other side of the plaza, Duan Xinghai's face darkened. His expression twisted in frustration as he snapped. Jiang Chun, drop the act. You think you can fool me? You'd need another 800 years before you'd even come close. Jiang Chun instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes widening slightly. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the old man. Duan Xinghai exhaled sharply and extended his hand to the side. In an instant, a grand staircase of ice materialized in front of them. The shimmering steps reflected the sunlight, cold and imposing. The Jiangnan war zone has been looked down on for years, Duan Xinghai declared. His gaze swept across the group. This is your chance to change that. Your fate is in your own hands. The staircase led to a teleportation space, a gateway prepared for them. This is my gift to you, Duan Xinghai continued. At the top, the king of the celestial sword awaits. He'll act as the country's representative and escort you all to the Qinluo war zone. Meanwhile, in the Qinluo war zone, a lush green island served as the entrance to the Eternal Kingdom. The entire place was teeming with ancient trees and dense foliage, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Gathered on the island were all the military commanders from the great war zones. Among them sat Ji, Xianyue's father, resting his chin on his hand as he observed the proceedings with sharp focus. Next to him, Gu Kaitian stared at the massive screen in front of them, waiting for Jiang Chun and the others to arrive. Moments later, the teleportation gateway shimmered, and Jiang Chun and his group stepped onto the island. Luo Sandao immediately turned to Jiang Chun with a bright grin. Hey, did you see? The Tian Daowang is sitting in the first row of the Warzone Guardian. Jiang Chun's eyes shifted to the side, taking in the scene. With a calm expression, he nodded. Makes sense. But then his gaze landed on someone else. His brows furrowed slightly. Jihangyin? The sealed king himself was seated in the same district. A question lingered in Jiang Chun's mind. Why is he here? Behind them, Mu Hanxiu stood silently, her gaze cast downward, lost in thought. Just then, Ji Xianyue appeared, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She hesitated, avoiding eye contact as she placed a hand on her arm. The reason I'm here, she mumbled, shifting awkwardly. The Magic City War Zone currently has no national protector, so my father is taking charge. Before Jiang Chun could even process her words, Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu reacted instantly, their expressions darkening. They stepped in front of him, spreading their arms out protectively like bodyguards in a bad drama. She's a captain from an enemy team, Luo Sandao hissed. She's trying to steal Jiang Chun. Mu Hanxiu added, his eyes burning with suspicion. Jiang Chun, caught in the middle of the absurd situation, stood frozen, utterly confused. What is even happening right now? He remained silent, unsure whether to laugh, protest, or just quietly walk away. But before he could figure it out, a crack split open in the sky. A massive flying warship descended from the heavens, its presence alone sending ripples of pressure through the air. The ship was manned by elite warriors from the capital's war zone. At the front stood a general and an older man with stark white hair. The ship itself was a floating fortress, its combat strength comparable to that of an 8th-rank national protector. Then, with an almost theatrical level of confidence, a figure leaped off the ship. His aura alone was enough to make even the strongest warriors feel a hint of fear. His piercing eyes radiated an indomitable will. Injan, the legend, the so-called star of the capital. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Huh, not bad. Before anyone could fully digest his arrival, another crack split the sky. If the capital's entrance had been arrogant, then the arrival of Guanghai, war zone was straight up outrageous. A colossal golden dragon, boasting multiple heads, burst forth from the void. But this wasn't just any dragon. It carried a massive, chained coffin on its back. And standing atop this spectacle, Yun Zhantian. The man lounged on the dragon as if it were his personal ride, his summer shirt fluttering in the wind. His expression was practically glowing with joy. With a smug grin, he dramatically extended a hand toward the coffin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, rebirth towards death. With those words, the chains snapped, and the coffin came crashing down onto the dragon's back before finally slamming into the ground. Cracks spread across its surface before it shattered completely, revealing the warriors of Guanghai, war zone. Among them stood a man with long hair, his presence exuding quiet dominance. Yun Zhantian laughed, spreading his arms wide. First place belongs to us this year. Get used to it. Now that all the major war zones had gathered, a massive portal materialized before them. Some warriors immediately stepped forward, entering without hesitation, while others stood still, silently assessing their competition. The first round was about to begin. The rules were brutal. Out of the 8 great war zones, only 4 would advance. The battlefield within the secret realm would shrink every hour, forcing teams into combat. And, to make things worse, if anyone remained motionless for too long, they'd be struck by lightning. One by one, teams entered the portal. Jiang Chen's team was the last to step through. As soon as they emerged on the other side, they found themselves standing in a dense forest, surrounded by ruins of old buildings. This was their battlefield. The sky above them shifted, and in an instant, the portal behind them vanished. There was no turning back now. The team immediately turned to Jiang Chen. So, Captain, one of them asked, "What's the plan?" Jiang Chen blinked. What? His confusion must have been obvious because Bai Feng calmly extended a hand, gesturing toward the battlefield. Among the 8 great war zones, the chance to participate in this competition is 1 in 1,000. If we want to eliminate our opponents, we have to take the initiative. Silence fell over the team as they all processed his words. On the other side, Mu Hanqiu's glare locked onto Bai Feng, her frustration boiling over. "How can you speak to the captain like that?" she snapped. "Show some respect." Before things could escalate into a full-blown argument, Jiang Chen stepped in. He placed a hand on her head, gently ruffling her hair as he sighed with a forced smile. "Relax," he muttered. "Bai Feng's right. We need to get organized." With that, he reached into his storage space. The team's tension eased slightly, thinking their captain had some brilliant strategy prepared. Their eyes brightened in anticipation. And then, Jiang Chen pulled out a sofa, then some meat, then vegetables, and finally a grill. He sat down comfortably, rested his hands on his knees, and calmly observed his stunned teammates. "All right," he said, "let's get started." The silence was deafening. Luo Sandao, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying all stood frozen, their mouths slightly open in shock as they processed what they were seeing. It took only a few seconds for the realization to sink in. Jiang Chen was setting up a barbecue. He casually started skewering the meat, completely ignoring the stares of his bewildered teammates. Mu Hanqiu's fist clenched, her whole body trembling. "Are you serious right now?" she shouted, barely restraining herself. "We're in a survival competition. This is a matter of life and death. And you think now's the time for a barbecue?" Luo Sandao immediately sided with her. "She's right, Jiang Chen. We need to strategize, not sit around grilling meat like it's a festival." Tang Ying, meanwhile, turned around and covered her face in pure secondhand embarrassment. Why did I expect anything different? Jiang Chen blinked, genuinely surprised at their reactions. "What?" he asked, turning back to the skewers. Bai Feng stepped forward, staring at him with an utterly confused expression. "Do you not remember the rules?" he asked hesitantly. "If we stay still for too long, we'll get struck by lightning." The man standing next to him was just as stunned. "I can't believe this is happening." Jiang Chen, still completely unbothered, placed the skewers over the fire. Yeah, I know the rules," he said nonchalantly. "But let's be real. How are we supposed to fight on an empty stomach? You can't win a battle if you're starving." Silence. Then, out of nowhere, Jiang Wushuang placed a hand on his jaw, his eyes widening in realization. Wait, this is actually brilliant. The others turned to him in horror. Jiang Wushuang smiled. Think about it. If we eat now, we'll have the energy to fight later. Jiang Chun is just thinking ahead. Without hesitation, he sat down next to Jiang Chun and started helping him prepare the barbecue. The rest of the team stood there, completely dumbfounded. Not only do we have one unreliable person, but two. Or was there actually some hidden, deeper meaning behind this? Luo Sandao clenched her fists, her eyes lighting up with newfound realization. Finally, she understood what Jiang Chun was trying to do. One by one, the others began to believe it as well. The man beside her stroked his chin, a thoughtful smile creeping onto his face. Jiang Chun, you genius. Another guy, arms crossed, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Slowly, the whole team began shifting their perspective. Seeing everyone embrace the idea, a red-haired girl happily grabbed a skewer and started adding roasted potato slices, her absolute favorite. Jiang Chun, his brows furrowing in confusion. His expression changed as he looked around. Wait a minute, why is everyone actually buying into this? The truth was, Jiang Chun had started the barbecue simply because he was hungry. Ever since his body started adapting to the strange energy fluctuations in his system, his appetite had been nearly insatiable. He wasn't worried about getting struck by lightning. In fact, he was looking forward to it since it would help him recharge his abilities. But now, looking at his teammates' expressions, he realized they had completely overanalyzed his actions. As he was lost in thought, Mu Hanxiu suddenly approached him. She gave him a knowing smile. Now I understand, she said. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Understand what? She scratched the back of her head and closed her eyes. Well, since everyone else figured out your deep plan, if I said I didn't get it, I'd look like an idiot. Jiang Chun blinked. Huh. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang placed the skewers on the grill with practiced ease. As he watched the flames flicker, his admiration for Jiang Chun only grew. This strategy, it's only ever appeared once in history. If he hadn't studied the lists of geniuses from centuries ago, he might not have understood it at all. He never expected Jiang Chun to go this far, just for this battle. To him, Jiang Chun was a captain truly worthy of the title. He continued cooking, occasionally glancing at Jiang Chun. His plan is brilliant. He's waiting calmly, letting the other teams exhaust themselves before making a move. Act weak to lure in the strong. Pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. It was a risky strategy, but one that could work if executed perfectly. But what if the other teams figured it out? Jiang Wushuang's gaze sharpened. Would he be able to handle it if they all joined forces against him? Jiang Chun, feeling the weight of his stare, turned to him and raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Wushuang remained silent for a moment before thinking. Could this be what they call an invincible heart? He had heard stories of his grandfather's interest in Jiang Chun, but now he understood why. Compared to Jiang Chun, Jiang Wushuang himself didn't lack talent or strength. But what he lacked was something deeper, something far more important. The unwavering courage to never fear anything. Jiang Wushuang, still focused on grilling the skewers, let out a casual remark. I'm not as good as you. Jiang Chun glanced at him, then suddenly stood up. Your skewers are burning. Wushuang snapped his head back to the grill, his calm demeanor cracking as he hurriedly flipped the skewers. Meanwhile, on the giant screen broadcasting the competition, the entire world was now watching Jiang Wushuang and Jiang Chun preparing skewers. An awkward silence filled the viewing area. Gu Kaitian's face twisted with rage and disappointment. His fists clenched as he seethed. While others are strategizing or investigating, this guy is actually having a barbecue. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is this something he learned from Hong Yao? As a captain, he should be leading by example, not embarrassing himself like this. How the hell is he going to face old Duan after this? A sharp laugh broke the tension. A red-haired warrior sitting among the spectators sneered as he mockingly clapped. Well, looks like Jiangnan really came prepared this year. His words immediately drew the attention of Xianyue's father, whose expression darkened. His intense gaze locked onto the red-haired man with growing fury. Gu Kaitian, sitting nearby, also turned to look at him, his eyes narrowing. Memories of a past competition resurfaced. The era of the human emperor Renhuang. Back then, during his youth, the human emperor had slaughtered countless opponents using the dragon sword. In one particular instance, he had deliberately stood still, allowing lightning to strike him. His seemingly reckless move had lured 4 teams into investigating, leading to a battle where he massacred them all single-handedly. His ferocity, his ruthlessness, his sheer dominance. It had been an era-defining moment. No one had managed to replicate his feat since. The red-haired man, basking in his own arrogance, crossed his arms and continued to mock them. First, they learned useless things like chicken droppings and dog excrement. And now they think they deserve to be here? Pathetic. Others quickly jumped in, arguing against him. A deserter like you has no right to speak. But the red-haired man just laughed. Xinhua father placed a hand on Gu Kaitian's shoulder, forcing a strained smile. Calm down, Gu Kan gritted his teeth, clearly still irritated, but he chose to remain silent. Just then, another voice cut through the discussion. Did you hear? The Qinluo, Wuxiang, Qinglian, and Tianfu war zones are forming an alliance again. The capital's about to have a real problem on its hands. Gu turned sharply, his eyes piercing as he stared at the speaker. This generation of geniuses isn't weak. If the capital underestimates them, they will run into trouble. The man who made the announcement smirked, extending his hand. Trouble? A bunch of nobodies can't stand up to the capital's best. His confidence was absolute. At that moment, the screen shifted, displaying a detailed map of the battlefield. Gu's eyes immediately sharpened as he studied it. It didn't take him long to realize something crucial. The 4 elite regions weren't targeting the capital. They were targeting Jiangnan. They're not going after the strongest. They're going after the weakest. The red-haired man burst out laughing. Looks like they finally learned how to play the game. This is going to be fun to watch. Deep within the secret realm, a team of elite warriors moved carefully through the dense forest. One of them suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze scanning the distance. I've found them, he muttered, eyes locking on a Jiang Chen's group. The rest of his squad turned to look. There, in the middle of an open clearing, Jiang Chen's team was having a barbecue. No defensive formations. No scouting parties. Just a bunch of people casually grilling meat in the middle of a high-stakes survival battle. The long-haired man furrowed his brows in confusion. Why are they eating right now? Something felt off. No sane warrior would be this relaxed in enemy territory. Could this be a trap? Luo Shun, the pride of Tianfu and their team captain, clenched his fists, his energy flaring up. He locked his gaze on Jiang Chun and the others. Enough speculation, he ordered. No matter what they're up to, we stick to the plan. We attack now. His team snapped to attention. They still had scouts posted nearby, and their plan was precise: strike fast, overwhelm, and eliminate. The 20 elite warriors split into 3 groups. One team, led by Wu Qingqing, would focus entirely on Jiang Chun. She was the top celestial genius of Kaiyu and a master of daggers. Confident in her speed, she smirked as she summoned her weapons. As long as they didn't give Jiang Chun a chance to unsheath his sword, he was as good as dead. Another team, led by Dan Li Shuang, had a more challenging task, handling the rest of Jiang Chen's team. The first genius of Wuxiang, she clasped her hands together, summoning water that rippled through the air. Her determination burned bright. I'll cleanse them all, she whispered. Finally, Luo Shun's main squad would focus on locking down Jiang Wuxuang. He was the real threat. If they could neutralize him early, the battle would be over before it even began. Meanwhile, Lu Heng, the top genius of Qinglian, extended his hand, activating his spatial powers. A portal shimmered into existence behind them, ready to reinforce their comrades at a moment's notice. With everything in place, they launched their attack. Back at the viewing platform, tension filled the air. Gu Kaitian wiped the sweat from his forehead as he stared at the screen. This doesn't make sense, he muttered. The enemy was already less than 500 meters away, yet Jiang Chen's team still hadn't noticed. Even if Jiang Chen himself was distracted, there was no way Jiang Wuxuang shouldn't have sensed them by now. If this keeps up, they're all going to be wiped out. Meanwhile, the other generals watching the battle were in a much better mood. The gray-haired man smirked. Lu Heng's spatial ability is unmatched. No one can escape his grasp. The muscular warrior beside him crossed his arms and let out a booming laugh. And Wu Qingqing? The best assassin in the world. There's no way Jiang Chen makes it out of this one. A female strategist leaned forward. Dan Li Shuang isn't just powerful. She's the first water element goddess in all of Daxia. There's no counter for her abilities. Even the white-haired general, who had been silent until now, slammed his fist on the table. Luo Shun is the best tactician. This battle is already decided. All eyes turned to the screen, where Jiang Chun was still casually eating skewers on a sofa. Jiang Wuxuang, however, had finally sensed something. His body tensed, and he immediately stood up, his entire posture shifting into battle mode. He scanned the forest. This isn't right. He turned toward Jiang Chun, who was still calmly munching on grilled meat. The enemy! They're already less than 100 meters away, Jiang Wuxuang thought, his expression darkening. Yet Jiang Chun had done absolutely nothing. There was only one explanation. He hasn't even noticed them. Jiang Chun casually grabbed another piece of meat and took a bite. The enemy was now less than 10 meters away. Luo Shun's eyes gleamed with confidence. Victory was within their grasp. Jiang Chen's team was completely unaware, distracted, vulnerable. Or so he thought. Just then, Jiang Chen abruptly stopped chewing. His face twisted with disgust as he spit the meat out. Ugh! Who the hell roasted beast claws without cooking them properly? Without thinking, he flung the half-chewed claw away. It soared through the air. and smacked Luo Shun right in the face. Luo Shun's body tensed as he froze in place. For a moment, he wasn't sure what was worse, getting hit in the face with someone else's food or the horrifying realization that Jiang Chun might have just exposed him. Had they been discovered? His doubts were confirmed the next second. Jiang Wushuang, still seated moments ago, suddenly released a powerful surge of energy. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he launched himself into the air, his gaze locking onto Lu Heng, who was hidden inside the portal. A smirk tugged at his lips. Jiang Chen knew this whole time. Wushuang felt a deep sense of admiration. Jiang Chen had remained calm, waiting for the perfect moment to act. Even the discarded bone, it wasn't just a random toss. It was a warning to his team. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, still seated, rubbed his chin, watching everything unfold. I was just mad about the food. In the next instant, Jiang Wushuang punched the portal. A violent shockwave rippled through the air. The intricate triple void restriction surrounding it shattered instantly. The illusionary barriers collapsed. Luo Shun and his entire squad suddenly became visible. Panic flashed through their eyes. Impossible. Their concealment had been perfect. Fury twisted Luo Shun's expression. He had no idea Jiang Chun had sensed them the whole time, and he was humiliated to realize they had been toyed with. Jiang Wushuang landed smoothly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the stunned attackers. Enough talking, he said coolly. Let's get this over with. Luo Shun gritted his teeth. We can't retreat now. If they turned back, they were as good as dead. Attack, he roared. Jiang Chen's team immediately snapped to attention. They had been waiting for this moment. As Jiang Chen stood up, his teammates erupted into cheers. That's our captain. He had this under control the whole time. He even accounted for the enemy's emotions. Mu Hanxiu rushed up to him, her eyes shining with admiration. With a bright smile, she declared, Now I finally understand your plan. Luo Sandao appeared beside her, nodding seriously. Same here. I get it now too. Jiang Chun blinked. His forced smile twitched. You guys realize it wasn't that deep, right? But seeing how everyone was looking at him with admiration, he decided to just roll with it. Well, since I absolutely planned this, let's get to work, he said, cracking his knuckles. Without hesitation, he took off running straight into the fight. But before engaging, he turned to Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu. You two protect Li Bing and Prince Wangzi, and don't let anyone steal the kills. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu's eyes widened in surprise. He's entrusting us with a mission. Excitement filled their faces as they both nodded eagerly. We won't let you down. In reality, Jiang Chun just wanted to get some exercise. Meanwhile, Luo Shun's forces lunged at Jiang Wushuang. Big mistake. Before they could even react, Jiang Wushuang grabbed one of them by the head and slammed him into the ground with bone-crushing force. A scream of agony erupted from the downed warrior. Two enemy swordsmen saw an opening and lunged at Jiang Wushuang, hoping to catch him off guard. Big mistake. Without even turning, Jiang Wushuang activated his technique, 8-armed war god body. A flurry of energy fists erupted from his body, hammering into the two attackers and sending them flying before they could even swing their blades. But one of the energy fists surged toward Luo Wen, who instinctively unsheathed his sword and barely managed to deflect it at the last second. Jiang Chun had initially considered helping him, but after seeing how easily he handled the attack, he realized this guy didn't need any backup. Meanwhile, Luo Shun was not having a good time. The relentless force of Jiang Wushuang's attacks grew stronger by the second, pushing him further back. The intensity of the battle had shifted entirely against him, and panic flashed in his eyes. His only hope now was reinforcements. Lu Heng! Luo Shun shouted desperately. Get support now! Lu Heng, lost in thought, snapped back to reality. His face turned serious as he reached behind him, summoning a portal. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he urgently called out to Dan Li Shuang's group. Send reinforcements. Now! At first, they hesitated. Things weren't going according to plan, and their strategy was crumbling. But with no better option, they finally agreed. Just then, a shadow loomed above Lu Heng. His instincts screamed danger. He looked up. Jiang Chun. Sword unsheathed. Gaze piercing. Support class, Jiang Chun noted immediately. If Lu Heng got a chance to use his powers, things could get messy. Jiang Chun wasn't about to let that happen. He descended like a thunderbolt, blade gleaming as he slashed fiercely. But at the last possible moment, Lu Heng vanished into the portal, barely escaping by the skin of his teeth. Jiang Chun landed, his eyes narrowing. That was close. On the other side, Lu Heng emerged in the void, his chest heaving with rage. He clenched his fists. Why the hell hasn't Wu Qingqing's group taken care of Jiang Chun yet? The reality? Wu Qingqing was in trouble. Tang Ying had unsheathed her daggers, her eyes gleaming with malice. With a sly smile, she struck. Clang! Wu Qingqing blocked the attack, her own small knives meeting Tang Ying's head-on. The shock of the exchange flickered across Wu Qingqing's face. "I'm being held back," she reported to Lu Hang through their communication link. Both were assassins. People had always said Wu Qingqing was number 1, and Tang Ying was number 2. Today, Tang Ying wanted to settle that debate. Lu Hang gritted his teeth. "Where's Dan Lishuang? She should have been there by now." Bad news. Dan Lishuang was also occupied. As she moved to attack Jiang Chen's team, a figure stepped into her path. By phone. He unsheathed his sword, his eyes burning with fury. "If you want to hurt my teammates," he said coldly, "you'll have to go through my dead body first." Dan Lishuang narrowed her eyes. Activating her power, a brilliant blue energy surged around her, crackling with divine force. "Then I'll purify you first," she declared, "and then I'll purify the rest." Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Jiang Chen's team held their ground. Luo Shun's forces clashed against them, but Jiang Chen's team had 2 strong warriors blocking every major attack, just as planned. Following Jiang Chen's orders, Luo Sandao had rushed to protect Li Bing, who was seated on the ground, clutching her bow. Luo Sandao crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Stay behind me," she commanded. "Eternal Earth Shield, activate." In the blink of an eye, a powerful barrier of energy formed around Li Bing. From within its safety, Luo Sandao gave a nod. "Support the others. We'll hold them off." Now that Li Bing no longer had to worry about an ambush, her eyes turned sharp with focus. Without hesitation, she spun around and unleashed a powerful ice arrow straight at her opponents. At the same time, Mu Hanxiu unsheathed her sword, her eyes glimmering with intensity. She charged toward Luo Shun, barking a command to Prince Wangzi. "Cast the curse and cover me." Prince Wangzi nodded and extended his hand, summoning a discouragement curse. An ominous energy spread through the battlefield, filling the air with dark intent. Sensing the curse, one of Luo Shun's men activated his mental defense. But in the blink of an eye, Mu Hanxiu vanished from sight and reappeared beside him, her blade flashing like lightning. A cruel gleam flickered in her eyes. Slash! Her sword cut deep into his abdomen. The man's mouth opened in a scream of agony as blood spilled from his wound. Meanwhile, Lu Hang remained hidden inside his portal, watching Jiang Chen carefully. He gritted his teeth. At this rate, Luo Shun's forces were going to be completely wiped out. Jiang Chen, however, had already sensed the portal's presence. Annoyed, he swung his sword and slashed through the portal itself. He sighed. "Man, you really love playing whack-a-mole, don't you?" Lu Hang flinched. Jiang Chen smiled. "Fine, I'll play along." Lu Hang was trying to escape, but with Jiang Chen keeping him pinned, spatial teleportation was no longer an option. At that moment, 2 more warriors tried to ambush Jiang Chen from behind. They had already noticed. Without even turning, Jiang Chen casually threw his sword over his shoulder. The blade pierced straight through their chests, cutting deep before returning to his hand like a boomerang. With an amused grin, he tilted his head. "Huh, looks like I can search for moles and cut them down at the same time." Meanwhile, Luo Shun, wounded and bleeding, coughed up blood. He turned to look at the battlefield. Jiang Wushuang was still standing, completely unscathed. The ground around him was littered with corpses. Luo Shun's eyes shook with disbelief. "Even with 8 men attacking him at once, we couldn't land a single hit?" Jiang Wushuang cracked his knuckles and smirked. "Maybe you guys should call 9 more warriors and try again." Luo Shun clutched his shoulder, his confidence crumbling. His group's formation was in total disarray. Jiang Wushuang was too strong. Jiang Chen was still fighting freely. If this continued, they were doomed. But then, the sky darkened. Black clouds gathered above them, rumbling with ominous energy. Thunder crackled across the battlefield. Luo Shun clenched his teeth. Was this the end? Then he noticed something. Hope flickered in his eyes. The storm wasn't natural. This was a power of calamity. Relief washed over him. The lightning was coming. "Dan Lishuang," he shouted. "Now!" Dan Lishuang nodded. She extended her hands, and a brilliant blue energy pulsed around her body. But Bai Feng's grip on his sword tightened. With a burst of speed, he rushed toward her, his sword poised for a strike. Dan Lishuang immediately summoned a protective barrier, blocking his advance. Jiang Wushuang's gaze sharpened. It only took him a second to realize. This was Luo Shun's true plan. Everyone kill Dan Lishuang first. Jiang Wushuang roared. Hearing this, Luo Shun's lips curled into a smirk. He pressed his hand against the ground. An eerie energy surged across the battlefield. His voice was low and triumphant. "It's already too late." Jiang Wushuang's body trembled as the surge of energy overwhelmed him, forcing him to drop to one knee. One hand braced against the ground, the other gripping his knee tightly, his teeth clenched in frustration. He had been too careless. Now immobilized, Bai Feng turned his attention to Dan Lishuang, preparing to strike. Luo Shun, aware that his illusions wouldn't hold Bai Feng for long, knew 10 seconds was all he needed. By the time Bai Feng broke free, Jiangnan would already be eliminated. Do it now, Luo Shun ordered. Without hesitation, Dan Lishuang activated Water Dragon Dance. Divine and demonic energy swirled around her, creating a devastating surge of power. The attack shot toward Bai Feng like a tidal wave. He barely managed to block it with his sword, but the impact sent him flying backward, forcing him to retreat. Dan Lishuang's eyes gleamed as she raised her hands to the sky. She unleashed her strongest technique, Blue Sky Water Serpent Dragon. A forbidden spell activated, causing blue energy to descend upon Jiang Chen's team. Within moments, glowing marks appeared on their foreheads. Jiang Chen rested his sword on his shoulder, calmly observing his allies, confusion flickering across his face. Why were these marks appearing? Before anyone could react, a massive dragon form from pure lightning appeared in the sky. Its piercing gaze locked onto them, exuding an overwhelming presence. Luo Sandao and Li Bing paled, their mouths agape in terror. Thunder punishment. The power of this divine retribution was on par with a sealed king of 7 transformations. The attack covered an immense range. Escaping was impossible. Meanwhile, Tang Ying stood victorious, though barely. She had struck her opponent 3 times, nearly losing her life in the process. Across from her, Wu Qingqing was in bad shape. One arm missing, a deep wound cutting across her chest. Clutching her injury, she staggered toward Lu Hang's portal, a smirk playing on her lips. Doesn't matter if you win this fight, she taunted. Losers are forgotten in the Celestial Geniuses rankings. Great Xia only remembers the strong. Jiang Chen's team, still marked by thunder punishment, looked toward the sky, frustration and uncertainty gripping them. Victory had been so close. Was this fate playing a cruel joke? Bai Feng, enraged, let his energy surge wildly. He prepared to strike once more, but Dan Lishuang had already made her move. Her ability to escape into the void activated, and as she stepped into the portal, she turned to Bai Feng. You're already as good as purified, she said coldly before disappearing. The prince watched the looming thunder with dread. His hands clenched into fists as he declared, Then we'll perish together, Muhan Xiao. But Muhan Xiao hesitated. Her hands clutched her head as tears welled up in her eyes. No, I don't want to die with you, she cried. She turned away, her heart set on a different fate. She wanted to go with Jiang Chen. Bit by bit, Jiang Wushuang fought off the illusion, his eyes burning with an unquenchable thirst for revenge. Luo Shun smirked. It's over. Jiang Nan has lost. None of you from the 4 great war zones will advance. Jiang Wushuang knew thunder punishment wasn't strong enough to kill him. He swore to hunt them down to the ends of the earth. As they exited the secret realm, Luo Shun stepped through the portal, throwing a mocking glance over his shoulder. You want revenge? First, you better make sure you survive. Just then, a shadow lunged forward. It was Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, he threw himself straight toward the raging thunder punishment. The dragon in the sky locked eyes on him, its crackling energy intensifying. Jiang Chen's gaze was steady, unwavering. Why are you all so afraid of a little thunder? He asked, his voice calm. Luo Shun and the others, watching from the portal, burst into laughter. Has he lost his mind? Does he really think thunder punishment is weak? But Jiang Chen only smiled, extending his hand toward the dragon. I've been waiting for this moment. His voice carried absolute confidence. Is this really your trump card? Pathetic. At that moment, the sky split open, and 9 enormous lightning dragons roared into existence. Their sheer power sent waves of panic through the onlookers. They rushed toward Jiang Chen, their presence overwhelming. Dan Lishuang, what are you waiting for? Make them attack the others, someone shouted. Dan Lishuang hesitated, extending her hand. But instead of control, only fear filled her eyes. The dragons refused to obey. Impossible. How can I not control my own calamity? Jiang Chen landed gracefully, his body brimming with electric energy. The dragon's furious lightning surged into him, but instead of harming him, it was absorbed. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He chuckled. Looks like your water isn't as pure as you thought. Without missing a beat, he activated Lightning Fusion, his Thunder Dominator ability. Bolts of energy crackled around him as he rose into the sky. The battlefield fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. This time, Jiang Chen declared, You are the ones who will lose. Stunned silence. Shocked faces. None of them had expected this. Jiang Chen raised his hand, summoning arcs of electric energy. The realization hit them. He wasn't just a poison master. He had 2 classes. How many more secrets was he hiding? A smirk played on his lips as he locked onto his prey. All right then, let the hunt begin. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed Sky Blade, Thunderblade, lightning crackling in his grip. His challenge was clear. Let's see who's faster, my thunder or your portal. Luo Shun's subordinates rushed into the portal, thinking they were finally safe. But Jiang Chun, now crackling with the electric energy of the dragons, had other plans. His glowing eyes and confident smirk sent a chill through the air. Without hesitation, he moved like a streak of thunder, activating Thunder Sword. In an instant, lightning-infused slashes tore through the void, striking down the enemies hiding within. Their bodies were sliced apart before they could even react. Luo Shun's jaw dropped. Sweat beaded on his forehead as panic set in. He can cut through the void itself? The reality hit him like a hammer. His plan had completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, now surrounded by an overwhelming aura, soared through the sky, hunting down the fleeing opponents. On the battlefield, Jiang Wushuang, still on one knee, was breaking free from Luo Shun's ability. Seeing this, Luo Shun stepped out of the portal, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. He barked orders to his allies. Break the formation. Now! If Jiang Chun can turn Thunder Punishment into his own power, there's no stopping him. Luo Shun shouted, urgency in his voice. Dan Liang's face was a mix of disbelief and confusion. Wu Qingqing had just emerged from the portal, but her attention was immediately drawn to Luo Shun's growing desperation. On the other side, Lu Hang stood frozen in shock. Luo Sandao, however, wasn't about to let them escape so easily. Her eyes blazed with determination. Stretching out her hand, she summoned a massive barrier. If you want to leave, she declared, you'll have to break this first. A reinforced eternal shield of life materialized, a shimmering blue wall encasing the battlefield. Trapped inside, Luo Shun's forces had no choice but to fight their way out. Wu Qingqing unsheathed her blades, analyzing the shield. We need to attack together. That's our only chance. Before they could act, Tang Ying suddenly appeared in front of her, dagger in hand, eyes gleaming with excitement. She smirked. Going somewhere? She asked, tilting her head. I'm your opponent. Wu Qingqing had no choice but to activate her power, preparing for a fight. I'll kill you first, she spat. Dan Lishuang tried to intervene, but Bai Feng stepped in, sword flashing as he launched a devastating strike toward her. Dan Lishuang barely lifted a hand, blue energy swirling around her palm as she effortlessly blocked his attack. Her serious expression didn't waver. You're not even worth my time, she said coolly. Bai Feng smirked, gripping his sword tighter. Guess we'll find out soon enough. Elsewhere, one of Luo Shun's subordinates attempted to flee. But before he could make it far, a man with a ponytail moved in a blur. With a precise strike to the back, he cut the fleeing man down, blood spilling from his mouth. Turning your back on the enemy, he said, shaking his head. Not very smart. Nearby, a shirtless warrior turned to his companion. Standing around isn't helping Jiang Chun, he muttered. Cracking his knuckles, he grinned. Let's fight. Mu Hanchio's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched Jiang Chun cut down their enemies. Not one to be outdone, she decided to show off as well. With a flick of her daggers, she ended the life of another opponent with deadly precision. The prince, unwilling to fall behind, extended his hand, his expression serious. You're right, Mu Hanchio, he muttered. If we're the perfect couple, we need to kill a few more together. Above them, the sky rumbled with thunder as Jiang Chun zipped through the air, his speed leaving crackling energy in his wake. With another swift strike of Thunder Sword, he cut down two more enemies still hiding inside the portal. Casually slipping a hand into his pocket, Jiang Chun watched his victims writhe in pain, his cold gaze unyielding. Luo Shun's expression darkened. Another two down. He turned to Lu Hang. Get rid of him. Now. Inside the portal, Lu Hang locked eyes on Jiang Chun, his face unreadable. He gave a silent nod, accepting the order. In an instant, he vanished, using spatial jump to reappear directly behind Jiang Chun, aiming for a sneak attack. But Jiang Chun only grinned, a sharp, almost sinister smile. Too slow. With lightning-fast reflexes, he blurred out of reach before Lu Hang's attack could land. In one fluid motion, he struck again, cutting down yet another man still inside the portal. Turning to face Lu Hang, he smirked. You're late. Every time you jump, I'll take another one of your allies. Lu Hang's confidence wavered. He's too fast. I can't keep up. Luo Shun, sensing the shift in momentum, activated his ability. His eyes gleamed as they locked onto Jiang Chun's movements, syncing his consciousness with Lu Hang's. Now, you won't escape, Luo Shun sneered. Lu Hang's eyes also glowed, but almost immediately, a sharp pain shot through his head. Jiang Chun suddenly appeared behind him. I've been waiting for this, Jiang Chun murmured, his voice laced with cold amusement. His piercing gaze held nothing but vengeance. You're just a sewer rat, and this time, you're too slow. Lu Hang's breath caught in his throat. He's behind me? Panic surged through him. There was no escape. With a single motion, Jiang Chen unleashed a devastating thundersword strike. A massive lightning bolt crashed down upon Lu Hang, its sheer force shattering the ground beneath him. As the dust settled, Jiang Chen's expression turned satisfied. He glanced to the side and chuckled. This moment should have belonged to Jiang Wushuang. I wouldn't want to steal his fun. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang's body pulsed with an intense red energy as he finally broke free from Luo Shun's curse. His eyes locked onto Luo Shun, burning with unrestrained fury. Luo Shun staggered back, raising an arm defensively. Blood dripped from his mouth, his body no longer able to maintain control over Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang clutched the wound on his shoulder, but remained standing. As Luo Shun collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath, the battle was far from over. Luo Shun's remaining subordinates emerged, weapons drawn, their faces set with grim determination. With no escape left, their only option was to fight. They vowed to protect Luo Shun at all costs. Now fully free from Luo Shun's curse, Jiang Wushuang stomped the ground, launching himself forward. Before the nearest enemy could react, he drove a powerful fist into his face, sending the man flying. Without pausing, he grabbed another opponent by the head and slammed him into the ground with bone-crushing force. His furious roar echoed through the battlefield. "You're all courting death." The others hesitated, fear flashing in their eyes. They knew they were completely outmatched. From above, Jiang Chen hovered, watching Jiang Wushuang with amusement. A small smirk formed on his lips. "You finally broke free. But this is nowhere near enough." Jiang Wushuang's eyes burned with hatred. He turned to Jiang Chen. "Then we'll just have to settle this with speed. Let's see who can kill more." Before their contest could begin, Dan Lishuang stepped forward, her expression filled with fury. "You're celebrating too soon," she growled. Raising her hand, she summoned a surge of water from the ground. The liquid twisted unnaturally, wrapping around Bai Feng's neck and legs, trapping him in its crushing grip. "This is Belo's water. It strangles and purifies the soul," she declared. Bai Feng thrashed, his screams of agony filling the air. "Help me! I!" His cries were cut off as the water tightened around him. Jiang Chen moved like a flash of lightning, his celestial sword slicing through the water in a single swift motion. The liquid dispersed instantly, and he caught Bai Feng's unconscious body before it could hit the ground. Dan Lishuang's jaw dropped. "Impossible," she whispered. Jiang Chen's speed was unreal. Not far from them, Luo Sandao and Li Bing stood watching. Jiang Chen glanced at them and activated growth of all things. A thick root sprouted from the ground, carefully carrying Bai Feng's limp body toward them. "Luo Sandao, catch him. Li Bing, heal him," Jiang Chen ordered firmly. Meanwhile, Luo Shun's fear deepened as he observed Jiang Chen's movements. His eyes narrowed. A 50-meter electric field. Jiang Chen wasn't just fast. He was moving through the electric field like an extension of an electric current itself. "Dan Lishuang," Luo Shun barked. "Shut down his field. Isolate him now." Dan Lishuang's eyes steeled with focus. Extending her hand, she conjured golden water, releasing a torrent that formed a barrier around Jiang Chen. The water shimmered with power, sealing off the electric field. Jiang Chen immediately realized her intent. "She wants to trap me inside." Without hesitation, he unsheathed the celestial sword, gathering all his strength. His first strike left a thin cut in the barrier, but within seconds, it closed again. His eyes narrowed. "So that's how it is?" Jiang Chen quickly realized that cutting the barrier was useless. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he studied Dan Lishuang with a calm expression. She floated above him, a smug look on her face. "Haven't you heard? A sword can't cut water. It only makes it flow. Water strengthens what has no edges. The harder and sharper your blade, the stronger my barrier becomes." Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. "Is that so?" With that, he called Little Nine, "Hold on to my sword for me." A small portal appeared, and Jiang Chen slipped his weapon inside. "Don't eat it," he added playfully. With his sword stored away, he clenched his fist, little Jia's energy surging around it. "Let's see if hitting harder really makes this barrier stronger." Dan Lishuang sighed, watching him from above. "You really are stubborn." Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. "Guess we'll never know if we don't try." Channeling his power, he activated Divine Prison Fist. A crimson energy burst from his body, shaking the ground beneath him. The impact of his stance alone sent cracks through the earth. A massive fist, forged entirely from energy, shot toward Dan Lishuang with terrifying force. Her confidence shattered the moment she saw the barrier rip apart like fragile glass. Impossible! Before she could react, the energy fist slammed into her, sending her plummeting. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she crashed into the ground with a violent thud. Jiang Chen strolled forward, looking down at her battered form. "You really brought this on yourself." Seeing her barely able to move, blood dripping from her head, he smirked. Don't die just yet. Summon a bit more water. I need to wash my hands. Luo Shun staggered to his feet, completely stunned. The golden water barrier, broken? One of his subordinates, unwilling to accept defeat, drew his sword and lunged at Jiang Wushuang. At that moment, Jiang Wushuang still had an enemy in his grasp, his fingers wrapped around the man's skull. But when his gaze flicked toward Jiang Chun, seeing that he had ended his fight in just 10 seconds, irritation flared in his eyes. I'm still wasting time while he's already finished. Frustrated, he activated Body of the God of War and slammed his foot into the ground. Gigantic hands made of raw energy erupted from his body, crushing his enemies effortlessly. Luo Shun's panic deepened. He raised his hands, desperate for a way out, his glowing eyes frantically searching for an escape. But there was none. With a last-ditch effort, he unleashed his strongest technique, double pupil, extinction of the desolate horizon. 3 spectral eyes appeared behind him, radiating immense power. Their piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang, threatening to pull him into their deadly grip. But Jiang Wushuang just grinned. Again, he scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Luo Shun, you're really useless if you think this trick will work on me twice. 3 ethereal eyes materialized around Jiang Chun, their ominous gaze locked onto him. But he remained calm. Illusions? He almost laughed. With the power of the ancestral tree, illusions held no sway over him. Meanwhile, Luo Shun made his final move. With a desperate roar, he launched himself toward Jiang Wushuang. Even if I fall, I'll take one of you with me, he bellowed. His reasoning was clear. If he could eliminate at least one of them, the remaining warriors from the 4 war zones would still have a fighting chance. But Jiang Wushuang simply turned, watching Luo Shun's reckless charge. He didn't move until the very last moment. Just before impact, he struck. A devastating punch landed square on Luo Shun's back, sending him crashing into the ground with bone-crushing force. Jiang Wushuang's eyes burned with fury. I swear, he growled, I'll wipe out the 4 great war zones myself. Then he turned to Jiang Chun, a rare smile breaking through his rage. I have to admit, this was all thanks to your tactics. Jiang Chun raised a single finger, his expression unreadable. Don't get ahead of yourself, he warned. Look up. The moment he said it, the air began to shift. The secret realm's boundary was collapsing. The battlefield shrank rapidly, forcing everyone to act. Panic set in. They had to finish this fight fast. In another location, a grand hall displayed the battlefield on a massive screen. Among those watching were Ji Lingxiu and Jiang Xianji. They were visibly taken aback. Jiang Chun had just revealed his sovereign of electricity class, a hidden level of power none of them had expected. Floating nearby, Jiang Xianji narrowed his eyes at the screen, deep in thought. Jiang Chen's growth was accelerating at an unbelievable pace. If he continued down this path, combining his talent with the 9 miasma wings, he might one day ascend to the legendary golden list of the 10,000 races. Beside him, Ji Lingxiu observed calmly, a slight smile on his lips. Jiang Chun is impressive, he admitted. But my grandson, Jiang Wushuang, also has great potential. Even Luo Shun and Dan Li Shuang performed decently. Then, as if remembering something unpleasant, he sighed. His thoughts drifted to his granddaughter, Xianyue. A frown formed. Instead of seizing the opportunity to prove herself, she had squandered her time. Jiang Xianji placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't be too harsh, he said gently. Even geniuses can lose their way. On the other side of the hall, tension crackled. Xianyue's father had his eyes locked on Gu Kaitian, his expression filled with barely contained fury. You hid this from me? He snapped. Your disciple has an electricity-based profession, and you didn't say a word? Gu Kaitian, who had also just learned of Jiang Chen's hidden class, clenched his fists but remained silent. His mind raced. Jiang Chun hid this from me? Unforgivable. But he couldn't let anyone see his frustration. Instead, he folded his arms, staring at the screen, forcing himself to remain composed. Better to stay silent, and let them think I knew all along. Then, in a sudden shift, his lips curled into an envious smirk. Electricity is the most powerful offensive class, he muttered. His gaze flickered toward Gu Kaitian. You're incredibly lucky to have taken Jiang Chun as your disciple. Gu Kaitian crossed his arms, watching Jiang Chun closely. There was no denying it. Jiang Chun was making him look good. And honestly, he wasn't even surprised. Before entering the secret realm, Jiang Chun had promised him a surprise. And he had definitely delivered. A statistics table materialized on the screen, revealing the standings of the war zones. Capital, Jiangnan Magic City, Guanghai War Zone, 10 people remaining. Wuxiang, Tianfu, Qinlian, Qinluo War Zone, 5 people remaining. A pity that old Duan, Jiangnan's commander, wasn't present. He'd be so thrilled, he'd probably start doing military boxing drills on the spot. Upon seeing the rankings, the protectors and the others began to murmur among themselves, frustration evident on their faces. A gray-haired man sighed and addressed them. "Half of our geniuses have been wiped out," he stated bluntly. "Face it, our warriors just aren't on Jiangnan's level." The gray-haired man leaned forward, hands resting on her stomach, and gazed at the screen with a calm expression. "There are still 2 hours left," she said. "Let's hope the others know how to hide well." Beside her, a muscular man scowled, arms crossed. Jiang Chun and his war district really know how to fake weakness before striking hard. It's infuriating. Further down the hall, Gu Kaitian, Xinhua father, and the others listened in silence. But Protector Xingha's patience wore thin, and she turned her sharp gaze toward Gu Kaitian. "When it comes to playing dirty, Jiangnan always wins," she snapped. Old Gu Kaitian trained them well in that regard. Gu Kaitian didn't flinch. His eyes remained calm as he responded. "Anyone who wants to kill should be prepared to be killed in return." He let out a smirk. "A sewer rat tried a sneak attack and got countered. That's all there is to it. Seems like some people just can't handle losing." A few murmurs went through the crowd. The discussion shifted. "Jiang Chun, he really might take first place this time. And if that happens," someone whispered, "even the capital might suffer its greatest defeat." The general of the capital, sitting nearby, placed a hand on his knee and shot them a confident look. "The capital isn't full of useless people like you lot." He pointed at the table. "Instead of whining, why don't you check how many geniuses you have left?" Just then, someone spoke up. "The Guanghai War Zone is actually doing the best." The muscular man's head snapped to the side. His expression darkened when he spotted Yun Zhantian. "Even you betrayed us?" he growled. Yun Zhantian, unfazed, lazily dug a finger into his nose. Without opening his eyes, he smirked. "I'd be an idiot if I didn't take advantage of this opportunity." Then, without hesitation, he flicked his snot at them. The room fell silent for a second. Then chaos erupted. "You filthy scoundrel!" The Protector's others cursed him out, furious at his shamelessness. Back in the secret realm, several men crept toward 2 unsuspecting girls, weapons drawn. But before they could strike, Xing, the brown-haired girl, spun, sword in hand, her determined gaze burning as she sliced through her attacker, ending his life instantly. Her companion reacted just as swiftly. With a flash of her weapon, she took down another enemy. Both girls raised their voices in defiance. "We won't let anyone near Song Changji." Unbeknownst to them, a lone figure watched from atop a cliff. His hands rested behind his back, his black hair swaying slightly in the wind. Song Changji, Guanghai War Zone's top genius, gazed down at the scene, a small smile playing on his lips. So even the so-called useless ones have their uses. The identity assigned to him by the Church of the Ancient God this time wasn't bad at all. A few days after his sudden arrival in the Guanghai War Zone, the geniuses refused to accept him. So, naturally, he had to convince them. The women, their eyes blazing with hatred, had been furious. But as he approached, he reached out and gently caressed one of their cheeks, his lips curling into a kind smile. The woman shuddered. At first, her face twisted with resistance. But then, she blushed. The hatred in her gaze softened, replaced by something else entirely. Power, manners, strength with humility. That was all it took for Song Changji to win them over. After all, humans couldn't resist a powerful and refined man. After finishing off their enemies, the brown-haired woman dropped her sword to the ground. She turned towards Song Changji, her eyes lighting up with admiration. The other woman followed suit, closing her eyes and greeting him with a warm smile. Little did they know, once Song Changji secured first place in the genius rankings, he planned to absorb their vital essence. Sure, their divine souls and bloodlines weren't exceptional, but something was better than nothing. Besides, there were even stronger women in other war zones. He'd get to them soon enough. They turned to him expectantly. "We've cleared the enemies, but the secret realm is shrinking fast. Where do we go next?" Song Changji remained calm. "We eliminate Magic City's war zone first. That will make things safer for us." They agreed without hesitation. Not far away stood a ruined city, surrounded by jagged mountains. The terrain was treacherous, and the only way in or out was via a narrow stone bridge. Here, Injan, the leader of the capital's genius team, stood with his forces. His calm gaze swept over his comrades as he made his decision. They would block the bridge. Like predators lying in wait, they would strike the moment their prey arrived. His voice was steady, but filled with determination. "This year, we eliminate the other 7 teams. The capital's geniuses will take over the top 10 rankings." Excitement rippled through his team. They clenched their fists, shouting in agreement. A statistics board appeared before Injan. Capital Jiangnan, Magic City, Guanghai, War Zones. 10 people remaining. Wuxiang, Tianfu, Qinglian, Qinluo War Zones. teams eliminated. Injan frowned, gripping his fist tightly. For teams gone already? It was surprising. No casualties for the remaining teams? Who else besides me has this kind of strength? Could it be the geniuses from Jiangnan? Or perhaps Madu? His excitement grew. Turning to the side, his glowing eyes shone as he summoned his dragons. Change of plans, he announced with a grin. Winning like this is boring. The thrill of the hunt called to him. Instead of waiting, they would seek out their enemies head-on. Move out. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Ji Xinyue's team stood in stunned silence. One of the men spread his hands in confusion. How did 4 teams get eliminated in less than 30 minutes? They had barely figured out the right path, and already the battlefield was closing in. Hua Yunfei's face twisted with frustration. The captain led us on the right path, he snapped, glaring at his teammates. Ji Xinyue's expression turned serious. Enough talking. Keep moving, she ordered, her voice calm but firm. Yet, despite her composed exterior, sadness flickered in her eyes. I wanted to prove myself in front of Jiangchun, but I never got the chance. Her mind drifted to the 4 eliminated war zones. They had always worked together to attack the capital, and this year was no exception. If they were gone already, then the capital was likely responsible. Still, relief settled in her heart. At least Jiangnan's team is intact. Like her own team, they had likely avoided major combat so far. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden burst of wings. Birds erupted from their nests, fleeing into the sky. Her instincts screamed danger. She drew her bow, lifting a hand to stop her team. Her sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Something's wrong, she warned. Stay alert. Someone's planning an attack. Her voice was steady, but tension filled the air. Then from a nearby portal, a figure stepped out. Song Changji. His confident eyes locked onto her as he smirked. Ji Xinyue, he said smoothly. I know you hold the divine-level profession, God's Sun Extinguisher, along with the extreme flame bow. More figures emerged behind him, his team, silent, watching. From a cliff above, Song Changji observed her, amusement dancing in his gaze. It's no surprise you're ranked second on the great genius list, he mused. A shame, really. If we met under different circumstances, I might have shown mercy. His smirk widened. But this is the genius rankings, and I have no choice but to eliminate you. Ji Xinyue's eyes burned with fury. Go to hell? Song Changji raised an eyebrow. So, you're ready to die? Ji Xinyue said nothing. Her answer came in the form of an arrow. She activated Celestial Fire Meteor, releasing a blazing projectile surrounded by divine flames. Hua Yunfei froze, mouth slightly open. The sheer power of the attack left him stunned. The sky lit up as the fire arrow streaked toward its targets, its overwhelming presence blinding everyone. Song Changji's subordinates shielded their eyes, some even turning away. The pressure of a divine profession weighed heavily on them. Amid the chaos, the brown-haired woman standing beside Song Changji remained calm. Hold your ground, she instructed. We have Song Changji with us. As the fiery arrow neared them, Song Changji finally moved. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, eyes glinting with intrigue. Impressive talent, he murmured. Then, he flicked a thread into the air. The fine strand of energy wrapped around the blazing meteor arrow, catching it as if it were nothing. Silence. Ji Xinyue breath hitched. He caught it? Her strongest attack, stopped by a thread. Song Changji twirled the captured arrow in his hand, channeling his energy into it. Blue light wrapped around the flames, distorting their brilliance. His gaze landed back on her, filled with cruel amusement. I'll be courteous, he said. I'll let you die knowing the truth. I have 2 divine-level professions. Song Changji twirled the arrow in his fingers, his smirk widening. The profession I used to catch this? Celestial Weaver of Stars. His eyes gleamed with malice as he fixed his gaze on Ji Xinyue. And my second profession? He chuckled. Divine Shadow of the Great January. As he activated his power, a perfect copy of his body emerged beside him. Then another. And another. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of identical copies surrounded them, blocking every escape route. Song Changji's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable arrogance. Individually, these professions can't compare to yours. But together, under my control, their power is terrifying. The members of Ji Xinyue's team stood frozen in disbelief. 2 divine-level professions? One of the men swallowed hard, panic creeping into his voice. How? How is this even possible? Ji Xinyue wasn't shaken. She grabbed an arrow from her quiver and turned toward Xiao Song, the perceptive class warrior on her team. Can you find the main body? She asked. Xiao Song stretched out his hand, eyes glowing as he activated his ability. But when he spoke, his voice trembled. All the clones have anchor points, he revealed. The main body can transfer to any one of them at will. That means any clone could be the real one. Silence. Ji Xinyue's eyes narrowed. So that's why the Guanghai war zone never bothered to attack the capital directly. They specialize in deception and ambushes. But there was no time to dwell on it. She steadied herself and gave a firm command. Stick to the plan. If you can fight. If not, look for an opening and break through. Her team immediately responded. Swords drawn. They formed a defensive circle around her. Song Changji tilted his head, watching with mild amusement. Interesting, he muttered. But before he could make a move, boom! A blazing arrow shot into the sky, igniting in an explosion of golden flames. Ji Xinyue activated Scorching Sun above, then immediately followed it with Golden Crow's fire rain. Above them, the fire coalesced into the shape of a massive flaming crow, its wings stretching wide as it screeched. The sheer heat made the air waver. Song Changji's team panicked as the crow spread its wings and began incinerating the clones one by one. Still, Song Changji remained unfazed. He simply watched, smirking. Beautiful technique, he admitted, but useless. He stepped forward, raising his hand toward the sky. This is getting boring. He activated 1,000 threads. A massive celestial and terrestrial web appeared above them. With a flick of his finger, the fine golden thread shot toward the fire crow, ensnaring it in an intricate web. The moment the crow struggled, the net contracted, crushing its form. A series of violent explosions followed, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Ji Xinyue's breath hitched. Her strongest attack, defeated effortlessly. Behind her, two teammates stepped forward, forming a defensive shield to buy them time. Her closest allies analyzed the situation quickly. The net is still closing in. He's trying to trap us to death. Ji Xinyue clenched her fists. I won't let that happen. She raised her bow and shouted, Use your ultimate abilities now. The team obeyed immediately, summoning a powerful barrier to hold the net at bay. Ji Xinyue activated Extreme Flame, causing a colossal bow to materialize in the sky. This is our chance, she commanded. Find an opening. Break through. Elsewhere in the secret realm, a massive explosion rippled through the air. Jiang Chun and his team, already near the area, felt the impact. His eyes sharpened. That power. Could it be Ji Xinyue and her team? The man beside him noticed his reaction. Something wrong? Jiang Chen's gaze darkened. They'd gotten themselves in a serious trouble. Without hesitation, he turned to his team. We're heading to Magic City team, he declared. Now!